Today's topic, actually, I forgot to mention this in the video. Behind me is an anime wallpaper. Forgot to mention this in the video earlier. I'm sorry for doing copious amounts of live streams, but it's necessary because I need to talk about how you need God to get out of gang stalking. Now, it's very important. Let's see if I'm live right now before they try to mess with my live stream because I need to figure this out. So bear with me right now. Bear with me. Okay. Perfect audio too on my MacBook Pro. So you need God to get out of gang stalking. You need Jesus to get out of gang stalking. And the news unit really made it clear to how you get out act yourself out of the equation of gang stalking. And Shmee Schmaller too. Shmee Schmaller made it perfectly clear on how to get out of this cycle of abuse. That's what it really is from these people that rule this this weird demonic system of harassment. This system of harassment has been used in ancient Babylon and it's been used against certain people in the Bible. And what you have to do is you have to get down on your knees humbly, and that was for just praying to whatever God you believe in, but actually just a Christian God because, I am a Christian. And postmodernist Christian at that. But it's very important to realize that without any sort of supernatural deity, that your situation is only going to be more stressful. We're done with the spiritual battle, I believe personally. I personally don't believe that what we're dealing with is actually human. Now, this isn't mental health. This isn't drugs. This isn't any of that stuff. This is a very serious video. And I am only smoking a cigarette. This isn't a blunt. So keep that in mind. What I want to establish is that people in this world only cling to secular ideology and solutions, and the solutions aren't working. If you ever wondered how going outside and experiencing people doing these hand signals and doing all that, you can't do anything physically towards them. In fact, Garchula Joe, which I showed earlier on my earlier live stream, actually used spiritual methods in order to get rid of this gang stalking. He's actually a pretty well-rounded individual. He knows his stuff. And he knows that if you want to get out of this situation that you're in, that you're going to need supernatural spiritual help. And I don't mean to sound like a religious freak saying that. I used to be an atheist myself. I used to be a nihilist. I used to believe that there was no hope, that there was no God, that there was there was just basically, let me look up the definition of nihilism if you don't understand it. But nihilism is basically when you don't believe that life has no purpose, no meaning, no value. Yes, the rejection of all religious and moral principles and the belief that life is meaningless. Hey, zoom in on that. The belief that life is meaningless. That's what I used to be, nihilist. And now since I've rejected nihilism and I've accepted the spirit of Jesus Christ into my heart, now I'm a different individual. Now I don't have to deal with the things of this world so much. So we need to establish that, I could give you ancient Chinese war general tactics and strategies on how to get out of the situation. But the thing that's helped me the most is God. And I'm just saying that out of there is no other hope. If you choose to be an atheist or agnostic like Chris D or like Reverend Tacos or like any of these other people, then that's your prerogative. But I would strongly suggest that you put a supernatural deity into the equation so that it can help you. Now, let me explain how this is the only way. We have the Illuminati at the top of the system, Satanists, like actual real Satanists at the top of the system. So if you're an atheist and you don't believe that there is a God, well, they believe in so. And so wouldn't it help to have some sort of spiritual, supernatural guidance on your side, helping you on your way, on this journey? Because really, there is nobody else that can help you, right? I mean, if you have some people that's in this gang stalking situation, they don't have families and friends to help them out in this situation because their family and friends think they're crazy or they're a part of the program themselves. You understand that? You see, that's how deep it goes. The Matrix. That's how deep the Matrix goes. These people are actually so deeply embedded that's generational. It's a generational thing. It's very stressful. That's why I'm smoking. Generational thing. So I don't know if anybody in my family, because I have a lot of people that are in my family that I suspect that may or may not be a part of the program. But the program doesn't end at secular means. Maybe God has a plan to touch their hearts. Maybe God has a plan to get inside their soul. He says, vengeance will be mine, saith the Lord. If you don't have any sort of spiritual guidance, you don't have to start with your church. You don't have to start with a pastor. You don't have to start with a Garchula Joe. You can just actually read the Bible yourself, do Bible study yourself. This is kind of how I started to begin. I do have some people that I consult with to actually help me on that. But I would suggest if you do not have anybody that you know that you even, because some people even suspect that these pastors and these priests or whatever sort of religion that you're in too, that, you have these killers essentially that's supposed to spiritually guide you on the path that you want to be on, might actually be the gang stalker. You can do it yourself. But it's very important to read the Bible. And it's important to abstract yourself out of the equation. Like I said before, the Bible, obviously. But it's important to abstract yourself out of the equation too. Don't be of this world, is what I really meant to say. Don't be of this world. and this room won't touch you. Got that clear? So I just wanted to make that announcement. It's important to give that out to people that don't understand. But you do need a God to get out of the situation. I had to take the shades off for that one. So you can know I'm serious. You can see that I'm not faking. So don't make it seem as if like everything is actually going wrong for you. Just look up there. What you hacks out.
Hey boys, that's for President Trump. Hey everybody, I just took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's driveway. Why? Fuck that bitch. Look it up, it's on YouTube. I just shit on Nancy Pelosi's driveway. America! Hell yeah, fuck Pelosi, I just shit on her lawn.
12 seconds later.
Defecated on Nancy Pelosi's property.
I've been having people try and call and give me issues. That's really the one thing that sucks about being
hold
election.
on. You asked me what you're being.
No, I got you.
American Embassy. Put you out. I want you. Okay? That make sense?
That's how I've been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years.
Stand me?
I'm just asking, what have I done?
Okay, I'm investigating right now a crime. So put your phone down. Take off your backpack. Don't reach for nothing.
I'm not.
Turn it up. Put your hands behind your back.
Good. I know what I'm being suspected of committing.
You're defecating a public official's property.
Fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn,
That's what you're being
are made
investigated for. Any more
in the
questions?
holy image of God.
Yeah, how do you turn this off?
I'd appreciate if you wouldn't turn it off, please, for my
Sure.
personal protection and my recording.
And my agenda
Don't.
is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally, for years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. The United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system. Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the intermediate range we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement.
Oh, how are you doing today?
It was okay until I got a call. The FBI was trying to talk to me.
It's not something that happens every day, is it?
Definitely not. Last time I talked to the FBI, I called to report a threat against Trump before the election.
Yeah. We went down right back up. I'm Katie.
Yep.
I'm Jared.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, I
want
guess.
to swing around the corner here. Sorry to bug you when you're doing your book stuff.
So are you recording this?
Yeah.
All right, so I got one of these. Okay, can't take pictures of it. I'm gonna need you
Same
to.
thing, so that you know.
Yeah, I can't let you take pictures of that stuff.
All right, so I have to delete it. Is that what you're saying?
Could you please delete it?
Do I have to?
I would really appreciate it if you did because we can't. Just for my safety. It's my badge.
I mean, I won't show it to anybody.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just would like to know who you are.
And we told you.
Right, and I won't remember. I can look back now and see.
Okay.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were we bugging you?
No, that's okay. We're just seeing who's outside.
I'm sorry.
We're just talking.
Yeah, we're expecting the delivery.
Oh, okay. No problem. Appreciate it.
Let's wait till that. Jared, some of the stuff that we came to talk to you about was 8chan.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just not record me?
Okay.
You can record
Okay.
that, but
Okay,
I'm just here to talk to you, please.
I got you.
And it's for my safety and his safety. Okay. Nothing you're doing is illegal. We're
I
not
know.
doing it. and we're here to protect freedom of speech. But some of the stuff, when you were on there, you were talking to some other people.
I mean, it's all anonymous. I don't know who anyone is. I've never talked
Okay.
to any of those anonymous people outside of the anonymous
and that's why we
website.
wanted to reach out to you. If there was some information that you had, if you had ever talked to somebody who talked about hurting someone or doing harm, because I know you're pro-American, you're all about America, right? Am I correct in saying that stuff?
Yeah.
So if there was ever somebody that talked about harming Americans, and we were hoping that if you had information like that to share with us, that you would share it. And that's all we wanted to talk to you about.
Because a lot of times, people just don't want to call the generic FBI number.
Yeah.
I mean, I've called before. I have no problem reporting something I think needs to be reported.
Which
I'm
is
sure
great.
you guys have me on record reporting something before the election.
It's something
For Trump, yeah.
Yeah.
In which we
It's not as easy as it sounds. You gotta stack them above your head, row after row.
Well, yeah, I mean, baling, it's hard work for sure. That's why we use machinery. But, I mean, you know your shit. And there's...
Yo, Attila. This guy is stuck in like 1964, bro.
Well, they didn't have those chairs back then.
Bro, Attila. Between me and you, bro,
Detroit,
they invented like a bunch of inventions in like the 80s to make this guy obsolete. So let's just fucking throw him in the dumpster with stop speeding. All right, let's forget about this guy. This fucking leash ass, fucking IP2 posting ass loser.
Stop speeding.
No. This guy, good times, man. He posts his own shit on IP2 with 1,000 alts, bro. Let's just forget about this loser.
I don't have any alts, dude.
This loser.
I don't have any alts.
People are subbing to my other channel. We're not even live on that one. I have to set up follow alerts, like sub alerts. As I didn't.
This guy, good times, is a loser, man. Over. Just don't even listen to this boomer ass nigga, bro.
Hello everyone, it's your brother in Christ, Diamond Dustification from YouTube again, and I want to apologize up front for this video. I'm still awake, yes, it's pretty late and I need to get to bed, but I'm going to try to make this one quick. This is going to be a response to News Unit, and this is also going to be a response to anybody that wants to live stream with me. Before I respond or say anything to News Unit, let me say that if you're one of the individuals that has genuine questions for me, you want to get me on a live stream, you want to talk to me in some way or on the phone or something, maybe we can work something out, but you're going to have to give me time. I want to research into you and look at you and see what kind of content you post. I want to make sure that you understand that I have never used a live stream as of yet on YouTube, so we may have trouble getting that set up, and I don't have a webcam for a lot of reasons, okay? And that may not happen for quite a while. So, with that out of the way, some people seem to take offense when I say that I got to do some research into them. Look, I'm not evaluating your quote-unquote worth, which is what News Unit said to me. I simply need to know where you stand. Do you believe in the gospel of grace? What do the people that subscribe to your channel have to say? Okay? Now, I'm not completely and utterly shut my doors to the idea of talking to someone that's struggling with that. But there are some people out there that would want to get me on a live stream just for the sole purpose of attacking my character, talking over me, and making sure that I don't get a word in. I'm not going to subject myself to being insulted, disrespected, condescended to, and not being able to respond to any of it. Okay, I'm not going to go on to some live stream with 5 different people that all agree with each other and be insulted and disrespected and have the grace of God spit upon and allow my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ by proxy to be attacked in that way. Because I have a responsibility to defend grace, and one such responsibility is knowing when not to say anything, believe it or not. Knowing when to shut my mouth. This is going to be, on that note, the only response I give to you, News Unit, because since you seem to be so determined to want to know why it is that I don't want to come on and talk to you. Well, I've been keeping a close eye on you ever since I spoke to you on that live stream of yours through the chat. You were respectful enough to me in there, but all I said was I was going to do some little bit more research on you. And I kept doing it, and I've been watching your videos. Now, I haven't watched all of them because I don't have time to sit there for 4 hours every single 5 minutes. But I have paid attention to the videos that you brought up about me, and Mr. Christian gave me an email to keep me in the know about it too. You got 2 of them right here. Diamond Dustification is A. And in that video, you said that I fumbled all over myself and I used the ESV version. Woo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. I used the ESV version for 1 verse in the Bible. Let me tell you something, News Unit. I believe that the King James Version Bible is the most accurate Bible that we currently possess, okay? But you also have to realize that there's a lot more nuance to that discussion than the closed-mindedness that you represented in that video. Okay? Some people can't even read the English Bible, and other people can't get their hands on a King James Bible to save their life, and even if they could, they couldn't read it. How exactly are they going to get saved if they don't have that, if they don't have the King James Bible, and that's the only way to get saved, if everything else is just blatant heresy, worthless garbage? Okay? The NIV and the NLT Bible are dangerous. They got a lot of misplaced verses. Some verses are taken out, some are changed. I understand that. Whenever I use the ESV version, I always compare it to the concordance in the King James Version to make sure that it matches up. And Hebrews 10:29 matches up with the King James Version as in what it says. Okay? It does. The ESV version does not mistranslate Hebrews 10:29 as far as I can tell. And if you have an objection to that, then raise your objection instead of cutting my video off and denying your subscribers what it is that I have to say, which I found very disrespectful, very rude, and very unbecoming. Now, you can run to all the scriptures you want and say that your behavior is protected by what Paul said because he has a hard speech. I sincerely doubt that Paul was saying that he was a condescending, rude, and disrespectful person. Okay? When he said that his speech was weighty. I really, really doubt it. I could make a whole video on that just to debunk it, but it ain't worth it. You say I'm not worth it, why should I consider you worth it? Then you go on to say that I'm supported by Pastor Tim, and that Pastor Tim is my guru. Well, you know what? I have a respect for Pastor Tim because he's a kind-hearted person who preaches the gospel of grace, confesses Jesus Christ as his Lord, as do the other people that you will make a habit of attacking. You know, you make a lot of videos going against people's prophecies and all this and that, but I never see you bring up any scriptures. Instead of laughing and belittling them, why don't you actually talk about what they say and show me why it doesn't make sense in the Bible? Because there is prophetic fulfillment that's happening right now. And I don't appreciate your insults against the people that I affiliate with. Not just because I'm affiliated with them, but because they're just blatant insults. It's worthless garbage. All of your videos are just attacks, most of them. Now, you want to talk about fellowship. Well, you know what, news unit? My fellowship to you was the fact that I didn't report you for uploading the audio to my video. That was my fellowship. That was a kindness that I showed you. The prayers that I said for you was another one. The fact that I didn't come onto your show doesn't mean that there's an us versus them mentality. I didn't reject you because I'm friends with Pastor Tim. I rejected you because you're rude, because you're condescending, and you attack people, and that is all that you do. You say that we are in our flesh. It is not in your flesh to defend the gospel of grace. People that preach we can lose our salvation do not understand grace. And on that note, you've made a video here called Once Saved, OSAS, Once Saved, Always Saved, where you're wearing a bathrobe and your friend is in there making obscene jokes about how once saved, always saved is a license to sin. Well, why don't you tell your friend that anybody that says once saved, always saved is a license to sin doesn't understand once saved, always saved, let alone grace. It's the stupidest, most bare bones argument and insult that you could say. It is devoid of thought. Anybody that thinks grace through faith, once saved, always saved is a license to sin is only showcasing his ignorance on the topic and the ignorance on the gospel, even if he is saved. Okay? That's all there is to say. And you can go watch the many videos I've made on that topic to know why I can say that with such confidence. And if your friend wants to insult me now and laugh at me, feel free. Because if you honestly think that that's the kind of behavior that's going to get you rewarded at the Bema seat, it's not. It's really, really not. I don't know how you could... Go ahead. Go ahead. Call me false. But I'm going to just put this challenge to you. If you got something to say to me about my videos, then respond with scripture, because I don't want to hear your garbage. I don't want to hear your obscene language and your insults. I don't want to hear it. You've actually posted some things that I thought were interesting. No, you haven't posted anything interesting, but you have said some things in between the 400 hours videos that you got, 400-hour long videos that you've got. You've said some things that I thought, that's an interesting way to look at it. But in this video right here, 4330, you actually did start going into scripture, but of course you used those scriptures to bludgeon everybody. You didn't do anything edifying. Why don't you go preach the gospel of grace or something? Go rightly divide. Make a video like I make. Don't even bother responding to me. Just go make your own videos and stop posting everybody else's videos. Try that. Try making your own Christian channel. Do something useful. Get the gospel of grace. If you know so much better, if you're so much better than we are, if you're so much in the spirit, if you see all these things, these fake Christians, go make your own videos on it. More of them instead of all this crap. This is not his videos, by the way. This is just other people's videos. Most of it. He adds in this garbage insults every now and again. It's just awful. Awful. News unit, I know that you're not going to respond to this respectfully. I know you're going to just attack me, and quite frankly, you're going to prove the point, you know. I would be very surprised if you made a video saying, hey, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I get your grievances, but you know, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. Nobody does that. And it's funny, because that's what you always say, isn't it? Nobody wants to fellowship. Nobody wants to take responsibility. Brother, and I hesitate to say that, is you wear your hypocrisy on your sleeves, and you wear your disrespect and your misunderstandings on there too. I don't want to fellowship with you. That's right. But it ain't for the reasons you think. I mean, that's a part of it. The fact that you have so much disrespect for my affiliates. I respect Pastor Tim. I respect Chelsea. I respect Mr. Christian. And when I see you insulting them, that doesn't put you in a good light. I trust what they have to say, and they all said avoid him. Avoid him. Avoid him. And then you start saying that I'm a fumbling all over myself and that my videos are garbage, or so you imply that. You don't say it outright. And you did say that you appreciate that I attempt to try, but then I don't use the King James Version. That really made my blood boil. I mean, do you watch my videos, or do you just watch them in dark?
Hey everyone, how you doing?
I don't know.
The reason I'm making the video
I don't want this video going any longer than it's already gone, so I'm going to stop it here. But if you want me to talk to you, anybody out there, just understand those things that I said, and you know, I'm going to look into what you preach, what you believe in, and I want to go into that discussion prepared, because I like to have the scriptures prepared beforehand so that I can give everybody a good edifying message. Okay? I want everybody to be edified by what I have to say, and I don't want to leave anything out. Some people say that I should always have an answer for the gospel of peace. That's true. But I don't see why I shouldn't come prepared when I have the opportunity. I do always have an answer, because the Holy Spirit is within me. But that doesn't mean that I can't go into a discussion prepared and that that's somehow sinful. That's not a denial of that verse. It's just, I want to answer all the questions about a specific verse when I go in. I want to know what I'm talking about completely and utterly. I don't want to fumble over my words. I don't want to miss anything. And do you know why I feel that way? Because I was in that boat. What happens when you watch these teaching videos and they leave something out? It can lead people astray, or it can lead them in the dark. Some people teach about Hebrews 10, but they don't go into as much detail as they need to. And I came away from those videos before I understood, feeling worse instead of better. And these were grace preachers. You're going to teach on something like this. You need to go into the details. You need to look at the concordance. You need to put in the work. So yes, before I talk to you, I want to know what we're going to be talking about. I want to have a script prepared, so to speak. Now that doesn't mean that something can't come up spontaneously. That will absolutely happen. That's the nature of conversation. But we can still have a foundation laid. It doesn't have to be off the cuff. That's just common sense. God bless. Amen and amen.
There's a lot of people. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a big group of people. And this is on fast notice, too. Thank you. Well, I just want to say hello, Minnesota. We love you, Minnesota. You're great. Great place. We're going to win Minnesota because they did nothing for Minnesota except close up that beautiful iron ore territory, they'd close it up with a pen. Do you remember that one day you didn't have your jobs? Then I came along and I opened it up, so that's pretty good. But I'm thrilled to be here with the beautiful, great, hardworking people of this incredible state. You're really hardworking American patriots, that's what you are. And a lot of people haven't been treated right until I came along, and we've done a lot of work and a lot of good work. And you had your best year ever last year. The state had the best year you've ever had.
Hey, everybody, I just took a shit on Nancy Pelosi's
46
driveway.
days
Why
from now, we're going to win Minnesota, and we're going to win 4
Look it up,
more
it's on
years in the
YouTube.
White House.
I just shit on Nancy Pelosi's driveway.
One of the most vital issues of this election
yeah, fuck Pelosi. I just
is the subject of refugees. You know it perhaps better than almost anybody. Lots of luck. You having a good time with your We want to have Omar. Yeah, he said Omar. That's a beauty. How the hell did she win the election? How did she win?
Putting you out.
It's unbelievable. Every family in Minnesota needs to know about Sleepy Joe Biden's extreme plans to flood your state with an influx of refugees from Somalia, from other places all over the planet.
Don't reach for nothing. No. Put your hands behind your back.
That's what's happened. And you like Omar a lot.
For defecating on public officials' property.
Biden has promised a 700% increase in the manifesto with Bernie, right? A 700% increase in the importation of refugees from the most dangerous places in the world, including Yemen, Syria, and Somalia. Congratulations, Minnesota. A 700% increase. Good luck, Minnesota. Enjoy yourselves. Because if I'm not here, if I don't win, I don't know where I'm going to be, but maybe I'll come over and see Mike.
Not even showing up.
I'll come and see Mike. Your state will be overrun and destroyed if Biden and the radical left win. That's what's going to happen. I've been watching it for years. They haven't treated you right. They have not treated Minnesota right.
About their testimony. Nobody will talk to me about that on here. And I gotta sit here and talk about dicks and ass.
Okay, these hangers are great. Remember this, it's a friendly protest. Please remember.
And getting
not a rally.
head and fucking.
You're not allowed to have political rallies of any kind. You're not allowed to go to church. You're not allowed to do anything. The only thing you're allowed to do is run wild through the streets, burn down, blow up stores and kill people because that's considered a protest, and that they allow you to have. You don't have to wear masks at protests.
Easy.
So I said, you know, we can't have a rally. The most we can have is 10 people. But why don't we just go
eliminate.
This is a protest.
Because I can't find anybody on here. The resistance chick will not get on for 5 minutes with the news unit.
And speaking about stupidity,
and talk to me about
we'll turn Minnesota into a refugee camp.
About their testimony.
So you're not happy now?
Nobody will talk to me about that on
700% increase is what they have in the manifesto.
Remember,
maybe they don't
you
honor
know,
it, but I
I'm
would
a
say
musician here, so I'm gonna probably
Biden will
talk
overwhelm your children's schools, overcrowd their classrooms.
You know, I find
inundate your
sound
hospitals.
beautiful.
Biden has even pledged to terminate our travel ban, jihadist regions, regions.
John
They've already been doing that to you, haven't they? Opening the floodgates to radical
time.
terrorists.
Happiest people
My administration's keeping terrorists, extremists, and criminals the hell out of our country. We don't want them.
You know,
we don't want them. We got enough of them. We've got enough of them. Just today we deported, as you know very well, dozens of Somali nationals charged or convicted with very grave crimes, including rape, assault, robbery, terrorism, and murder, of course.
See what happens.
These hardened criminals are back in their country where they can do all the complaining they want. And your children are much safer as a result. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you.
YouTube to go post all my money is coin, green coin,
If it were up to
blue
Biden, and it's
coin.
not, it's the people that surround him. They are seriously radical left Democrats. And they're very dangerous, and the offenders are very dangerous. And they'd be running all over your state only by voting for me. Are you going to save? I hate to say this. I did it with your iron ore. I did it with some other things. And I'll do it for you again.
All right,
I'll do it
tough
for you
question.
again, but if you vote for me, I'm the difference and I'm the wall. You know the wall that we're building on the southern border?
I know you
I'm your wall.
done with YouTube, so.
Between the American dream and chaos.
I'm
Joe
not
Biden is
done
wholly
with
owned and
anything.
controlled by the
I'm
left-wing
gonna
mob. He
keep
has no
going
clue where he
until
is. This is not
I
a short
die.
guy.
On anything
Years
I
ago, I
got.
said to a certain senator who I was very friendly with, a Democrat, who's the dumbest senator? Who's the smartest senator? He gave me a name for the smartest. I said, who's the
Why
dumbest?
not?
Joe Biden.
Why not?
That was 25 years ago.
Why
That was
not
in
go
prime
to
time.
church
This is
on
no longer
Sunday
prime
for
time for
6
Sleepy Joe.
months?
And they do disinformation. They make things up and they make commercials. They make things up. I've never seen anything like
See
it.
what happens?
Everything they make up. First of all, I'm the one
Yes!
protecting your Social Security. They say
You
Trump.
do it
Remember
here.
4 years ago they used to say, "Oh, Trump will get rid of Social." I have
I
protected
don't
your
know,
Social
one
Security.
day
They're
you're
gonna destroy your Social
watching
Security.
this.
Another thing.
I mean,
Big
don't
Ten
get me
football.
wrong.
Did they do a good job?
Great laugh,
Your team better do well.
great conversation.
You're on the spot. They better
I
do
am
well.
gonna.
They're
You know what
do
I'm
well
gonna
this year.
do?
So
I'm gonna televise
But
it
I brought it back, but I saw an ad. You know why I did it?
because I
Actually,
want to
it's so energizing.
show people.
Sleepy Joe did an ad that I was against football, that I was against Big Ten football. Give me a break.
I'm
I was
gonna
against it. When I
televise.
saw the ad, I said, "What's the problem with
Live.
Big Ten football?" They said they're not going to
The
open.
unit
Why?
will go
And
to
they say,
church
you know, some
now
stupid
on
reason.
every
I
Sunday
said,
somewhere.
some strong young people,
Whether
they're
it's
going to do
the
great.
Baptist
Let's get
Independent
going. I called the
Fundamental,
commissioner, Kevin. the
Bible church.
And
It'll
we
be
sort of started
some
something. We got
alleged
it rolling. We had
Christian
big opposition
church,
from
you know.
a few of the Democrat states and governors, you know, but we rolled over
Alleged
the opposition. and you have Big Ten
Bible-based
football.
church.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
And I'm gonna go live.
When the far left
I'm
rioters
gonna
rampage
get
across
set up.
Minneapolis,
I got
and they
enough
rampage across your
battery
state.
power.
How about your police department? Let's just run for your lives. And it's not their fault.
And
They
I
were
don't
told
want to
do
make
that.
a
You have a
big
good police
scene
department.
because
You have
I
good
can
police,
walk
but they're
in
not
there
allowed
with
to
a
do their
big
job.
damn
they're not allowed to
camera
do their
like
job.
a news reporter. I don't want to do that.
Remember that? They were told to leave the
But
precinct.
I'm
leave
gonna
it.
use
And
my
then they knocked
cell
the hell out of
phone
that
and,
precinct,
and
didn't they?
try to be as
Had a
discreet
great mayor,
about
great
it
mayor,
as I
great
can.
It's a real power.
Because everybody's so
Remember the Give Everman,
sensitive
Fiorello
today
LaGuardia.
about
Did you ever- I don't
everything,
think that
but they
happened
got
with him.
their head
New York.
down.
I don't
in
think
it.
it happened with Rudy
You know what I
Giuliani
mean?
did it, huh? What a great job Rudy did. You realize, you know,
But
Rudy's
I-
just now really being
I
appreciated.
want to
People
show
forgot how good
you
he was
what
as
the
a mayor.
hell's going
He was a
on
great mayor. Joe Biden called the peaceful protesters.
and how
He said
people
these are peaceful
talk to.
protesters.
So I'll
As
meet
opposed
people I know,
sending in
no
the National
doubt.
Guard. They didn't want the National
Oh,
Guard.
my,
Joe
nice
Biden
to
said
see
you shouldn't
how's
send the
everything
National Guard.
going.
And this went on day after
Are
day
you
after
still
day.
on air
I
traffic
pushed
controller?
and I got it approved. The National Guard went in. It ended within, what do you say, half hour?
So how's your mom?
It was about a half an hour. You wouldn't have Minneapolis. You better remember this when you go and vote, and your voting starts.
And that's all fine and good. I don't have any problem.
You'd be saying,
Agree.
do you remember when we had a city called Minneapolis?
It's like,
Do you remember? Used to be over there. It's
No.
all ashes now. That
listen
place
to
was
the
coming down.
preacher,
That was good. You didn't have anything. But wasn't that a beautiful
give
sight?
your
Look,
money,
all of a
and go
sudden,
home.
You saw one guy in a black uniform.
And then what?
On the street. Remember
Here's
that
what I'm
street?
gonna
Loaded up
say.
with CNN reporters.
Yeah.
Remember Ali Velshi? Shaved head.
So,
Nice hair. Shaved
what
head.
if you run
Some people
into
actually
an
do that. Shave the head, just
older
give it up. Yeah.
No, we didn't.
No, we polled it. I'd go down about 22 points.
These people
We
were
polled
known
it.
for
They want to poll
being
everything nowadays. I don't
in
believe in polls. They poll
Florida.
everything.
They've watched
But Ali
their
Velci, I don't know anything
children
about the guy, but I know he was
grow
standing there.
from very
This is really
young
quite a good scene. It's
to now
a friendly
teenagers.
protest. Everyone's acting, and
they
behind him,
have
the entire city was
part of
burning. It was
their
like block.
ministry
It's one of the
has
great
been,
pictures of all time.
I don't know
The entire
how
city was burning down.
why
That was
it
your
was
city.
us, but
And it's a shame it took so
you know,
long, but
I
the
mean,
governor
there've
finally
been
did it at
times
least, you
we've
know.
been in
And if you take a look at
need,
Portland,
and
the governor can't quite do it. She can't get there. I
every
speak to her all the time.
time
Come on, governor. I
we
can
thought
straighten
of
out
these
Portland. Give me
people.
less than an hour. Just let us have
I
it.
mean, these
you know, because
people
we have to
were
get.
older, by the
state has to
way.
ask
They
for it,
weren't
have to
just like
request.
50,
It's a shame. It's such
you
a
know,
shame.
55,
But in your case,
60.
we went,
We're
and all of a
talking
sudden,
about
it was
people
really that was
who
going to
have
be a bad
been
night too, right? Remember that about 7 o'clock?
since
Then
the
you see
kids have
this guy walk
known
out with about a
them,
$250,000
72
outfit on
and
this
older.
because it had more computers and this and that.
and they'll
Got the tear
come
gas
over
deal.
and they'll
He's got the
watch
whole
the
deal, pepper
kids.
spray, got everything. The finest
Not-
outfit you can buy.
not
Believe me, we
like
just paid for them, and they're
weekly
very
or
expensive.
daily
So we
by
see
any
one,
means,
the helmet.
but
How about the
no-
helmet
no
with the
problem.
goggles? And you can see at night, you can see at day, you can see whenever the hell
I
you
called him
want.
up and I said,
So there's one.
to
I
my
said, oh, there's only
friend,
one guy. Then you see another
call
3,
my
then 4.
Tom.
Then you see another 10.
I
They were just
gotta
getting out of the
take
buses,
my-
coming from
my
very friendly
wife
territory.
and I
And then you have a line.
how to get
And they were very
away.
tight together. There was no
Got
social
some
distancing at all. Which
misunderstanding.
we're gonna have to
I
speak to them
just,
about that. No, they were
is
touching.
there any
So
chance
they were touching, right? So you had the first line, then you had the second line, then you had the third line, then you had the
Susan.
And then they said march. I remember this guy Welchie, he got hit on the
without
knee
question.
with a canister of tear gas, and he went down.
Watch the kids
He went down.
before we got away.
My knee. Nobody cared.
The
These guys didn't. They moved him aside. And they just walked right through. It was like, it was the most beautiful thing. No, because after we take all that crap, for weeks and weeks, they would take this crap. And then you finally
You
see
might
them
have
get up
that,
there and
that kind of opportunity.
wasn't it really a beautiful sight?
Probably.
It's called Law and Order. Law and Order. Portland would be easier because it's more confined. We just go being, that would be it. But so they had 4 or 5 lines. Then they had lines of different. Everybody the same thing. Did they ever even move one step back? I don't think so.
Wonderfully
A slow walk right forward. They just started walking faster.
Can't you see it?
Put a lot of guys in jail, Tom, right? Put a lot of guys, great congressman, by the way. Put a lot of guys in jail.
No
Great,
friend
not good, great.
wants
They put a lot of guys in jail that
Give
night,
me
Tom.
great
That was the end of it. I don't think you had any problem. If you had any flare-ups, we'll send them in
taking a
again.
walk.
But that's all you do.
If
He's a
you act
Democrat,
like a
run disasters.
taking
Now,
a
here's
walk,
Look at Chicago.
consider me here.
Portland.
Here's a good.
I read the theory once.
Yeah,
By the
don't
way, they're
block
still trying to
this
get
guy,
rid of your
guys.
police
Let him.
Human
That's
way.
right. See, they never learn. They never learn. They don't look at us. Lumber. You got a
To
lot
the
of people.
access
I actually like these. You know, we have the arenas. We always fill them up. It's
voice.
great. And the arenas are good, but usually you have to travel like 45 minutes. This thing, you have a hangar. The plane becomes your backstop, right? It's like your curtain. You know, it's a curtain. You get a free curtain. We're outside, which actually makes people happy. And it even makes the people that sometimes not everybody here likes happy, because outside is better. You know, it's better. And we're rounding
The
things
guests
down on COVID, by the way.
don't
Everybody's
return
coming, a lot of
the
things. We're rounding the turn. We've done a great
obvious
job.
thing we
We've
do.
done a phenomenal job. We don't get credit for that, but we'll discuss
God
it.
is
When you look at it, when you look
serenity,
at it, our country
keeping the weakest of us
this
alive.
country. And we're not going to let radical left socialists slash communists take over our country.
If there was any.
You know, they use the word socialist, and socialists aren't great, but communists are a hell of a lot worse, and that's where it would be headed. And we're standing in the way of them, this group of people. But you have a lot of groups of people just like this. Every place we go. Last night, you know where we were. You saw that. It was all over the place, right? That's a big state. That's a great state. And then I see the fake polls. You know, I just saw a poll here. Minnesota down 9. I don't think so. I mean, I just don't think so. No, they said.
Go fuck yourself.
I don't think so.
We've been hearing
Right?
voices.
I don't think so. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
I read the theory
It's the craziest thing I've seen.
You know. You know where you
President Trump is down 9 in Minnesota.
There's the stories from tell us.
No, I just saw it in the plane. See the plane? The good thing about these beautiful Air Force One.
Got an
It's a
idiot
smaller
like
version of Air
this.
Force One. I think they had a little bit short
Probably
runway, so they
no.
took the smaller to save about $12. No, they took the smaller one. But the great thing about those beautiful planes, they have more televisions than any plane in history.
Get yourself
We have
looked at.
televisions in the closet, on the ceilings, on the floors. I've never seen them. We have them all over the place. And I'm just coming out, and they said, there he is. And they said it's a smattering of people. They call it a smattering.
When was your last contact?
They always do that. And yet Biden with the circles, right? The little circle. He's got like 4 people in a circle. You know why he does the circles? Because he can't draw a crowd. So they put a circle like he's supposed. He's trying to be legitimate, but you know he's going to go by the side. He always
tell
has
the
the side. You know
one
what the word science is? So they have these like 4 or 5 circles. They put people. That way he doesn't have to be embarrassed when he goes to a high school gymnasium.
And my
And he has like
you
40, 50
imagine I've gone
They had one not so
mad.
long ago.
down
You saw
to
this. He
ISIS
couldn't draw a
and
crowd. It was a big
Muslims.
thing. It was his opening or something. He couldn't draw a crowd. So they made it a round table. So he went in. They only had like 32 people. They said, this is very embarrassing. One of his people, and that's what they do. They're good. Some of the people surrounding him, they'll say anything and do anything. They said, let's not make it a speech. There's nobody here. Let's make it a round table. So these people are sitting at the table. They had no idea. Most of them didn't know anything about politics. They didn't even know why they were there. And now they're sitting on a round table and they're on television. But that's what it is.
You imagine
We had
I've
a
gone
smattering of people. We had a
mad.
smattering of about, what, 15,000 people in about 2 days' notice. And this doesn't include the 10,000 people, Mike, that they turned away. I haven't. You know, you think with an airport, you wouldn't have to turn anybody away, but they have a certain amount. Sometimes you have Democrats running an airport. And they don't like all these people here.
Indeed.
They don't like it. But if it were up to Biden, your state would be in ruins. And, you know, just take a look at what they've done. And I'm
That is the
you know, they make phony
very
commercials about me. And
complex.
it gives me the right, like, how about the worst one of all, worst I've ever seen? Standing on a grave.
There's really no
fallen
way
soldier.
I can be out of water.
And then they had some guy, a source said,
These
there's no
people
source, the
love
source
to
doesn't
do
exist.
this.
And they make it up. And then they take it, it's called disinformation.
Very
You're not supposed to do that. And I'm not even sure because he's too weak to understand. And he's too weak to control his people. But it allows me to say whatever I want about this guy. And the truth is, he's not fit to be your
Simply
president.
want
He's
to
not
tell
mentally
my story.
That is very true, and I
If Biden's elected, extremists like Representative Ilhan Omar.
Indeed.
Whatever happened to her? You had a great writer who has just made a living off writing about her. And she's done so many criminal acts. Isn't it damn disgraceful that she gets away with it? And I have to say to myself, I say, how the hell does she get away with that? And if we do one thing, look at General Flynn. He didn't even lie. They said he didn't lie, right? And he's gone through hell. He's gone through hell.
Indeed.
This guy wrote page after page of criminal acts. Well, let's see what happens.
So complicated.
But between her and how about AOC? AOC is running a campaign against the guy
I
who's supposed
take
to
it
be
I'm
Speaker,
talking
Joe
to
Brown.
Moses.
I knew him a little bit. I asked him once, I said,
in
are you
schools,
campaigning against this
they
maniac? He said,
very
no, she's just a young girl, no problem. I called him on election night.
profitable
I was
place
going
to
to.
be.
I take it I'm talking for Moses.
That didn't work. He was going to speak
At
Speaker of the
all.
House. He's got
In
a
fact,
secretary. But you know, all of a sudden she had no money, nothing. And all of a sudden she had $2 million. And she spent the $2 million all over the place. Her and her boyfriend. Whatever happened to her? Can you imagine if I do that? She spent the $2 million.
Understand
Look at that. She spent the $2 million.
Yes.
And big story, but that was it. There's one quick story. Probably the guy who wrote the story lost his job at the New York Times, right? He's now unemployed. But this is a big story. He spent $2 million on bullshit. Okay? And if a Republican did that, they'd be in jail. You know that. It's a different standard, and it's a disgrace. And our guys better get on the ball. Look, let me tell you. How about yesterday they were talking about Russia again. Here we go with Russia. There's never been anybody so tough on Russia. Remember Obama would send pillows.
Are you lying to me, boy?
I'm the one that exposed the pipeline with Germany.
Are you lying
Germany
to
pays
me,
them
boy?
billions and billions of dollars, and then we're supposed to protect Germany.
That is a very complex
It's all okay. I'm the one that exposed it. What I've done, hey, they don't want me to go. If you look, they don't want me to go. Russia doesn't want. Maybe North Korea does. I actually have a very good relationship with them. And you know, speaking of North Korea, and you know, it's okay to have a relationship. You don't have to go to wars. We don't have to lose our great soldiers. We don't have to.
Yes.
If I got along with Putin, somebody said, he gets along well with Putin. I'm saying to myself, but isn't that sort of a good thing?
Understand?
Is that bad? He gets along with Putin. That's a bad thing. But, you know, you saw the head of the FBI yesterday starting to go, Russia's looking at our election. Here we go again. Russia. I said, what about China? What about North Korea? What about Iran? What about... They don't mention anybody else. The narrative seems to be Russia. Millions of phone calls made, not one to Russia. Millions of phone calls received, not one to Russia. And he goes, Russia. Then they ask him about Antifa. What do you think about Antifa? Well, it's an ideology. I said, no, it's not ideology. It's a bunch of thugs and anarchists that are being funded by somebody, and find out who the somebody is.
And he says to me, we're cocky. He says,
it's unbelievable. Unbelievable when you look at this stuff. But seriously, take a look at the AOC. I call it AOC plus 3. You know,
we don't
people that she tells what to do. And $2 million.
Respond.
Dresses.
That we're
rent,
being rude.
Other things. You're not supposed to do that. Mr. Congressman, are you allowed to do that? Sir? You don't do that. You don't buy dresses. If he does, that's the end of his career, right?
15-year-old
No, but it's terrible, right, Don? It's terrible.
Talking to a
prosecute.
45-year-old
Why not? I don't understand it.
You practice witchcraft.
You know, one friend of mine, very sophisticated guy, very successful guy, called me. He said, from the day you came down the escalator with our great First Lady, future First Lady, said from that day, people love her.
I was expecting.
She gave a great speech at the Republican National Convention at the White House. She gave a great speech. But said from the day you came down the escalator with our First Lady, from the single day you've been under investigation. You've been under investigation by sleazebags. People that now we call cleaned up their phones. You're not allowed to do that, right, Mr. Congressman? My great hockey player, you're the greatest. You're not allowed to do that, you know? We want their phones. Oh, here they are. Oh, by the way, they happen to be totally deleted, like Hillary with the 33.
I read this theory once.
I think they should look at that. You know, even if they don't find them, and I do believe they're in the State Department, I do believe they're in the FBI, I do believe they're in the FBI, but even if you forget about them, you know, she said she had 33,000 emails, and the emails were for her yoga lessons. Now, you know, she's not big into yoga.
I got a few more kids.
If she is, she's not getting her money's worth.
I didn't realize we were talking.
Her yoga lessons. And her daughter's wedding, right? So it was about the wedding and the yoga lessons. I said, okay, let's give her 5 or 6 each. What do you think, Mike? 5 or 6 each. 5 for the wedding. Make it 30, make it 100, make it 1,000. 1,000 for the wedding. And for the yoga, let's give her 200. Okay. What about all those thousands and thousands? So forget it. Let's assume they got it. Deleted them. And her phones with a hammer. I get her phones. I never hit her with a hammer. Not even as president. I see her throw the phone away. No, I've never hit a phone. Has anybody ever gotten rid of your phone and taken a hammer and wiped the hell out of it? I don't think so. So she gets a subpoena from the U.S. Congress, not in a lawsuit against some guy that hates you and you're fighting or something. By the way, you do that, you got problems. Big problems. She gets a subpoena from Congress. U.S. subpoena, the most important subpoena you can get. They get the subpoena, and after she gets the subpoena, by a few days, everything is deleted.
And after I was accused of being a guy that was post, I used to wear those
Forget about what was on.
once in a while.
Now think of how angry it makes me when I see it.
And I wear not
You've been hearing voices.
No, how angry. Could you imagine if I do that? It's a whole different ballgame. No, how angry it makes me when I see it. And, we had an attorney general that didn't have a clue. That was my fault. I was loyal to somebody. He endorsed me early. You know why he endorsed me? Because I went to Mobile, Alabama. We had 55,000 people show up at the stadium. He said, I'd like to endorse you. And after we won, he said, I'd love to be attorney general. I said, no, I don't think so. But after 4 or 5 times asking, I'm a loyal person.
Constantly.
Have you been hearing voices?
And that's a kid that did go postal at the school or whatever the fuck you call it.
Maybe there's something they can do. So forget about looking for the emails, and they are available, and I guarantee they're in the State Department. I guarantee you they're in the State Department, that they ought to damn well find it protected in the State Department. But forget about that. Almost as good is the fact that you're not allowed to do what she did, and a lawyer should pay, Kendall should pay equal consequence. Equal. But that's the way it is, and but we are making a lot of progress. You see what's going on. I said to myself, I'm going to stay uninvolved. I don't have to. Chief law enforcement officer, can you believe it? But I think it's better if I stay uninvolved. And I have stayed uninvolved. And we do have an excellent attorney general, Bill Barr.
They're doing this on purpose.
And I'll be honest, he's a smart guy. I think he's getting tougher and tougher and tougher every day. I think he's not going to put up with this stuff. I don't think
You know
he's
what
got a
happens
lot of
when
people
you're
now.
Neanderthals?
Deep staters, whatever you want to call them. They fight him at every turn. They fight him. But he's getting tougher and tougher. I watched over the last 3 days. I'm saying, wow, that's sort of what we're all waiting for.
Taking a walk.
But she deletes her email. AOC gives her the $2 million. $2 million.
Everything in this world is magic.
Nothing happens. And then she goes around and calls us all like, what the hell are we? And she controls Nancy Pelosi.
You know
We'd
what?
love to get rid of her, I think, because Pelosi. How about Pelosi? How about that? How about Pelosi? Pelosi goes out and says, I think I have my hair done.
Bell rings.
So she goes out and she goes into this beauty parlor. I told the story in Wisconsin last night. By the way, we had a great crowd in Wisconsin.
We speak the right words.
You have a feeling about places. The problem with Minnesota
You
is that I think
practice
since
with
1972, this hasn't been won by a Republican. So, you're a little behind the 8 ball when you hear that. I can understand. And Wisconsin rarely, but I won Wisconsin, unlike Minnesota. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you. No, unlike Minnesota.
Yes.
But it's my fault.
You
So
practice
I
with
had one speech left.
You practice with
I went to Michigan. We won
You can't thank God.
We brought back so many auto companies in Michigan. We brought them back.
They
But I had
speak
one, they had
the
one,
right
it was already
words.
voting day. It was election
Yes.
day, because by the time I got
Yes.
there, it was just scheduled.
Yes.
And I made that one damn
Yes,
stop.
yes, yes, yes.
State, we would have won Minnesota. I lost by what, a half a point? Half a point! But I get off the plane and they said, he's in Minnesota, he's down 9. The recent poll, down 9.
One opportunity.
I believe it's a suppression poll. And you know, I'm good at
Because
that.
they got
Somebody said Trump has the greatest political instincts of the last 100 years. One of my enemies said that. And I said, no, I don't. I don't believe I do. And again, lousy political instincts. What am I going to say? Let me just say, they said that. And I was very impressed by the statement. I went to my wife and said, they say I have the greatest political instincts in over 100 years.
You practice witchcraft.
But I don't believe it. I don't want to be Beto. Remember Beto?
We
I was born to
speak
run
the
for president. That was the end of
right
history.
words.
Beto O'Rourke, who's in charge of guns. By the way, he's going to take your guns away. You know that, right? Biden. Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe's going to take your guns away. Remember Beto on the cover of a really crummy magazine? I won't mention the names. They got a lot of bad magazines out there. The good news is most of them are dying.
No.
If not all of them. But Beto O'Rourke, he did the
Just
story.
strayed a bit too far.
Defeat Ted
You
Cruz.
know where you are.
Ted beat him, and I helped a lot too. I was with Ted all the way.
Someday,
And I think
after
Ted
your
appreciated
progress,
it. But here, I even said, I'm putting Ted Cruz as one of the people.
because here's what's happening.
And you know why I did it?
Someday,
You know why I
after your
did it?
progress,
Because I wanted to make sure that I had somebody
we've
on the
been
list
hearing
of
voices.
unbelievable people.
Yes,
Unbelievable, the smartest, the best.
you know
Absolute
where you are.
creme de la creme.
No.
The best minds in the country. Conservative.
We've been hearing voices. Yes,
You know, little things like that. But I said, you know, I have to have somebody that we're going to make sure we get approved. And the only one I could think of is Ted, because he's going to get 50 Republican votes and he's going to get 50 Democrat votes. He'll do anything to get him out of the Senate.
They yes.
But I joke when I say that to Ted. But I say it all the time. Ted's the only man I know can get 100 votes from the Senate. Every single senator can vote for him. But he's a great guy, and he's a brilliant guy, and he's been great. He's been really great. I kid when I say that. But, you know, one of the things we've done that's so good is the Supreme Court. We have two Supreme Court justices. We will have, at the end of my term, approximately 300 federal judges, including...
You know where you are. They are sick and tired.
So anyway, but just to finish, there's no way that I'm 9 points down. I look at a crowd, so they say instinct, right? So I look at a crowd, and whether I have good instinct or not, this is not the crowd of somebody that's going to finish second in the state.
Tell me all about you.
Finish second to a guy that cannot put two sentences together. Now, it is an ideology. It doesn't matter. I could put that broken piece of wood right there. I could put that out.
My
It's the same thing as
story.
Joe. It's just an ideology.
I believe
It's just an
going to
idea.
be
Now,
that
historically,
generation.
we have
and
the biggest gap in
enough
enthusiasm of any campaign that they've ever polled. You heard
about
like 36 points. In other words, they've got no enthusiasm for him. I have tremendous enthusiasm, as we can tell. But he does have enthusiasm to beat Trump. His only enthusiasm is put anybody in.
What about the saddest thing
He
I
does
ever
have
saw?
enthusiasm to beat Trump. Nothing for him, but to beat Trump. Okay, but historically, that never wins. When somebody has to rely on winning because of somebody as opposed to winning because people love you, people respect you. And Sean Hannity did something the other night. He said, would you have this man, if you owned a McDonald's hamburger stand in a reasonably busy area, would you have Joe Biden running that stand? The answer is no. He doesn't have the energy.
Now, some people say
so he can't run the country. No, seriously, I thought it was good. I never thought of it. You wouldn't have him running your business. You wouldn't have him running a McDonald's. I have to say, or a Wendy's. I have a friend who owns Wendy's. He always gets a kid never mention Wendy's. Okay, Wendy's. But you know, you wouldn't do it because he couldn't do it. And yet he's running for the presidency. had no energy. I made a comment that somebody had low energy. That was the end of his political career. But Joe's energy is far lower. It's far lower. No, it's far lower. Jim was on the low side. But Joe is like, he's off the scales, right? Joe's got nothing going.
You see what a bold mind
to a union.
intelligent.
After spending 47 years giving their jobs to China and foreign countries, in exchange for campaign cash. How about you stay here? Hey, we talk about AOC.
$10,000 your title.
But we're talking about that. Look at Omar. She came in here to your brother. Is that right or not? That writer should be given the Pulitzer Prize. He never will. He should be. You know the amazing thing? All of these writers, New York Times, Washington Post, Russia, Trump, Russia.
I simply want to tell my
All
story.
British, all radical left, all Hillary Clinton people. Actually, never Trump or Bush. Okay? All Hillary Clinton people. Almost everyone. They were all Democrats. How about this? You're being investigated by 19 Democrats. Okay, smart people. So my friend says, you know,
You don't like this place very much, do you?
you've taken 3 years of
I had no idea
you know,
what
they got
I
over my taxes. They went over the biggest tax firm in the country.
Same as you were.
They spent $48 million. It comes out now. It's $48 million investigating me before I won and after I won. And we caught them spying on my campaign. That's what they were really doing. And now with the phones, I think there's like 22 or 24 people. You heard this one? They said, no. We made a mistake when we deleted our phone. You know what they had to do to make that mistake? Like 19 different formulas, right? I don't even know how you delete a phone. I didn't know you could do it. But they all made the exact same mistake. That's not good. That's not good. So let's see what happens to them. It's a criminal act. You know that, right? It's a criminal act. It's criminal. Weissman's a bad guy. He's put a lot of people in jail that shouldn't be in jail. He's a bad guy. He's on CNN all the time or MSNBC, which is, I call it MSDNC because it's the same thing.
They never.
Owned by a company called
Comcast.
With an N, not an M. Con, like Comcast.
I'd like to hear that.
They spend a fortune on public relations. Comcast delivered to you the news.
No friend once told
And they
me
spend a fortune on,
something
and then I go up and make one speech and I
gave
call
me
them
great
Comcast, and that's the end of the PR for the year. They are a bad group of people. They're sick. I mean, they're sick people. They're sick and evil people. And they want bad things for our country. And they don't report the news. You know, in the old days, when you
Bring yourself back online.
I keep saying,
Bring yourself back online.
whether it's ABC, whether it's NBC, CBS, or of course CNN, which is, I mean,
No.
it's one of the great jokes of all time, CNN. Or
We've been hearing
MSDNC. But
voices.
they're cable, so I
Yes.
guess there's a different standard. But when you're using
Do you
the
know
public
where you
airwaves,
are?
free,
No.
free, aren't you supposed to get a license? So I asked my people that. I asked a couple of guys.
Don't
I
forget.
didn't really get an answer. I just want to know a simple question. Do you have to report the truth when you
Your
use
mind
the
is a
and making a
walled
fortune with commercials and
garden.
everything else?
Even death cannot
They
touch
talk
the
for an hour.
fastest
But we're getting
growing
down to all of it.
matter.
A lot of progress has been made. I think you're starting to
Do you
see
know
we're
where
trying
you
to
are?
beat a terrible
No.
group
Bible,
of deep
read the
state
riot
people.
act. and
You
they
know,
tell
I
me
came
what
to
I do.
You
Washington.
practice
Think of it.
witchcraft.
Think of
in
it.
the
I
Bible.
came to Washington, and I had 24 years of people putting people in office. And then you could probably add another 4 to that, and another 4 to that. I had many, many years, decades of people putting it. So I came, never been to Washington, I guess 17 times. I never
They
stayed
speak
never
the
stayed
right
17 times.
word.
I tell the story. I was in Washington in my entire life, D.C., 17 times, never slept over, ever, not once.
Do you know what happened to the
All of a
Neanderthals?
sudden, I'm riding down
Yes.
Pennsylvania Avenue.
You practice witchcraft. Do you know where you are? No.
And I had about 400 motorcycles in front of me.
Do you know what
We're in
happened
a
to the
cavalcade of about
Neanderthals?
128 cars.
Yes.
Most of them having about
Do
Do you
15
know where
submachine
you
guns
are?
inside.
No.
There's more firepower than that. But
You practice
we're riding down here from
witchcraft.
Pennsylvania Avenue, and I look outside. There's police. I love our police. We gotta keep
Do you know what happens in the
But I had
Neanderthals?
everything. I had police.
Yes.
I had military. I had soldiers. I
You
had
speak
everything you
the
could possibly
right
had. You never seen so
words.
much
No.
power and strength and
You
beauty.
practice
They were so proud. They were
witchcraft.
saluting. They're so proud. They're
Yes.
happy to have gotten rid of that crowd that was there before us. They're proud. They're
No
great
friend
police. You know, every
once told me
single
something
police
that
force I think endorsed me. I got
gave
one
me
yesterday
great
from Chicago.
comfort.
They said, listen, Chicago endorsed me. New York's finest endorsed me.
We speak the right words.
Ohio.
Do you know where you are?
I don't know that he's gotten one vote. This younger generation is.
Do you know what happens in the Neanderthals? Have you been hearing voices? Yes. 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 Yes.
And then I get to the most
you
beautiful
know
house in
where
the
you
world.
are?
I can have Mar-a-Lago and all of them, but I'll tell you, the White House is still the White House, no matter how you do it. I get to this gorgeous, beautiful place, and I'm up at the incredible suite level.
Question.
And
I'm going to
there's
put this
Abraham
up on
Lincoln
the
Suite.
news unit. The
It's called the Lincoln
question is,
Bedroom. Remember,
have you been hearing voices?
Am I
going Yes.
They never changed, do they?
Yes.
Remember when Barbara Streisand? She's another beauty, by the way.
We speak the right words. Do you know where you are?
She was the only
No.
problem I had with her. But
Do you know what happens in the Neanderthals?
See, that's the other thing too. Why is it that conservatives
the history, the whole thing,
or Christians can't have
the Gettysburg
I read the theory once.
7 years ago.
As soon as a Christian has a sense of humor,
and also on his
Everything in this world is
magic.
questions,
And they say the only one that got worse press than I did was
social
Abraham Lincoln. Did anyone ever get
mores,
And I said, no way they got worse. Maybe he got bad, but no
become
way
the
he got worse.
terrorists, right?
Now people are starting to say, you know, it's
I
probably
read the
good.
theory once.
Now they're actually, they used to say, no, Newt Gingrich, great guy. He said, nope. Abraham Lincoln got the worst press. They were worse to him than anybody. He was a very depressed person. His wife was very depressed. It was a depressed kind of a thing. You know, he's in a war, he's in a revolution. And he was getting beaten a lot by Robert E. Lee. They want to rip the statue down all over the place. But
I read the theory
Robert E. Lee
once.
was whether you like him or not, whether you like statues or not, you know, they don't rip statues down anymore. Sign the law.
And they thought I was going to
10 years in jail.
Everything in this world is magic.
But Robert E. Lee won many battles in a row. And it was supposed to be over in one day. You know, it was supposed to end
Do you
immediately because the
remember
North
the
was too
man
powerful.
I
It just shows when you have leaders, when you have a great
Do you know where you
and
are?
Robert E. Lee, he would have won except for Gettysburg, and that was because
Do you know what happens in the Neanderthals? No.
never fight uphill.
Have you been hearing voices? Yes.
Stop them. But
You
we had no cell
practice
phones in that day.
witchcraft.
Congressman, no
You
cell
can't play
phones.
God.
They sent the horses to stop them, but it was too late. They fought uphill and they got
We
slaughtered.
speak the right words.
Says my daughter is
But
Generation
I hope you
Z.
appreciate
She disagrees
we had a
with
period of time
millennials.
when they were
She's
ripping
a
down
conservative
all the
Do you know where you are?
monuments. And I said to my people 4
Yes.
months ago, I said, this is crazy.
Yep.
You practice
They started
witchcraft.
ripping down Abraham
We
Lincoln. When they hit
speak
Lincoln,
the right words. You can't play God without quenching on the
they
devil.
even hit Gandhi.
I read the theory once.
Ripped out a statue.
Everything in
I
this
don't think you have
world
any
is
idea what they're doing. I
magic.
think they're just a bunch of thugs. Okay, you want
You
to know?
practice witchcraft.
But they were going to march on Washington and they were going to rip down
Everything
the
in this
statue of
world
Abraham
is
Lincoln.
magic.
That statue, and it was up very nicely up now. By the way, they can take him down.
No.
Go through Congress.
You can't play God
They
without
didn't want to do it that way.
quenching
And they were
on the
marching on
devil.
Washington, and I
You
There's laws
practice
about this.
witchcraft.
Now, in Congress,
I read the theory once. Everything in this world is magic. My father used to say that only boring people get bored.
And the old act said if you rip down a monument or a statue,
Tell me all about you today. The guests don't return for the
I said, bring that sucker up
obvious
immediately
things we do.
to the Oval Office because there are a lot of people coming to Washington. They were going to march on the Jefferson Memorial. Do you believe it? The Jefferson Memorial.
Just strayed a bit too far.
They were going to
You
march
know
on
where
the
you
Jefferson
are.
Memorial.
No.
Damage to our beautiful Jefferson.
You practice witchcraft. You speak the right words. You can't play God without the devil. Have you been hearing voices? Yes.
There's nothing you can do.
We speak the right words. You can't play God without the devil. You practice witchcraft. Have you been hearing voices? Everything in this world is magic.
He said, well, this is a very strong document. And we have Derek is here, one of my attorneys. He did a great job. I don't know where Derek is. Actually, he's heard this before, although not quite. You're getting a very unique speech tonight. I mean, unlike Joe, I haven't even looked at the teleprompter. This guy will... Move it up! Move it up! I can't... Move it up.
I'm sure you will.
I haven't looked at it. Poor teleprompter guy sitting there. What do we do? We're on line 2 of the teleprompter. He said, what do we do? No, unlike Joe, I have not looked at the teleprompter. Oh, that poor Joe. You know what's the worst part about him looking at the teleprompter? The worst part is that means that the fake news media is giving him the question.
My father used to say that only boring
like Donna
people get
Brazil, who was
bored.
brilliantly hired by Fox. Fox has changed a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, Donna Brazil, who was fired by CNN because she cheated and she gave
Just
crooked
strayed a bit too
questions
far.
to the debate.
That's what Rich.
Do you know what happens to the Neanderthals? No.
And I still won the debate.
You
She had
know
all the
where you
questions.
are. No.
How do you do that? Donna Brazil is, ladies and gentlemen. She's
Yes.
going to work for Fox. Oh, that's great.
You practice witchcraft. You speak the right words. You can't play God without Tell me all about you today.
But just to get back to the other, so I signed that wonderful executive order instituting this really
My father used
and it
to
says 10
say
years. It doesn't say, you know,
it's only boring
10 years.
people
Take
get
it
bored.
down to 3 weeks. It says 10 years. So these guys had just gotten there. I had a news conference because I had to let them know about it. Right? We've got many people in jail right now that from before. Nobody even talked about taking statutes. No, but I looked at the Andrew Jackson, right, with the ropes. And I'll tell you, the police did a great job. And Mark Meadows did a great job. He said charge. They charged, and they took these guys out. And they were fairly tough.
Taking walk.
DC police, they did a great job.
Taking
They were
walk.
watching, and they weren't able to do anything. Mark Meadows said charge. It was like from 200 years ago. It was crazy. They charged, and they beat the hell out of these guys. Or you wouldn't have,
Just strayed a bit
or you
too
wouldn't have
far.
that great statue on the horse.
Do you know where you
He was a
are?
great general, and he was a
No.
good president, at least a
You
good
practice witchcraft. You can't play God without being friends with the devil. We speak the right words.
He went to jail today. We had all the evidence we needed. Thank you for that. I want to thank you, fake news. Would called the fake news. We said, yeah, can we just have that, please? When they said no, we just said, we'll take it off TiVo. That's okay, don't worry. One of the greatest inventions in history, TiVo, better than television, because television
I
is
simply wanted to tell my story. Lord, I
and all of
had
a
to
sudden,
be
these same guys who
good.
were watching,
I simply wanted
nobody
to
showed
tell
up.
my
They're going to have 25,000
story.
people. They had 24 people. 5 of them were brought to prison. And the next day they said, well, we're going to save it for Saturday night. And Saturday night nobody showed up.
The
And
horror
nobody
of
showed
the
up
pain.
in 4 months to take down a statue. Because you know why? They
Understand?
look and they say, I want to take down that statue. I'm going to take down that statue. That statue's coming down. And then somebody says, you know, it's 10 years in jail. They go, that's too much. I'm getting out of here. So, 10 years is not acceptable, Mike, right? 10 years is a lot to rip down a statue. Have a little fun. Especially when they have no idea what they're
Get yourself
They have an
worked
idea
up.
what they're ripping down. They're ripping down, in many cases, greatness. They're ripping down our past.
Understand?
They're ripping down our history. And that's where these guys begin. They take away your history. You look at the Middle East, you look all over. Look what ISIS did. Look what all of them do. They go down and they rip, they go into regimes,
Understand?
and they everything, and they rip everything. They want to take away your past. They're not taking away the past.
Get yourself worked up.
Not as long as I'm here. What do you want me to go back on teleprompter? No. Okay, here's a question. My poor guy must be having a fit. He's over there. He's so good at this stuff. He's on line 3. He said, sir, should I just turn the sucker off? Would you rather go teleprompter or freelance? Freelance.
We don't have a.
Isn't it nice when you have the option, because you have this and you have the option to go on? See, Joe doesn't have the option. He doesn't have the option. But if Biden wins, China wins, and it's very simple. It's very simple. By contrast, I rescued the Minnesota Iron Range. You know,
Same as you.
just so you know, Biden, I call him Biden, it's too long to say Obama and Biden, so I just call him Biden. Because I don't care about, everyone said, oh no, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
Obama's now campaigning. Hey, he campaigned last time harder than me.
Understand?
Even though I want him to campaign because he brings out the base. He brings out our base.
You see what a
And I'm only
bold
here because of
mind
If
can
they were
come
a good president and vice president, I wouldn't be here. I had a very good life. I'm doing this because they did such a crummy job. I'm only here because of it. I could right now be having a very beautiful life of luxury, and here I am at the hangar in Minnesota with 15 or 20 or 25,000 and thousands of people that couldn't get in, and I'm working my ass off. I could be at home having a good
I
time.
used to
Wonderful.
be worried about it.
But the one thing I say this. But I say this, look, I could be home. So home was New York. I had to bail out because it was too crazy. Everything is falling apart. But home,
You imagine I've gone mad.
to our great New York.
You know,
Between a
I
governor
was,
and a mayor,
afraid
the
to
crime is through the roof. The corruption is
say
incredible.
so. You know,
It's a sad
about
thing
what
that's
I
happened
knew
to
I
New
was
York. Hopefully it'll come
talking
back by
about.
somebody will
But
go
for
in there
a
and do like
while,
Rudy.
you know, I
You know,
didn't think
when
I
Rudy
knew
took over, it
him.
was so
And
bad.
that was probably
And
good
they were
to-
looking for
to
somebody, and they
say,
thought he was the guy because he was a tough guy.
because I didn't
But
wanna
somebody has to
be
go in and clean it up. Somebody has to,
presumptuous
this
about
mayor
things,
let
you
go
know.
of $1 billion worth of police. He let go. He actually believed the
all
nonsense
that.
about defunding the
But,
police. And they're all going to do
now,
it. They're all going to do it. And your people are
when
going to do it.
you
And you really,
know
I'm being totally serious now. You've got to go out and you've got to vote for Trump. You got to
The
break the spell
Lord.
from 1972.
and at least know the truth of the scriptures when I know.
I mean, you saw Kenosha.
what
We
I
did
don't know
in
everything.
what we did for other places. You saw the Kenosha.
I could stand
that was
on
gone.
that stuff.
That was all gone. That place was gone. We sent in the troops.
Foundation.
It was incredible what we
worrying
did, and they did it on day 3. Day 3 is better than 2 weeks later, like
It
in
doesn't
Minneapolis,
matter.
right?
It doesn't matter.
But they did it, and we've done a great job. And the people of that great state, they understand it. And I just hope the people of your state, of Minnesota, understand it. Because we don't have too many more chances with this stuff. We really don't. We don't have the luxury of sitting back and saying, let's have 4 years of this maniac vice president that he who treated him worse than any other person. That's why I say the one person that he won't pick. My greatest things. The one person he won't pick is Kamala. Because she called him a racist. She tried to Me Too him. You know, he was Me Too. I've just been Me Too, darling. What does that mean? But they tried to Me Too him. And she was the one that brought it up. Remember Tara? She was the one that brought it up. And then he goes,
There's something else
I'd like you to pick, wait a minute, let me get her name here. How do you pronounce it? It's with a comma, like a comma, right? Like a comma. Remember, he couldn't pronounce her name. He was saying her name wrong, and she had to interrupt him. No, my name is Kamala, like comma. I remember that, like a comma. Or a right? H1N1. That's right, Joe. Remember that, Joe. H1N1. And how bad did he do in that, though? How about that? How bad did he do? So, now, but think of it. He's out there now today. It was pathetic. By the way, did you see the Anderson Cooper thing last night? You have to watch. I don't want to watch, but I have an obligation. You know, I'm competing against somebody. You don't want to compete and say, I'm not going to watch my competition.
I think it's only boring people
And he got through it. He made
don't feel bored.
Through this job,
The hosts are not kind.
He pulled it back. He was able to pull it back, but Anderson,
confident.
41 up.
You mustn't make
but last night he was
Alan's
there.
mistake.
Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Vice President. Are you enjoying the run? And compare that
Where I'm supposed to be.
I think it was great. I think it worked out great. I
They
call, you know what I call
already
it? Debate prep.
know.
I call that free debate prep. You know it's nasty.
Something they pulled in
I didn't
the
say, no, you gotta change the rules. No, give me the questions. I want to use a teleprompter to answer.
They here because they wanted to
Mr.
live
Vice President, I'd like to know your
who they
feeling on
could be.
nuclear warfare. And how does that
They already know who they are. You're welcome to join us if you like.
You can't have this as your president. I don't care. Forget about me. You can't do
Life
this.
itself.
The power, the importance and the power of this position.
Taking walk.
You can't do it. You know, I've learned a lot as president. One thing I learned is that President Xi.
You practice witchcraft in alive.
2 million men walking in front. Everybody's the same height. They're wearing
Mistakes and lying will.
He's standing there by himself.
Leave resurrect the dead. You practice witchcraft.
I had a great relationship.
I'm not saying we don't,
We made a great trade deal.
And we create life
I'm
itself.
just using this. I'm
sharp as you can.
We
sending this
practice
out
witchcraft.
to other people
North Korea, 100%. 100%.
with the hope that
And we
they'll
create
just
life
look at
itself.
their life a little bit and say, hey, you know,
You practice
I 2
witchcraft.
months ago, they broke into the
I'll never
demilitarized zone.
talk to them because
And they said, oh, he's going to attack. I said, no, he's not. Don't worry. I got to know him very well. We have a good relationship. People said, he has a good relationship with Kim Jong-un. That's terrible. I said, no, that's good.
But I
But
just
you
hope
remember?
they
There's going to be nuclear war. And I got along with him. Then they said, Trump made a terrible deal.
They get something.
He's
out
given
of
so
it,
much
you
to
know?
North Korea.
I mean, I'm gonna lean into
I was in
people,
like a semi-debate with this idiot.
even if they don't like me.
He's given a lot to North Korea. What did I give?
I mean, a drill instructor in the service.
Sanctions. You took away. No, I didn't. Actually, I increased the sanctions very substantially.
Calling them names and cussing at them.
Okay. So after about 4 days, I couldn't answer because I did nothing.
You son of a bitch.
I gave heart because I don't want to see people killed on their side either.
Faggot. That's all okay.
We'd win that. We'll win them all. We have the greatest weapons right now ever conceived by man. We've rebuilt our military to a level that nobody ever thought possible. Okay? Nobody ever thought possible. And then the fake news. And I said that a couple of weeks ago. Remember, I said, we have created the most powerful weapons.
You're not a Christian.
We have weapons that are so advanced that President Xi, everybody, we're the envy of the world. But they don't know quite what we have, but they know we have stuff that they never even heard of before. And some schmuck back there said, I think he's giving away classified information. No, all I'm doing is telling the world we have the most powerful weapons in the world. I'm not even saying what kind. You don't even want to know about it. And I never, God help us if we ever have to use it.
I'd rather
But we have the most powerful weapons ever conceived by man.
But I'll tell you something.
You know, they have the missile, the super duper, hypersonic. I go with the super duper. It goes 5 times faster than a normal missile.
I'm gonna do what I got.
We have one that goes much faster than that. But Russia got that information.
I won't always do it.
Russia stole that information. You knew that. You knew that. Russia got the information, then they built it. But we have now one that's much faster than that. That's like a slow missile. That's like considered a slow missile. But I said it was incredible. 2 weeks ago, I said we have the finest, the best, the most incredible, sadly the most deadly.
Not that I'm disrespecting people. I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna tell it like it is most of the time.
And they said,
Maybe
they went
that's,
crazy.
you know,
He's giving away classified. These people are sick. All I'm doing is saying that
even
we built
Paul
our military.
said something about that.
$2.5 trillion, all built in the USA. Every single ounce. We have fighter jets, F-35, that are so good you can't see it. And I went to see the program, and I met some of the pilots, and these guys are better looking than Tom Cruise.
If I could only...
They're tougher, they're stronger, they're bigger, they're more powerful, they're smarter. And I like Tom Cruise, by the way. I mean, you can't get much better than Top Gun, right?
Let me see you back.
I like Tom Cruise. But these guys are better looking than Tom. They
You
got
gotta
that
run right away.
crap under their eyes. They're smart. So I said, so Captain, let me ask you, how good is the F-35?
Do what you gotta do. See ya.
I said, how do you compare that with
Ladies and gentlemen,
you can't see it.
we have to finish the game.
We are so stealth. Now that doesn't mean in 3
We have
years
to
that it won't be
finish
obsolete.
the
That's
game.
what happens. That's the
We
problem
do
with that
one
business.
broadcast.
Come up with a new computer and 2 weeks later it's
If you
obsolete.
don't like this,
That's why I always like real estate.
Bridge, I'm gonna terminate this
But no,
one.
it's true. I wouldn't. Work. And
Martha?
start the next one because the last one is died. That's why I always talk about walls and wheels.
Martha?
When the
This is
Democrats
news unit on the YouTube video.
they're right about that. But they work. Remember that? All we had to go through in Congress. And that wall's going up. Think of that. We're building 10 miles a week. 10 miles a week of the top. All. And our numbers on the border are the best they've ever
Good
been.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're right about on the hour of 6
But we're building 10 miles of wall a week. We're up to about 330 miles. And we'll have it finished very soon. It's having a tremendous impact on drugs. It's having a
mean other
tremendous impact
people?
on
They're stuck here too. That's
trafficking in women. It's not even
listen to that audience.
They traffic in women. It's because of the internet. You know, you think of that as almost an ancient kind of crime.
And other people been stuck here too. We back the audience down just a little bit here and see if we're
They'll put 3 or 4 women
overmodulating.
in the back in the trunk of a car, and they'll go through the border. They can't do
You
it.
mean other people? Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 3,
To me, the
2, 1.
traffickers
This
are the
is
biggest
all
scum.
it's a siege track. It's
And thank heavens for ICE and thank heavens for Border Patrol because these people do a job that you don't want. I know Mike doesn't want it. Who would think be good at it? He'll do a commercial about it. That's what he'll do. Does he have the longest commercials?
Okay, this
I
is
say Mike
newsunit.com
Lindell. I say Mike, the
broadcasting
pillow man. I
live
say
on
Mike is the single greatest purchaser of
I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our
I want him to buy my commercials. I say, you know, we spent $20 million. I saw like 2 commercials. He spends $2 and he's got the whole day on Fox.
I think the game is
Let Mike buy our commercials. I don't know what the hell you do. Whatever it is, you better tell us. Greatest purchaser of commercials.
I think the game is
We have
trying
done
to
some
tell us
But I watched Biden today talking about
big
if only Trump
dummy.
moved 1 week sooner. 1 week. So let's go. Ready? So you know he was against the ban, right? Because he didn't think we had a problem. So he was against the ban. He didn't know that China was heavily infected. He doesn't even know what China is.
Who are you? Public opinion.
But he was against the ban. These guys write stuff out for him and he tries to read it.
Student
Doesn't-
activists.
So he was against it.
I think the
But
game
now
is
his new
trying
thing is,
to tell us.
if only I moved
think
1
the
week
game
earlier,
is
but I was
trying to tell
healthy.
us to keep our health on America.
I had
with all the
nice
other
guy.
oaths of office. I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health.
No, you don't have to do that, right? Tom knows that very
All
well.
these
You don't have to do that, sir.
Patriots
You don't have to
that
do
have
that.
left
You don't have to do that at all.
Money
And,
the Fed
you know,
getting
one of those
back
things,
to
I was
the
very early, and I banned, and everybody admits that had I not
country,
banned highly infected
and now have
Wuhan
embraced
province, right?
the New
Highly
World
infected,
Order,
we would have had
Bitcoin,
hundreds of thousands of more
blockchain,
deaths.
and all the rest
And then you
of
had the chart. I put it up yesterday. I'm doing these
leading
news
us
conferences. We're
into
finally
the
getting the word across
promised
that we
land
we're doing news conferences
of
now
the
every
New
day.
World Order.
You know, even if they last highly, I call them the highly rated. And I go
Pave
before
the
these
way
crazy people. They're screaming at, screaming.
directly into
Not the way they treat
hands
Sleepy
of
Joe.
the man
He'd melt. If they ever did a number, this guy would be there. He'd be laying on the floor crying. Get me out of here.
That is the
Where's my wife?
Bible
Get me out of here, please, darling.
and it
They're so
shall be
nasty to me today. What
fulfilled
happened?
anyway.
We go through it every single day. But
Let's
you think
take a
about
look
it,
at that.
he said,
Yes,
if only
yes,
Trump moved
that you
faster.
have to understand.
But he's the one that 2 months later called me xenophobic.
Other things
And
are
he
all
called me
happening
racist because I was banning China,
Might be.
which was heavily
We just
infected.
gotta stick
And then he
together.
said, don't ban Europe.
We do
Well, I
that, we
looked at
can win. I
Italy,
know we
big
can.
problem. I love it, Italy. I love the people.
I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health. That I say, even so, come Lord Jesus.
And we're doing great.
We
We're
just
round
gotta
with or
stick
without,
together,
with,
right?
with this better.
We
But
do
with or
that, we
without,
can
we're rounding
win.
that
I
corner.
know we
And
can.
we're rounding
The
it fast, and they don't want to
kingdom
give us any
of
credit because they
God.
want to
I
keep
think
this
the
out.
game is trying to tell us to keep
And
our
on November
health.
4th, the press will probably say, let's say something stupid happened.
Now, you
The
might
press
do
will
an
say,
American.
I got to admit, he did a damn good job. Right?
Like it
No,
or
no.
not.
And the other clown will be in office.
You
You know, we did a thing called price transparency. I signed it. It's effective as a very complicated.
We
It's on your
need
medical.
to find the
And we did
missing
price
piece.
transparency. It's the biggest thing. It's bigger than healthcare. Where do you see?
Let me
Prices,
see
you can go down to
that.
hospitals. You can price operations. You can price everything. It's a massive thing. The man who did it. So it's and I took a lot of heat. And I'm doing favored nations drugs, meaning whatever the
I
lowest in
think
the world
he's
is.
an NPC.
That's the good news. The bad news is the drug companies, the doctors, everybody's angry at me. Actually, under price transparency, the good hospitals and the good doctors benefit
I
tremendously.
think he's an
But the bad ones don't.
NPC.
And you have price transparency. And it goes into effect on January 1st. Could you imagine if this sleepy guy gets in and they say like February, March, April, something. They say, unbelievable what happened.
Right
The
now.
prices, it's dropping like crazy.
You're
It's just-
moving around now.
and they'll say, what a job he's doing as president, and I'm the one that
Conditions
said
are
it. I said, could you
threatening.
put it into effect, but
They are
statutorily,
very threatening.
it
It's
has
like
to mature.
It's like a severe
So
weather
the earliest I could get is
bulletin
January 1st.
radio that
It's
I
like
come up.
it's like crazy. You know another one?
This
I'll give you another
is
one.
one of the news
I'll give you
unit
another one.
information
So Air Force One, so that's the
bulletins, and I
757.
broadcast
We have a
live
747,
now
which is
all
the
the
big Air Force
time
One. I think they just disrespected
We're in the
people
game.
of Minnesota today. They gave us the little.
because
No, actually, it's because of the runway. In fact, when we landed, you know what they said? They said, "Sir, we have a very short runway. Could you please hold on?" I said, "I trust these pilots." By the way, these pilots are the best pilots. When you fly the President of the United States,
I think
look at him, he's waving from the window. When you fly the President of the United States, you are the best flyer. They take the best Air Force guys. They take the best Marines in the helicopters, Marine One. But when you're flying these planes, you can land that sucker. You have no problem. There's no mishits. There's no let's go around. I can't
Get
quite
on
make
my
it.
back!
These guys are phenomenal. You got to see what they look like. You know, everyone's in perfect shape. I look at them, central casting, everyone.
I don't want to do this!
But I'll tell you a little story. So Air Force One is a very old plane, but it's an old 747.
Okay, and I'm allergic to almost
Other people didn't want to do it, but it was time to get a new one.
like it or not.
Hawaii it's actually two planes, okay? They get two.
Get on my back!
Hell of a way to travel. You know, one's not working
This
perfectly.
thing
the other
really...
one.
We need to find the missing
But they get two. So Air Force One, they negotiated a price.
I think he's an
And
NPC,
they had it down for
a
5.7
non-player
billion.
character. Anything we ask him, he'll think we
And that's okay.
Yeah.
But no
Fuck
administration,
into the
Obama,
game.
Bush, they didn't want to do it because it sounds luxury. But at some point, you got to buy
I
a
think the
plane.
game is trying
And
to
these
tell us to
Arab
keep our
countries
health.
would have their beautiful 747, 800s, 900s pour in, and they were gorgeous.
We're in
and
the
believe it or
game.
not, the new plane
Okay,
is
we're in the game. 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 We have to finish the game. We need to find the missing. We're not friends because I'm not cool enough to hang out with you. So you pretend with my thing to go to the game and your homework. That's a
5.7 billion.
But we have these
It's very technical. It's very, you know, there's a lot of stuff. I won't talk about it because I don't want to give away any classified information.
We have these
Just trust me, it's the
peeping,
most sophisticated
muttering
sucker you've ever seen in your
wizards.
life. Okay?
Peeping and muttering
Think of getting into a
wizards.
plane
I'm
that
gonna
costs 5.7 billion,
include
right?
stuttering
But it's the most sophisticated, two planes.
wizards.
So I said,
not
how much is
good
it?
to
5.7.
that
A general came in,
list.
an Air Force general, great guy,
So we have
handsome guy. We're all so
peeping,
good looking, these people. I said,
we
so
have
General, what are we paying?
muttering.
What's the price? Sir, it's
we have
$5.7
stuttering.
million,
We need
and
to
we're ready to
find
go.
the
Sir, could you
missing
sign it?
piece.
Sounds like a lot of money to me, General. 5.7 million for
They
two
love
airplanes.
doing that.
Can't we get a better price? No, sir. This was negotiated by the Obama
Hello.
administration. The Obama administration. This was negotiated, sir, by Barack Hussein
Doesn't
Obama.
seem like the most
And I said,
pressing
"Oh, that's
concern at this
Sounds
moment.
very high. So here's what I'm going to do. Tell Boeing we're not taking the plane. We have no interest in it. It's too much.
These sons of bitches.
This is, by the way, this is one of many stories. Isn't this better than going and saying I saved your iron range? And I said, but please remember I did this too. And I can do away with this stuff. But I did this too.
That's the news.
I did this too. Please remember that because, you know, I have all this list of
Peeping,
incredible things I've done
muttering,
for
and
Minnesota. I won't even touch it because,
stuttering
frankly, I'm tired of repeating what I've done for all these different states.
Exactly.
I mean, I did all this stuff and then I hear I'm 9 down. I don't believe it, by the way. Suppression. So I said to the general, I said, General, 5.7 billion, not me, billion. That sounds very high to me, General. I bought a lot of planes in my life and a lot of hell about it. How could it be 5? Sir, that's the best price they can get. We only have one day to...
Bunch of wizards.
I said, cancel it, General. Cancel the order. We signed it. Yes, sir. I said, do you have the right to cancel? Yes, sir, I do.
Peep and mutter.
Negotiated a great deal. I said, oh, good. Cancel. Yes, sir. I'm pleased to tell you something, sir. We have a breakup fee.
In the back.
We made a great deal, sir.
It's very important.
I said, you did? Oh, you have a breakup fee. You mean you can't just cancel it for nothing? You can cancel it. You don't have to pay a breakup fee. I know about breakup fees. No, sir, we have a breakup fee. Okay, how much is it? Sir, we can break it up for $250 million. I said, wait a minute.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me that you cancel it cost $250 million? In other words, you give me $250 million.
Yes, that's it.
I said, General, don't cancel the order. Just tell him I'm very unhappy. Right?
Other peeping and muttering wizards
He may be the next governor. You know, Mike Liddell, maybe you should run. You should run.
Kinda.
He is my complete and total endorsement. You should run. You'd be a hell of a governor. At least you know one thing. Minnesota would be well promoted.
Yes, guys, I'm telling you.
Minnesota, Mike, run for governor, please. So he says $250 million. It's $250. Sir, I'm so proud of that. I said, you may be proud of it or not. So I said, General, don't give them notice because I don't want to write a check for $250 million.
It works. Stuttering. Good point.
So tell them you're really unhappy. We're not going to make the deal. We just do it.
Very important.
Yes, sir.
Kinda.
Spoke to the head of Boeing,
Yes, guys, I'm telling
He's
you.
also stuttering.
Yes, that's it.
Early on, before the problems that they had. But he is. He's a high quality guy. And I said to him, Dennis, we have to start it with a. Got to have a 3 on the front of it. What do I know? I just
Kinda
5.7. Let me do something with
Yes,
it.
guys.
He said, no, I can bring it down to 5.5 billion. So I said, well, that's not bad. I saved $200 million in about a minute and a half.
Muttering and
But it's not good enough. I said, no, we got to really think about canceling it. And I can't go to Airbus, which is made in Europe. You know, it's so hard. I got to go to the competitor. I can't say I'm going to buy the Air Force One from a European company. That doesn't work too well.
Oh my God.
So I just said my only option was to say, look, I just don't want it. Just put it aside. Put it aside. He calls me up a few days later. But we can do a little bit better than that. I said, Dennis, has to have a 3 in front of it, Dennis.
Oh my God.
Gotta have a 3, you know, like a 3. 3 anything, but gotta have a 3 in
Tell
front.
you that
So he
all
said, no. After 1
God,
month, we
this
signed a
is
contract
all
for $3.9 million.
Oh my God. Yes, guys.
Same
I'm
exact.
telling you.
Actually, slightly better. We got an extra check.
All of these.
And then Boeing came to me, and I know how to
hair.
I love to negotiate. Got that from my father.
We're in the game.
And I love to negotiate. So they came to me, sir, we can put an extra stairway. This is the big 747. Remember, this is a big, much bigger than the old 747. Sir, it gets very windy up there. I noticed that your hair's blowing.
We're not friends because I'm not cool enough.
But we can buy a stairwell for the plane.
Pretended not to even
and
know
it comes under, it's like a corkscrew right at the
you
bottom of the
needed
plane.
me to
You're
do
very
your
high.
homework because you couldn't do
And it opens up.
all the rest.
And you'll, if it's raining or windy, you're covered, sir, because it's under the plane. You're totally sheltered. I said, that sounds great. So it's a corkscrew stairway. I said, how much is that, General? 50. I said, 50. What a deal. So for $50,000, I can get a stairway? No, sir. $50 million. I said, forget about the stairwell. Forget it. So he said 50. I really thought he meant $50,000. So these are just some little stories. I guess I must like Minnesota.
0 to over 25,000 miles per hour. 3 Gs of force. Technology that cushioned NASA astronauts.
Did you
is
get
in
your
every
money's worth tonight?
Tempur-Pedic mattress.
Did
A
you
cradling
is anybody
conforming
having a
material
bad
that will
time?
constantly evolving for
Did
head
you get
clearing,
your
body
money's worth?
restoring
Because you've
sleep.
heard the other one. We've done this, and we've cut your taxes, and we built up the military bigger and better. And we're the #1 in history in regulation cuts, which is the biggest thing. And the judges, which we've done at a level like nobody's ever done. Everything we've done. Nobody has done more in 3.5 years. No administration. 3.5, those first 3.5 years, nobody even comes close. And you know, it's a funny thing. I say it all the time. I've been saying it for a long time. And the fake news, nobody even questions me about it. And you know, if I was wrong, they would, but they can't question me because when you see right to try, we took care of our vets. We just got a 91% approval rating from the vets. 91, it's never happened before. We got choice approved. We got accountability approved. Drugs are way down. We got a little setback with this whole situation where, you know, these shutdowns caused a lot of problems with drugs, a lot of everything, but drugs were way down. We had our best year in the history of our country last year, and we're going to have the best year. We're going to have a better year coming up. That's why you have an obligation to vote for the guy that got you there. And remember this, and I really appreciate this. Thank you. But I appreciate this because 9 Democrat mayors of cities in the Iron Range, you know that, have endorsed me over Sleepy Joe. What do you like better, Sleepy Joe or Slow Joe? What's better? Let's do a poll. We do a poll. We do a poll. I do free polls. You know, these polls are all, they charge you a fortune for this stuff. They interviewed 3 people, and, you know, then they charge you $1 million. We interviewed 233 people. I got thousands of people there. Let's do a free. What do you like better as a nickname? Slow Joe or Sleepy Joe? So let's go. Wait, Slow Joe first. Okay? So just scream if you like it. So you have a choice. Slow Joe. They're both very appropriate. Slow Joe or Sleepy Joe. Ready? Slow Joe. I think we're going to have a winner. Sleepy Joe. No, a lot of people say I'm too nice at Sleepy Joe, that I'm actually being too nice. I don't know. He's a sleepy guy. But Biden is going to shut down your Iron Range. Remember, it wasn't just the tariffs that put on your competitors that were dumping iron ore and steel and everything else in our country like it was garbage, okay? And it was garbage steel, too. It was all sand-based.
Where'd my daddy go?
When you think of it, they wrote it out. It was, you didn't have environmentally the right. You know, somebody said, oh, well, he got a bid because he was good with negotiating with these other countries. It wasn't that. I opened it up. I signed an order. I signed an executive order because Obama took your Iron Range and Biden took your Iron Range away. And I'll never forget, the day I did it and Tom was there, a man, I don't know who he is, he's probably in this man.
Where's
But he came up to me and he was a rough guy. And he never cried in his life, including at childbirth. He didn't cry at childbirth. But he was crying. And he said, sir, you gave our life back to us because Obama took our heart out. When he back. Said you gave our heart
only thing I want is my daddy's
So I just want to thank those cities. I mean, you know, when a Democrat mayor, we have now a lot of them, now we have additional. So these are Democrat politicians.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
We're finding that all over the country. Democrats for Trump. Politicians that got elected as Democrats, I don't think they changed their party affiliation, but they endorsed Trump.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my
Larry Cuffey is here. Larry Cuffey. Where's Larry? Where is he? Where? Larry, how are you? Why did you do that? That's so nice. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
Because you're the best candidate we could ever. I love this guy. Said you're the best candidate we could ever hope for. Larry. Thank you, Larry. That's beautiful. I appreciate it. We'll do a good job. We're not going to let you down. We're doing a good job up there. Dig we must, right?
Daddy said he'd pick me up.
No, he signed an executive order shutting it down. Just shutting it down. And I hear it's got the best iron ore anywhere in the world. That's what I hear. The quality is the best. And it's like an unlimited amount. You know what I'm talking about? This is a massive operation with thousands of people and everything else. And for me, it was very easy. Andrea, so constant. Where's Andrea? Thank you very much.
Daddy, don't keep his word.
That's great. I appreciate it very much. You're all friends, I guess. Chris Freeland. Where's Chris?
I thought I was daddy's girl. And the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. Kathy Brand not going to let you down. You know that. We're open.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
He said he's going to love.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
Not going to fight. On stage with all these crazy people. They don't want any energy. They think everything's going to run by wind, which costs
Mama,
a fortune, about 20 times more than what.
Daddy didn't call today.
But think of it. All of these people.
Mama,
they say, what about fracking? Fracking is the
to wish us happy holiday.
So they all said, no, we're all against, everyone's against fracking. What about you? Yes, I'm against it too. Now he's against it for months.
You think Daddy misses me?
But he's sort of grandfathering it. You know, well, I like to grandfather fracking. If I'm a fracker, I don't want to be
Christmas tree.
I want to have it. We're not.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
Always go with that.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
We had crowds.
Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love. Yeah, the only thing I want is my daddy's love.
Million barrels. Still paying very low gasoline prices at the pump, but we saved 10 million jobs. You know? But I'm in Texas, and let me tell you, Texas appreciated because that industry was in deep trouble. Because all of a sudden, with the pandemic, there was no demand. There was nobody driving. There was no demand. Nobody ever saw anything like it. So I'm in Texas, and I said to the crowd, it was a great crowd, and we must have had 100,000 people on the road, on the highways and roadways waving, and they had the most beautiful Trump flags. I wanted to stop.
What's up, all? Nick here with TACform. If you're watching this video, I imagine you're one of three types of people. One, you're in the market for a mount, and you're trying to get a handle on what's out there and what you need to be looking for.
That's why he did such a great. He worked 20.
You already have a phone mount on your bike, but you're not satisfied with its performance, quality, or appearance on your bike.
Not the 24.
Or number three, you're having a midlife crisis and want to get a motorcycle. We want to give you a quick roundup on the 5 reasons why our TACform Enduro Series motorcycle mounts are outperforming every other mount on the market. I'll also show you what to look for when purchasing one for your bike. Reason number 1, durability is important to us, and our lifetime warranty proves that. It has an
and here's a guy that said I made a mistake when I banned China.
Our ball connection is
not
not rubber, it's CNC machined and put through a special hardening process to make sure you get a rock solid hold along with quick and easy adjustment and repositioning. It will continue to perform throughout the life of your motorcycle, your phone, your next motorcycle, and your next phone. It blew my mind that another motorcycle mount manufacturer had a listing on Amazon selling replacement parts for their own mount, and it had close to 200 reviews. It's like a roofing company selling buckets when their roof starts leaking. This mount is by far the most durable on the market, and we're going to prove it. We're going to do something pretty sick. We're going to take this 16-pound bowling ball and drop it.
I remember a certain man on television that didn't like me.
All right, here we go, guys. I've tried this a few times.
They put together the greatest field ever assembled.
So let's do this.
The Republicans, remember? 17 plus me. They put together the greatest field of talent ever assembled. I hear Trump wants to come in.
Now,
well, he's not going to do it.
Reposition this.
Number 2, if he does, he's just
still
doing
locked
it for
into
fun.
place.
And he'll be out by September, and then
still has a rock solid hold on the phone. Reason number 2, looks are important to us. We pay very close attention to detail in our finishing process. Our cradle is extruded aluminum and then finished off via
ever assembled for one party. The greatest talent he's ever seen. And then I did it. And just week after week, 1 out, 2 out, 3 out, 4 out. And then we've done changes. Oh, he said he can't do it because he doesn't have any experience, but I actually do on the other side. I contributed to politics. I always found it very interesting. So in a certain way, I had a lot of experience, probably. Maybe I had too much experience. That's why I can tell you about AOC. Check out the $2 million, please. Check it out. Check it out. Check out Omar. Check out Omar. Get to that great writer. He should get, so the New York
every night the sun goes down.
All these
I hate it because you're not around.
People, and they all got it wrong.
I ask you why you have to go.
Russia. We give the Pulitzer Prize.
Somebody's gotta work, you know.
I want your names. But we give the Pulitzer
Pack
Prize
my bags
to the
and
New
we
York
head
Times.
out.
We give the Pulitzer
Then
Prize.
you take me to grandma's
to the Washington
house.
Post.
Drop me off and tuck me in.
I have to be honest with you. Very busy.
I ask when you'll be home again.
I go at the Amazon.
Now I say, no mama, please don't go.
He uses that as the sloppy.
Turn up and leave me all alone.
He gets grabbed and other people wouldn't get.
Cause you don't get home till 5 or 6. We mama works the graveyard shift. Now I say, oh no mama, please don't
They really
go.
got it right. They all got it wrong. Totally wrong.
Don't up and leave me all alone. Cause you don't get home till 5 or 6.
You should ask for those prices.
When mama works the graveyard shift. Then when I get out of school,
After 3 years, there is no
I see your
collusion.
car and run to you.
They're going to say 48 million.
You ask me all about my day.
They got the Pulitzer, and then you
It
take
feels
guys.
so good to see your face. Then I have you for some time. You're here for me, you're only mine. But I know it won't be for long. You're here today, tonight you're gone. Now I say, oh no mama, please don't go. Don't up and leave me all alone.
I would say Sean Hannah.
Cause you don't get home till 5 or 6.
Tucker and all
When
that.
mama works the graveyard shift. Now I say, oh no mama, please don't go.
These are all people that got it right.
Don't up and leave me all alone.
But these guys all got it right.
Cause you don't get home till 5 or
All
6.
they did is get a lot of money because they're very sincere.
When mama works the graveyard shift.
But they should give the prize to the people that got it right, and they should withdraw it from all of those writers, many of
Oh
whom.
no mama, please don't go. Don't up and leave me all alone. Cause you don't get home till 5 or 6. When mama works the graveyard shift. Now I say, oh no mama, please don't go. Don't up and leave me all alone. Cause you don't get home till 5 or 6.
I'm going to introduce you right at the beginning.
When mama works the graveyard shift.
They've been waiting now for an hour and 20 minutes. Come on up, but just walk to the end. Shake their hand. Everybody sign a slip that you're voting for them, please. They've got no problem. But you have members of Congress here, Jim Hagedorn, Tom Emmer, Pete Stauber, great hockey player. And hopefully your next U.S. Senator, who's a man who's done a fantastic job, run a great campaign, Jason Lewis. And a candidate for Congress, Michelle Fishbeck, who's supposed to be fantastic. And Michelle has my complete and total endorsement. But
Mama's
Jason, you're
going
a-
out tonight, cause she ain't got a man. Papa left us all
By the way, Jason's
alone,
fantastic.
and we can't
He's doing a fantastic-
understand.
Where's Michelle? Is she doing
Mama goes out every week, she does the best she could.
Oh, she's a
But
warrior.
seem
I
like
can
all
tell.
the men she meets ain't never very good. You can go out to the bar and that's fine, but it ain't no place for a mama like mine. You should think twice about the things that you do, cause it ain't no place for a mama
Just in
like you.
conclusion, I want to say that over the next 4 years,
Mama wears the nicest clothes and gets all good. See the says she's gotta look her best so she can fall in love. But every time
make
she
our medical
meets a man,
supplies right
it
here
doesn't
at the
last too long. Seem like they always break her heart. They always do wrong. You can go out to the bar and that's fine, but it ain't no place for a mama like mine. You should think twice about the things that you do, cause it ain't no place for a mama like you.
they took away the incentive, all of the taxes, and they took away They took it away. And then people automatically vote. You know, it's like a habit. Well, I vote for the Democrat. Right? We broke up the Iran deal, right? And then they vote for a Democrat. It's out of habit, but I think the habits we're breaking those
0
habits.
to over 25,000 miles per hour, 3 Gs of force. Technology that cushioned NASA astronauts is in every Tempur-Pedic mattress. A cradling, conforming material that we're constantly evolving for head clearing, body restoring sleep.
But we'll hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and we will ban deadly sanctuary cities, which are a disaster.
All you need to launch a cult scapegoat.
We'll appoint tough
An
on
ability
crime
to skate,
prosecutors.
or at least look like
We
you
will
can.
nominate judges and
Squarespace
justices who
online
interpret
store.
the Constitution as written.
Vibes, more vibes. Oh,
We
hello.
will ensure equal justice
But really,
for
as long as you have a
citizens of every
logo
race,
that looks good
color,
on literally
religion,
everything,
and creed. We will
and an
defend
email
the
newsletter
dignity of
for
work
every hot
and
new
the
drop,
sanctity of life.
you're set.
And that's why the Supreme Court is so important. The next president will get 1, 2, 3, or 4 Supreme Court justices. I had to. Many presidents have had none. They've had none because they're there for a long time. They tend to be appointed young. They're there for a long time. But the next one will have anywhere from 1 to 4.
My darling daughter, I just want you to know that you're beautiful. I love you in every way. I just want to say, hope you know I'm so proud of you. Watching you grow up so strong without me must have been hard.
Because if you don't get it right, we will not have a country anymore. You're not going to have a country, not as we know it. You won't have a country anymore.
I see you found someone,
free speech,
someone you
and the
love.
right to keep
I can
in
tell
their
by the
arms.
way that you look at him. Please take your time.
We will
I
strike
want you to
down terrorists who
find that
threaten
he
our
ain't
citizens,
what you
and
thought
we
he
will keep
was.
America out of these
Find you
ridiculous,
someone
horrible,
who does
endless
more
foreign wars.
than I do. Someone who's good.
We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength. That's what we have.
'Cause love, darling, love
what I told you
doesn't
about
always
those
last
weapons? We don't want to
long.
use ever. We don't want to use those weapons. We will end surprise medical billing.
Day he's
Require
here, then the
price
next day he's
transparency.
gone.
He doesn't even have to do anything.
Please take it from me, baby girl. I should know.
He won't even know what transparency is.
Do the best that you
Further reduce health
can.
insurance
Take it
premiums,
slow.
the cost of
Don't
prescriptions.
give in.
We will strongly protect
Girl,
Medicare
be
and
as
Social
strong as an ox, be as
always
sharp as a
protect
fox,
patients
be
with
as coy
pre-existing
as a kitten. If he loves you a lot, then you'll wait for your baby.
America will
Yeah, wait
land
for
the
your
first woman on the
baby.
moon, and the United States will
If
be
the
the first
pressure is
nation to
on,
land
cause you
an
think that he's
astronaut
gone,
on Mars.
cause he don't wanna wait. Tell the fool, move along, make him wait for your
We brought
baby.
NASA back. NASA, when I got in,
Make him wait for your baby.
grass was growing through the cracks of the runway.
'Cause love,
It was over.
darling, love doesn't always last long.
Space Center in the entire world by a factor of 5.
One day he's
We
here,
will stop
and the next day he's
the
gone.
radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic
Please
education to our
take it from me, baby girl. I should know.
We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag.
Cause if he don't wanna wait,
we will
he
live by the
don't love you
timeless
at all.
words of our
If he
nation.
cares for your girl, then
we
he'll
trust.
wait for your call. And he'll wait through the spring, and he'll
the
wait through the
Democrat
fall.
National
He'll keep
Convention
waiting
pledged
and
allegiance
waiting
at a
and waiting
Two
on
of them
you
not one.
till you're ready.
The first one, I said, oh, they must have made a mistake.
So girl, be as strong as an ox, be as sharp as a fox, be as coy as a kitten. If he loves you a lot, then you wait for your baby. Yeah, you wait for your baby. When the pressure is on, cause you think that he's gone, cause he don't wanna wait. Tell the fool, move along, make him wait for your baby.
I don't think they're going to do too well in Minnesota.
Make him wait for your baby. Cause
No,
love,
but can you imagine you're campaigning?
love doesn't always
Doesn't
last
play too well, but
long.
can you imagine you're in Texas and you have a guy say, no oil,
One
no God,
day he's here,
no guns.
then the
Oh, I
next
think
day
I'm
he's
gonna vote for Joe
gone.
Biden, everybody. And then they say,
Please
is in play. It's
take
very
it from
close.
me,
I have a friend in
baby
Texas.
girl. I should know.
People are crazy. Texas is in play.
The
They don't want to
band
let you have oil.
that you can
Think of it.
take it
Texas
slow.
is in play.
Don't give in.
For years, they said it last time too. Remember? You know, Texas. When they say in play, that means it's too close to call. It's in play. Too close. We've heard that for a long time. In play, right? Too close to call. And they said it 4 years ago. Texas is in play. This could be a terrible defeat, losing Texas. Big state, great state. This would be a tremendous defeat. And they said it about Ohio, too. I think we won by like...
The Groove mattress in a box has everything you need for a great night's
Utah's
sleep.
in play.
Simply
We won by a
unroll
lot.
and
Remember, we
enjoy.
beat a guy named McNaughton.
Pressure point relief,
He was going to take the state
Certipure
of
US
Utah.
certified.
And then he was going to be able
And
to
best of
negotiate,
all,
but that didn't
it's
work out. He came in
affordable.
third. Even Hillary beat him.
Unroll a better night's
But they
sleep
said
and wake up
Texas
more
is in
refreshed.
play.
It's just that
And I
easy.
go around telling my people, damn it, Texas is in play.
Simply wonderful sleep for
Every
a
time I
happier
go there,
you.
35,000
Ashley
people
Home
at the
Store.
stadium.
This
How
is
could
home.
it possibly be in play? They said it's in play. My people would say, I don't think so. And we had a big Texas rancher. He was on one of the shows. He goes like, he's wearing a big, beautiful hat. I wish I could wear those hats. It wouldn't work for me too well. I don't think it works for me. But it worked for him. And he said, I don't know too much about a lot. But I know one thing. Texas is not the night of the election. The night of the election, they called the results. I listened to this. You can't even imagine it. It's so close. This is big. And they only call the election, you know, immediately if you win in a landslide. It's got to be like tremendous. And they said, Texas has closed its doors. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has won the state of Texas. They didn't even say the polls were closed. They forgot to say the polls were closed. I wanted to say, I said, how come I won? I called my people. How could I have won? It was so close, they called it before they even said the doors were closed. And I heard from the governor of Texas, great guy Greg Abbott. He said, I said, how are we doing compared to 4 years ago? We did great 4 years ago. Big win. He said, sir, you're doing much better. But these guys keep saying it's in play. It's the same
I
way
still
going down
remember
9.6%.
the day
If I lose
we met.
Minnesota,
I knew you'd
I
be
lose
the one
Minnesota,
that I
Jason,
could
I'm
not
gonna blame
forget.
Jason if I lose.
I like the way you looked at me. I liked your eyes and ooh, I loved your chubby cheeks. And then as we wrapped up the day,
For years you had a president
you
who
said you had
apologized
to
for
go.
America.
I wanted you to
And
stay.
now you have a president who is standing
Well, I
up
might
for
be
America
wrong,
and standing up
but I
for
leave my
Minnesota.
lover just for a chance to hold your hands beneath the cover. Oh,
So get
how
your
will
friends,
we
get your
work?
family,
Who
get
really
your neighbors,
knows?
get your coworkers,
We'll find out soon.
and get out and
Yeah,
vote.
that's for
And you know,
sure.
it started
Oh,
today.
how will we work? Anyone's guess.
That's why I'm here.
We'll
It
have
started
to try.
today.
Yeah, we
Go
will have
outta
to
here.
take.
You know what?
Oh, how will we work?
Then close this
Yeah,
down
how
and
will
like
we
you
work?
do
Oh,
the same
how
thing
will
at the
we
voting
work? Yeah, how will we work?
From St. Paul to St.
Now
Cloud,
we kiss,
from
we hold
Rochester to
hands.
Duluth,
We wake up smiling, thinking
from
about how we
Minneapolis.
made
Thank
plans.
God we still have
I took the jump, I made
right
you
here,
mine.
right here
I'd
with
like
all
to
of you
make
great
you
people.
mine forever,
This
till the
state
end of
was
time.
pioneered by
My
men
mom and
women who
daddy
braved the wilderness
say
and the
you're no
winters.
good. They
build a
say
better
that I
life
should
for
cut you
themselves.
off. I know I probably
They
should,
were tough.
but no, I
They were
think
strong.
I'll stay with you instead. Cause I'd rather die like Romeo and Juliet. Oh, how will we work? Who really knows? We'll find out soon. Yeah,
They didn't
that's
have
for
a lot of
sure.
money. They didn't
Oh,
have a lot
how
of
will we
luxury.
work?
But they had grit,
Anyone's
they had
guess.
and they had
We'll have to try. Yeah, we'll have to test. Oh, how will we work?
They were miners and lumberjacks,
Yeah, how will we
fishermen and
work?
farmers, shipbuilders and shopkeepers.
Ooh, how
But they
will
all
we
had
work?
one thing in common. They loved their families.
Yeah,
They
how
loved their
will we
country.
work?
They loved their God.
Please don't be scared. Don't be afraid. Look what we did. Look what we made.
Proud citizens like
We
you
made a
helped build this country.
lie. made
Together
someone
we are
new.
taking back our
He
country.
looked just like
We are returning
me
power
and
to you, the American
you.
people.
Oh, I need
With
your help. Can't
your
do this
devotion
on
and your
my own.
drive,
Let's
we
try
are
and
going
build a
to keep on
life.
working.
Let's
We are
try
going
and
to
build a
keep on fighting.
home.
And
Let's
we are
give
going
it
to
one
keep
good
on
shot.
winning,
Let's give it
winning,
one good
winning.
try. Maybe we won't make it, or maybe we'll be alright. Oh, how will we work? Who really knows?
Don't forget, you went
We'll
through
find out
years
soon.
where you weren't winning, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. Oh, how will we work? Anyone's guess. We'll have to try. Yeah, we'll have to test. Oh, how will we work, 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 work? Yeah, how will we work, 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 work? Ooh, how will we work, 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 work? Yeah, how will we work, 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 work?
Doing a lot of winning. But you're going to win so much, and you're going to send Jason to the U.S. Senate.
A
And you're
modern
going to keep
compact
winning and
crossover
winning and
that's
winning.
ready for life's daily adventures.
You're going
It's
to win
the
on
dynamic
trade. You're going to
2020.
win on the military. You're going to win on everything you touch. Minnesota's going to keep on winning. And you're going to get tired of winning. Because Minnesota doesn't want to win all the time. Your football team is going to win in the Big Ten, they say. Now we're going to keep on winning in Minnesota, and you're going to get so tired. You're going to say, Jason, please, Jason, go to the president. See him in the Oval Office. Stop him from winning. We're winning too much in Minnesota. We can't stand it, Jason. Please, Jason, stop him from winning so much for Minnesota. We can't take it. We're not used to it because we went through years and years and years where it was tough, right? The mayors know that. That's why they all endorsed the president. And I'm going to look at Jason. I'm going to say, no, Jason, I'm sorry. The people of Minnesota want to win. You're wrong, Jason. They want to win. We're going to keep on going, Jason. We're going to keep on winning. And they're going to be happy as hell, Jason. Get Jason, and he's a great guy. By the way, you have a senator that he's running against. I won't even mention names. She does nothing. Nobody even knows who the hell she is. She goes to a meeting the other day. Everyone's trying to figure out who is she.
Oh, he
This
wakes
guy.
up early.
Even looks through Central Casting, right?
Early in the
get
morning.
the look for free. That's good too, right? But
While
he's going to be
everyone is
fantastic. Tremendous guy,
snoring.
really successful, and he loves your state.
He gets
and
his
loves your
engine
country.
roaring.
Jason, please.
And he walks out the front door. Everything is quiet.
But you're going to win. We're one movement.
Streets empty and
We're one
silent.
people, one family, and one glorious
Just the way
nation
he
under
likes
God.
it. When he gets
And
to
together with the
work,
incredible people of Minnesota,
nobody
and
claps
you know what's
until
going to be
you.
operating at
Yeah, he
strength
just
because I
punches
owe it to
in.
these incredible mayors that were so nice to me.
Like
It was
he
such a
does
nice
every
thing. I didn't politic you
year.
at all, right? I never politic you.
And
I
when
said,
he
"What
does a
happened?"
good job,
And it's happening with so many
ain't
other
no
things.
pats
We have
on
other
the
endorsements,
back.
police forces that I never asked.
And he just
All
clocks
of a
out
sudden
for
they're coming to a very hostile
lunch.
Minnesota.
And he grabs
So I
a
just
sandwich
appreciate
from
you being
his
here. I'm saying this
side.
for you, and I'm saying it for all of you. Okay, thank you.
And that's cause he's the
We will make
hardworking
America
man.
wealthy again.
Goes to work
We
with
will
his
make
tools in his
America
hand.
strong again.
He's out there
We
feeding
will
his
make
fam.
America proud again.
I know sometimes it seems like
We
no
will
one
make
gives a damn, so I
America
wrote this
safe
one for the
again.
hardworking man.
And we will make
Goes to work with his
America
tools in his
great
hand.
again. Thank you,
He's out there
Minnesota.
feeding his
Thank you.
fam. I know sometimes it seems like no one gives a damn, so raise your glass up for the
If YouTube
hardworking
music-
man. Goes back to work when no one hollers encore. Yeah, even though they want more, they've come to expect it. Yeah, he just punches back in and finishes the workday. For the girl who took his surname, who grew up with him in his birthplace. And when he leaves work, his knees and knuckles ache. But someone's gotta do work to put food up on the plate. And when he gets home, he's greeted with more problems. But he just gotta solve a door that keeps revolving. And that's cause he's the hardworking man. Goes to work with his tools in his hand. He's out there feeding his fam. I know sometimes it seems like no one gives a damn, so I wrote this one for the hardworking man. Goes to work with his tools in his hand. He's out there feeding his fam. I know sometimes it seems like no one gives a damn, so raise your glass up for the hardworking man. Goes to work with his tools in his hand. He's out there feeding his fam. I know sometimes it seems like no one gives a damn, so I wrote this one for the hardworking man. He goes to work with his tools in his hand. He's out there feeding his fam. I know sometimes it seems like no one gives a damn. So I wrote this one for the hardworking man.
Download the app today and get a trial of Music Premium on us. Restrictions apply.
Well, somebody brought up in the chat, he said LA makes people like Corinne. Have you seen Corinne by any chance, Stick?
Is that the Baked Alaska broad?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not the young one, it's the older one.
They're both the same though.
By the way, she's messaged me. She's sending me text right now.
Let me guess. She wants to come on stream
Yes,
for only
yes.
30% of your super chats, right?
She wants to come on. I want to talk to Joshua, owner of Kiwi Farms. I said, "Can you use Hangouts?" She said, "No." And I said, "Well, you can't." I said, "Well, you can't get on then." And she said,
Okay.
"I'm in Malibu with celebs and rock stars, but I will call in. I'm not a professional streamer. I'm Generation X. You should have told me."
That bitch is not Generation X. Are you fucking kidding me? Have you seen how old she is? Like, fucking no.
Ask her where she was when the Challenger exploded. Ask her where she was when the national anthem.
Look, Corinne,
That's
if you can use Hangouts, I
would prefer if she didn't. I'm having a chill atmosphere.
She said, "You made fun of me, and I've been hearing about it all week. Thus, I want to work with you as it builds both of us.
No, bring her. Oh God, please bring her on.
But be a good mediator. I want to talk to Kiwi Farms for real.
Oh,
Listen,
God.
I will bring you on. All you have to do is literally click the Hangout link. It's not that hard.
If you have a fucking Gmail, you can get on
She's
Google
just
Hangouts.
gonna say the same 3 or 4 fucking things about how
Well,
I hate
yeah,
women and shit. God, she's so fucking annoying and awful and stupid. She's such an insipid fucking cunt. I can't stand her.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I'm fucking there with you.
The only thing she's gonna do is
Don't worry,
shill her
she's not-
Instagram like 7 times.
You know what? She'll come on and say the same 3 phrases.
Yeah.
This is a Me Too generation,
Oh.
forever, and she'll spell it out, and then she'll talk about. I'm so new at this, you guys. Do you know how to TTS? Do you guys know how to set up a stream? Can you help me do my technology? That's all she. Those are the 3. Yeah, those are the fucking 3 things she parrots every fucking time she's on.
Yeah.
I just said, "Can you click Hangout?" LOL. She said, "How? I'm in the middle of Malibu."
Okay. Well, when she figures it out.
Somebody said
I mean,
in the
Malibu
stream
doesn't
chat-
make you retarded. I'm
Yeah,
very.
What do you mean, how? Fucking...
How do I click this?
Phones work exactly the same in Malibu that they do all over the rest of the world.
But Dick, she's with
Tell her to press
superstars and
Alt
rock
F4
stars.
to fix everything.
Yeah.
No, wait. She had 200,000 subscribers. Don't.
No, she didn't. She's such a lying.
No, of course she didn't. Yes, I know. Those were views, and even
Ralph, why don't you ask her a question for me? Because it's like what, midnight in fucking Malibu?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
why don't you
11:30,
ask?
I guess.
What is she doing in the middle of Malibu at midnight? Is she walking the street? Would you ask her that for me?
Got him.
Got him.
Okay, I'll ask her.
She's probably watching this. She already knows.
She's watching this, no doubt. I mean,
Oh, is she watching this? Is she watching this on
How else would she know? Yeah.
on the iPad she stole from Paul Danino, allegedly? Is that what she's watching this on?
Walking street. What are you doing in the middle of Malibu right now? Question. Walking street. Question. She says, I'm with a rock band that is super famous.
Okay.
I'm in the recording studio.
Okay, which one?
That's such bullshit. How does she lie like that? How does she?
Corinne,
think
we
people are
can't have you
stupid
call
enough
in.
to
First
fall
off,
for that?
I'm not even running the stream. Like, that's how bad my internet is. Like, I had to have somebody else run it. So, anyway.
Yeah, have you noticed too how she'll always say super famous, powerful people, but then she never tells you their name?
No.
Yeah.
No, but wait, she's friends with Ted Turner. He wants to launch a new CNN.
With her in the head.
He wants to launch a new CNN, and me and her can possibly host our own program together. What else is
Like the Regis and Kathy Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ralph, I think she's confused when she talked to Ted Turner. I think he said, I want to redo wrestling again, and I want you to wear a chicken suit in the fucking the ring with Hulk Hogan or
I
something.
want to relaunch WCW. Yeah,
you fit in perfectly.
You know, I'm actually mildly concerned that she will launch some frivolous bullshit legal suit against me because she's the type.
Gonna hunt down Landau.
No, she seems.
Just don't open your door, man. That was my mistake. Just don't open your door ever again.
Does that work, Dick? If you just don't answer the door?
Oh fuck yes, it does.
They have to
Mascots
serve you.
didn't get served.
Eventually, they can't. If they attempt to serve you through all reasonable means, they can eventually just put an advertisement in their local paper.
Yeah, but to do that though, they have to be certain that it's one you that they have your identity and it really is you, and then two, they have to be certain you live in the region they put it in the paper in. So if they can't confirm you as being you,
That's
putting
not
it
true, because some psychopath went after my aunt, and she was able to put an ad just in a local newspaper.
yeah, but what I'm saying is, were they certain it was your aunt? You get what I'm saying? Like, well, your identity's out there though, so you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, no, which is fine. I guess I'll ask Dick to borrow his lawyer because he has a lawyer in Cali. That'd be fun. I'll come over. I'll meet you in the studio.
Paper, you'll be safe.
Oh yeah.
So, who was that? Was that somebody in chat said, "Please spare us"? Corinne, look, she's not gonna be able to figure it out anyway.
Oh,
Ask her who the super famous band is. I want the name. To ask
It's
her.
probably the band from that Vegas show that celebrated the death of the country fans.
Oh, no FX.
Yeah, Nof X.
No, I'm sure he's putting out fires right now. He can't.
Who is this band? Okay, I just sent her that. Well, she messaged me like I didn't send anything to her. She just like I guess heard this was on or was watching it already. She's like, I want to talk to the owner of
Who
Kiwi
the fuck
Farms.
is this bitch? Because I have no idea who we're talking about.
Some fucking whatever nutbag from Ice
Well,
Poseidon.
you have to give them a better idea than that. Okay, so I want you to imagine a Barbie doll that had a blowtorch taken to its face. That's kind of what she looked.
Okay.
And she makes up all these like elaborate, fantastic stories about personally funding the LAPD and hanging out with Hollywood and politicians in Washington. And yet, you know, as rich as she is and as famous as she is, she can't seem to sue Kiwi Farms to make them stop making fun of her. It's been a month now of her complaining about it and threatening lawsuits, but never actually going through with anything.
Now, is she actually? Does she have like a following? Is she famous for something?
No. The only people that ever watched her were like Ice Poseidon fans that wanted her to kill herself. So, I mean, that's literally
spamming it in her chat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even joking. Like, that's literally the only people that ever watched her.
What's funny with Ice Poseidon is that after a point, she said, like, aren't you famous? Aren't you famous? You have the money to pay me. And he's like, no, I just have like a couple thousand viewers. And then she's like, oh, okay. And then she left. She just fucking left.
Tell her there's a producer on your show that wants to make a movie about her life story.
She will literally walk to Ralph's house if he tells her that.
I'll do it. Get her on. I'll be the producer.
We have a producer who wants to put you.
Yeah, you used to produce episodes of Dr. Phil.
Yeah.
Now you want to branch out.
You know what's funny is you could probably send her the Dick Masterson Dr. Phil appearance and say that's me, and she would probably believe it, and she would start doing her fucking rant about how he hates.
No, wait.
women,
She said her
he's
daddy
misogynist.
was gonna sue you.
Yeah, she did.
Multiple times.
Oh, she sent me an email. Actually,
Did she? What did it say?
It's just some bullshit. Oh, here's what happened. She sent me a threatening email saying like, you're posting my personal information. You can't do that. And whenever somebody who wants attention starts emailing me shit like that, and I know that they're after attention, I usually just start replying with the single phrase, I am not interested in promoting your content at this time. And I don't make a big fuss out of it. She's the only person, I've done this to 10 people. She's the only person to send messages as a follow-up to that, saying like, but you've already promoted my content. You've already promoted my content. And I just keep regurgitating this fucking phrase back at her.
Like a bot.
Yeah, and she still kept replying. It happened like 10 fucking times. I will find the actual email though.
So I said, okay, hold on. I said, what are you doing in the middle of Malibu right now? And I said, Waking Street. I meant Walking Street. And then I said, who is this band? We have a producer who wants to put you in his movie.
Yeah.
She said, okay. She said, okay, I'm at a recording studio in Malibu. I'm downloading Hangouts now.
Yeah.
And then I said, come on.
Oh, what a thirsty bitch. The moment you said producer.
Faster. Download it fucking faster. This guy, he's got money and it walks.
Do famous bands usually record at 1 a.m?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Because they do so many drugs, they wake up at 2. So this is like their 3 p.m.
Yeah, anybody else catch that response that she didn't name the fucking band? Real convenient.
Yeah.
Corinne.
Like all of a sudden she's downloading Hangouts now too. When she
Downloading?
She couldn't use it for weeks, but now she's all over it. Yeah, I'm getting it. Oh wow, super chats. Excuse me, shekel chats. Been killing it, Ralph. Thumbs up. Thank you, Mike Hunt. 100% Italian says, show Jim the Pokemon vid. Have you seen that?
Which one?
Hold on. I'll have to find it.
It's called Pokemon Go to the Polls. It's really funny. Hillary Clinton's up on stage.
Is it the one you played, I think it was yesterday, with V and Sargon?
Yeah.
V is Eradicate, yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw that. That was really well done.
That was good stuff. Oh, man. I wish I could do cool shit like that. Macabus says, isn't Mumkey good friends with Shoe on Head?
She followed me on Twitter, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And I tweeted about it, saying, "Oh, this hot chick is following me," and then she instantly blocked me and deleted all the tweets that she posted linking to my videos and shit. I called her hot, and she had a meltdown.
I guess Gregory didn't like that.
I was about to say, you know what probably happened is she probably fangirled about it, and then fucking big ass Greg walks in the room. What the fuck is this?
I mean, you have to imagine something like that, because from her content, doesn't she preach about how girls who do that kind of shit are retarded?
Yeah, she's not that.
Pretty much.
All right, Dick Tano says a big yeah for Payne Wienerstein.
Yeah.
From Phil with the TDS tattoo.
Oh, Phil on toe. Red.
Gerudo Tempest says, ask Jim his thoughts on the guy with 60 terabytes of child pornography.
Yeah, can somebody explain to me how that's fucking possible? The amount of child porn is ridiculous. He would have to have a copy of fucking everything. Every kid that's ever been touched was on this guy's fucking computer.
60 terabytes.
Well, you know what? I don't want to bring down the atmosphere, but you know what the more likely answer is, right? He probably had a high digital recorder and recorded it himself.
Okay, see, somebody brought this up, and I'm trying to picture the pedophile that wants everything in 4K with
Yeah, isn't the grittiness of the dark basement what helps get them off?
Well, yeah, apparently he wanted high definition tears. I don't understand how you need the 60 gigabytes of it. It seems kind of fucking ridiculous, but
that's why they fired Zack Snyder. Is he involved in this somehow?
Yeah, that guy's fucking creepy. Ralph, I just sent you a link to the email. She left me a voicemail too. I forgot about the voicemail.
No shit. Oh wait, you sent it on Twitter?
Yeah, just retweet it because I can't post it in chat.
Twitter, I'm a complete degenerate, so Twitter's definitely the best.
And it's best you just retweet me because I can probably get banned for that, and it won't affect your account. Hopefully, if I do get banned.
Okay. Okay, that was you, Josh, right?
Yeah, the Kaiser.
Okay. All right. She left you a voicemail.
Yeah, she also doxed herself in the voicemail. So if you're interested in
Well,
that,
I mean,
she can, well, it's probably already out there. But if you want to
Her
hear
name
her
is dox. By the
actually
way,
say
the kill stream, we don't support doxing. Please don't harass anybody we're talking
it,
about
she
here
doxed herself.
tonight.
It's a fucking voicemail.
No, let's just put that out there. We don't support anything like that.
Yeah.
Ralph, why are you winking into your camera?
It's like
I just want to say.
every time she's on air, she just always says her phone number like 18
Here's the
times.
post, by the way. I'll send it to Zidane since I can't actually like make it come up, but he can. Thank you, Hotel Internet. But yeah, there's the clip. Jesus Christ. She said she's downloading it. I don't even know if I want her on, to be honest, but
I wouldn't don't either.
You should message her and say, "Hey, time is money. He's got important things to do."
Important things to get to.
no, wait. She says I got Hangouts. Now what?
Oh no.
Oh, fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Ralph, you need to send this dumbass to a website that's going to download a fuck ton of malware onto her phone. Tell her you need an extension. What's a horrible website to send her to? And fucking get her to download something.
One of those
she shouldn't
.ru sites, yeah. And she repeated, "I'm at a recording studio in Malibu." Why would I give a fuck about that though? Like, I don't.
She's outside the recording studio with hiking her skirt up, looking for a ride.
I don't even know.
Tonka's in chat. He said, "Do the right thing, Ralph. Kill that link you sent to her."
But we know it's gonna be hilarious though. I mean, part of me says no, don't bring her on. The other part of me says this would be fucking funny as fuck.
Yeah, we just kick her anytime we want.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see. I'm still not confident that she could actually get on the stream. And she will. I will say this: if she makes it on the Hangout, she will have impressed me. So.
You should ask your chat. Chat, press 1 if you think Corinne will actually make this work. Press 2 if you think she's too fucking dumb to make a hangout work on her stupid phone.
I don't have a lot of confidence.
Oh, she's dumb. Yeah,
No,
she is dumb. She is a
0%
dumb
chance.
She's 100%.
It's more likely. It's more likely she's going to like show the Hangout link than it is that she's actually going to get in here.
Maybe it's she heard us talking shit and she wants to post the link in the chat.
I'm seeing a lot of twos.
Well, I mean, if that does happen, it wouldn't be hard to like counteract. We would just...
Or maybe since she's hanging out with Nickelback, we'll get them in the stream too.
No,
she's here. She's here.
No way.
Nickelback.
No way.
Wait, I'm streaming. Is that okay?
Wait.
I do not fucking believe it.
No way.
Yeah, she's here. Hey,
I'm
Corinne.
here. Corinne is here.
It's really dark. No one can see you.
I know, because I'm in Malibu and I don't want anyone to be able to know where I am. I'm at a recording
You
studio.
can just turn off your camera.
What band are you with?
What do I do?
First off, let me eat my words. I did not think.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
You would
I
be able
figured it out.
You're
Can you
proving
believe
a
it?
lot of people wrong tonight. You're proving a lot of people wrong. You made it.
I'm such a cool girl. We should all just get along, seriously, because I have a lot to offer.
We can't see you, though. We can't see you. We can't see you
know,
on the
but
thing. Pull it back.
I'm in the middle of Malibu.
I know where Malibu
And my friends don't want me doing this. Like, they don't want to be part of all this drama.
They don't want to be seen on camera with you.
Part of your story. You've got an incredible story to tell.
I
It's
do.
Perseverance against bullying.
Yeah, thank you.
Why
Oh my
wouldn't
God,
they want to be a
someone
part
nice.
of that?
Wait, why is someone nice on the phone? Is that Ralph?
Oh, I mean, I'm not I'm nice. I like making good movies. I like making compelling stories. Have you seen the X-Men movies?
I like no, I don't watch those stupid movies. I barely watch movies, you guys. I'm very busy.
Have you seen Dr. Phil?
That's okay. We want to make
I
a
don't
movie
sit
about
Dr.
you.
Phil.
The point
But
is,
I
we
think
need.
that we should all make peace and give good content because I have a lot to say that's going to piss you all off.
No. We don't want that. We want positivity. You've got a good story.
You want positivity now, not negativity?
No. We don't want negativity. We're done with negativity. We want positivity from you.
Okay.
We want to know what you want to tell to the world.
Wait, who's talking right now that's being so nice to me? This is such a
That's the
blessing in
film
disguise.
producer. I'm the
This
film
producer.
Oh,
This is
I
the guy I was telling you about. This guy's got connections all over
Okay,
Hollywood.
wait, Jamie, I'm totally lost. What do I do?
We gotta see you. We have to see you. We gotta see you on the camera first.
Okay, hold on. You want me to? I mean, I'm trying to my friend's.
If you could find a black leather couch to sit on, that would really help.
Okay, okay. Can I call
You're
you
in your
guys back?
car. You said you were in a
Okay,
recording
can I call you
studio.
guys back? Because I didn't want anyone to
No,
know what I was doing. Can I call
Corinne, what are
back?
you doing?
We don't.
Can I call you back in
We don't
5
have all
minutes
day.
when
We
I
don't
get?
have all day.
Corinne, come on.
I don't want anyone to know what I'm doing.
You're in your car. We can see.
Yeah, we can see you. Just stop.
She's with her John.
I know, but what? I don't. I'm on Zoom with me, so what do I do?
Corinne,
Can she not figure out the car door?
I went from impressed to disappointed again.
Real quick.
Oh, you are? Okay, that's so sweet. Do you care if I'm streaming? I'm streaming on this guy Ralph.
would he care?
He's kind of cool.
He doesn't know me.
Okay.
I'm streaming on Ralph's show. Oh, okay, no problem.
You're kind of cool.
It's Ralph. I like that guy.
Care if they make fun of me, right?
No big deal.
When is she gonna show her tits?
Show Bob's.
Okay, so you're in the driveway waiting?
No, don't. Actually,
Okay,
don't.
I'm gonna come right. I'm coming right. I'm there right now. Okay. You guys, I'm at a really famous person's studio, and I can't tell you who it is.
You're in your car. What are you talking about?
I had to get out and go get a bottle of wine and talk to you guys because all my fans are texting me that you guys are talking about me, and now I'm going.
Corinne, we literally weren't talking about you. You just messaged me and you said, I want to talk to the owner of Kiwi Farms, and he
I know
actually...
everyone's texting me that you guys are talking about me. So.
We weren't, though.
Anyway. Okay, so you weren't. Okay, so fucking forget it. I don't know what to say to you. I'm trying to help.
No, but you wanted to talk to the Kiwi Farms dude. He's here.
Oh yeah. Okay, Joshua Moon. Is that his name?
Hi.
Hi, Joshua. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are
Do you want me to name the celebrities I hung out with today?
I could not possibly give less of a fuck.
Oh, I want to hear. You can tell me.
Come on.
Oh, okay.
Joshua, you wrote that I don't know any celebrities, and you wrote these really stupid things, and it's really dumb, and I'm suing you, dude. Get
Okay.
ready. Tom Girardi's gonna be up your ass.
He
You're not
doesn't
allowed to
do
call someone
personal
bro.
lawsuits like that. He represents companies that have customers.
No, Josh, you're getting
It's
your
the
ass
Me
sued.
Too generation. It's Me Too, and you cannot be sexist.
I told you. I told you. That was
No.
Corinne.
Is he even a real person?
Yeah.
Corinne, I think we can all agree that the pussy has the power. Am I right? And hanging out with if we can all agree with that, and if you are hanging out with celebrities, then you are hanging out with celebrities, and no
I
one.
know,
can
but
take
none
that
of
away
them
from
want to
you.
hang out with you guys. That's the problem. They think
How
you
many
guys are-
potted
they don't even
plants
know
have they
who you
jerked
guys
off
are.
into?
Nobody wants to know. Nobody even knows who you guys are.
Well, you know who you are, Corinne. I mean,
I think she died.
no, she's roboting.
Well, that's what happens when you drink boxed wine in a car.
She's in
But
the
Corinne,
studio. There's no
wait,
good
but she
signal.
says nobody knows who we are. I mean, that's probably true, but you know who we are. I mean, you
We
know.
have a producer of the Dr. Phil show. He's world famous.
Corinne, you sound like shit.
She's still talking. She's just talking to herself.
Oh my god.
This is like a night.
Oh,
What is going on?
Can we kick her now?
Yeah, I think. Corinne.
I just see lights in
Yeah.
her camera. Like she's desperately wandering around a parking lot.
Is she living out of her car?
No, there
Oh,
we
wait, there's her face. Hold on.
But I can't hear her.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Corinne.
I love 3 frames per second. This is.
This is
Oh look, she broke into somebody's studio.
Oh shit, is that Nickelback?
Well, yeah, Nickelback obviously records at Holiday Superstation. Of course, that's a pretty good location.
like the Planet of the Apes at all.
She's talking and we can't hear anything. It's
She doesn't
fantastic.
realize she muted herself.
Oh,
Did she mute herself or is
No,
she
She's
just
not even
working?
listening to us.
Yeah, she's still talking.
We can't hear you, Corinne.
it's like Corinne.
Corinne, if you can't make the sound work, we're about to peacefully sunset you.
I feel like I'm watching that fucking VHS from The Ring. Like it's just still frames with fucking shots of her head, and then none of it makes sense.
Whoever is running the stream should click her avatar so it full screens it, so people can see what I'm watching, which is fucking.
Oh,
I'm not running the stream.
There you
I
go.
don't know if that made it full or not. Yeah.
It did, and it's all pixelated, and it's
She does appear to be at some.
That's a soundboard.
She's staring at her camera like a monkey, trying to figure out what it is.
That is a real mixer.
Corinne, we can't hear you.
Does she even have headphones in? Can she hear us at all?
No, she's staring at
Oh,
her phone.
wait,
trying
wait,
to
wait.
figure out what it is.
I can hear
Malibu.
perfectly.
Malibu.
Oh, she said she can hear us. Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, good. It was muted. Sorry.
All good. All good.
Keep on
Hopefully you can file lawsuits better than you can operate recording equipment.
Corinne,
know
these
how to
guys are
file a
saying that you
lawsuit.
don't know any celebrities.
I know how to find the best lawyers, though. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but those aren't celebrities. They're saying you don't know any celebrities because you're not cool.
I don't care. Do you think I care about what you guys say?
How many
All I
lawyers go
know-
to the red light
all I know-
district?
All I know is that I want to give you guys the ultimate respect because I think what you're doing is the future of all media, and I want to help spread the word that it's really cool. But the way you've bashed me is stupid because I'm on your team, and so you shouldn't make me an enemy. I'm a worthy ally.
SoCal Chris said that she's using a green screen.
What do you think, Jim? Jim, what do you think? I mean, what do you think about?
Screen?
What do you think about? What do you think about joining? Oh God, I'm just gonna ignore that.
Oh, I'll answer your question, Corinne. A green screen is a screen that's green. I know it's complicated.
I'm not using a green screen. I'm not.
You don't even know what a green screen is, though.
Do the people that own that studio know you broke in?
I accidentally had sex with the 23-year-old who got me.
What?
Wait, what?
She said something about sex with a 23-year-old.
Jim, you realize
you hear
that
what I
these days
said?
green screens are blue screens.
The reason that I started.
Well, I
this
don't want to
is because
confuse her too
accidentally-
much. You add in a few more primary colors, and her head's gonna.
I year-old and made a really stupid decision, and that's how I got to know all of you guys.
Okay, what did you say about fucking a 23-year-old? You cut out.
Exactly. You can't hear, can you?
No, we can.
It's because you're in a fucking studio and it's blocking the
sound. Celebrities.
No more.
Oh God.
This is such a disaster.
Oh, there she goes.
Dick, I have to applaud you. You're sharp. You're sharp. I saw what you were doing.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm just.
You should have asked her about her dad.
Yeah. If I don't, if we could have got through the robot stuff.
Yeah, she.
Well, women like they get real upset and they throw out everything, and then there's a moment when they get tired, and that's when you hit them with the dad stuff. They're like a horse. Like you gotta
dad her.
What's that?
You're gonna dad her.
Well, that's when you just ask them about, like, that's when you get personal. Like, so what did your dad do to you? Obviously, a lot. But it's not usually all that bad.
What do you think, Jim? She's a worthy ally. She thinks we're the future of all media.
You ever see like a clip of like a soccer match where the goalie fucks up and kicks it in his own net? That's the kind of ally and teamwork she's representing for everybody here.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah, self-destructive allyship would be what you would fucking categorize. I just want to know what studio she's at and what poor band let this woman into the recording area.
They have to be fucked up and passed out somewhere.
Well, it sounds like it's a 23-year-old.
She legit look. I mean, it did appear to be in the
She was
studio.
probably fucking one of them in the car. So one of the
How
people
else
that-
would she be in there unless she was fucking some guy in the band?
I'll tell you guys who it is. It's Malibu. It's a community of old rich guys. She was in a studio probably built by some 60-year-old guy who has dreams of making it big, and his cover band lured her back into their little into their love den to record like Beach Boys covers. That's the band she was in Malibu right now, because nobody fucking records in Malibu.
Oh, well, I mean, imagine the quality of the band if that's a groupie, like if that's the one.
Exactly.
Well, that's the one they invite to the studio.
It's a Thursday
Harry and the
night.
Boomers.
They're drinking early. This is what they got. You just got to deal with it.
Well, at least I got one of three. She did say it's a Me Too generation. If she had been on longer, we would have got the other two classic
She
lines.
said that I hated women too.
Yeah,
we
she
got
did.
the.
To be fair, I do have to give her credit for actually making it onto the Hangout. I did not think.
Yeah, she did hit the button.
Yeah, she did hit that button.
I gotta say, like, I have to give a tip of the hat to her actually making it on the call.
Yeah, there's no way I thought she was gonna make it.
Couldn't do that a week ago.
As soon as you said movie producer, she was like on it.
That's literally what got her going. Yeah.
My favorite part was just when she was holding the camera up, looking at it like some kind of like a primitive, trying to figure out what alien technology was. That was fucking
Yeah,
comical.
she looked like the cop from the stream earlier.
Bad boss, what you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? I mean, you're gonna get sued now, right? So you've
Yeah,
got to
you're
run and cover, right?
Well, I've been sued 3 times, and each time it's been thrown out of court. What's called sua sponte, which means that the judge reads it, says this is fucking garbage, and just dismisses it automatically.
But her dad's rich, didn't you hear? He's a
I
big
did
guy.
hear it. It worries me.
Just don't open the door.
Well, the thing is, I have a not like a PO box, but like a virtual office in Florida. That's my official address for everything. And those guys, they're just the fucking worst. And mail gets lost all the time.
Oh, that's very true. But I mean, the one thing I'm trying to like picture in my head is this chick's got to be like fucking 50, pushing 60. So her dad has to be like 85.
That's
so how is she explaining this to him? Like, people are making fun of me on the internet, Dad. He probably doesn't know what a computer is.
I would say I would guess 48. How old do you guys think she is?
40s.
Oh, you guys are way too fucking generous with the
52.
amount of plastic surgery she's had. No, that bitch
Yeah,
is.
the plastic-
is-
I would say
58.
53. Yeah.
No, she's back.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh, Corinne's back.
Welcome back to the Me Too generation, girl.
Oh, is that a
Yeah, I'm
photoshopped
back.
profile picture?
Man, I can't even hear him.
That's not Photoshop. That's just like drawn.
Hey, Corinne, what was the first concert you went to?
The first concert I've been to this year or last
no,
year.
No, in your life. In your life.
We're talking.
Sean Cassidy at the Hollywood Bowl.
John Cassidy at the Hollywood Bowl. How old were you there?
Oh God, do you think I remember? I'm ageless, timeless, and eternal, and I'm probably a vampire, and I probably never died.
Probably like 14. 14.
I'm probably a vampire, and I probably never died. Why does age matter anyway? Why do you care?
Vampires
You're
are
gonna
pretty good
die. You're
description.
gonna die no
No,
matter
'cause
what.
I'm trying to prove that age doesn't matter.
I don't think age matters. I think what matters is your passion in life.
What was,
you
the
will
first,
die at some
what was the
point.
first movie you remember? What was the first
What is
movie
it
you
called?
were
Your
inspired by?
chemistry, your charisma. Your charisma is what matters in life, dude. I don't care how old you are, and I'm not going to tell you who I was with today at dinner, but
Age
she
of
is
Aquarius?
probably one of the
Remember that
hottest
song?
celebrities in the world.
Age of
And
Aquarius?
she's got 3 kids, and she's like 65 now, and she's still hot.
Yeah.
Hot.
What do you think about Tom Jones?
I don't think anything about Tom Jones. What do you think about Tom Jones? Who is Tom Jones? We have no clue.
All right.
Give me another one. Ask me about Robert Plant. Ask me about Bono from U2. Who's the hottest singer in the world?
What's your favorite Robert Plant song?
Axl Rose. My favorite Led Zeppelin song is Thank You, the greatest song ever written in the world, because no matter what, you have to be grateful for what you have.
Where were you when you heard that? How old were you when you heard
Oh,
that?
I like this person talking. Who's talking to me now?
I'm
It's
a
still the
producer
movie
for Dr.
producer.
Phil.
Oh my God, you're like normal. I like you.
Yeah,
What's your name?
I'm trying to cast women for a new show about anti-bullying.
Well, guess what? I'm the bully fighter.
You're a bully fighter, really?
Oh yeah.
Why do you think that? Why do you
Yes.
say that?
Can you guys see me or not?
Unfortunately, no.
How do I make you guys see me?
Well, what's the band that you're there recording with?
No, I'm in a recording studio that many bands use. How do I answer that question?
Well,
what do I say?
I mean, what band are you?
I'm in a
right
professional
now that have
recording
it?
studio in Malibu that many bands use.
But
Which
no
one is using it right now?
bands
What's
using-
should I say or no?
Well, I mean, it's
Am
all
I allowed to say a band?
confidential, obviously, but
Do you want to promote any of your bands or no?
Well,
I'm getting permission. Rock Against Trafficking, baby.
rock
I'll give
rock
you that
against
one.
trafficking.
Ma, you're right. That is a famous band that we've all heard of.
No, it's a concert that we're doing to Rock Against Trafficking.
Trafficking
It's
of
a charity we're doing.
Trafficking of like cars, like we hate traffic of
Trafficking of little girls and little boys to wealthy people who just want to use them for sex and then kill them.
Well, we don't want little boys or little girls driving. They're terrible drivers. They'll cause traffic.
Baby, we're talking about sexual trafficking.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good cause.
But,
What's
you know,
the band?
studios are not necessarily owned usually by the rock band. They're owned by its own studio, and the rock band uses it. Most rock bands don't have their own studios. They go to different studios in different areas.
You
So
sound
because
like
you're not in rock and roll, you don't get it.
You sound like you're well versed in studios.
I've been to a lot of studios, and I hang out with a lot of rock stars, and they're all very political. You think I'm political? They're political, and they'd be pissed at Mr. Miniker. They would torture that poor guy.
Mr. Miniker. He's so pathetic, isn't he?
They would be, well, he says too many bad words, and they would be pissed.
It's Mr. Minotaur, okay?
Oh, Minotaur, whatever the guy's name is. Well, it's a fake name anyway, so why do we care? We can just call him Idiot. Because
That's right.
he'll
Mr.
never give us
Minotaur
his
is an
real name.
idiot. I agree with you.
Jim the Idiot, because he'll never give us his real name. But
Oh,
listen,
man.
most bands don't have their own studio. They use other people's studios. Why is that?
Who was the first president you voted for? Just curious.
The first president I voted for, I'm with my friend Mac Daddy, and he owns the studio.
Yeah.
The first president
Mac
I voted
Daddy.
for, let me tell you, let me think.
Yeah. Was it JFK?
Are you crazy? Bill Clinton, you idiot. My God, what is wrong with you? By the way, I love Bill. I almost had sex with Bill. I love him.
Wait, what?
I met Bill in
That's a lot of
Nashville in 2007, and his charisma is phenomenal, but he's married, and I don't play with married men.
That's interesting. Was it his saxophone playing that loop?
No, he is the most charismatic man, but he's kind of short. But he is just sexy. You know when you just meet someone and they're just sexy for no reason?
Tall wearing counts, though. Hey.
And I know Trump. I know all his kids. I know Obama.
Are you worried that Bill and Hillary are going to try to shut down this anti-kid trafficking thing?
I don't know how. I really don't believe that they're part of kid trafficking. I really don't believe
I mean,
that.
what do you think's going on at that pizza shop?
I think the Pizzagates are made up from a lot of different shit, just like Kiwi Farms puts a lot of shit together that is all bullshit. I think that's what's going on with pizza.
Do. They fucking do. Kiwi Farms talks tons of shit about me, Corinne.
I know. Why? Who are you?
I'm Adam Schiff.
I love you. You're such a good guy. What city are you in?
Los Angeles.
I'm in Malibu. Let's hang out tomorrow.
Let's hang out. Let's do it.
Oh my God, who are you?
I'm a producer.
Oh my God, well why don't you come to Beverly Hills, or I'll meet you somewhere tomorrow or Saturday.
I mean, Beverly Hills is kind of fucked.
I think that you are kind of lying though, because you guys like to tease me all the time. So.
No, I swear to God.
Okay, well I will help you do your movie because it's not the bullying that's happening in the workplace anymore. It's all on the internet now. Internet bullying is the #1 biggest problem facing the youth of the world.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you should see what happened to George Zunigan. He got fucked by internet bullying.
What do they call you, Corinne? Like on the internet? What is some?
Oh my! Well, I got hacked 3 times by my first channel. My first channel was Corinne'S, and it was hacked. I had 174,000 subs. My second channel, Ask Corinne, was hacked by Daniel Pranzer, who is named DJ on the Ice Poseidon show. My third channel was hacked. It was called Corinne'S 2.0. So now I'm on Corinne Forever. I've been hacked 3 times in 1 month. So why are people so intimidated by me?
I mean, you got to stop naming your channels like Corinne Ass 2 and Ask Corinne and shit like that.
Okay, so it's Corinne Forever. CORINNEFOREVER. And do you want to know something, Ralph? When I went on your show, all night long, people were calling me from all across America saying how much they loved me, and they were saying how worried they were about me, and it was just a beautiful experience. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. I mean, you're a really good moderator when you want to be.
No, Ralph is great.
Wait, did you really meet Donald Trump? I want to go back to that if you can.
I want to do Andy Worski.
You want to do Andy Worski?
No, he's not hot, baby. He's not hot enough for me. I'm with one of the hottest guys in Malibu right now. I don't need Andy.
I don't know. Corinne, I don't know about that. Gary Miller is not the most attractive man in the world.
Who?
Gary Miller?
You don't know who I'm with?
Well, if you're at his fucking studio, I would assume he's somewhere around there.
No, I'm not at his studio. What are you talking about?
You said Rock Against Trafficking, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys Googled Gary. And okay, yeah.
No,
oh,
everybody knows that.
God, they're smart. Wait a second, they're smart. I'm not with Gary, though. I'm with Mac.
Mac
yeah,
Daddy.
Gary's way too old for me. Wow, you guys
Oh,
are really
perfect.
smart.
Hey, age doesn't matter, Corinne. What are you saying?
Yeah.
God, you guys are like seriously smart.
Gary Miller is eternal. He's everlasting, Corinne.
No, he's not hot, honestly. He's a sweet guy, though. I don't care about him. I care about the other people in the studio.
There's nobody else listed as a producer for this program.
Hmm?
There's nobody else besides Gary Miller listed as a producer for this Rock Against
No,
Trafficking
Gary's
program.
not here. I'm not with Gary.
Oh.
Gary's
So what do
too
you
old
think
for
we
me.
should do about cyberbullying?
Okay,
Like,
so cyberbullying is the #1 biggest problem facing the United States of America and the world.
But specifically, like women, older women.
No, it's children. It's not because older women don't go on it.
Yeah, but older women are always complaining about it.
No, they're not. Who complains about cyberbullying?
Only old women complain about cyberbullying.
I don't think that's true. Children. I have children and
pretty
stepchildren
true.
and adopted children, and they all complain about being cyberbullied and social media bullied.
It's all their moms, like all
It's
their
all their
moms
moms?
and old women, like old women who have too many cats and then their faces are all stretched out and fucked
What
up.
are you talking about?
I mean, that's
Wait.
that's my, as a Hollywood producer, that's my experience about who's complaining about cyberbullying.
No, the kids are complaining about cyberbullying.
What kids are, a young woman would not complain about cyberbullying.
Oh
She-
yeah, they would.
she's
You
out
know how
there
many
playing- she's
3
out there getting
girls that I know have been
guys.
cyberbullied by Ice Poseidon's group of idiots so far.
What's that? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Ice Poseidon's how I started all this. I went to one of his streamer parties, and he bullied 3 girls already.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know these like obscure YouTube celebrities you're like talking
I'm
about.
glad you're saying obscure. I like how you say that because I agree. I think he's an idiot, but he is kicking butt with YouTube.
I'm just
He has
saying old
500,000
women
people
complain about
following him.
cyberbullying. That's like Hollywood experience. Like if you come in
Okay.
talking about cyberbullying, I'm trying to change that. I don't want everyone to think that old women are complaining about cyberbullying. I want to make it young and new, and I want to know.
It's young girls because what happens is guys will say you're fat or guys will take your photo
Yeah,
and then put a
you're
naked
old,
girl on it.
and your
It's
chin,
little
like,
kids.
skin is hanging off your chin, right?
I have teenagers, and cyberbullying is a really big issue for them.
Yeah, but they're young. I'm talking about you.
Me, I fight cyberbullies. I didn't even know it existed until April 18th. I had no idea.
What happened on April 18th?
On April 18th, I started dating a 23-year-old who's a live streamer, and I had
Whoa.
so much fun with him, and we almost had sex on stream.
Oh.
Like, we were having fun, and I had no idea what it was, and I started getting hundreds and hundreds of phone calls and
Yeah.
people asking me to do pornography,
Nice.
and
How much would it take?
cyberbullying
to do
started.
Pornography. How much would it take? How much money?
To do what?
Pornography.
I would never do pornography. It's tacky, and I'm not tacky.
What about like tasteful pornography?
Never do it. No interest. I'm gonna have sex tonight though, like 10 times, and you guys aren't.
We're not
Neither
talking
of you guys are gonna have sex tonight,
Corinne,
and
we're
I'm
not
going
talking
to
about
like
sex.
10
We're
times
talking about art.
without
Yeah.
condoms.
Nudity has been a cornerstone of art
Did you
since
guys
the
just hear
Greek
what I
ages.
said?
Yes.
I said I'm going to have sex 10 times tonight with one of the hottest guys in the music industry, and you guys aren't
How hot
gonna
is
have sex at all.
Well, I heard the other part where you didn't repeat it.
I thought
Have
that'd
you
be
seen
funny
Harvey
for you.
Weinstein's cock?
Never, but you know what? I have to tell you something. My girlfriends who did it because they wanted to, and they wanted to get into his parties. And so
You're
I don't
fucking
think
right.
that he is. I think there's something else going on because those girls did it because they wanted to.
Yeah,
So
they
I think
know
he's
what's
getting lied
going on.
about. I think they're lying about Harvey Weinstein. I think they all knew what they were doing, and they did it because they wanted to.
Yeah, I think
He
we can
never
all agree he did
forced
nothing
anything.
wrong.
Yeah, he obviously didn't. Corinne,
I
do
mean,
you
I think his
remember what
brother's trying
song
to
you
take over his
lost your
company.
virginity to?
Who I lost my virginity
Your
to?
your song, the song you heard when you lost your virginity. Do you remember what it was?
Song I heard when I lost my virginity?
It's like a romantic kind of like getting over cyberbullying, empowering women. Do you remember the song that you?
I lost my virginity. No, that's
Was
no.
it
I
Beethoven's
lost my
Fifth?
virginity on a beach, so it was the ocean. I
what
lost
was,
my
what was the
virginity
first
in
song you
Hawaii.
heard after that?
What?
What
It
was the
blood.
first song you heard after that?
What song did I listen to after that? I listened to
Yeah.
The Sound of the Ocean.
Do you think
what
it's weird that you're supporting #MeToo, but then you're defending Harvey Weinstein?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not. Hey! I'm not defending Harvey at all. I'm saying the girls that I know from my personal Corinne experience wanted to do it with them to further their careers.
So they were asking for it.
Yeah.
No, they agreed to it. They didn't do
No,
it
they,
without.
yeah,
They
they
agreed.
agreed to it. They were
I
asking
never
for Harvey
agreed.
Weinstein. Yeah.
What were they wearing when it happened?
I didn't watch them do it, but I know the girls that I know who got involved with him did it willingly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like all of them did.
Yeah, but I never willingly agreed to be cyber bullied. I never agreed to be hacked. I never agreed to have Ice Poseidon and other people's pornography put on my channels. I have not agreed to be cyber bullied. It's not funny.
So
I'm
what
getting death threats.
Disgusting.
What are you getting in exchange for sleeping with his producer 10 times tonight?
Nothing. What would I get in
They
exchange?
just
I'm
do it for
curious.
publicity.
Publicity?
So you can get on shows like these top-rated internet programs.
I was just teasing you guys. Jeez.
Corinne, they
I
don't
was
get.
just saying my sex life is active. Yeah, my sex life is active.
How active?
With a capital A.
I mean, a capital A and C, or just a capital A?
A capital A.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, a capital STD is more like it.
Ooh, there's no STDs. Let me tell you that. I have the best doctor in Beverly Hills. You know what he says you use? Colloidal silver.
What does that mean?
Colloidal silver is the key to the world.
What?
You're gonna be blue.
Wait, what, Corinne? What did you say?
You use colloidal, so I go to the best, most expensive doctor in Beverly Hills. He doesn't
Yeah.
even take insurance.
Yeah.
And you buy $80 bottles of colloidal silver,
Oh, this
and
is
you'll never get an STD.
Colloidal silver? How often do you take colloidal silver?
You put it inside of you and around you whenever you have sex.
What do you mean? I can't hear these savages are laughing.
Exactly. You buy
it's-
an $80, and I'll give Ralph one for free, but he's married, so I doubt he cheats. But
Okay.
anyway.
You know,
when you
I've
have
heard a
an
lot
active sex
about
life-
silver from Alex Jones. Do you happen to know Alex Jones by any chance?
I love Alex Jones. I want to fuck Alex Jones. He's hot. I like him.
What do you think's hot about him?
I love his charisma, baby. Charisma's number one, and number
Yeah.
two is chill
You know-
factor. If you're chill and mellow.
Who is
you
the
guys
most-
know how hyper I am.
Yeah, Alex Jones is really mellow.
No, I said his charisma. I said Alex's charisma turns me on, and the guy that I'm sitting next to right now turns me on because he's mellow and he can.
Now, is the
handle
guy
this.
next to you jealous that you want to fuck Alex Jones?
No, he doesn't care. Do you care? I want to fuck. He doesn't care.
Oh, you just
No.
fuck guys who don't care about you?
Yeah, that's my problem. Let's talk about that. Why do I? Wait, I like this now. Why do I fuck guys who don't care about me?
Hey, you're taking colloidal silver?
Okay, so the key to not get an STD is you buy large quantities of colloidal silver gel, and you
Uh-huh.
put it all over you and the person you're having sex with.
Where do
and
you
you
put
will
it?
not get an STD.
Where do you put it?
Where do you put it?
And you put it in and out and all around.
To put it on the guy's
Where?
dick too?
Yeah, totally.
Where in?
Yep.
Like spermicide gel, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like lubrication. Use
You put it in
colloidal silver
that?
gel as lubrication.
Do you use
What
it
does it
as
taste like?
lubrication?
What?
Do you use it as lubrication?
Yeah, use it as lubrication, but I don't.
And
need
What does the gel
lubrication.
taste like?
My pussy drips. I don't need lubrication.
Do you have an infection?
Drips with blood?
What? Only on my period? That's
Oh.
disgusting. Otherwise.
I only have period sex is the thing, so I got confused.
Oh my god, that's so hot. You fuck your wife on her period.
Well, she's my sister, and I don't have a wife.
That's funny, dude. I like you. Whoever that is, that's funny. No, see, we can have fun. Let's have fun. The whole point for live streaming is to have fun, and it got nasty because I got bullied really bad.
When did you get bullied?
Well, since April 25th, when I started my first channel, it
Uh-huh.
got hacked on May 2nd. Then my second channel got hacked on May 20th. Then my third channel got hacked on May 21st. So I've been bullied.
Did you go to prom? Did you go to your prom? High school prom?
I went to prom with my best girlfriends. We didn't go
What
with
was
guys.
the-
We all rented a limo together.
What was the song? What was the song?
Do you think I remember the song? But I'll tell you
I
one
remember
thing.
the song. It was like, I get knocked down, but I get up again. That was the song of my prom. You don't remember any of the songs of your prom?
No, I don't remember any because I don't even care about that. But what I care about is this. Our homecoming queen, I was the graduation speaker, and our homecoming queen was murdered by a security guard. She was raped and murdered right
What played at
before
her funeral? What song
we
did they play?
graduated.
You remember?
What song played at her funeral?
Yeah, what song? What
Oh my
song?
God, babe, come on.
We're-
Amazing Grace.
This is a music podcast. We want to know.
Oh, you're talking about music now?
Yeah, it's music.
Okay,
we
talk to
love
me about-
music.
tell me about
It's all
music.
about
What's
like
cool with
life is
music?
all about music. That's why we called you at the recording studio. You're playing the rock agents of traffic, anti-trafficking, who rape kids. We're talking about what song was played at your graduation or your prom or the first time you lost your virginity. That's what we want to know.
Okay, well, at my graduation, I played the song because I said the speech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I played the song. There was no song except our band and my speech, which was about the fact that you choose what happens to you in life and you don't.
Yeah, what was the song?
Nobody chooses to get raped and murdered. There was no song on my graduation.
God
You want to
damn.
know about music? What questions? I just went to the U2 concert last week. This weekend I went to the War concert, VIP backstage only, of course.
How old were you when Elvis died?
I wasn't alive, dude. Come on.
We're
You
alive
weren't
when
alive?
Elvis died? What are you talking about? This is
I
a
don't
serious
know.
biopic. We're talking about Elvis.
Can we talk about Axl Rose for a second?
Yeah, how old were you when Axl Rose died?
Axl Rose is alive.
How old were you when Axl Rose was born?
Do you think I know? But I'll tell you, I met Axl.
Axl
From
was
his
born in
manager. Let me tell you about Axl. Axl had the greatest manager. His name is Tom Zutaut.
Yeah.
And Axl made a really big mistake when he broke with his manager. And Axl's being managed by his ex-girlfriend's maid right now. But Axl did not write a song. He hasn't written a new song for like 25 years. He has 10 songs that are kick-ass cool. And he is 56 years old jumping around the stage. And I'm proud of him. He made a
Same age
comeback.
Die Hard in theaters?
What?
Did you see Star Wars in theaters?
No, I don't go to movie theaters ever.
Never. You've never been to a movie theater.
I've been, but I avoid movie theaters.
Somebody in the chat said the song at the prom was performed live by Mozart.
Aww.
So, just out of curiosity, you said
Yeah.
you have kids, right?
I have
what are
children,
You
stepchildren,
have kids?
adopted children, and you guys.
Yeah.
Do your
Yes,
kids
I
know
do.
that you're fucking 23-year-olds?
I did confess. I always tell the truth.
Oh.
But
Where are they
listen, I
hanging
saw
out right
him.
now?
I saw
Like, where
him
they
last
at?
night. Listen, you guys, be proud of me. I saw him last night, and I had the courage and strength to walk away.
Who? You saw who?
I saw the 23-year-old last night, and I walked away from him.
How's that courageous? Courageous would be going over and sucking his cock.
No, but 10:15 a.m. this morning, he said, "Come fuck me," and I said, "No, I'm done with you."
Ah, that's
because
cow-
I like men
cowards
who
run
treat
away.
me like shit. Why do I like men who don't care about me?
Because you don't deserve to be cared about.
Aw, everyone deserves to be cared about.
Nah, they don't.
Really, you think there's some people who don't deserve to be cared about?
Shouldn't you be more concerned about your kids caring about you than what some fucking random men think?
No, I'm not concerned about that at all because they love me forever and always. All my children love me.
How many do you have?
I have children, stepchildren, adopted
Now,
children,
a
and
number.
little boys.
Can you count?
I have many, many.
How many?
I have so many.
Have you fucked any of the stepchildren?
No, I would never do that. Actually, okay, honestly, once I almost did.
Okay.
Now, how old was he? Was he the 23-year-old?
He's really famous. He's 28, and I did want to fuck him, but I
Oh,
didn't. I
you're banging
controlled
guys
myself.
younger than your kids then.
Because I was he was older than my kids. My kids are
Cool.
teenagers.
Yeah, that's cool.
But he's 28, and I was fucking his dad, and I wanted to fuck him, but I didn't do it. I
Why
controlled
not?
myself. I do have control.
Yeah, why not? You should have.
Yeah.
Why not? You should have.
But listen, you're all born from sex, so why is sex a bad thing?
It's not.
It's
We're
not.
all
It's a
born
beautiful
from
thing.
the act of sex.
Yeah, you should have fucked him.
Yeah, you
No,
should have fucked the
if you're
shit out of him.
born from sex, then why is sex a bad thing? I'm single. I'm not married. I'm never getting married. I've never been married. I don't have to be
Did
married.
you say your husband's or ex-husband's kids that you were looking
I
after?
don't have any ex-husbands, and I've
How
never
do you
been
have
married, and I never
stepchildren
will
if
get
you've
married.
never been married?
I will never get married. I don't believe in marriage.
But you have to be married to somebody to have
Stepchildren.
No, you
Yeah.
don't. They adopt me because they love me. I've got tons of stepchildren.
Your stepchildren
Cassandra.
adopted you?
Adopted
Yeah,
kids
they
are
love.
adopted.
Every day, girls come up to me and say, "Will you be my second mommy?"
What
They
the
think
fuck are
I'm
you
cool.
talking about?
Is this at the brothel?
Is this a cult?
Yeah, yeah. There's really a brothel in LA. There's definitely no
Is this
brothel in Los
the
Angeles.
cult of Corinne?
Wait a minute, Corinne. There's tons of brothels in Los Angeles.
Okay, is there a brothel? No, sorry, you guys
Yes,
are
there
so
are.
wrong. The girls in LA are so open. They'll do whatever they want without anything. You don't need a brothel in LA. All of LA is a brothel.
Well, no, the smart girls will charge for it. I mean, whores will give it away.
There's no whores in Los Angeles. Everybody does it for free here.
How long have you lived here?
My whole life, people do
What's
it for
your
free
whole
here.
life? I've lived here since 1954. How long have you lived here?
Dude, you're not that old.
Yeah, I'm very fucking old. How long you gotta? I mean,
Where do
how
you
old
live
think I am
exactly?
making X-Men movies and producing Dr. Phil every day.
You produce Dr. Phil every day.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know how many times I've been asked to be on Dr. Phil and I said no?
I would know. Let me check my records.
Check your records.
Yeah. What are you talking about? How long have you lived in LA? Do you remember the big quake?
Actually, I was in college when that happened. I think so. Yes.
You were in college when the 70.
No, this is like the 90s.
You were in college when
In
the.
Santa Monica on San Vicente was the biggest quake I've been in.
Okay.
So you were born in 72.
I was born, yeah, about that time, yes.
Huh.
Why does it matter?
It doesn't. Age doesn't matter.
We had a 30-minute conversation trying to figure out your fucking.
I win. Price is right, bitch.
Yeah, so she's like 48.
All right. Well.
No, I'm not 48. That's
Thanks
so
for
lame. Come on.
49.
49.
No, nope. You guys are really bad at math. I'm really worried about you. How old are you, Ralph?
That fake laugh makes us seem
Ralph-
like we're great.
Ralph is 30,
you don't like
32.
my laugh? It's sweet. Ralph, how old are you?
Ralph is 32.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Ralph's not here anymore. He hung himself.
Aw, who am I talking
It
to
might not be
exactly?
far from the truth, to be honest.
Who am I talking to?
This is
my
Zidane.
name's Bob.
Bob, okay.
And I'm
Okay,
Zidane.
Bob.
Hey.
Anything else you want to know?
My name's
Anything super
Asterios.
cool? Anything super cool?
Somebody
I
wants to
wanna
know what
talk-
it was like taking Napoleon's virginity.
What is that? That's like the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That's like dumb. Give me something
What,
good.
you don't-
should
you
have
don't
said
fuck
Hitler's
short guys?
virginity.
Yeah, what's
Give
wrong
me
with short
Hitler.
guys?
Why give me Napoleon?
Napoleon
said John
Dynamite was
Gotti.
a
Yeah,
great film.
She doesn't watch movies. Remember, she doesn't. Watch
Oh,
I watch
that's right.
movies
That's
very
right.
rarely because my life.
What do
is
you
so
like
exciting, I
about
don't need to
Corinne? What
sit
do you
through a
like about
movie.
this band that you're in there entertaining?
Baby, I'm not with one band. I'm in a studio where many bands record.
I mean, what do you like about all these servicing all these bands? I guess then I don't know. What do you like?
I don't service any bands. I can barely service myself. How do I service a band?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
I
at that
don't.
colonial silver.
Oh, yeah. Corinne, do you know the side effects of colloidal silver?
Yeah, tell me what they are. Let's hear what you think.
You're super empowered. If you're a woman, extra tough, and you become empowered beyond all possible dreams.
I think I should make the Corinne colloidal silver strawberry gel so it tastes
You should.
It tastes
Good.
disgusting.
I'll sell it for you.
I will buy it.
I will buy some from you if you do.
I'm gonna
this.
make some condoms called Corinne Forever condoms because condoms suck.
I mean,
Will they just be empty packages? Because condoms are bullshit.
Yeah, I like that. That's funny. Honestly, if you're gonna have sex, you might as well just risk everything. I don't believe in abortion.
That's a good stance to have. You
You're
should
gonna
teach
have sex,
teenage
just go for it.
stepchildren that. Yeah.
Yes, if you're gonna go, we need as many children as possible in the United States of
White
America.
children.
Why is that?
Right?
We have
White
to
children.
offer that with yeah.
Because the United States is not growing; we're declining. We don't have kids
Well,
anymore.
No, our
You guys
population is
need to
going
have
up,
10 kids.
but
Ralph,
it's
you need to have
mostly
10 kids with your
the
wife.
blacks and Latinos. We need more white kids, right?
I wouldn't
We gotta
say it
build
like
that
that.
wall.
I'd say people like Ralph need to have 10 kids. Ralph and his wife need to have 10 kids.
He needs to get on it. I mean, I agree.
Get
I like
on it,
your,
Ralph.
That might be where he's at right now. Actually.
Yeah, hey, that's what
Give
he's
him
doing at the moment.
donations. Ralph needs to make money to have kids. It's
I
like
don't-
25 grand a month per kid.
I've got to say, Corinne, you have a real positive attitude about unsafe sex. I like it.
I really believe in sex. You're born from the act of sex. I believe in it. But I also believe that you have to have mental capacity. I also believe in your physical, your diet, your exercise.
When you go out for breakfast, do you ever get a blue waffle?
I never eat breakfast because I don't wake up before 12 noon.
Really?
Really. Ever.
Why? To rest?
I don't wake up before 12 noon. I don't have to.
I mean, you don't have to, but that's.
Can we talk to the guy next to you
happens between
instead?
6 a.m.
Yeah.
and 12 noon.
Yeah, I want a shout out.
What do you want?
We
I
want to
want a
talk.
shout-out.
We want to talk to Mac Daddy next to you.
Yeah,
Okay,
put him
Mac
on.
Daddy.
Put him
Go
on.
for it.
What's up?
Hey, Mac Daddy, what's up, man?
What's happening?
How you doing? We're happy to talk to you.
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Very good. Are you a music guy?
About what? Yeah, I'm a music guy.
Corinne's been talking about you guys are doing like a charity for trafficking.
Yeah.
Yeah. How
Trafficking.
did Corinne get hooked up with this thing? How did you guys get hooked up together?
Oh, I don't know. I think we met at a bar or something.
You met at a bar in Malibu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How's it going? You think she's a sure thing? Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
What instrument does she play? The skin flute?
I think so.
Hey, man, we love her. What you want to call back and like talk about the experience with her afterwards? That'd be pretty.
Yeah,
fun.
sure.
Yeah. All right.
I'll share the nitty gritty.
Yeah. I think
Let us know if your dick turns blue.
Blue water.
Hey,
Watch
hey,
out that colonial silver.
Mac, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Fucking, she's not on birth control. Fucking be careful. You know what I mean?
Wear a condom.
Yeah, I got you. Good
Yeah,
advice.
you know what I mean. You know what you're dealing with. All right.
Can you give him a phone number?
Can I give them your phone number? You do.
No, well, no. Give him your phone number that he can call for, or an email address.
It was 8675309. I thought.
Well,
Hey,
we'll
what-
probably
Matt,
just we'll log back onto here. So
How can I hit you? Give me your email. I can hit you up to see the nitty gritty. I want to know the
all
nitty.
right, it's IROC@trafficking@gmail.
Iraq against trafficking. Okay.
Expect an email from the Dick Show at Gmail, right?
Yeah, the Dick Show. Yeah, we
When are
want.
you guys gonna give me Joshua from Kiwi Farms?
We're trying to get him, but
The hard man to find.
the hard man to find.
He's
at,
scared of me now.
He is
Oh, is
scared.
he really?
He's at so many glory holes and truck stops, blowing
I
guys.
mean, he called me gross. Like that's just
Yeah.
tacky. He
It is
called me
tacky.
gross. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
Mac
libel.
Daddy, that's tacky.
It sucks
At
to
least
call him.
be a journalist and say something respectful. At
Like
least
what?
say something that's not the word gross. I mean, he has a low IQ.
That's his problem. But like that's who he entertains, people with low IQs.
He doesn't entertain anyone because no one reads his stuff. He's got like almost 0 subscribers.
No, he has zillions of subscribers.
No,
Joshua
0.
has subscribers that are all stupid. They're all
I
low.
want Andy Worski. Can you get me Andy Worski?
Yeah, we have him right here.
Really?
This guy sounds like
Yeah.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
Joe Rogan. We want Joe Rogan.
Andy, are you there?
Andy.
Andy, if you're here,
Here.
give me a fuck yeah.
I don't know.
Fuck
You guys
yeah.
tease me all
See?
the time. We don't know if
He's
it's
here.
Andy.
We've got Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah, you want to talk to
No,
Sargon?
I don't need Sargon. DJ thinks he's Sargon of Akkad. That's stupid. I want to threaten Kiwi Farms again.
We'll do it.
I want to bully Kiwi Farms. I think so.
I don't.
Wait, you want to bully somebody? I thought you were anti.
I want to bully Kiwi Farms because they need to see what it feels like to get sued for everything they
bully
own.
people.
Yeah,
She's a
Corinne,
bully
you
hunter.
need to, you need to name the bully. Name the bully, Corinne?
Kiwi Farms, Joshua something.
Yeah, we need to name and shame him. That's what we got to do.
I'm not shaming anyone. I'm just saying that
You should
you're
shame
getting
bullies,
sued.
Corinne.
You
That's
just
what
said,
you should.
You just said that they're all low IQ.
You should
Oh
shame.
my
him.
god. I think
You've
we
been
made the
slut
video
shaming
work.
yourself all night.
Wait, I think we tried to make the video work. What do we do now?
You just gotta flip it around.
Oh my god, we flipped it.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, we're making the video work. Oh my god, we did it.
Oh, there we go. Hey, let's see
Okay.
your kids.
Okay, here.
Is that a casting couch?
Yeah, it's a casting couch. Like, I really want to be a singer. I would never do that. I would never do that. Look.
Just one, just a little bit.
What
Yeah,
is it?
one daughter.
It's a bottle
Not-
of wine. It looks
We need
like-
wine to deal with you guys. No, let's talk
What
to
do you
Andy
mean?
Worski.
Yeah, well, okay, let's get him. Andy, are you there?
Andy, Joe Rogan.
Fuck yeah.
This
Oh,
is
hey, there, Andy's there.
What's up? I'm Andy Worski. What's up?
I don't know. Is that the real Andy Worski?
Yeah, it's Andy.
I don't know. You guys all tease me.
No, it's Andy. What do you want? What do you want? You're
Anyway,
alive.
I like watching Andy. I think you got the coolest show.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you like about it?
At least you don't bully people.
No, I hate bullying.
What do you think about Ice Poseidon?
I love whatever. What do you think?
I mean, nothing. I think he's stupid.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think this is Andy.
It is. It's 100%
Andy
Andy.
says so many bad words. Andy, you're such a gentleman. Like, I like you. I'm proud of you.
I fucking
you're-
hate. I fuck cock. I fucking hate Ice Poseidon. Love him.
No, Ice Poseidon's boring. Honestly, he bores me. I want to do
me
a
too.
I want to do really cool stuff. I think his stuff is getting really boring. I think that it was cool in the beginning and then it got really dull.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I love you guys, and I think that it's really important to just keep on talking, keep the
All right.
dialogue going.
Let's go. This guy's got to get a reward. Get rid of her.
This guy's got a reward.
No. I'm talking about something else.
What are you talking about? I'm reading my text messages. Give me a shout out. David from Canada. Why would he want a shout out?
Can you give me your number so I can text you after the show?
Yeah, 917-287-1314. I let everybody call me all the time.
Oh, cool. That's fun.
Who said I drink box wine? I don't even know what box wine is. So listen, I was hanging out with a woman today who has 3 kids. She adopted all 3. 2 of them she adopted on her own. She was one of the most beautiful celebrities in the world, and she's about 65 now.
Who is this person?
She's not married. I can't say. But,
Is it you?
How old was she?
No, she's like 65 now. She
Yeah,
made
is it
one of the
you?
she made some of the greatest movies in the world. Okay.
Meryl
And
Streep?
Probably not you then.
no, I've never been in a movie. I'm not an actress. My mom's an actress.
Who's your mom?
I would never tell you because I don't want Kiwi Farms to torture her.
Was she Norma Desmond?
No, no.
Well, you get that reference.
I don't know. Who's Norma Desmond? Do we know who that is?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you got that reference. You got that.
Who's Norma Desmond?
You knew what that was right away.
Thank you, Medicare.
Who's Norma Desmond?
Look
I
at
don't
her.
know what you guys are talking about.
Look at her backtrack on that one.
Sunset Boulevard, bitch.
I don't know what Norma Desmond is.
Me either.
Oh, we're playing a song for you guys.
Is he gonna get his copyright struck?
Anyway, that's Andy Worski's too hyper. He's not on.
Well,
Corinne, who's that little boy at the console?
He's the boy. He's only. How old are you? 21. He's 21.
Are you gonna fuck him?
You gonna fuck
I thought you said that you were gonna do that.
What do you mean? I can fuck anyone I want to fuck.
You said you found the strength to get away from a 23-year-old.
Yeah, that was Ice Poseidon show, guys.
Oh,
Can he
Are
do
you
that
old
right
enough
now?
to drink?
I don't think so. He looks pretty young. Corinne, it's dangerous to walk around like you are. Your pussy, you said, was dripping wet. You might slip.
Oh, I agree with you. My pussy drips. You're right.
God.
That room must
That's
smell
no way
terrible.
to talk in front of a child.
Can I tell you what I call my pussy?
What do you
Niagara
call it?
Falls.
Disgusting.
I'll tell you because I don't
Bomber?
care. My pussy's name is Butterfly.
Why? Does it have like the
Beautiful.
lips that go way
And
out?
then I fly away.
See, I heard a different nickname for your pussy. People called it roast beef. Can you confirm?
That's definitely Andy Wolski or someone rude, honestly. It's gotta be the rudest person, but I heard there's sex
Fuck
videos
yeah.
somewhere. I want to see them.
I'm trying to think of a joke, but I can't think of any foods that are blue.
Blue? That's dumb. I don't even know how to respond to that. Stupid.
Colloidal silver dyes your skin.
It does. Makes it
No,
blue.
it
You got a blue
doesn't.
waffle down there.
Blue waffle.
What do you think's the most important topic we should talk about?
You
Okay, I
leaving.
don't know what a blue waffle is.
Look down.
What do I say to come back to that? You guys are just so sexually deprived. That's all you can do is tease other people.
We're all
We
having
don't fuck
sex.
each other.
Us are having sex right now.
When was the last time you had sex?
Right now, we're
Yeah.
currently all having sex with hot women, with young.
This is Sargon of Akkad. I'm actually watching my wife right now.
Oh my god, what planet are you from? I like that. Who's Solgal of Akkad? I mean, this is just so psycho.
So it's a screen name. I'm actually my real name is Carl.
I want Joe Rogan. I want.
Well,
who
we
do I
got
want?
Sargon of Akkad. That's it.
I'm actually good friends with Mr. Rogan. I could put in a good word for you.
Okay, you guys, we're about to have sex. I think I have to go now.
With a child?
Yeah.
I would like to watch if possible.
I know, but then the channel vlog is turned off, and I don't want to risk that. None of us want to risk that. Sorry.
There's plenty of risk already. We understand.
This is like the beginning of my channel.
Hey, buddy.
I always.
If you can hear us, you gotta get tested tomorrow, right?
And then I have to go.
Yeah, keep showing that guy. He looks like Rucka if he was a little bit older.
Yeah, be sure to tell him not to drink the boxed wine. It's roofied.
Roofie. Oh my god, where would you wait? Oh my god. I
Fuck
wanna try a
yeah.
roofie. Wait, where would you get a roofie from?
Go to the bar. And
Now that's fucking based.
What? What did they say? That's how they make money. So people pay $5 to $7, and oh my God, he's turning me on, you guys. I have to go. I'm gonna go have.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Good luck. Godspeed.
Anything else you want to say?
Tell him I'll shoot him an email to find out how it went.
And tell him to get tested tomorrow.
You guys are so into men. Like, you don't even care about women. I should be on your show more because you need to like really, really, really start.
Well, we all love dick here.
I'm kind of gay in some ways.
Who's Andy Worski? I want Andy.
Hey, what's up? I'm Andy.
I
Andy
know it's
Morsky.
time. You're in New York, right?
Yeah.
I
I'm in
love
New York,
New York.
all day, every day. I love New York too. New York
I
did love
know.
you.
And listen, you're a cool cat. Like, God bless you, peace. Like, I know you say a lot of bad words, but I don't care. You're cool.
Fuck.
I like
shit,
Andy.
titty.
And I want Joe Rogan.
I could work on speaking to
Joe
Mr. Rogan on your behalf.
I'll do it myself. I don't need your help. But I do want Kiwi Farms to know that it's rude to call me gross. I mean, what do I say to that, Mac Daddy? Kiwi Farms called me gross. I mean, what's the response to that?
Is that old? Wait a minute. Is that old white dude named Mac Daddy?
Yeah.
There's no old white dude here. He's black.
we literally saw him.
Yeah, he's black.
No, he's black. Roseanne committed a hate crime against him on Twitter.
Wait, he's black? That dude right there that you sat on? He's
The white guy. The white guy you sat on is black.
That dude is.
That guy's black. Okay.
Yeah, he's black. This is as black as I go.
What does that mean?
Shout out to Floyd Mayweather. I want to fuck Floyd Mayweather.
I thought that's as black as
Would
you
you
go.
still fuck me if I was fucking Floyd Mayweather? At the same time? No, like the same week. If I
Ask him if he would watch.
Mayweather in 3 days, would you
Would you? Hey, would you watch? Would you watch her fuck Floyd,
No, I
Floyd
wouldn't
Mayweather?
do that.
You sit in the corner.
I told you I just fucked Floyd Mayweather.
Would you throw nickels at her face while she gets fucked by Floyd Mayweather?
Oh, you guys, it's so demeaning. Can you think of something else exciting? Can we think of something really fun? Let's do something really fun.
How many boxes of wine would you have to drink to fuck Floyd Mayweather?
Baby, I don't even know how to drink boxed wine. I'm drinking Robert Mondavi.
Why did you put boxed wine in a bottle?
What does that mean? What's boxed wine? Half your jokes I don't even understand because they're so stupid. What's boxed
Would you let
wine?
Floyd Mayweather punch you in the face?
No, I wouldn't actually. That's actually very serious.
What if he was gonna give you like a role or a job?
A role or a job? Oh, I'm in his strip club. I would love to be a stripper in Floyd Mayweather's.
He would love it too. Would you let him choke you with his belt?
With his belt or his hand?
His belt.
I don't think so.
Oh, come on.
But this is the deal. Can I tell you why? Can I tell you guys why I really didn't fuck Floyd? You want to know why?
Wait, what do you mean you had the opportunity to fuck Floyd?
Of course.
Because he's too
black.
black.
Do you want to know why I didn't?
Why, of course?
Because he's
I'm gonna
black.
Tell you. No.
Why did you have the
I
opportunity
was in
to fuck
Vegas
Floyd
introduced me
Mayweather?
to him. I went to a party at his place because he's the type of guy who would try to do it in the back, and I won't do that. I'll never. It's disgusting.
You've
it's
never
great,
done
it's
anal? What the fuck is
Never.
wrong with you?
You just said capital A earlier. Don't cock
Never
tease
do
us.
that.
You did.
Totally tacky.
She doesn't want a blue butthole.
Half your jokes I don't even understand. They're so stupid.
You will in a little bit when stuff starts turning blue. Don't worry.
She'll be shitting blue.
Chat, he's actually gonna have sex tonight. Let's talk about that.
Who's gonna have sex tonight?
Yeah, out of all the guys in the chat, who's actually gonna have sex tonight?
Corinne, there's no way you're gonna have sex tonight.
Really? Okay, why not?
Yeah,
You're
don't
probably
kid
right.
us. First of all,
Okay,
there's
okay.
no one. There's no one there who would want to throw down with you right now. You're too
Ooh,
sexy.
you guys are stupid. Next, give me more.
Oh well, Corinne, I don't think Sean King there wants to fuck a chick that drinks boxed wine.
Who's Sean King? What are they saying? Oh my God, you're so smart. You're so wise. You love it the more you degrade and demean me.
Is that Talcum X that you met at the bar?
What?
Is that Talcum X?
I don't know what that means. Half your guys' jokes, I don't even know what you're talking about, honestly.
No.
Sorry, I'm
It makes
Generation
it hard to
X.
make fun of you.
What?
It makes it hard to make fun of you when you
Well, I
can't
don't
understand half the same.
jokes.
Yeah.
I mean, half your jokes are totally stupid.
Are you gonna fuck that guy in front of that little kid?
I don't think there's any little kid here, and I
The
I
one
would
sitting
never
at
just
the-
saw him.
This
Yeah,
is
the
a
one
serious
sitting right
topic.
there.
No child pornography ever.
No child left behind. They all get a watch.
Disgusting. You made it laugh. You guys want to hear me play the drums?
No, I really don't.
Want me to sing you a song?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
Want me to sing you guys a lullaby? Because it's time for all little boys to go to sleep. Mommy
Please.
says, mommy rules.
That's
Time for little boys to go to sleep or you get timed
Oh.
out.
Mommy or grandma?
That's my grandma.
Jesus Christ.
Nana,
Great
please
grandma.
sing us a song.
How come no one cares if my hair is short or long?
Because no one's looking at you.
Ooh.
Because you have the hairline of my grandpa.
Okay, you guys, I'm not gonna be degraded and humiliated if I don't know what you're talking about, honestly.
Unless we own a music studio.
How do you not know what a receding hairline is?
I've never had one, and no one I know has them. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Look up.
That's not a problem in LA.
The light glaring off your
It's not a
forehead is
problem in
blinding the
LA.
You
camera.
can't see past a giant forehead.
Catch your reflection in your wine glass, Corinne.
There's nothing going on.
Yeah, there's no hair up there. Yes, that's
the
right.
point. That's the
Have
point.
you considered cosplaying a Sakura from Naruto?
She doesn't know what the fucking Naruto is.
That's a deep
None
cut.
of us understand what you're saying. It's
Nana,
really boring.
sing
Let's
us a
talk about
song.
cool stuff.
What
Let's
happened
get
to the
off
song?
the geek topics.
Sing us
I
a
love
song.
geeks.
Sing us Amazing Grace.
Wait, are you gonna put on a nice like a strip show for this guy you're hanging out with? What's going on
show
there?
some
I do
tits,
when
Corinne.
I'm with the man. I do whatever he tells me to do. I love to be dominated.
Oh, ask him to show your tits then. Ask the guy to show your tits.
Yeah, tell him
We'll
that.
get
Tell
kicked
him
off YouTube. Why would I do
No,
that?
we won't. It's
No,
totally
not
fine.
on YouTube.
No, Ralph will kick your ass. We're not doing that.
Ralph killed himself. It's cool.
Yeah.
Real free.
Ralph found out your tits and he killed himself.
Hey, I wonder if you can OD on colloidal silver.
No.
Your
No,
pussy
just,
probably
you
will.
just gotta keep shoving it in.
My pussy is so yummy, you'll never have a chance to even.
Oh
taste
God,
it.
no.
I don't like blueberries.
No, nobody wants to eat Arby's, okay?
I want to see the implant jobs. Pull them
The
out.
only reason why I make jokes about sex is because sex is really important. We're all born from sex, and we all should appreciate sex.
Yeah,
I think I've
we're
heard that one somewhere.
If this guy doesn't get your tits out, he is a pussy.
Yeah.
How am I still awake? I don't understand.
Oh God, he's back from the dead.
Oh, he rises.
You found out there were going to be some tits?
Oh my God. What is happening? What is happening?
Ralph gets no nudity.
It's over.
He's dead. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God.
Corinne's
I
been
love
telling
Andy
about her.
Worski. I love you, Andy. I think you're the coolest cat ever.
Yeah, Ralph, she's very appreciative.
All right.
Yeah.
That you brought Andy Worski on here.
Mr. Minotaur, whatever the guy's name is,
Minotaur.
lame because he can't even say his real name. I mean, anyone
That's
who doesn't
his
say
real
their real
name.
name shouldn't even be on
Yeah, that Mr. Minotaur guy's a faggot. I agree with you.
He's not even a faggot. I like faggots. I like faggots. All my brothers.
Is that
are.
why you're hanging out with one at the music studio?
Because this guy can't pull any titties out. He's probably gay. And I'm gonna
You
look
guys,
elsewhere.
Ralph is gonna get kicked off if you guys show any nudity.
I don't
So
care.
Oh no.
You want to get Ralph's show kicked off?
Sure.
A
If
little
I'm
bit.
not on, it's Ralph. You
I
wanna
don't
get
care.
Ralph in
Pull it
trouble?
out. Do it.
Someone would have to prove that those are titties to get him kicked off. Yeah.
No, every time I get porn on my channel, it gets kicked off 3 times
Oh.
per
I
half.
thought you don't do porn.
Oh, so you have to have
I-
connections with YouTube
Okay,
like I do.
This
And...
is ooh, the truth comes out at night. Okay, listen, you guys don't listen. Someone put Ice Poseidon's porn on my channel, and then DJ put his private parts on my channel. Yeah, because they don't want me to have a YouTube channel.
Alright, yeah.
Because I kick butt.
So these tits, are we talking about like pepperoni or salami?
I don't know what that means.
They're like two
This is
socks.
JF
Guys,
Garapy.
it's so
I'm
hot
also
in here.
interested in this conversation.
It is so
Oh,
hot.
JF's
in
here. Do you know
Hey,
JF?
JF.
How are you guys doing tonight?
Corinne,
This sounds like you're in Beverly Hills now.
Corinne, that's
Corinne.
JF Garapy. That's Andy Worski's co-host.
Yes.
I know,
How are
it
you?
sounds
How
like
are
you're
you
in
doing
Beverly
tonight,
Hills.
Karen?
I'm not into the foreign thing, and I live in Beverly Hills. I don't need to listen.
He's
to
not
everything.
foreign. He's Canadian. It doesn't count.
I am a French Canadian. I live in but I will not mention where I live, but it is
I'm
north of the
sitting on
border.
my daddy's lap now, and we're gonna have sex, so I have to go.
Oh.
Thank God.
I love you
Wow.
guys.
Buddy,
And
get tested tomorrow.
Can Ralph eat good moderator and set me up with this Kiwi Farm
Yeah,
guy
we
for
got you.
real?
We'll set you up. We'll set
Okay,
you
so
up.
should I-
Good luck,
This is
Corinne.
Sargon of
Good luck,
Akkadian.
Corinne.
I would like to, if possible, I would like to watch.
Show your tits, and we'll hook you up with the Kiwi Farms guy.
Goodbye, Corinne.
Pull it down.
This
Pull it
dude-
down.
This
Come
dude
on.
literally looks.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
There we go. Come on.
Oh.
Off.
Oh
Ralph,
God.
you're gonna get kicked off.
Go away.
Ralph, you're gonna get kicked off.
Are your guys' hairlines having a race to the back of your head?
Oh Jesus.
Okay.
That's Corinne.
God, I'm gonna throw up.
You want to throw up? She puts colloidal silver in her vagina. What the fuck? Ugh.
Oh boy, that guy's. I hope they save some box wine because he's gonna want to dunk his nuts in it after he's done with it.
He's gonna wake up. His dick's gonna be bright blue. He's gonna run to the clinic first thing, not knowing what happened.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Holy shit.
What earth? I love it. What earthquake were you around for? The big one.
Oh, I don't
Holy
know.
shit.
Which one? 70s or 90s? The big one.
She's so dumb.
You got it out of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, set up the camera and let's watch.
Ralph, you missed.
I was halfway passed out.
Yeah, you missed something. The way of describing it.
Oof.
The best show Ralph's ever done, and he
I
wasn't
could-
here for it.
I could still kind of hear what was going on, and then she awoke me.
Put your hand in your mouth. Corinne, put your hand in your mouth.
Oh God, we all blocked her. Are you still watching her?
Swallow your fist, Corinne.
No, the whole thing. All four fingers. All four fingers.
Oh, now I want to see this. How do I undo this?
Yeah, hold on.
Wait, why'd you guys all block the camera? I'm watching this shit.
Because Ralph blocked.
I blocked her actually, to be honest. Yeah.
Open your teeth all the way and put all four fingers in your mouth.
Or just take out your dentures and just go to
I'm
town.
missing something great.
Put them in there. Put them in there. Put your fingers in your mouth. All four fingers in your mouth. Open your mouth all the way. Yeah.
Oh, holy shit. I'm leaving and coming back in to watch this.
God damn it. I blocked her too.
Will that actually work?
Do you take out your teeth when you give a blowjob too?
Oh no.
I can't.
Hold on, let me refresh.
How do I unblock? I can't unblock. Oh man.
Why haven't you hung up yet?
Who? They're coming back. That's what they said.
Where'd those guys go?
They said they're coming back.
Okay.
They might not be able to get back in because they have.
Oh, they were blocked.
You better.
No. Josh, you left and came back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it should be all right. Maybe they can go.
Corinne, open your mouth as wide as you can.
Is she actually doing that?
Open your mouth as wide as you can. Open your mouth as wide as you can. Open it.
Consider this your audition for Dr. Phil.
All the way. It's your audition. Open your mouth all the way.
This poor guy is getting
Casting an X-Men movie. I need to know that you could be a reptile lady that's tested.
Oh, they can't get back in because they blocked her.
Hey, Corinne, open your mouth all the way.
Unblock her.
Open your
I
mouth
want to see your molars.
Open your mouth as wide as you can.
As
Just
wide
open
as you
your mouth
can.
As wide as you can.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but wider. Spit that
You're
gum.
gonna ruin that microphone with the gum.
Put that gum in your hair. Put the gum in your hair.
The chat just missed her deep throating a microphone because you retards blocked her. All these retards blocked you so that they couldn't see what was going on. The chat's missing out.
Yeah, I can't see it. I don't know how to unblock her.
Corinne, you tried to sync me. What the fuck? You tried to sync this stream.
No one else can hear or see her though. I can't see her because we blocked her.
Well, I joined on the back of account, so I can hear her. I can.
Okay, what is she doing?
She
Corinne,
said she would.
talk with your mouth open. Hold your mouth open all the way and talk.
Then fucking
Then
hang
go.
up.
Go suck a dick. What are you waiting for? I don't care.
I want to see
All
blue
right.
tonsils when you're done.
All right. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Corinne. Go have fun. We'll talk to you soon.
No, this is.
Corinne, take a picture of that guy's
All right,
balls.
thanks.
We'll put you in our movie.
All right, thank you.
Please
Good
hang up
night.
on her.
Good night.
I love you too.
Good night, Corinne. Good night, Corinne. Good night. All right, good night.
At what point do you think that guy realized he had made a mistake?
That guy's getting laid.
Yeah, that guy seems as crazy as she is.
Yeah.
No, he's drunk or something. There's something.
By the way, it must be Jim probably couldn't join back because I wouldn't let me join back. I had to switch accounts to actually get back into the hangout.
You gotta get back in now since you left.
There he is.
There he is.
There he
Unmute
is.
your mic.
Gator, did you see what she was doing?
I
did see what
she
she
was
was doing.
shoving a
Did you record
fist
it?
down her throat.
Gator, tell me you recorded that.
I recorded that whole fucking thing. Yeah.
Good, fantastic. Because since we blocked her, I couldn't unblock her because she was pulling out her, can't have her tits show.
She
up on
didn't
stream.
show anything.
No, but when Ralph
He
blocked
tried.
her, I blocked her.
He tried, and I thank him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it was getting X-rated there, so I just blocked her.
And then I blocked her too. But
I didn't realize it kicked you out. Like you can't get back
Nah,
in.
I didn't realize it either. I just switched to my backup account.
Yeah, no,
Let
I
me-
saw you block her, and I thought, oh, maybe you can't kick her, so I blocked her too. And then all of a sudden, she's shoving shit in her mouth, and I'm like, fuck, I'm missing it.
but Gator got the footage, so
No,
Yes, I
wait,
did,
Gator,
yeah.
wait, was she actually doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she deep throated her microphone on camera.
Yeah.
well, Gator got the footage, so we can put it up somewhere. Corinne gone wild.
If you need a place to host it, just let me know. All right, just throwing that out there.
I don't know,
Kiwi
guys.
Farms gets the exclusive.
What was your favorite moment? I think for me, it was her saying we're a Me Too generation, and that those girls were asking for it. Was a great follow-up.
Yeah, she did say that. The colloidal silver part.
That's pretty fucking funny. Yeah, the
Did
fact
she
that
say she was sticking colloidal silver?
Yeah,
she
she
uses it as lubricant.
Yes.
Yeah.
She has the best doctor that doesn't take insurance, and she shoves it up her vagina.
And she's a follower of Alex Jones, which is perfectly fine.
Well, she
Normal
wants to
people
fuck
follow
him.
Alex Jones. Yeah, she wants to fuck Alex Jones. That's not okay. That's on the opposite
And
side.
she also could have had sex with Bill Clinton, but didn't because he's married. Because that's never.
Yeah, I did hear that. She wants to go on Andy Worski's show too.
And she's gonna stop Pizzagate.
Yes.
I think finally finding her age. I think.
Yeah, that.
Wait,
Wow.
how did she say she?
I think she's 47. Somebody in the chat said it was confirmed.
The Norma Desmond reference.
Yeah, gave it away.
I told you guys she was 48. That was me. I called it.
Yeah, I said 52. Thought she was older than that.
Yeah, I thought she was late 50s.
No, she just looks tall.
That was being generous. No. You know what? Actually, my second favorite moment was her saying this black guy, Mac Daddy, who's a white dude. Was very good.
I liked how she couldn't decide between sex and talking to people on the internet for like 30 minutes. She wanted to hang up so bad and kept saying, "I'm gonna go have sex now." And the guy's just fucking waiting, but she literally cannot pull herself away from the attention.
I like the JP appearance.
Oh, that was good. That was a good one. Do you think she's sucking his dick right now?
Oh God.
I bet they both
I don't
passed
want to
out.
think about that.
I mean, she has to have some kind of skills, right? Like, at least the head game's got to be good, right? I don't know. Maybe.
I bet she's gonna puke up all that box wine all
She
over.
probably takes her. Well, listen, she probably takes the dentures out, and no telling what she can do. Then, I just said, ugh.
You know, she's probably really bad because you said she doesn't do anal. I bet she doesn't deep throat. I bet she's fucking bad.
No, she fucking lied when Dick said, so what do you got? A capital A. She's like, yeah, wink, wink, and then she's like, I don't do anal.
I think she's just stupid and didn't know what that meant.
Well, she could be retarded. That's possible.
that's my bet. I'm going for 2 for 2 and saying that she was just dumb and didn't catch the reference.
I think that chick does anal.
I think that's safe.
What are
bet,
the
you know.
chances they're having sex right now while listening to this show?
Oof. Hi.
Then I'm gonna have to put on the right. I'm gonna have to put on the right music for it.
Put on the soundtrack for The Room, like in the sex scenes during The Room.
You are my rose, you are my rose.
Oh yeah. Oh no! Get it away!
No, Gator, you gotta play. You gotta set the mood for it. Play Ram Ranch.
You gotta do your JP voice too, if they're
Yeah.
listening.
Oh my God. Yeah. Narrator sex right now. Narrate what he's doing to him right now.
Oh man.
I'm still pretty surprised that she actually made it here.
Oh, I really hope they're not listening because if that dude finds out she has a really bad case of herpes, he's gonna get all fucked up.
Shit.
The colloidal silver will protect him. He'll just have a blue
Yeah.
dick.
Colloidal silver. It's gonna make like a metal guard around his cock, so that the virus
He'll be
can't get it.
fine.
What you gotta do is you gotta take the colloidal silver and you gotta take a big old handful of it and you gotta rub it around your genital area.
Is that Nerd City or Alex Jones?
I'll just say yes.
How about both? Yeah.
It's a mix.
I did see a super chat. I missed so many. Whatever. Sorry. T104 Play says, "Oh my fucking god! Colloidal silver crotch treatments were used in oldie times to treat chlamydia. I'm not even joking." That's what he said. So.
I bet you this is the type of chick, if she's doing that shit, I bet you this is the type of woman that would literally drink mercury, thinking it's going to get rid of her fucking case of the crabs or some shit like that.
I'm very curious about her kids. Like, does she actually have custody of children?
I'm curious if she teaches them this wonderful knowledge that she's accumulated about using fucking heavy metals to cure diseases.
Do you think you could convince her to drink that jelly juice shit that poop cult was doing?
Yes.
She would drink that, yeah.
It can cure the gay.
Oh no, the bleach enema chick. I actually know a lot about that poop cult. Just so you know, if you want deets on the poop cult, I have the deets.
We need to send it to her. Tell her it's like great for her health.
Get her on.
Yeah.
Oh, she's in hiding right now because one of her cult members died.
Oh.
Oops.
Yeah.
From drinking shit? Is that how they died?
She posed Clorox bleach as a panacea for everything, and you have to take it as an
Well,
enema.
I mean, to be fair, I'm starting to like this woman. Yeah.
But she encouraged people, like, if you have a kid with Down syndrome or autism, just load that ass up with Clorox. It'll fix it. And surprise, somebody with an illness did that and fucking died from Clorox bleach poisoning. And yeah, she might be going to jail.
Just drink Clorox; it will cure the autism. That's good advice.
No, you got to put up.
I mean,
your
you're
ass.
not wrong.
It'll
It
cure
does
it.
cure
Yeah.
Yeah, she found out that Tide Pods will clean out her pussy, so she sticks them in there.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it's time for the Monday Morning Podcast for Monday, September 14th, 2020. What's going on? How are you? 2020. The story of 2020 has been COVID-19. Affecting all aspects of the economy. You can't even barbecue with somebody not bringing it up. I'll tell you, last night I came home and there was some youngsters. I don't know where they were. The house next door is what they sounded like. They were having a party. They sounded really young because every 5 seconds they were going, woo! Woo! It's just like me and my wife were fucking dying laughing. It's like, are they doing shots, cheering each other on? I don't know what it is. And I was like, they better keep it down or somebody's going to call the cops. I don't know if they did. But, one of my proudest moments as an adult is I've never called the cops on young people having a good time. I've definitely been annoyed by young people. Fucking assholes riding their bikes in the middle of the goddamn street. the skateboard kids. I mean, they're just the fucking worst. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you want your kid to achieve as a skateboarder, I think like the number one thing you have to do is just be an asshole dad, because so many skateboarders, they just got this fucking chip on their shoulder. It's like, what is the problem? You know? Don't they make those little fucking areas for you to go do that shit? I think half the fun of skateboarding is having some fat fucking security guard chase you off the lot. If it doesn't happen, then they just try and pick a fight with somebody in his Prius picking up his goddamn dry cleaning. Anyway, but no, that is a big thing for me. Like I don't rat people out. I'm not calling the cops. And I know better than to come over there and be like, hey, can you keep it down? You know, my daughter's sleeping or whatever. Like, I came in the house, and my daughter was still up at 10:30. She's going, Dad! Dad! Trying to ignore her. Dad! And finally I go, what, buddy, what? She goes, I heard you out. I went into a room. She goes, I heard you outside. Going, woo! I go, that wasn't me. She goes, well, who is it? I go, it's some kids over there having fun. And she's like, I want to play with them, you know. She's hilarious. Her new thing now is fucking, like, if I'll be like, sweetheart, don't run. She goes, I'm not running. Or I'll be like, chew your food. She's like, I am chewing my food. I know it's pushback and I know it's disrespectful, but it's fucking hilarious to me because I actually respect it. You know, I am chewing my food. You know, stop micromanaging me. Even though, you know, she needs me to, but I like the fact that she doesn't like to be micromanaged. And I don't know where she picked that up from. I first noticed it when we were in the grocery store. When, I don't know where we were. I just get so paranoid when I'm in public with my daughter. I always just make sure, like, I'm holding her hand, head on a swivel. I always know where she is at all times. And I'm one of those people, like, she gets more than 3 feet away from me. I'm like, buddy, come on, get over here. I just always have, like, these fucking, I think it's just part of being a parent. You just have these horrible fucking thoughts of I don't know what. I don't even want to talk about it. So, anyway, so I guess I was just doing it too much. And I was like, buddy, don't run. She goes, I'm not running. She said it like, will you stop bitching at me? That's been the hardest thing so far for me as a parent is trying to discipline the kids because the shit they say is, well, my son's not talking yet, but the stuff my daughter says is just so goddamn funny that half the time I'm disciplining her, I have half a smile on my face, which gets her smiling, and then we both start laughing. And, you know, I'm worried that I'm not making my point. Every once in a while, though, I do have to make a point, raise my voice a little bit, and she gets all upset. But the big thing with us is over this, you know, I've been home for so long, I've learned how to braid her hair and everything. So the latest one that I've been working on is the French braid, which was really difficult for me at first. Now I have it down. It's just I think I'm grabbing too much hair. And then you got to really pay attention to where your braid is going and all of that. But I'm just going to do it like, you know, every day. And I'm going to get it down. And what's cool is she actually likes, she says to me, she goes, Dad, I like when you braid my hair. And I was sitting there, oh, it's great because we're bonding with each other. But then I realized she likes it because she holds my phone while I do it. And she watches all her favorite, like, Pixar and, you know, she always watches The Bare Necessities. And then the latest one, which I don't think I ever saw the movie, but that Josh Gad one. I think I talked about this already, when he's the snowman and he wants to experience summer. In summer! When he's doing that whole thing. She thinks it's the funniest thing ever. And so she gets to watch all of those. So it's really amazing, little girls, how early on, like, they can just, they're like Jedis. Like my daughter already, like when she wants something, she came up to me the other day and she wanted like a cookie or something like that. And she came up to me, stood up on the couch, walked over me. She goes, "Hey, Dad." I'm like, "What's up, buddy?" And she's just like, and she put her arm around me and started smiling. And then I just start laughing because I know she wants something. And then she starts laughing because she knows that I know what she's doing. And then she starts cracking up. I start cracking up. And then she literally started like playing with my ear, going, "Dad, I still hungry. Could I have a chocolate chip cookie?" And I just start laughing, and she laughed. She knows what she's doing. I know what she's doing. But she's not good at it yet. Because my wife does it to me all the time, and by the time I realize what she did, it's the event has already come and gone. But anyway, so I'm recording this thing right now in the afternoon here, Sunday, while the Buccaneers are playing the Saints. He got sacked. Tom Brady looks fucking as great as he ever did. You know, he just has to get on the same page, you know, with some of these guys here. Somebody just broke off a route. A skinny post, as they call it, which I don't even know what that means. Is that a sharper post? I have no idea. A shorter one, I have no idea. So he did throw a pick, but I do like, he just looks as great as he ever did, which I'm really happy for him. But that's the hardest thing about watching him in a Buccaneers uniform. I know players come and go. The hardest thing is just seeing how good he still is. But having said that, the Patriots got a win against one of our toughest teams, you know, the Dolphins. And they blocked the fucking field goal. Holy shit, the wheels are coming off here. Wow. Tampa went right down, went up 7-0. Now, the Saints have scored 2 touchdowns, and they just blocked a field goal. And Drew Brees, the most underrated, greatest quarterback of all fucking time. I mean, I can't even believe, like, how much that they don't give that guy any fucking... He barely gets any notice. I don't know. It's weird, the stats that guy has versus the fucking attention he gets. But anyway, how about the fucking Lions? Blowing that lead against the Bears. You know, I know everybody's going to jump on that kid who dropped the touchdown pass, but I think a lot of other shit also got fucked up before that happened. But I got to tell you got to make that catch. Come on, man. I love the Lions and Matthew Stafford, you know. I've always liked them. I got family out there. I got family back east. I got family out there in Michigan, so I've always been a fan of, the Lions and the Tigers. Not the Pistons because of the Celtics. And what else? Red Wings I always liked. And I like the Wolverines. Michigan Wolverines. Hail to the victors. But anyways, let's talk the Patriots. It was a solid victory. I thought for all the new personnel we had on D, our D looked pretty solid. We did take some pass interference calls towards the end. All of them, I thought, there was one borderline one, but other than that, I mean, we got away with one in the end. Like, they easily could have called that one that the interception we made in the end zone. But I still don't think the Dolphins had enough time. Would have had enough time. Who knows? I shouldn't say that. I'd be pissed if I was a Dolphin fan. And admittedly, as a Patriots fan, that was interference. And I was surprised they didn't call it. But let's talk some positive here. Edelman had 5 catches. Loved seeing that he was getting open. Harry had 5 catches, I think, too. Was hoping to see more. I hope to see, it's only the first game. I hope to see Harry be involved more, which will be great for Edelman and will be great for Cam Newton because I don't think, even as big and as tough and as great as Cam Newton is, I don't think you want your top rusher every game to be your quarterback, which he was. He had more yards than Sony Michel and, ran for 75 yards or something like that. But, I don't know. It's going to take a minute to adjust. I mean, we've had the same quarterback for 2 decades. So, I don't know. But Cam was smiling. He looked like he was having fun. And he's a phenomenal quarterback and an incredible athlete, just the whole thing. So, I'm hoping it's just going to get better. having said that, watching this Saints Tampa Bay game, obviously it's the first week, so who knows? But like these teams both look better than what I saw either by the Patriots or the Dolphins. And Green Bay obviously looked pretty good too, scoring all of those points, but let up a ton of points too. So I don't know. Green Bay fans, are you excited about that? You know, you fucking score like 43 points, but you let up 34. And don't even give me that, oh, that last one was garbage time. No, it counted. That last touchdown counted. And the 2-point conversion. So who knows? I'm just psyched that it's back. Thank you to the NFL. Thank you to the college teams that are playing football. Thank you for not listening to all of these fucking people. These people are getting tested all the goddamn time. I think it's super safe, and you know, it's just like a bunch of nerds that they just don't like sports, and they got, you know, it's kind of the athlete's fault. You know, at some point, I think half of these scientists got stuffed in a fucking locker by somebody that played at least lacrosse or something, and they just in general, you know, they resent these guys. I think scientists, you really have to resent the fact that right now, if you're working on curing COVID, and you have the brain capacity to be one of the select few that works on problems of this level, and there's not groupies waiting for you. You don't need security as you go out to your, you know, your mid-sized sedan to drive home. There's not a bunch of fucking all-star game level whores waiting to lift up your lab coat and service you. It's unbelievable. The life that entertainers live. But I will say football players and athletes in general, I feel like they earn, you know, the extracurricular ass that they get just because of what they put their bodies through. You know what I mean? Comedians, you know, we go through a little bit of humiliation, but at the end of all this, we can still walk, right? I don't know. I got to look that up. Do you think there's any scientist groupies? There has to be. And like, where would you hang out? How do you meet them? How do you meet a fucking scientist? All right, let's look that. This is so stupid. Why do I do these searches here? My only defense is going to be that I do these on the podcast, and I'll actually have the audio to defend myself. Okay, people, I'm adding this to my internet history. Scientist groupies. What do you guys think, huh? Is there going to be something here? Scientist groupies. Come on, you fucking whore. Oh, my internet sucks. What do you got to do? How much do you got to fucking pay? The groupies of scientists. These are the groupies of scientists. These non-scientists who, for one reason or another, choose to build their whole social lives around science. This is just people that are into science. Groupie. The term groupie is a slang word that refers to a fan of a particular musician, celebrity. Groupies revisited. The women with AAA access to the 60s. Oh, these are people who bang the Rolling Stones. Science groupies. I think, you know what? Science is such a nerd thing, or a smart person thing, that it's basically, to be a groupie, you just have to be into science. You know? Everything else, if you're like you know, back in the day, I used to hear this when there was like groupies for comedians. If there was a particular woman that banged a number of comics, she was referred to as a chuckle fucker. It was a term that was around for about a year and a half, 2 years. And I remember I thought it was so goddamn funny because I was just like, there's just something about being a comedian that like none of it is... God damn it, I love the Titans uniforms. Look at that fucking running back. That's the guy that destroyed the Patriots last year. Look at him just ragdolling people down the fucking field. What is that? You know what he just looked like on that play? I need to learn his name. I know I'm an old man. I need to learn that guy's name. He just looked like, you ever see like when they'll show like a clip of like Earl Campbell when he was in high school and he's just a man-child? He just did that in the NFL. Stiff-armed 3 NFL level players for like fucking 80 yards and scored a touchdown. Wow. Wow. That is something else I did not see today on either side of the ball. with the Patriots playing the Dolphins. So we shall see here where this is going to go. But I'm very excited that this is back. I called my cable company because I'm an old man and I still have the cable. And or DirecTV. I called them up. I always wait to the fucking day of to order the NFL package. I said, we're experiencing a very high caller volume. Can you go to the website and go fuck yourself? And I don't. I just put on my headphones and I listen to whatever music that they have. And I just chill out. And it took me 28 minutes, something seconds to get it established. And now I have the fucking I have the NFL package for the year, and I'm very excited. I'm watching every second of Patriots football. I'm watching every Tampa Bay Buccaneer game. I got to watch that kid on the Titans. I really hope they got a Monday night game. Oh, look at the screen, all set up. He's at the 40, the 35, the 30, the 25. He's still going out at 20. Woo! Look how fast these goddamn people are. All right, I shouldn't be watching this game because it's making me feel less enthused about whatever. We just seem like we're going to be this grinded out running team. I don't know. We need to get a better. I don't want to shit on my team, but like I just wish I could have saw more of Cam Newton standing in the pocket, throwing passes rather than having to third and long, turn into Superman as he does to get a first down. I don't know. We shall see. So, with that, let's talk stand-up here. Old Billy Redface has been doing spots. I did 2 last night, 1 the night before. I'm doing another tonight. I've been having a great time. I did the Magic Castle parking lot last night, and then I went out to Eagle Rock, literally stood in the bed of a pickup truck and did stand-up to a bunch of people sitting out, and it was fucking great. I had such a great time. And I saw a bunch of people I haven't seen in a while. I did Andrew Santino's podcast, but I haven't seen him since, whenever this shit started. Tom Segura was there. There was a whole bunch of people just going up there, killing it. And I was like, I kind of like shook the rust off because I got this run of dates coming up. And I got a long set somewhere next weekend. I got one where I'm going to try to do like an hour because on my tour coming up, that's what I'm going to be doing. I'll be doing an hour. And I just got to make sure. I know after 2 shows, I'm going to be fine, but I just don't want my first 2 shows on the tour to be me trying to figure out that last 20 minutes. So tonight, I'm going to be doing material I didn't do the last night, so I can get, so I'll have done all of it. I have it. And that way I can hit the ground running when I go on the road. And that is a big fucking thing for me. And it's a big mistake that I saw a lot of comics headliners make. When I was coming up, I used to watch these people and, I would open for people that were, had a level of fame, had a TV show or whatever. And whatever, they were out here in LA and they were busy, and then they would go out on the road, and that, Thursday show, the Friday show, they'd be shaking the cobwebs off, and then by Saturday, they'd be back up, they would be having a good time, and then most of them went home before the Sunday show. Let's say they do a Sunday show, but like half their weekend was shaking the rust off, and rather than going up there and killing it, they were just doing a good job, and that's, the competition is so fierce. It's really fierce in stand-up that you can't afford to do that. You have those shaking off the rust is for when you pop in to do a show, at the local club, and you're just doing 20 minutes and whatever, and they're going to see a whole potluck hodgepodge of different types of people. When your name is on the marquee, you have a responsibility. You got to go up there and fucking murder, or those people, they're not going to come back. So that is what has been haunting me. I've been a little bit busy here I'm working on this show that's going to be coming out on Quibi that I'm very excited about. So I've been writing some stuff, and we shoot tomorrow. Then I'll have that behind me, and I think it's going to be a great show. I can't tell you too many details about it, but I think it's really going to be a great show. I'm very excited to be a very small part of it, and what else? Yeah, I think that's all I can tell you about that. Oh, by the way, how great is Fitzgerald's beard, by the way, for the Dolphins? You know, I don't know who shapes that thing up. But he's got like the Santa Claus thing going on down the bottom. Then he keeps the mustache in the side like really short. It's like the fact that he's not a Viking, he should be on the Vikings, man. He literally looks like their logo. Then all he's got to do is grow his hair. You know what's funny? I was watching the end of the Vikings-Packers game, and I've been doing my daughter's hair so much that when I looked at the Vikings logo, when I looked at that braided ponytail, I was like, I know how to do that. What is happening to me? I've always loved the Vikings logo. I never once noticed that he had braided fucking hair. I always loved the stash. I always just thought, like, now that is a fucking mustache, right? It's the faux Fu Manchu, and then it just hung down like perfectly. Comes to a point. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's what it's all about right there. You come walking into a fucking bar with golden locks and that fucking mustache hanging down there, I'm telling you. You don't need to be a scientist or an athlete. Every chick in the bar is going to be a fucking groupie, right? Anyway, let me see if this actually sent me any of the advertising stuff here. Oh, by the way, I haven't been talking about my shoulder lately. Knock on wood, it feels great. Yesterday, after having a great set, I actually went to run up these 3 steps, and my eyes are going here, and I kind of missed the first one, like just my toes just caught the first one, so I did that, starting to land and then continuing to fall, skip step. So I went down and I stopped myself with both hands, and that used to be enough to throw out my shoulder. Sorry, what the fuck did I eat that I got indigestion here? But it didn't. It didn't throw out my shoulder. I felt a little bit of a twinge. Throw a little ice on it today, and I'll be fine. But I'm up to like 16 reps with the 2-pound weight. I'm moving on to bands now. I am past recovery. It is now full-on fucking rehab and re-strengthening the shoulder. And I cannot fucking wait to get... I miss lifting weights so much. And I don't care if it's just like lighter weight or something like that for the rest of my life. I need to do it. I'm a child of the 80s, and that's just what the fuck you did. You lifted weights, and you never did squats. It was essentially how it all went down. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Come on, loading. How much fucking longer? He hasn't sent them yet. You motherfucker. What are we going to do here? Well, it's my fault because I ended up starting this thing without telling it to him, without telling the great Andrew Themlis that I needed all this fucking material. So, what else? Hey, did I call it or what? Huh? I just knew. I just fucking knew the Celtics were going to beat the Toronto Raptors. I don't know why. I just wasn't nervous. I just felt the way that the series was going that I knew that we were going to answer. And I really feel like if the Celtics had won Game 6, and if that made it 3-3, because I know if we won Game 6, we would have closed out the series. But let's just say we were down 3-2. If we won Game 6 and made it 3-3, I feel like Toronto would have beat us. It was one of those... it was just one of those series, I thought Toronto was just as good as we were, but it was just one of those back and forth. And I don't know. I just knew we were too good to lose, 4 out of 5 games. I just didn't see us doing that. And how about Tatum with that huge rebound off the miss free throws to give us the win? I was so fucking psyched. And now we got the Miami Heat who look like world beaters, which doesn't bother me. You know, the Clippers are looking like world beaters too. Very quietly, the LA Clippers are going to go to the Western Conference Finals. It's looking like, and I can't remember if that's ever happened. When Blake Griffin was there, did it happen? I can't remember. But I got to tell you, if it's the Lakers and the Clippers in the Western Conference Final, and the Clippers beat the Lakers, first of all, as a Celtics fan, hating on the Lakers my whole fucking life, respecting them but hating on them. I really I can't imagine I've always dreamed of the Mets beating the Yankees in the World Series. I just think that would be fucking hilarious. But as bad as that would be, I think actually the Clippers beating the Lakers in the playoffs would be. I don't know why. I just think it would be worse. Here's another thing too, because I always fucking I'm on the rag about these pylon fucking teams. I will say this: I when I look back at the Showtime Lakers, I fucking love every one of them now. I hated them during the 80s, but now I look back, I loved them. They were unbelievable basketball players, absolutely loved them. But when I look back on pylon teams, it's not the same thing, and I can't figure out why. I just think maybe it's because they come together so quickly and then, dissipate again so quickly. You don't have time to really get into the players, and then, as the years goes by and the same players just keep facing each other, and they've played, 2 or 3, 6, 7 game series. You got 30 playoff games of memories of these guys just going to war. I don't know. I do miss that. I'll tell you right now, whatever fucking Tampa Bay was doing, the Saints seem to have figured it out, okay? And Tampa Bay needs to go in during the halftime and make some halftime adjustments here. They're getting to Brady, they're knocking balls down, and they're clogging up the lanes, whatever the fuck they say. I will say this. Sorry, didn't mean that loud. I will say this, that it was fucking wild after all of these years to see a New England Patriot quarterback be mobile. Oh, look at Tom. Nobody works the refs like Tom Brady. You love seeing it. He just gives them a look. Come on. I got to throw the flag for you. That was actually against Tampa. Shows you what the fuck I know. Anywho, I guess this fucking this presidential race is really heating up, huh? I've been seeing all these goddamn ads. I love political ads. They just because they're just so friggin' one-sided, They showed this great one Trump had, trashing Joe Biden. He's just showing all these people. He's going to take away all the jobs. And you just see all these people that had jobs with the sad look on their face. I mean, and then Joe Biden has one. My kid had cancer. And he wants to take away Obamacare? That's personal to me. And he's like, oh, and I think I'm voting for fucking Joe Biden. The things are just so I don't even know. They're just so one-sided. It's just all right, why did he get rid of Obamacare? Was there something else attached to it? Why is Joe Biden getting rid of jobs? Is that what he's fucking doing? I have no idea what any of these things mean. And what's funny is if you're honest with yourself, everybody knows who they're voting for already. It's the biggest waste of time. That'd be a baller move if Trump did that. I'm not doing the debates. People already know who they're voting for. You imagine if he won again? The upside of Trump getting reelected is we're already halfway done with him. It wasn't that long of 4 years, personally speaking. I don't know. I always just look at, if I'm not into the person who's president and they get reelected, which is what usually happens. People go with what they know. I always think, well, we're halfway done with this guy. This is fine. And then it'll go back the other way. Maybe like a fucking 80-year-old Hillary Clinton. Enough is enough again! And she'll fucking run. The worst thing is when somebody finally, look at these fucking diva receivers. Every time there's an incomplete pass, they want a fucking flag. Tommy wants a flag. Look at the passion. Still gives a shit. I'm going to tell you right now, Tom Brady is going to redefine what it means to go to another team this late in your career and have success. I'm telling you, he is. Oh, he did get there early. There you go, Tom. Give him hell. You know what's funny is they keep saying how Patriots fans can't stand to see him in a fucking this uniform, which obviously is true, but I don't know one Pats fan that's not rooting for Tom and is not watching this game. I want to see Gronk get a fucking catch here. The Tampa Bay Patriots. I don't give a shit. I'd love to see him win it if we don't. That's the best I can do, right? That's the most class act that I can be. People, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just fucking killing time right here. I'm just waiting for the ad reads to get in here. Oh, fuck. Lamar, what's his face, huh? On the Ravens. Crushing it, right? He crushed it today. Russell Wilson crushed it today. Pat's got fucking Seattle. And I'm just sitting there going like, oh, Seattle, oh, the big rivalry. It's like, wait, Tom Brady's not on the Patriots. Sherman's on the 49ers. You know, it's like a whole different, I don't know what it is. That's going to be a weird game, you know, where we kind of hate each other. I feel like Seattle fans and Patriots fans really hate each other, but like, I don't know. Everybody from those days is gone, so it's just sort of the logo. I guess, you know, Belichick's still there and Sneaky Pete Carroll. Old backdoor Petey. Where you go, Pete? Leave that championship trophy here there, Pedo. Pedo Tube. Speaking of which, I was supposed to solo on Thursday, my first solo in a couple of years, because I haven't had the time to fly as much as I wanted to feel like, you know, safe enough, because I'm overly safe about it. And I was supposed to supposed to solo on Thursday. And, you know, we got all these fires and shit going on out here. And I just looked at the visibility and it was like 6 miles. And I was just like, you know what, fuck that. And then I looked at a map of the fires and where I was going to fly. There was like 3 fires surrounding it. And I'm just like, there's going to be people flying helicopters trying to put this thing out. The last thing I need is some jerk off like me, you know, in a fucking R-22 flying around out there. So I decided not to do it. And then what was hilarious is like 2 hours later, I walked outside the house and it literally smelled like I was standing over a campfire. So, and my instructor, who's the best fucking pilot I've ever flown with, I told him, I said, hey, it's a no-go for today. And he wrote, I said, I don't feel comfortable flying in this shit. I didn't say shit, in this stuff. And then he wrote back, you know, smart decision. And which is as good as if I had a successful solo flight, because half of this shit is you have to go within your level of comfort. And but having said that, I've been flying so much, which is why I'm going to do the solo. But I was flying so much. We've been doing like these advanced auto rotations, which has just been the most incredible thing, and confidence builder. I've just worked on all of the stuff that was causing my attitude when I entered it to be wrong, and then the stuff that I was doing wrong in the end of the auto rotation. And it's such I don't know if you have to fly to understand it, but it's such a feeling of accomplishment to start to feel one with the helicopter. And it's really something that I'm just going to continue to do. You know, I've been trying to find like a used one. I found a good used one, and it got bought really quickly. You know, just a little 2-seater, nothing fancy. And I've just been fucking dying to get it. Dying to get one. I don't know. We'll see. Every time I bring it up, I'm just bullshitting. You know, as you get into a fucking hobby and you're like, I'm going to fucking buy that. And then you never do. But what am I looking at? I'm looking at the Cabri, 3, whatever the fuck they call it. It's basically the R22, the French company that builds it. They looked at the R22 which is a great helicopter that I fly. But, it was designed 40 fucking years ago. They basically took it apart, and when they designed their helicopter, everything that they thought was good about the 22 they kept, and anything that needed to be improved, they improved. And three-bladed system, fully articulated main rotor system, nicer interior, harder landings, with less, can handle harder landings, all of this type of stuff. But there is something hilarious about it, because with the R-22, is if you were to slam the collective forward, I don't know why, maybe if you got in or if you got into really bad turbulence and it just changed your attitude like that, you can get into something known as a low G pushover. So I guess some guy had one of these Cabris, and he was trying to show that with a fully articulated main rotor system, you could push the stick forward and not have any mass bump or low G pushover or any of that shit, right? Well, on the Cabri, it has the same carbureted engine as the R-22, except it's inverted. And however that worked out, when he pushed it forward, he starved the engine of gas, fuel, and he fucking killed his engine, and he had to auto-rotate and do a little fucking crash landing. I think he fucked the helicopter. I'm not laughing. I feel bad because he messed up the helicopter, but he didn't die. Look at Joe Burrows! Woo! I love it. I fucking love it. Aaron Rodgers, you got to give that guy an extra shout out for his beards. His COVID beard's looking great. Mitch Trubisky leading the fucking comeback. Oh, it's Mitchell now. Mitchell Trubisky, right? Cam Newton, 155 yards throwing, passing, and 75 receiving. All right, we got to get this guy some weapons. I swear to God. I think the big thing with Tom Brady is we had no offensive line last year. Our center, I guess, was out. He had some sort of problem, and he had nobody to fucking throw to. And I think that was probably just his age. He probably didn't have time to go through a rebuild. So I guess that's how he ends up there. But I would really like to see. Fucking Cam Newton have some weapons. Somebody needs to step up. And that'll free up Edelman, and we all know what the fuck he can do, right? Okay, look at this. I got my reads here. Oh, beautiful. Loading. And there they aren't. Come on, you cocksucker. The Cabri G3, is that what it's called? I don't know what it is. Here we go. All right. Oh, look who's here, everybody. Hey, it's my bookie. Hey, how the fuck you doing? I want to put some money on these fucking games. All right. My bookie, week 2, promotional offer. New customers can sign up with promo code BURR to double their deposit and receive an instant cash bonus. Survivor Streak contest begins week 2 of the NFL season. Make bets against the spread every week until you go bust. Only $5 re-entry. At my bookie, it's winning season. Sorry, I got to enlarge this here. Which means NFL football is back, and it's time to take advantage of all the action. Free bets, super contests, survivor streaks, and deposit matches. Survivor streaks, I don't even know what that is, but that just sounds like, that's like way back in the day, wrestling days. Whatever that is, I already love it. All for those who dare to put their money where their mouth is. The MyBookie Survivor Streak contest is open for entry and accepting all challenges because winning season is about more than just bragging rights. You got to bring home the bacon. With MyBookie, you can choose from thousands of bets on your favorite sports like NFL, NBA, and MLB, and odds on all your favorite teams and players. If you sign up with MyBookie right now, they're matching your deposit dollar for dollar. Every cent up to $1,000 will be put right back into your account. All you have to do is use the promo code BURR, B-U-R-R, to claim your bonus. Winning season is here, and it's only at MyBookie. How the fuck you doing? All right. Okay, we got some of my favorites this week. Butcher Box. Oh, I love Butcher Box. Butcher Box is great. Pandemic or not, it's even better during a pandemic. All these people clamoring, going down to the supermarket. Butcher Box brings it right to your door. All right, when it comes to meat, quality matters. But there's more to that. There's more to it than texture and taste. Talk about the hidden cost with low-quality meat. Well, I'm not in that fucking... I don't sell meat. I don't know what that is. I know if you buy cheap meat, you have no idea what they fed it, what it fucked, what it ate. Yeah, I didn't think I had to explain that. Why is high-quality, humanely raised meat important to you? Well, because I want the animal to have a great life before they kill it and feed me, right? I don't want us messing with Mother Nature, all the obvious. What is your favorite cut of meat? Oh, I'll tell you right now, I love a pork chop. I love a pot roast. I love a steak. I like after, you make a couple extra pork chops, and then the next day, you cut it all up, and then you get a little fucking tangy, sweet and sour fucking thing going in your little saucepan. You let that reduce down to a nice thickness. Then you toss that pork in that, right? Then you take out a nice flour taco. Okay, you make yourself a little fucking white boy carnitas, whatever the fuck that shit's called. I'm on a massive tear right now, hitting like every fucking taco stand possible. Hang on a second. Jesus Christ, somebody just shot a fucking cop in L.A. County. Oh, my God. Dude, this is just bad, man. It's ugly times. When are we going to be acting like human beings again? All right. Another reason not to go out to the supermarket. There's a bunch of fucking lunatics out there. Anyways, I like pork chops. How do you like to prepare it? I just said it. Not everyone has convenient access to high-quality meat, which is bullshit. It can be hard to eat healthy, and it can be harder to find 100% grass-fed, finished beef, free-range organic chicken, my favorite heritage breed pork, or wild-caught salmon. You don't know what they're going to do at the grocery store. Each box has 9 to 11 pounds of meat, enough for 24 individual meals, packed fresh and shipped frozen and vacuum sealed so it stays that way. I can customize my box or go with one of theirs. Either way, I get exactly what I want. It's the best meat shipped right to my door, which means one less trip to the grocers. Butcher Box is the most affordable and convenient way to get healthy, humanely raised meat. With Butcher Box, you get the highest quality meat around for just $6 a meal. And they even have free shipping nationwide except Alaska and Hawaii. Right now, Butcher Box is offering new members ground beef for life. That's 2 pounds of ground beef in every box for the life of their subscription. Just go to butcherbox.com/Burr. That's butcherbox.com/Burr. Oh, look who's back. Honey, could you just... Is there any way you could... Honey, these days, it feels like online shopping is the only shopping we really do. That's where today's sponsor, Honey, comes in. It's free. It's the free browser extension that sources the internet for promo codes and automatically applies the best one available at checkout. This is like modern day, those coupons that the old ladies used to have to cut out of the newspaper. This thing, you just click a button. Honey is basically your online shopping best friend. Here's how it works. You get Honey on your... What are you saying? I'm reading the copy, sweetheart. Fucking relax. You get Honey on your computer for free in 2 easy clicks by going to joinhoney.com/Burr. It's HONEY for all you dopes out there. Then, when you're checking out on one of its over 30,000 supporter sites, Honey pops up, and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons. Wait a few seconds as Honey searches for coupons for that site. If Honey finds working codes, it'll apply the best ones to your cart. Honey has found its over 17 million members, over $2 billion in savings. Honey supports all kinds of retailers, from tech and gaming sites to fashion brands to even food delivery. It's simple. If you have a computer, Honey should be on it. It's free and works whenever you It's free and works with whatever browser you use. You can get Honey for free today at joinhoney.com/Burr. That's joinhoney, HONEY.com/Burr, BURR. Lastly, but not leastly, look who's back. Old Zip. Monica Stacks could relate. She needed to hire, I feel like I didn't get all the copy. Monica Stacks could relate. She needed to hire for a pivotal role at her construction company, GS Group, but was having a tough time finding the right person, especially with so many candidates out there. So she switched to ZipRecruiter. Zip doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its technology identifies people with the right experience for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Burr. That's how Monica found Lamont, you big dummy, Jenkins. She said that ZipRecruiter sent Lamont's profile to her around 5 minutes after she posted her job because he was a great match for the role. Through Zip, Monica's company has hired everyone from accountants to project managers to field scientists, but Monica's not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it now for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/Burr. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Burr. ZipRecruiter.com/Burr. All right, and with that, it's time to go into your questions here for the week. Okay, second half kickoff is a touchback. 17-7, your New Orleans Saints. All right, the caste system in India. Take it from a Brahmin. All right. Hi, red-headed gingerbread. It was surprising that you brought the Indian caste system. I was surprised that, it was surprising that you brought the Indian caste system up on your podcast. Delighted to see Billy Boy becoming globally woke. I wouldn't say I'm that. I mean, everybody knows about the caste system. It's kind of out there, isn't it? Anyway, but thank you for the compliment. You know I don't take compliments. All right, go down to the next window for that shit. I'm here for the Billy Red Pubes comments. I am an Indian. Live here. I am here meaning India. Live here. I am also an upper caste Brahmin. So, yeah. Oh, do they have like the rankings, like the college football rankings in the caste system? Let's see if I can find that. All right. Brahmin. And are you allowed to bang chicks in a different caste? You know? How does it all work? Let's see. Let's see here. Caste system names. Why does it keep saying Brahmin bags? The caste system, Brahmin and, I'm not going to try to say this, Kshatriya. The caste system is the social hierarchy in India. It is not limited to ancient India. It is still prevalent today. According to a something in the world religion, the caste system is its system of social stratification. All right, these are too many big words here. All right, let's get back to whatever the hell this person was talking about. I apologize for that profusely. If I was broadcasting a Reds game right now, I would just fire myself on air like that guy did. All right, where am I here? I am Indian, live here, and I'm also upper caste Brahmin. So yes, it is a problem, a major problem in India, and has been for thousands of years. I second the historical brief overview that you read on your podcast from an email last time. Are we Indians trying to solve the problem? Yes. Is it nearly enough? Not even close. Our Constitution does provide provisions for reservations in government jobs and education for lower caste, a.k.a. scheduled caste, which will be called SC from here on. People such as, Jesus, this is like Star Wars, trying to know all these names. Dalits, as well as for scheduled tribes, ST from here on. People in the ST category are those which are believed to have lived here even before the Aryans came in and settled in the Indian peninsula. In fact, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who is considered the father of our Constitution, was a leader in fighting against oppression of lower caste and belonged to a lower caste system, caste himself. Side note, he studied at Columbia, a feat your fat brain can only dream of. Fucking asshole. I told you, Indian people love to break balls. They're hilarious. Reservations are similar to affirmative actions in USA. Has it helped these lower caste people access better lives? The answer is in the stats. Quoting a newspaper from 2019, the National Family Health Survey 2015-2016 showed that 45.9% of ST population were in the lowest wealth bracket, compared with 26.6% of the SC population, 18.3% of OBCs, 9.7% of, Jesus Christ, buddy, of other castes. So, yes, there is still much more to do. Okay, everyone knows those stats were bad for people in the lower end. Oh, fuck. Did Tom just throw a pick six? Oh, Jesus. The New Orleans Saints are making the biggest mistakes you can do right now. You're pissing off Tom Brady. Let's see what just happened here. My apology to people in lower caste systems in India. Oh. You know that cornerback's keeping that ball. That's one for the trophy case. Picking off Tom Brady, who's probably been throwing fucking footballs longer than that kid's been alive. In the NFL. Oh, it's becoming a blowout here. All right. Where am I? In fact, sorry, people. So, yes, there's so much more to do. The more stats you look at, it would be safe to assume that the more evidence you'll find to support the fact that it is a serious problem. Well, the fact that, you could have, like, a Bill Gates, a fucking Jimi Hendrix, a Michael Jordan, fucking Edith Wharton. Did I cover all my tracks there? A Mr. Miyagi living in the fucking lower caste system, and they can't make the Karate Kid. They can't get on the Bulls. They can't make albums. They can't live on their own creepy fucking island with their fucking reading glasses. I mean, people should be able to see how far their talents take them. It's why there shouldn't be something like that. And it's also why, if you are successful, you have a huge responsibility to try and help out others, because people helped you out. Unless you're a trust fund kid, then you have a whole other problem. You know what I mean? Your whole career path has been decided. The gene pool with which that you can fucking breed in has been decided. It's a really weird thing. All right. So anyway, reservation is a big issue in India, with upper caste folks out here staunchly against it. Doesn't this sound familiar? Current right-wing government that we have does not help much. This sounds very familiar. There is also an argument that reservation only helped the already well-off in the SC category. Usual reason quoted in SC category folks do not usually meet the education requirement to qualify for these jobs. This stance can be criticized as it is the very oppression of these people historically that has stopped them from accessing good education. Yes, and thus opportunities under reservation as well. Yeah, and then it becomes this self-fulfilling prophecy that they're not good enough to do the job when they haven't had access to the tools that they need. Yeah, that is still a big problem in this country. On the other side, there is clamoring that reservations should be economic background-based instead of caste-based. This could bypass the problem of the already well-off getting more opportunities in SC and ST. I have mixed feelings about this one. Let's dig a little deeper. You must understand that, similar to racism in the United States, this problem is not just about economics, as it's also cultural. What does that mean? You'll find the SC and ST category people working jobs which we consider as below dignity. Natorous, I don't know what that means. Natorous of them all are manual scavenging and sanitary worker jobs. To get more info, just do a Google search and see how many sanitary workers die in India every year just because of the lack of proper safety equipment, which is not funded properly. It's a problem with the upper class and caste just choose to ignore, and it's just invisible to us. You'll find majority SCs working in this profession. All right, we're almost to the end here. It's very similar to the U.S. sending in black folks to do the hardest of the risky jobs in fighting their wars, making them live in the highly polluted areas. I don't think the situation of SCs and STs is going to change for another century unless we start having conversations here in India about caste system and class issues both. You may think what I've done as an upper caste Brahmin. Oh, you might think, what have you done to improve their situation? To that, I would say not enough, except for reading books to enlighten myself about this issue and donate to NGOs who work on similar issues. Lastly, there are some books you and your readers can go through to understand more about this problem. Number 1, The Argumentative Indian. Number 2, Annihilation of Caste. Number 3, India After Gandhi. Finally, I hope you are still doing your meditation. No, I got away from that. I've been listening to you for a long time, and as long as I can think of, and it has helped me get through a lot of boring office work. I have seen you evolved into a better person. Thank you, except for the occasional angry rants against women. Guilty as charged. After marrying the amazing Nia and becoming a father. Hope to see you perform live someday. Keep on keeping on and go fuck yourself. Dude, I would love to get back to India to do another show. Hopefully in a COVID-free world, I can do that because I fucking loved going over there. I loved the people over there. And it was just a great time. All right. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine if old dumb me read India After Gandhi? Jesus Christ. I should do that to try to balance out all the booze I fucking drank in my life. All right, California energy deficiency. Jesus Christ, we're going deep this fucking week. Billy Bronze Balls. As a California resident, listening to your podcast last week, you mentioned how relieved you were that the state is mandating to switch for trucks to run on electric trucks. I used to be in this camp as well until I realized how efficient the electric grid is in this state, particularly when the sun is blotted out by smoke from huge fire. Oh, stop it. Oh, they're not saying they're going to be solar powered. The state relies on sun and wind for its electricity. All right, but Jesus Christ, I don't understand fucking people. They're just against cleaner stuff. I just don't fucking get it. They're just against helping out poor people. They're just against fucking everything. And clearly what the fuck we're doing is not working. It's not working. It's not fucking working. And any time somebody tries to do something new, they just try to pick out a fucking problem with it. Yes, if there was fires 24/7, yes, there would be a problem relying on the solar. But what about the other 350 fucking days of the year? It's not cloudy. All right. Anyway. And the reason we had blackouts are because we didn't have enough sun and a shortfall in wind to keep up with the demands of the grid. Adding a bunch of trucks to the already underperforming grid is a recipe for disaster. No, it isn't. I think we just need to invest more money into that grid. And I think there's been enough oilmen and lobbyists preventing that. You know, when the standing president is going like, all of a sudden the wind doesn't blow and you can't watch your favorite TV show. Like he's literally talking against it. The state isn't planning accordingly to handle this uptick in demand. I think we should be building additional nuclear power plants to replace the one and only nuclear power plant in Diablo Canyon, which is scheduled to close in 2025. Nuclear energy is carbon-free, and surely our politicians see this shortfall coming. Could employ the scientific community to find a safe way to deposit the waste. Here's the deal. If you just let scientists solve all of this and you didn't have politics involved, they could all get on the same page. Well, even then you'd have egos and they'd want credit. I don't know. Nuclear energy is carbon-free. I already read that. We get it that climate change is presenting new challenges to our state that are incredibly difficult to overcome, but I've had enough of blame placing. How about we get some logical solutions implemented to help us overcome the challenges instead of placing blame? Now, this is what I agree with. Around every freaking time something terrible yet predictable happens. Since we are the home of technology and the most affected by climate change, we should be leading the way in innovative solutions. But instead, we get an empty suit with both palms up, blaming humans everywhere in the world for why our state continues to burn every year. Just my thoughts, and go fuck yourself. Yeah, well, I think the problem is everything has been politicized. So, I don't know. Somehow global warming becomes a liberal or a conservative fucking problem. And the problem is you have all of this money, this old money, and these old ways of doing things, and the way corporations behave, they don't want to lose any money. And it's going to kill all of us if we don't, or I should say greatly affect the way we're going to live. So, I don't know. Love that guy at Tesla or hate him. We need more guys like that who just can act independently and try to do something. I don't know what. I have no idea. You know more than I do, but like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's 120 fucking degrees out here last weekend. Okay, everything's on fucking fire. We got to do something, and I believe that we will do something. But we have to stop attacking each other, which I kind of did at the beginning. That I probably attacked you, so I apologize. There we go. See, I'm trying to be an adult here. All right, you are doing it too. Fox and CNN. Bill, you talk about the Trump bad-mouthing soldier story as if it's a fact. It was told to a reporter and anonymous. Yeah, you're right. I am doing it too because I don't read, because I ended up following up on that story and it was just a rumor. The reporter who helped push the Iraq war narrative, and John Bolton, the guy who was one of the architects of the CIA enhanced interrogation program. Trump has bad-mouthed everyone. Who cares? All right, I don't go with that. That's you knowing that he's an idiot. That's you. That's what Trump people are doing right now, going like, I mean, Joe Biden's just as bad. It's like, he isn't. Mike Pence isn't just as bad. Nobody is just as bad as this guy. Like, I really, in the bottom of my heart, believe if this guy doesn't have have some sort of mental problem, he has a horrific inferiority complex and an astounding lack of empathy. That I care about that because I care about people. I care about this fucking country. All right, so that's where I draw the line, because I usually don't, I usually shit on both of them. If you look at my track record, that's what I've been doing. I trashed fucking Trump and Hillary. I've made fun of Obama. I even made fun of Michelle. I've made fun of Bush. I made fun of them all. All right, the fact that this story is coming this way from those people is what's fucked up. You parroting this stuff is basically what the establishment wants. Yeah. Ask Jimmy Dore what he thinks about these guys if you don't believe a person you don't know. Love you and love F's family. You're 100% right. I've done that a couple of times. And I'm guilty of that this year because I'm not living a life. I'm just staying at home. I have nothing to talk about, so I'll just Google News something. I read the fucking headline and I riff. And because part of the charm of this fucking podcast is me being fucking uninformed and saying dumb shit, it's not cool to do that about politics. So I promise to stop doing that. All right, New York's past and future. Bill, your New York City thought. The city has been through numerous changes over the last 100 years. The most impactful is highlighted in this very compelling report I've linked. New York City was essentially bankrupt in the 1970s. Yes, it was. The banks called the city's bluff when it came to what they would do, to restructure literally the entire New York City economic system, public and private. They took a major hold of the city and have been controlling every shift it's had. This also deals with hyper-nationalism, how it has been used to deconstruct regimes. Oh, so banks have been running New York City, huh? I should read that. I'll get you guys. Let me at least have the decency to click on the link here. Okay, it's a YouTube video. It's called, oh my God, it's 2 hours and 46 minutes long. Settle in, people. It's called Hyper-Nationalism by Adam Curtis. It's the full documentary. Check that out. Wow. Jesus Christ. Thinking you're going to need a pot cookie after that one. That's going to be some heavy fucking watching there. All right, where the hell am I? Oh, where did it all go? Oh, look at that. There's my 2020 Patriots roster, getting to know everybody. N'Keal Harry, number 15. Joe Thuney, 62. I got the whole fucking offense and defense down here. But what I don't seem to have is my fucking Oh, I know why, because they weren't in that area. Okay, I'm back. No, I'm not back. MMP contact. I'm back. All right. Bad trip. All right. Oh, the fucking Buccaneers scored. 24-14. Here we go. All right. It's not a blowout. All right. Bad trip. Number 1, Dear Billy Shakedown Street. I don't even know what that means. I like it. Sounds like a failed pilot that they were trying to pair with 21 Jump Street back in the day when Fox was a new channel. Dear Billy Shakedown Street. Bad trips are like bad drunks. You may be in a bad mood if you think about dumb shit that annoys you, but chances are you'd giggle and laugh and talk a little more like George Carlin. Oh, if I took mushrooms that people for some reason want me to do. You should do some research on microdosing. You will never hear a bad story about that, and it could definitely help take the edge off in terms of losing your shit. Everyone will tell you it helps things roll off easier, anger and sadness being the main two. Well, my question about that is it just numbing me from those, or is it actually truly helping me? Where a painkiller doesn't truly help make you better. It just numbs the information. It blocks the information going to your brain, right? P.S. Here is my bad trip story. Once in college, I didn't go to the bar and ate mushroom instead with a friend. I started thinking about how antisocial I was and felt bad for having to be different. A few moments later, I realized I went to the bar 5 nights a week anyways and wasn't missing anything. I'm a child of divorce and have some PTSD, and nothing was triggered. All right, so you just felt bad for a little bit, and then you realized it wasn't bad. Okay, all right, I'll go with that. All right, hey, Billy Big Nuts, listen to your podcast, your Monday podcast about the positive mushroom trip, and wanted to weigh in. I'm a super laid-back person. I've hardly ever worked up or stressed and can normally just go with the flow. I was always nervous about trying mushrooms because of the stories I would hear from other people. Everything from being stranded in space, trying to get a taxi back home, to one friend who tripped while camping alone and thought Bigfoot was coming to kill him. Turns out Bigfoot was just a beaver gnawing down trees behind his tent at night. Parentheses, they're nocturnal. Dude, I don't need to be thinking a beaver is a Bigfoot. I'm not doing this shit, people. You guys can try to convince me all you want. I eventually got tired of hearing the stories, all of which were so different, and wanted to experience it myself. I did it 2 or 3 times and had nothing but positive experiences, mostly just laughing my ass off with my buddies. After these few times, I tricked myself into thinking nothing could go wrong, but I was mistaken. The next time I took them, I did an 1/8 to myself, which was way too much for me, roughly 3 grams. On the previous trips, when taking an appropriate amount, I felt like I was floating on a lazy river, just enjoying myself. But with the 3-gram trip, the lazy river turned into a fucking White Rapids waterfall. I became extremely anxious and insecure. I wasn't able to focus on anything without feeling nauseous and remember desperately wanting to be home. I was at a concert. I just wasn't myself anymore. I don't know what he wrote it. It was a feeling I'd never want again. But the beauty of mushrooms is that even the bad trips teach you something. After fighting those shitty feelings for what felt like hours, probably an hour at the most, I slowly started to become myself again, and that was the beautiful part. I'd never been so happy to be me. The bad trip had taken me so far away from who I was that it let me see myself from a distance and show me how lucky I am to be me. I'm truly a blessed person, and I kind of forgot that until I had my bad trip. So the moral of the story is to take the appropriate amount for you. Well, how do I know that before I try? There's just too many variables here. If you just want to have fun and dip your toes into the water, do that. Or you can dive in the deep end and maybe not fully enjoy it, but still come away with some powerful lessons. Thanks for doing what you do. It truly makes people happy and can't wait till we can all laugh at you in person again. Take it easy. All right. Well, don't you learn the same lessons with alcohol? You know, I've definitely had the thought of like, wow, I wish I was sober right now. I wish I wasn't puking. I wish I wasn't doing this in public. I wish I didn't say that. Except I never learned from those lessons, did I? Well, eventually I did because I finally quit all this shit. Anyways, all right, that's it. My apology for just, I really feel bad about just reading shit about politics and world stuff and riffing on it. I just feel like, you know, I shouldn't be doing that. The world has changed enough now. There's people just walking up shooting cops now, evidently. This is stupid. So I won't do that anymore, right? My apology. I was just fucking around, and I shouldn't do that. All right? So that's it. By the way, horrifically fucking underrated. I finally listened to the first Chicago Transit Authority album. I was in my car last night driving to 2 stand-up spots, and I was listening to it like, they're one of the most unbelievable fucking bands of all time. One of the most underrated bands of all time. Their fucking horn section, and I don't know who wrote that arrangements on some of those songs, like face melting level shit. And I was stone sober listening to it. I highly recommend the first Chicago Transit Authority album. It's unfucking believable. And now all of those stories of Jimi Hendrix falling in love with the band, loving Terry Kath, and bringing them on tour to open for them. I can't imagine what those shows were like. I got to look to see if there's any footage of it. I mean, it's incredible. So anyways, that's the podcast. Go Patriots. Go Buccaneers. I'm kind of rooting for everybody. The fucking Buffalo Bills look good. They were playing the Jets. Everybody seems to look good against them. Sorry, New York, but that's just the truth. But who knows? Who knows? This is probably obviously the biggest chance of somebody else to win the East, the AFC East, in a long time. And I know the Bills fans, they've been waiting a long time. So we'll see what will happen. That's it. Thank God for football. Go fuck yourselves, and I'll check in on you on Thursday. Okay, addicted to whores. Hey, Bill, love the podcast. I could use a bit of advice. I'm a 30-year-old man and have a bit of a problem. Over the past few years, I've become addicted to whores. Not just typical bar sluts, but full-blown professionals. Oh, Jesus. It's gotten so bad that I research the girls that I see, and the majority of my time consists of going through message boards and underground communities filled with other pervs like myself who review working girls. All right, dude, you're going down a dark fucking hole I fortunately never went down. I'm already in over my head here. But, you know, whatever. You wrote in, so I'm going to fucking try and answer it, knowing full well that I am not a professional, sir. He says, my problem is that I have become so addicted to this lifestyle that I cannot see myself having a traditional relationship with a woman. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You open Pandora's box. You know? Dude, you have a woman who will do whatever you want, and you don't have to be emotionally there for her. You don't have to wipe your feet off. You can just, talk to her wherever you want, give her some money, and then she leaves. You don't even have to cuddle. You have zero emotional responsibility. You know? That's like somebody rich who's been fucking flying around in their own jet, and then all of a sudden, their shit goes down like in that Queen of Versailles, and all of a sudden they have to get on a commercial flight, and their kids are looking around going, why are all these people on a plane? You're in the same place. Your dick is like a billionaire. You know? And if you get into a fucking relationship at this point, that's like the 2008 collapse. You know? That make any sense? All right. After experiencing this lifestyle for so long, I just cannot force myself to sit at a bar trying to convince some chick whose best years are behind her to give me a half-hearted BJ. I consider myself a decent-looking guy. I think you consider yourself a lot more than that, sir. I think you stand in front of the mirror with your hands on your sides like Superman. Not hands on your hips. Hands on your hips, that's effeminate. But if you stand there with your two fists like that, then all of a sudden you look like you should have a cape flapping behind you. I think you do that. You stand there and you're naked, you know, with like the same distance between your feet that a state trooper has when he comes up going, do you know how fast you were going? And then you look to the side with your dick flapping in the wing because of the oscillating fan. And then you'd every morning just go, I am the shit! That's how I think you feel about yourself. That I would just guess. Anyways, I think I'm a decent-looking guy, and I do get attention from the women. But I often find that they are not worth the effort because I get bored so quickly. Yeah, I know, actually having to converse rather than just being like, hey, how much for you to suck my dick? Oh, yeah? I'll give you half that. Come on, work with me. I'll meet you in the middle. I'll give you an extra $5 because it's cold out. All right, get in the car. My problem is that I get bored with women immediately after I sleep with them. I do not fear diseases as I always use condoms. Dude, that's not 100%, by the way. I don't know why, but it isn't. I don't know how you can have a raincoat on your dick and still get herpes. I think because your balls are fucking hanging out of the back of the chopper, you know? And safety, I always use condoms and safety wise. I love when you guys, like, rewrite your fucking emails, and then you delete half a sentence, and then you fucking don't notice, and then you put it in here, and you make me look even dumber than I am. Anyways, I guess he uses condoms. He said it would be just as dangerous sleeping with a random bar slut who doesn't force their partners to use condoms. No, it wouldn't, sir. No, it wouldn't, because it's a numbers thing, all right? Some bar slut who doesn't use condoms versus some woman who fucks professionally. Okay, that's like you throwing the football around in the backyard saying you're just like Tom Brady. Okay, it's not the same thing. But I know you're saying that to make yourself feel better. He said, I fear never being able to have a normal relationship with the woman down the road. I feel like my internal wiring got crossed somewhere, and I need a wide variety of women to keep me sane. I really want to fuck every woman I see, but unfortunately I cannot swing a golf club, so I got to pay for it. Any way out of this? Love the podcast. Yeah, you need to go to therapy. I got to tell you though, once you, I don't know. Yeah, you need to go seek professional help, sir. I would say that because you've gone down a road for so long, and you keep coming around the track the same way. You've worn this groove in. And it's very hard to get out of. And you have to sit down and want to do the work, and you have to work with professional and figure out if you have a sex addiction or whatever. Dr. Drew. You know, if you can't afford it, I would call Dr. Drew. But even then, he's only going to talk to you for a minute. Have him guide you in the right direction, though. Because that guy he gets right to it. I've done his show a couple times. He's fucking unreal. So that would be my suggestion. I would say, first and foremost, stop fucking prostitutes because you are going to catch something. And not only that, everyone that you bang or have blow you or whatever, it's just another step further down a direction you don't want to go. And then also, it's a terrible thing to do. You know, to solicit a prostitute. You're basically, something horrible happened to her, and then you're taking advantage of it. It's fucking horrific. So there you go. I hope I helped you out. I know I gave you a lot of shit throughout that, but I hope I helped you out because that is a serious problem. Okay. All right, before I get on to some of the other shit that I want to talk about, I'm going to read this first email that I got from somebody, and it's titled Anger Not Hitting. It said, Dear Bill, I watched 2 of your specials recently on Netflix. While you are a very funny guy, now this is when you know some criticism is coming your way. Anytime somebody, I'm not saying you're not a good guy. While you are a very funny guy, And most of the stuff is great. I really need to point out your bit about violence against women has a major flaw. Well, thank you, person who never did stand up. Please, by all means, help me fix my jokes. There's no doubt there are plenty of reasons a man could be angry with a woman. So there is a reason for that. But there really is no reason and no excuse for hitting. My ex nearly murdered me because I didn't want to be with him anymore and told him he needed to move out of my house. I paid for entirely mine alone. I never laid a hand on him nor even thought of it. I spent a week in intensive care. So you can see how I might think that you could amend that bit to say there are reasons for anger, not hitting. All right. Now, for those of you who aren't stand-up comedians, this right here is a reoccurring email that will go on throughout your entire fucking career. And this is what I find. First of all, at no point did I say anybody should hit a woman. I never said that. I said, when they say there's no reasons to hit a woman, I presented scenario. I just said, look, there's plenty of reasons to do it. You just don't do it. That was the joke. Repeat, the joke. Capital J-Oak. Joke. And this is what I find about people who get offended. And she was cool or whatever, obviously, you know. This is what I find about people who send me emails like this. All right? Obese people get offended by jokes about obesity. You know, women who've been fucking beaten by some piece of shit guy get offended about the hitting women joke. All right? Fucking, I don't know. People who fly, pilots get offended by my shit about talking shit about pilots. But this is what I find. Pilots never get offended by the obese material. Obese people never get offended by the hitting women thing. The dog lovers who get offended by the adopt a dog, rescue dog bit, never get offended by the starving child jokes. See what I'm saying? Well, I understand if you don't. Let me try to explain it a little better. I'm just saying, this fucking lady sat through 2 of my specials. So the first special, okay, she watches. I don't fucking talk about hitting women. So that's an hour right there. She sat through, laughed her fucking tits off, had a great time. And then she sits through about 40, 45 minutes of the next one. And everything's fucking fine. And everything's funny and everything's just a joke as I'm just going through one topic after another that's offending the fuck out of everybody who's in that group. And then it comes around to some shit that's in her neighborhood. And then all of a sudden I have to start making like amends to bits. I need to tweak it a little bit because of her fucking personal experience. I have to tweak it because of her personal experience. And then all of a sudden, what I'm saying is not a joke anymore. It's more of a statement. And I'm more like, you know, I mean, earlier in this podcast, I advocated these terrorists go into a fucking gated community. Do you think I really want them to do that? Yeah. No, I don't. I don't. But just maybe light some firecrackers off underneath their limo. Just something. Some sort of small payback. Dude, if I was a banker, and I was a piece of shit banker, I would be so fucking paranoid that someone was going to whack me for all the misery and suffering that I fucking, you know, that I've been causing. The fact that I turned a fucking pond into my own jacuzzi, right? I can park my yacht in my fucking jacuzzi. And I just sit there, you know, eating fucking crab legs and caviar every fucking day, standing on fucking dead babies' heads. There's no fucking way I would ever get in a fucking town car. There's no way. There's no way. I would have whoever my Fredo, of my litter of kids, whoever the Fredo was, that was to be the guy that I had driving the car. Although in The Godfather, he was looking out for Marlon Brando, and then he got shot, right? So I don't fucking know. Anyways. Oh, you know, I read some really interesting shit about how Iceland beat the bankers. When Iceland went bankrupt, and then the bankers tried to pull this shit where, yeah, we were greedy cunts, and now we're putting the debt on you and your taxpayers. They said, you know what? Fuck you. This isn't our debt. This isn't our mess. It's yours. And then all these fucking sellout cunts like fucking Amsterdam and Britain put all this pressure on fucking Iceland because they pussied out with the bankers. They've been on their knees sucking that banker cock for fucking ever. They tried to fucking get them to come along. They tried to pressure them, and or else we'll turn you into the Cuba of the North. And they said, fuck you. We're not doing it. And you know what? That's what this country should have done. This country should have told those banker fucking cunts. I'm beside myself that it isn't brought up more. You know? It's the whole thing. Like, I have water damage to my house. My insurance company sends a check that's made out to me, Nia, and then my mortgage company. And we have to sign the check over to them so they keep the money. And you know why that is? Because they fucked so many people so fucking hard in the ass. So many people are upside down in houses because of the bullshit that they created by making people who aren't qualified for loans qualified. So instead of having 5 people bid on a house, you got 10 people bidding on it, and it goes up like Super Bowl tickets, right? And all of a sudden, a house that's really worth $180 sells for $270. So you got these cunts. Everybody's fucking upside down in the house. So they're like, well, fuck it, I'm keeping this money. And then when they foreclose on it, they fucking come in, and they're like, fuck, they never fixed the roof. So now I have to sign over my goddamn money. It's my money. It's my insurance. That's my insurance money. I have to send it into them. You know why? Because, people, it's not my house. It's their fucking house. It's theirs. All right? And if I ever pay this fucker off, which you know I'm gonna, I drive a 6-year-old hybrid. All right? I don't give a fuck. I dress like Malcolm Young because I'm getting these cunts out of my life. And this is what's going to happen. I'm going to pay off this fucking house. And you think when I die, I can just give it to somebody else? It's my house, right? If I can fucking give away all my other shit, why can't I give the house? The house is going to have all taxes and all these penalties and all this bullshit. And whoever I fucking leave it to is going to be like, you know what? It's just going to be easier to sell it. And then they sell it. And whatever money they make, they get the shit taxed out of them. They get half a dick in their ass. And then somebody else buys this thing. And then the bank goes balls deep in them for another fucking 30 years. You know what? Halfway through that, I realized, am I sounding crazy or am I making sense? I don't know. I talked to a banker in a titty bar. He agreed with everything I said. I've been watching a bunch of shit on Netflix. I'm big on I like documentaries. You know, and I watched 1.5 last night before I fell asleep. I watched this thing called The Queen of Versailles, which you have to see, and it's basically about this guy, 75 years old. 75 years old. He married Miss Florida in 1993, so he's fucking balling. Has 7 kids with her, right? And he's got this. He sells timeshares. You know, which is really a shady fucking business. You know, hey, I don't. What is it? Fucking timeshare. It's a fucking overpriced hotel room, isn't it? I mean, I don't. What am I buying? If I spend all that money, I don't want to be laying in a bed that somebody else has been fucking in. I want a brand new bed. Okay, that's deal number one. Because other than that, I can go lay in a bed that everybody else fucked in all year long. It's called a hotel. Right? But this guy was the biggest timeshare company in the world, according to him. And he was in the middle of building the biggest house in America, and it had 10 kitchens. There's fucking 9 people in their family. They have 1 more kitchen than they have people in their family. All right? You have to watch just to see them. I mean, it's not finished yet because in 2008 they got caught up on all the banker shit. And but you just have to see when his wife walks in with her friend, and when they walk up these stairs, I'm telling you, these fucking stairs are wider than the stairs at Grand Central Station in New York City. They go upstairs, and the fucking friend of the Miss 1993 Florida is like, because they haven't like put the walls up, it's just the framing of it. She goes, oh my God. She goes, is that your bedroom? And she goes, no, it's my closet. It's But if you really want to see, okay, now a lot of people will watch the Queen of Versailles and go, look at these two selfish fucking people and all the waste and all that. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's on the fucking surface. But underneath all of it, you see a guy who doesn't want to declare bankruptcy and put that money on the American people and wants to fight his way out of it, and the bankers won't do it. Like he had a building out in fucking Vegas. He put $350 million of his own fucking money in, and now he can't make the payments. So he wants the bankers to try and, give him some of the bailout money, and they kept all of it because this is the thing. If they get him to default on that, they get to keep his $350 million and sell the fucking building all over again. And obviously this guy, he got overextended. He made the mistake of not realizing, what bankers are and what it is that they do. They're not your friends. They're not trying to help you grow your fucking business. They're trying to make every fucking dime off you as they can. And when it's over, you bust the joint out. I just started thinking about the fucking Goodfellas. Well, they start burning it down. But rather than burning the place down, it's you. The Ray Liotta and fucking Joe Pesci are fucking tying those little candle things to you. Trying to bang this fucking Jew broad over here. You can't help me out? What's the world coming to? And then you burn to the ground. That's it. But the building's still standing. And then they get some other group to go in there. And then they fuck them in the ass. I'm telling you. We should all, as civilians, you remember the ending of Scarface when they were coming over the wall? That's what we should be doing right now in gated communities, going to bankers' fucking houses. We should be dragging them out by the tassels of their fucking wingtips. New house. Dearest Billy Boy, keeping it short and sweet due to your undying hatred for reading out loud. I actually don't mind it. I hate sounding stupid. My fiance and I are moving into our first house on Friday. Any last-minute advice? Yes. Well, it's too late. You already bought a fucking house. My first thing would be drive less of a car. Wear less clothes. Everything less. And start knocking out the principal. All right? You got to start knocking that fucking thing down. And then once you knock it down to a certain point, then they're going to come at you and be like, hey, do you want to refinance? You want to refinance? Look, your mortgage payment will go from $1,500 down to $1,200. That'll save you $300 a month. That's all a fucking scam. Okay? Do you really think there's somebody who works at the bank and his job, and he's sitting there going, how can this bank make less money? Oh, I know what. I mean, how long would that guy work there before he got fired? It's a scam. Because what happens is if you're like 4 or 5 years into your mortgage, they're going to refinance it, and your payment doesn't go down $300 and you're still 5 years in. It starts back at zero. All right? Now you have that payment for 30 years, and you're starting all fucking over again. So the $300 that you're saving each month, they're making more in the fucking interest in the long run because they sent you back to square one. It's all a fucking scam. I'm telling you, go to the gated communities and go over the fucking wall. Don't really do that, all right? I don't want to be held responsible for that. These are all jokes. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Viking twins and oh, Jesus. Viking twins and Jesus. Bill, I know you're tired of relationship advice, but maybe this will be different. Here's the deal. I'm having goddamn twins in September. Well, congratulations. I've been married for nearly 6 years now. I love my wife, and I'm definitely stoked on having children with her. However, while she is a Christian, I am not, and I am a little concerned. And then what does he write? All fucking greedy? All fucking ready. He wrote that all as one word, everybody. If you think I'm dumb. And he wrote all is A-L. No spaces, okay? Stop rolling your eyes, feeling that you're smarter than me. He says, I'm a little concerned about what our kids are going to learn if we decide to go to church and whatnot. I'm just not sure that I want my children to learn about hell and sin and all that other bullshit. That's That's just not a story for fucking kids, you know? Like, you better be good, or when you fucking die, you're going to burn for goddamn eternity. I want my kids to be happy. I don't want them expecting a bitch slap from some imaginary figure if they tell a fucking lie or something. Kids should be innocent and full of wonder and gay and all that shit, you know? That's so funny how guys can't just write happy stuff. You got to somehow tap out, you know? They should be happy. They should go sledding and all that shit, you fucking cunt. You know, we always got to do that. Anyhow, I'm not exactly sure what Nia believes, but if you guys had kids, would this be an issue for you too? No, neither one of us goes to church. So we're going to go to hell. Another problem is that either way sucks. If they believe in hell, they'll live in fear. If the little shitheads believe what I believe, they'll think they're just going to goddamn rot in the fucking ground and disappear when they die. So they'll be bitter, cynical, and fucking miserable, just like their father. Now, I disagree with that, because I think you just go into the ground. That's what I think, but that's not why I'm bitter and cynical. I'm bitter and cynical because of, like, that fucking email that I got from that 50-year-old real estate guy who wants me to side with the banker cunts. And no one will pick up an axe and go into these gated communities and get these pencil-pushing pussies. You know? And every fucking week we work and we got to take our fucking check and take it down to the goddamn bank and give it to them. You know? Acting like this is a safer place to have than stuffing it in your mattress. You know? You might as well stuff it in a mattress. You're never going to walk in and your mattress is going to have a lock on it and be like, yeah, fucking that's closed. Go fuck yourself. And I know what other people are saying. Well, you know, what if somebody breaks into your house? Does anybody look under the mattress at this point? It's such a cliched place to put a couple $100. You know, I don't fucking know. You can't win. That's why I'm cynical. That's why I'm cynical, okay? Because, you know, I'll talk to hockey fans, okay? And they'll have the biggest dirtbag piece of shit intent to injure guy on their team, but because he plays for them, they don't give a fuck. And they'll put him in their ring of honor. And then if somebody does something to their team, then they're flipping out going, that guy should be out of the league. That's why I get bitter and cynical, is because it's depressing. It's depressing that the amount of people that just look out their own heads. And, you know, if it's good for me, then it's fucking good, and I don't give a shit. And they, you know, they lack empathy. That's why, but not because you're going in the fucking ground. So I wouldn't equate it to that. Anyways, my solution thus far is just to go Norse, you know? No, I don't. Die in fucking battle. Die in fucking battle, sons, and you'll get to be members of the Enerhard Jar. I don't know. Is this some Lord of the Rings shit? Fight and die every day, only to be resurrected at night to feast with Odin in Valhalla. I don't know what any of this is. Something when you and your fellow ghost warriors fight the fucking wolf Fenrir until the end of time. That's a badass speech if I knew how to fucking pronounce it. That's one of those things where you're walking around with that thing on your arm for a falcon to land on. When you go to shake hands, you grab the other guy's forearm. He goes, I think that's the way to go. I have absolutely no idea how to really relay these concerns to my wife without offending her. Yeah, I mean, considering you're writing me, I get it. But I think I care enough about my kids to make this an issue. My kids are going to be completely mediocre and never accomplish anything. There's no need to heap... Oh, what? My kids are going to be completely mediocre and never accomplish anything. There's no need to heap hell on that pile. What do you think? All right. Well, I was with you until you said your kids are going to be mediocre. You can't say that to them. You got to give them that head start. You got to build them up. And see, now I got to talk to you about two things. I mean, I don't know. You're really far down the fucking road. 6 years in, and now you're having kids to finally bring up the religious issue. This is really something that should have been discussed before you got married. But I get it. You fell in love with this person. You can't pick who you fall in love with, as they say. I would just sit down and tell her what you told me. And then when she was like, well, why did you bring this up 6 years ago? Use the line I just said. Just say, because I love you. I saw you, and I there's nothing I could do. I fell in love with you. I think you're great. And, now I just want to discuss this with you. And I'd like to do it without you crying and making me feel like a bully, because I these are half my kids too. So what if once a week, every other week, you scare the shit out of them, and every other week we go into the backyard and I dig a hole and go, that's where you end up. You can sort of balance it out. Yeah, dude, I don't know how to do it other than you just have to sit down and talk to her and just say, listen, I don't mind spirituality. I don't mind, believing in a higher power and everything, but I really think it's a lot to heap on the whole heaven and hell thing. And I think when they're young enough, when they go to church, they're just going to be bored and not know what people are talking about. And I think it'd be a great thing for their self-esteems if you and I didn't drive away and try to communicate all that hell shit to them. All right? Maybe she can still take them to church, but just keep reinforcing that this thing loves them. All right? That is a fucked up thing to just bring that into their lives. You're going to burn forever. Have fun playing Frisbee. This lovely email right here called Getting Cock-Blocked by Jesus. Jesus. That would be hard. If he came walking in, performing miracles, full head of hair, Chris Christopherson beard, He's got that robe. All the chicks, oh my God, do you have anything underneath it? Hey, Bill, love the podcast. I'd really like to hear your thoughts on this experience I'm going through with a lady. All right, at the end of last summer, I met a girl and we hit it off immediately. She's one of those girls. Oh, wait, I forgot to mention that I'm going to do a neolog this week. A neolog. And I know a lot of people are asking, why is she not doing her podcast? And it's because our house is gutted right now. And she's being an absolute trooper, and she's handling most of the bullshit as I'm out on the road. Okay? But she's going to come on and do a neolog this week, and one of the topics is going to be the first openly gay athlete. All right? I'm actually going to ask her that question about the shower. Shower love, every now and then I get a little bit something and a something and a something. At the end of last summer, back to this guy, cock-blocked by Jesus, I met a girl, and we hit it off immediately. She's one of those girls who's not only gorgeous and sexy, but she's really cool, too. Oh, top shelf. We've got a lot in common, and I'm totally into her. I've seen her regularly since then, and she stayed with me a few nights. We've had absolutely mind-blowing sex during those nights. Oh, Jesus, dude, you're going to fall hard for this one. I'm already in love with her. I don't even know her. But most importantly, we have fun together, and we connect on a personal level. So I decided to take it to the next level and see if she'd be into dating on the regular, since we've been hitting it off so well. That's when it gets interesting. She says she is a Christian. I, on the other hand, am definitely not a Christian. Although I've studied religious writings for many years, I don't consider myself to be a religious person. But since I'm not a Christian, she's really reluctant to date. But she'll fuck your brains out? Dude, I don't know, man. I think you might just have to enjoy this one. It's like renting a car you can't afford. Go out and take it on the highway, man. Have a good time with it and bring it back by Thursday. But whatever. I'll keep reading here. The Bible says Christians should only date other Christians. The Bible says a lot of things that don't make sense in society now. My mother is a Catholic and my father is as non-religious as I am, but they've been happily married for almost 30 years. It irritates the hell out of me that since I don't love Jesus, that she thinks I'm an unsuitable partner. I don't need to love Jesus to know how to be a good gentleman. I treat her with respect, and I'm a good partner and a friend. What do you think, Bill? Literally everything else about this girl and how we get along is stellar. It's a fucking shame to let that go. Thanks, Bill, and go fuck yourself. Well, here's the deal. I would present your argument, and if she still has a fucking problem with it and she just won't do it, then you know what you got to do? You got to walk away until your heart gets crushed by this girl. Or even worse, you talk her into something by just wearing her down into something she doesn't want to do, and then you're 6 years into your fucking marriage having twins like that other poor bastard, and you have to have that other problem, that big fucking conversation. Okay? She's getting older, so, she's going to have a couple of kids. She's not going to be rocking your fucking world. You know what I mean? You got a beer belly, so all the looks and all the hot sex is out the window, and now you're just fucking with this person. All right? That you don't line up with religiously. So that is a big one. That is a big one. So that's what I would do. I would sit down and I would present my argument to her. And just lay it out there. Just say, listen, I really like you. Beyond a physical thing. I like you. You know, and I'd bring up the thing you said about your parents and they still get along. And then just say, but look, I don't want to get emotionally involved with you if you can't look past the fact that I don't believe in the bearded baby. That's how I'd leave it. And then you know what? If she has a fucking problem with that, then you walk. You walk. All right? Or what you do is just hook up with her once every fucking 10 days. 10 to 15 days, you hook up with her, you fuck her brains out, you have a great time, and then, you know, you walk away. You know, so you don't get drawn in. Like, I don't know. Being with somebody else, it's like, the more you see them, it's like fucking eating Doritos. You know, if you just take a few and you put them on a plate, and then you leave the bag in the cupboard and you're watching a game, you know, you're not going to get up and go grab the bag. All right? But if you fucking got the bag there, you're going to consume the whole goddamn thing. And that's what the fuck you're going to do with this girl if you keep hanging out with her. All right? You're going to consume the whole fucking thing. You're going to be totally invested with your heart. And then she's going to walk away because you don't want to get fucking dirty fire ash put on your forehead every fucking February. Then you're going to be crying in the fetal position, and you have to spend fucking goddamn year or two of your life trying to cry this bitch out of your heart. You know what I mean? Sit down and have this conversation with her. There you go. All right. All right. Hair loss or sex loss? Bill, I'm sure you've heard of Propecia. Heard of it. I used it. I used it. And when I ran out of it, I just had that honest moment with myself. And I was just like, there's no way there's not going to be a side effect. Okay? There's no way. There's just no way. There's no way this thing, okay, I'll save my hair but damage my liver. You know? What do I need more? You know, a full head of hair or a functioning fucking liver? You just, you know, you just got to bite the bullet and turn old. Just age gracefully. You know, I try to keep my hair short. I try to offend as little people as I go through the slow process of seeing what my skull actually looks like. He goes, I have a lot of friends on it that say it sort of works. Definitely slows down hair loss by doing something. However, apparently the drawbacks is no boner. Oh, is that? I don't know either way on that one. That's some barroom stuff. I think that can happen to some people. I have no fucking idea. He said, so do you choose hair to get sex or choose no hair, which might mean no sex? Is this some sort of sick joke by the pharmaceutical companies? No, you're fighting nature. Listen, dude, I'll tell you right now. All right? There's women out there that think a shaved head is sexy. Not all of them, but there's enough. All right? There's enough out there that you can keep going out banging women. You know? Some women find a shaved head fucking, they like it. Turns them on. So, listen. This is the great thing about women is they can see beyond what you look like. Okay? If you come in there and you got a little swagger and you're funny and you're fucking, you know, shaved head shows confidence, dude. You're like, fuck it. Preemptive strike. You guys are walking out on me? Well, you know what? I'm kicking you out the door. And you take out your clippers. You know, I buzzed my head down a few years ago. I fucking loved it. And I took all the jokes. Oh, when you're a cancer patient, fucking make a wish, blah, 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 blah. And it peters out after a couple weeks. You know? I don't know. I go back and forth. I mean, I go literally from doing, maybe I'll do the fucking hair transplant to all the way back to I'll fucking shave my head again. I have no idea. But I got to be honest with you, dude. It doesn't, the vibe you're bringing is going to be way more. Listen. Do you really want to get with some girl who's with you because you have a fucking a nice big cowlick on top of your fucking head? And if you didn't have it, then she wouldn't be with you? You know? Going bald is like driving a piece of shit car. It really keeps the whores away from you. All these fucking idiots with full heads of hair driving around in flashy cars, you see what happens to them. Look what happened to Mel Gibson. He should have just gone bald, but he didn't. He kept fighting it, doing shit up there, drove around in a flashy car. I had to give up my fucking Laker tickets. You know, flipping out. You know what, dude? Yeah, don't take those fucking drugs. Those drugs are brand new, and the side effects that they're talking about, I'm telling you, is just the shit that they're letting on to cover their asses that they said that there was some side effects. Okay? From what I've overheard in bars, the people on the FDA, half of them used to work for these pharmaceutical fucking companies. So they got the nuts running the fucking nut house. All right? And you're just going to be, you're going to be a little lab rat if you start taking that shit. All right? So I would suggest not doing it. Let nature take its fucking course and do what I'm doing. Wait for the cure. And I guarantee you it ain't going to come. So just fucking man up and go bald, you fucking pussy. Okay? Do what I'm doing. Just slowly let it happen. A year from now, I'm going to have fucking hair plugs, and I'm going to be performing for Dictators for a New Year's Eve gig. Be best friends with Beyonce. I didn't see my itinerary either. I didn't know who it was. I literally used the same excuse for performing for Oilman. Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it's the Monday Morning Podcast for Monday, April 29th, 2013. How are you? How you doing? I am in a fucking phenomenal mood. Absolutely. I'm in a great goddamn mood. You know why? You know why? Because I'm not even mad right now that my cell phone is ringing this fucking early in the podcast. I'm not. You know what's funny? That cell phone just made me completely lose my train of thought. That's how simplistic my brain is. It goes in a straight line. One fucking thing knocks it off track, and I forget where I was going. Why am I in a great mood? Oh, I know why. Because the Celtics showed that they have fucking heart. And the Lakers lost, got swept, disgraced, humiliated. And I loved every goddamn second of it. You know, and you know why? Okay, I'm back on track. I feel fucking vindicated. After all these Laker fans, you know, were tweeting me, Facebooking me, MySpacing me, Friendstering me, saying that I'm just a hater. You know, which is the classic thing that somebody says when they can't refute any points that you made. They go, oh, you're just a hater. As when I told them that the guy that they constantly sit there and call and chant MVP at is a fucking cancer on that team. It's a fucking cancer, and they just can't see it. Because I'm not saying all of them, but just because everybody plays these fantasy fucking football, baseball bullshit. All they look at is stats. All right? Let me tell you something, Laker fans. When you're not eating your pot cookies and fucking boogie boarding or whatever the fuck it is you guys do, you know, when you're not laying back at the chair at the fucking dental office getting Botox in your fucking head even though you're only 19 years old, why don't you just put yourself in the position of the other players on the Lakers? All right? You wake the fuck up. Get out of the sun. Stop frying up your goddamn brain. And just use a little bit of common sense. Listen, I know after the games when Kobe walks off with 10 seconds left during a loss because he got his 37 points, you know, that afterwards when they ask the other Lakers in front of the camera and they go, oh, you know, how did you feel about that? And then they just go, well, you know, Kobe, he's a competitor. You know, he's one of the best that ever played the game. And, I mean, he wants to win. I mean, we all do. And that didn't happen tonight, unfortunately. And all we know what to do is to just keep – I can fucking do it. Just keep working hard. And did you have any sort of did it annoy you at all that he walked off court? No, it didn't bother me. You know, every guy has a different personality. I mean, you can just fucking gracefully navigate that minefield and just say all that bullshit. I would fucking give $1 million if I had it to listen to the other Lakers on the team, their cell phone conversations when they leave the Staples Center, talking to their fucking broads, you know, going all Paul McCartney and John Lennon. Fucking sick of them. You know they're coming out of there in their fucking Range Rovers and their fucking $100,000 Mercedes just driving out going, can you fucking believe that motherfucker's what? They can fucking, you know, I'm wide open. I'm wide open. Kobe, right here, right here. Yo! Fucking guy takes a turnaround jumper with 3 guys hanging off on 10 feet behind the arc. I don't care that it went in. I'm telling you right now. Dude, what the fuck would you do, okay, if you were at some 4-H club and you're supposed to build a tree fort, you know? And you're holding up the board and you're supposed to hammer in both sides. One cunt just hammers in his side, then just fucking walks away and the whole thing collapses out of the tree. And he just walks away and everybody else at camp is laughing at you during the loss. And he's fucking already back eating a popsicle stick in the fucking log cabin. How would you feel? What would you be saying? You know? I'll tell you, if it was televised around the fucking world to all the 4-H's and your goal was to continue being in 4-H's, you do exactly what the other fucking Laker people do. You just sit there going like, well, you know, he loves building tree forts, and it's really in his heart. And when things don't go well, he gets upset. And, you know, all we know how to do is just to get out there tomorrow. Actually, your voice would be way higher. Actually, all we know is to go out there tomorrow and try to build another tree fort. I love it. So the guy, he gets injured. All right? Now you can actually sit down and maybe watch the Lakers. Maybe get to watch Steve Nash do what the fuck he does, distribute the goddamn ball rather than pass it to Kobe and then sit there, you know, I don't know what. What do you do with that after you pass it to Kobe? I mean, you might as well just fucking sit down, you know, take a little cat nap or whatever. I was actually looking forward to that shit. And what happens? What is the cancer? MVP. What does this guy do? He starts tweeting during the game, criticizing the fucking coach. Laker fans, you can't read through the lines when his coach said he's a fan now. That's what fans do. And then Kobe, like, laughs it off. That, right, read between the lines. He's saying this guy's one of the biggest cunts I've ever had to coach in my life. Even when he's not on the court, he's still fucking up the chemistry of the team. All right? Did Bill Russell ever tweet during his Celtic career? All right. You get the point. Kobe is not the fucking MVP. All right? Kobe is, if fantasy football, fantasy basketball, that's the fucking guy you want on your goddamn team. He's not even in the game, and he's still affecting. He's got to sit there and tweet and criticize his own goddamn coach. Oh, my God. That guy earns the K. You know? In cunt. Past his prime. Prime, question mark. Hello, William. I need some advice. By the way, you guys, you all realize I'm a moron, right? I flunked everything in high school. Okay? This is on you. If you take my advice and it doesn't work, you know, you should go talk to somebody who actually professionally gives out advice. And part of your therapy session should be why you take advice from somebody who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Oh, Bill, shut up and just read it. Okay, all right. Hi, Bill. I need some advice. My fiance and I used to have an insane sex life, 2 to 3 times a day, crazy marathon sex sessions. We used to celebrate Sexter Day. What does that mean? What is that, when you reminisce about how much you fucked yesterday? Ah, you kids, I don't even know what you're talking about. Sexter Day, boo-boo, oh, my fucking seems so far away. I put it in your ass, and not 'cause I'm gay. I just fucked your vag enough fucking times. Ooh, your fucking vag. You know, it's like I woke up and the lyrics just came to me to the point I thought, did someone else talk about this? Somebody else already write this song? Not for lack of trying on my part. I love giving him blowjobs. Oh, what a champ. She says she loves giving blowjobs. And now he always says, not right now when I try. We welcomed our first baby 6 months ago. I am now in better shape than I was before I got pregnant. I do yoga and run every day and feel sexier than ever. I am 22 and he is 40. Is he past his prime? He's been stressed out lately. Does that keep men from getting it up? He was my first, so the only thing I know about male sexuality is what I know about him. Usually he can't keep his hands off me. Hell, Bill, it's hard not to take this personally. Thank you. Well, aren't you a sweetheart? You like giving blowjobs, and you're very polite. And you know how to write a letter. God damn it, you're a keeper. And you were a virgin at 22. You saved yourself, and here this guy comes along, the grizzled vet in the final year of a 3-year contract. You know? Once you sign the contract, he stops producing. Well, I, for one, I feel for you. Did he watch you give birth? You know, that new thing that they do over the last 20, 30 years? Back in the day, you used to just stand out in the waiting room with a big stogie. Just stand out. How's she doing? Yeah, is her blood pressure dropping? Oh, she passed away on the table? Fucking $120 in cigars out the window. You used to stand out there in the waiting room, you know, and you let the doctors be doctors. I don't understand why the guy has to be in there. I don't. This is a big fucking debate between me and the lovely Nia. Like, I don't understand why you have to fucking be in there. You know, when I go down to Midas Muffler, do I fucking stand underneath it as he's sitting there and the sparks are flying? I don't know how to weld. You know? Hey, you got a busted aspirator tube. I don't know where that is. I don't know what it is. Why am I there? You know? I should be out in the fucking waiting room. So anyways, did he stand there and then just watch something alive come out of your vagina? And maybe it's kind of, because I hear that guys have like maybe performance issues after that. You know? There's a whole bunch of things that could be going on here. So I don't want to put too many. How are you guys doing financially? How is his job security? You know, does he spend a lot of money? Is the other shoe about ready to drop? Are you one of those couples that I see on those reality shows? You know, does he wear like a lot of T-shirts or like button-down shirts that have a lot of designs on them? A lot of drawing? You know, does he fake tan? Is he one of those guys? Because if he's one of those guys, then I would guess that you're actually broke and have been broke for 8 months and he doesn't know how to tell you. But if he's a regular guy, all right, I'm joking around too much about this. This is actually a serious thing. All right, help me, Bill. It's hard not to take this personally. I would bring it up to him. You got to sit down and hopefully he's not a walled-off emotional psycho like most guys. If you bring it up, and hopefully you can bring it up to him without him getting mad. But that's what I would do. I'd bring it up and just be like, hey, you know, you haven't been banging me lately, and I know I'm looking pretty good, and you used to do it all the time. What's the deal? You know, just that's the essence of it. Just stretch that out into about 8 minutes and say a lot of loving things. Do that thing where you put your hand on the, you know, the women, they put their hand on their forearm, on the dude's forearm, and they move your thumb side to side. And just be like, hey, how come we're not fucking anymore? I don't know how to do it. That's what I would do. I think you need to talk to him rather than me. I would not take it personally. You know, you're a fucking champ. You love giving blowjobs. You're in the prime of your life. You had a kid, and what did you do? You got yourself right back in shape. You're in the best shape of your life. It's not on you, so I wouldn't take it personally. So there's obviously something going on with him, and you love the guy, so try to help him bring it out. You know? Oh, Jesus. All right, there you go. There's that. I hope that helped. I don't fucking know. Girlfriend's past. Hey there, Billy boy. I'm having problems. I'm having problems reading this, sir. I'm having problems dealing with all the guys my girlfriend has fucked before me. She's 17 and a senior in high school, and she's been with 4 to 5 guys all the way and blown more. Now, why are you saying 4 to 5? You know, if you've only fucked 4 or 5 people, she ought to be able to remember all of them. She said, my first girlfriend, I'm 18. Be easy there, buddy. Go easy. Is 17 considered underage? Because you can get busted for statutory rape. Make sure she's legal. He goes, she's my first gay girlfriend. I'm 18, but I wasn't a virgin because my neighbor forced me to have sex with her when I was 5. What? Sex with what? Your little ding-dong? What was she doing? Dude, that's fucking creepy. I didn't even know that. Anyways, she lost her virginity in a one-night stand when she was 14. It just kills me every day that my virginity was stolen from me, and she just gives hers away. It doesn't help that she still goes to the same school as the guy, and while they don't really talk, she fucked him again last summer, a couple of months before we started dating. I feel like she's just let people use her, and it really disgusts me. I don't even know if I love her or if I even like her very much. Am I overreacting about her past or not? No, dude, what you're doing is you're tapping into how you feel about this girl and what you're looking for in a woman, and this girl isn't it, okay? It's, you know, hopefully whatever happened to you didn't happen to her, but what you do, sir, is you're fighting your self-esteem or discovering it, all right? Listen to that voice, okay? This isn't the kind of woman that you're looking to be with, so I would break up with her, all right? And then get with a girl that hasn't fucked 4 to 5 guys that you're going to pass on your way to math class, all right? That's the deal, all right? You sound like you've gone through some shit. I'd probably go to therapy over that one there. You know, whatever the fuck happened to you. And, but what's great is you've come out of this that you are still tapped in what you're looking for in a girlfriend. You want, you know, a great girl deserves a great guy. And you sound like you're a great guy, so go out there and get a great girl. That's what you should do, all right? And be healthy human beings with one another, okay? Don't let what the fuck happened to you when you're 5 go down some dark sexual road that you pick these damaged girls that you relate to. Both of you probably need to go to therapy and work some shit out, all right? But she didn't write me, you did, so I'm telling you to do that. And, yeah, get yourself a, yeah, the fuck is with my voice? Get a girl that you're proud to be with, that you want to bring home to your parents, all right? That's the one. There you go. All right. All right, this one's titled, oh, Jesus. Dear Billy Goat Fuckface. There's a new one. There's a new one. I am a 23-year-old man from Paducah, Kentucky. Now, why would you tell me that? I didn't want to read that. There's probably 18 people in your town, right? Needless to say, there isn't much to do. About 5 months ago, I met a girl who was 2 years younger than me and moved into town from fucking East Cungamunga. We hit it off almost instantly. It was great. You know what? I'm going to have somebody bleep out this city. All right? I got to have him bleep out the city and the state. He goes, we hit it off almost instantly. It was great. She is beautiful, educated, and has a great ass. Sorry. A little Al Pacino for you. We took things slow, and I found that to be something unique in today's time. Most girls give it up within a day or two, but she wanted to take things slow, and I appreciated that. I found myself falling head over heels for this girl. I hadn't been with anyone in over 2 years, and I felt that I felt as if she was a sign that maybe there was a bit of hope in this world to be happy, and she communicated with me that she felt the same way. Okay, so about 2 weeks ago, we went out to a bar, and we had some drinks, played some pool, and had a great time, and ended up getting a little frisky with each other. I drove her home, totally expecting that tonight would be the night I was going to bang this beautiful woman. When we reached her driveway, we started making out in the car and asked if she wanted to come in. She got real quiet and said under her breath, yes, but. And, of course, I said, but what? And that's when she told me she is a transsexual. I literally yelled I was so shocked by what I heard, I could hardly keep myself together, and I told her, him, whatever, that I wasn't going to go upstairs with her, and I would call her tomorrow. And she got out of the car crying and said, I was born this way, like some Lady Gaga shit. Wait a minute, what is transsexual? Like a hermaphrodite? Wait a second. Ah, Jesus, Bill, you're too fucking dumb. Why do you guys write me? Is this the fun part of it? Just finding out how fucking dumb I am? Transsexual. This is hilarious. Now I have this on my search engine. Transsexual. And Nia will use my computer and look up like transcontinental, and transsexual is going to come up. Bill, is there something we need to talk about? Transsexual. Here we go. A person who's undergone a sex change operation. A person whose sexual identification is entirely with the opposite sex. All right, well, that just made me even more confused. So if you had an operation, how were you born this way? Or the person saying, I just identified with being a female. Oh, I see. Okay, so so the dude had a sex change operation. Okay. He goes, I haven't spoke to her since. It's S-I-N-C-E, not S-E-N-C-S-E. That night, besides a few text messages. She's going on about how much she loves me and she is sorry she didn't tell me sooner. It's even gone as far as me having to turn off my phone because she won't stop calling. I've never been pursued like this before. What do? Part of me actually feels bad, but I can't see myself banging an ass every night while my sweaty balls slap against her sweaty balls. Now, wait a minute. I thought the person had the operation. Don't they remove that? You know, I don't fucking know. Regardless of how gay this may sound, I still think she is incredibly hot. I knew it was too good to be true. Should I tell her that I'm just not interested anymore and completely cut her off, or should I be her friend? Or should I go bang her ass? It's weird. The thought of banging her ass excites me, but the thought of her junk swinging around makes me want to throw up just thinking about it. Thanks, Bill, and come do a show in such and such state sometime, you fuck. What should you do? I don't know. I honestly don't know. What's funny is you're literally just like, you're mentally where she is sexually. You know? I don't know. Like, it's like you're standing on the state line and you got a foot in either state. Just like her. You know? So I think your emotions are normal. And I hate when fucking people get offended by this shit. And they go, that fucking you know, they get all offended like that dude is now a woman. It's like, no, that is a dude that fucking is a different kind of dude now. You know, that's not a woman. It's still a dude. It's just a different kind of dude. You know what it's like? You ever see when somebody buys an old car and they take all the chrome off it? They want that nice clean look. Yeah, that's what they do to their crotch. You know, that's a dude that took the chrome off. You know, I don't know what to tell you, other than I don't know. Do like that fucking. I don't know. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. Is what I would say. Let me go back and read what you said. Should I tell him I'm not interested anymore? Completely cut her off. All right. Part of me actually feels bad because I can't see myself banging an ass every night while my sweaty balls slap against her sweaty balls. Well, if it makes you feel better, I don't think the balls are there anymore. Although they might have kept them like a hood ornament. I have no idea. Oh, Jesus. I really am a moron. Regardless of how gay this may sound, I still think she's incredibly hot. You know, why don't you just split the difference and get a blowjob? I don't know what to tell you. That's so funny. I knew it was too good to be true, this poor bastard. I would say this. I'd say you'd want to sit on that decision. Don't be like the Baltimore Colts in the 1983 draft. Did you guys just watch that 30 for 30 where they immediately walked up 2 seconds in and they selected John Elway? You know, rather than fucking waiting the full 2 minutes or whatever to see if anybody gave him an offer. And then they ended up with nothing. I'd sit on this one for a minute. And I think that this person's actually pursuing you the way that they are because they're in a desperate situation. Which is, the whole thing is, in reality, the whole thing is unfortunate. You know, people should be able to be who they are. You should be able to like who you like. And that person should be able to, from day one, say that they're transsexual without getting judged. The reason why they didn't say it was because they were worried about this fucking moment here, which, once again, is another sad, depressing thing about humanity. I would say follow your heart, sir. You know? And not your balls, if you really want to find love. There you go. Balls in your court. No pun intended. All right, here we go. Helping an ugly friend. Do you have an ugly friend? Sure, we all do. Here we go. Dear Billiam Burr, thanks for doing the podcast. Thank you. One of my good friends is ugly. I'll say it outright. God bless his heart. He's 26, short, disproportionate face. I don't know what that means. Skinny with a gut slowly forming. Oh, God. Receding hairline. Jesus. And worst of all, he doesn't take care of his teeth. Yeah. Wow. Jesus fucking Christ. All I thought of there was Clint Howard. Over the past couple of years, he's gotten more and more bitter about life. I believe it's due to his insecurity about his looks and attracting women. He has a great degree, really well-paying job, good sense of humor, and can talk to the ladies. However, he lacks the killer instinct needed to close the deal, meaning he gets friend-zoned with every girl that is possibly interested, which is very few. Well, you're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth. If you're saying he's great with the women, but he just can't close the deal, why are there only a few women interested in him? What are you going to say? See the first paragraph where you decide to fuck? You basically described a troll. Myself and close friends have been subtly pushing him to work out, clean his teeth, eat healthy, etc., but he gets very offended whenever we suggest anything. He seems to be set on a path of thinking he is going to have to wait until his 40s before women will be desperate enough to ignore his looks and date him for his successful career. This type of attitude is starting to affect his friendships. He is getting bitter, defensive, and confrontational. Nobody likes an angry troll. They really don't. Okay, if you're going to go the troll route, you know, you got to be at the very least affable. You know, working your way towards jolly, I would think. Maybe you could put on a silly hat, build some toys. I don't know. As his friend, how can I help him get off this path and boost his confidence to get that killer instinct and confidence that the ladies love, even if you're ugly? Thanks for the advice and go fuck yourself. P.S. Shout out to the beautiful city of Boston. I was there last year for a hockey tournament and can't wait to go back. P.S.S. Fuck your Bruins. I've lost 2 years of my life due to the stress of the Maple Leaf series. Oh, Jesus. Guy must have sent that before it was over. All right, so what do you say to this guy? Oh, wow. Well, I don't know him, but at some point you're just going to have to fucking lay it on the line. And say it to him and say, like, look, you know something? You're just like me. All right? You want to have fun? You want to go sow your oats, as they say? And then you want to find love and get married and start a family, correct? You know, You got to brush your fucking teeth. I don't know how do you go into it slowly? Like, this is, no matter how you come at it, when somebody's defensive, there's no way to come at them without burning up in the atmosphere of their fucking bitterness during re-entry. How do you do it? I would wait till the next time he says something bitter or defensive or something like that, and just look at him and be like, listen, dude, you're your own worst enemy. All right? Life is a horse race, and you're shooting yours in the back of the head before the fucking gate even opens. Then you're walking around the track with mud on your shoes, you know? Wondering why, I don't know, why you fucking some other horse racing thing that I don't know shit about. I picked the wrong metaphor. You know what I mean? Just wait till he's being a cunt. I remember one time I knew this guy. He was just negative as fucking hell. And you'd say, hey, you know something? If you keep doing this, maybe this will happen. And then he'd always be like, yeah, you know, with my luck, the fucking piano will fall on my head. And I got sick of it. And then finally I'd be like, yeah, you know, well, you know, if you think that way, that's probably going to happen. And I only said it one time, and he never talked that way again. He's still negative, but I didn't have to deal with that shit. I don't know what to do with this guy. Like, you might have to fucking channel Patrice O'Neal. God rest his soul. Patrice O'Neal would have sat this dude down and would have said, N-word, what the fuck are you doing? Look at yourself. You know? You got a fucked up face. You're losing your goddamn hair. At the very least, brush your fucking teeth. Get some fucking better clothes. What's wrong? I can't do what he would have done. He would have been able to do it. He would have hurt the guy's feelings so bad while helping him to become a better person at the same time. You're going to have to come up with your own fucking version of that. You know? I don't know. What do you do? When somebody just stops brushing their teeth, you're just tapping out on humanity. And you're saying he's smart and he has a degree. He's not one of those. Is there anything worse than somebody really smart with bad fucking hygiene? You know those people? They're so fucking smart. But they show up. They got like sleep in their eye. Oh God, dude, bad teeth is a goddamn deal breaker. You know? Jesus fucking Christ. You know what's funny? I'm disgusted with this guy. Don't you get any fight in you? You just gonna quit? Fucking asshole. I was born with orange hair. Did I quit? I got great teeth. Did I ever stop brushing? No, I didn't. I got second and third degree burns when I went out in the sun. You know? Did I stop flossing? I didn't. Quit fucking moping around, you ugly motherfucker. You get yourself some scope and Listerine and a fucking scrub brush. You go to a goddamn dentist, you get your fucking teeth clean. All right? When you hit on a woman, you stay on it. You keep those plates spinning. Always have a condom. Always be ready. What time is it? It's good time, right? Do something like that. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. There's nothing that annoys me more than watching somebody just quit. Tell him that. Tell him to stop being such a fucking baby. This fucking 8-year-old sewing together his goddamn shirts. There's probably toddlers making the toothbrushes that he's not even using. Oh, poor fucking baby. You know? You don't look like John Davidson. Who gives a fuck? Brush your teeth. Shave your fucking head down. All right? Go to the gym. Give yourself a fighting chance. Stop treating yourself like you're the Pirates. You know? Or running yourself like the fucking Pirates do. What did I do to this goddamn thing? All right. Sorry, man. There's just something really fucking gets me about people who do that shit, who just fucking quit. It's nothing worse than that. Unless you really just truly suck at something. Like you guys hear I sing. I'm terrible. But it's funny because it's the podcast. But if I was actually trying to sing professionally, that's one thing. you really should quit and fucking do something else for just for your fellow man, you know? But you just a quit. You're just gonna quit? I'm legitimately disgusted with that person I never met before. I don't know what to tell you. What an asshole. Ugh. Fuck, and he gets bitter. You know what that reminds me of for some reason? There was one time I was doing a show, and there was somebody in the front row that was mentally challenged. So there's no way I'm fucking with this guy. And then I get on stage, and the kid's a cunt. He starts fucking heckling me. You know? And every time I don't say anything back, he gets a little more fucking confident. And then finally, I was just like, you know what? I can't remember what the fuck I said to him. The crowd pulled back, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. They're just like everybody else, okay? Some of them are cunts, and this is a great example. So fuck you, buddy. I kind of kept it at that. It was really a fight. Oh, man, that guy fucking annoyed me. I was doing some hell gig the first time I lived out here in L.A. I'm standing at some fucking Mexican restaurant. I'm getting fucking heckled by this kid, all right? I don't even know what I'm doing living in L.A. I'm going through that fucking bullshit. But you know what? I didn't quit. I brushed my teeth before that fucking show. Dude, when you just don't brush your teeth, you just tapped out. You're just saying, fuck it. All right, here we go. Here's the next one. A lot of sex ones this week. Want to bang friend's sister? Dear Billy Fadigan. First, I would like to say I'm a huge fan. The podcast has influenced me, changing my life for the better. Great. He said, I'm getting over an ex following... I don't know. He's trying to write in the Boston accent, and I can't even read that. Getting over an ex following my hat. And there we go. I want to bang my friend's sister. He even writes this in here for me. Oh, Jesus. Backstory. He's been one of my better friends for about 8 years. And isn't this amazing, the power of women? That he's been one of my better friends. He didn't say best friend. Oh, wow. For 8 years. How old is this girl? She's 21. Ugh. Oh, this is getting creepy. Let's do the math. So when he first started being friends with this guy, his sister was 13 years old. Dude, come on. That's fucking creepy. So at what point did you start looking at her like, hey, those titties are starting to come in there? Oh, Jesus. I'm going to have to shower after this one. But you know what? I understand. I understand what happens. For the better part of 8 years, and we went to high school and college together, partied, got in trouble, and all that other guy stuff. And straight, he's going to put it right on the table. He goes, I want to bang her sister. I want to bang his sister. He goes, I have known her since she was young, and I am now 25, and she's 21. Okay, so when she was 13, you were 17. All right. And she's now a 21-year-old lady. Oh, this is filthy, sir. This is filthy. Did she still have braces the first time you saw her? Anyways, smoking hot. She's developed like she was Welker in the Patriots offense. This guy is a creep. Oh, this guy is a creep. I love you. I love you to death, sir. He goes, I ended up getting her number from the one time we hung out with her brother and several others. So you're hanging out with his brother, and on the side, you're subtly hitting on her. Dude, you don't need me. Listen, you're going to bang this girl. The end of this email should be you just asking, should I do it or should I not? But as far as anything else, if you're getting the fucking number of one of your better friend's sister while he's 2 feet away, you know, waiting for maybe it's his chance to shoot pool, you know, you go shoot some stick and you can get the number during that time. You don't need my help in that department, obviously. All right. So anyways, the one time we hung out, okay, and with several others, and she used my phone to take pictures and texted herself the pictures. Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus. This is a layup right here. He goes, I have not contacted her since because I am not sure what to do. Should I bang my friend's sister? P.S. This friend has previously banged one of my other friend's sisters and has never told him. Uh-oh. The two wrongs make a right for me to bang my friend's sister. He wrote it in capital letters. Thanks, and go fuck yourself. All right. Wow, there's a little fucking twist there in the end. So you're going to use your fucking dick as some sort of karmic, like, balance in the sexual universe? Karmically, he does deserve this, but not by you. The fucking dude whose sister got banged, he should go and fucking bang his sister. And here's another thing, too. If this girl is as hot as you say she is, you are running the risk that she's just a fucking narcissistic, like, dick tease. And she's taking phones with your cell phone camera just because that's just what she fucking does. Just takes, oh my God, look how hot I am. Ah, look at this angle. Look at me doing this. Ooh, I'm making the duck face, right? Oh, man. I don't know what to tell you here, sir. You could do the age-old rub one out. Rub one out, and then in the zen afterwards, think about it. If you still want to do it, then I'd say check your chute and fucking jump out the back of the plane. You know what, dude? This is on you. Because you haven't said much about the guy. You seem to have sort of like this is a guy that you've hung with, but you don't seem to be saying that you guys have a real strong friendship. And he's kind of a dirtbag and banged one of your friends. You know what? Fuck her. Do it. Do it. Every once in a while, I say go and do the dumb thing. You're young enough. By all means, wear a fucking condom. But it's just going to be so fucking sneaky. This is another thing, too. If all you want to do is bang her, if you have no feelings for her, you are risking this fucking relationship. And you know what's going to be hilarious? Is when he comes running up to your house, and you know it's going to be raining out. Because whenever you find out your friend fucked your sister, and you have to go beat the shit out of him, it's always raining out. God helps you out. So your buddy who fucked your sister also doesn't see the tears in your eyes because it's pouring down raining. And you bang on that screen door, right? Bang on that fucking thing. And he comes, you fucked my sister. Get out of the front lawn. And you guys roll around in the mud punching each other. Now, you got to understand that, like, what is your out going to be there? Yeah, well, you fucked so-and-so's sister, so it's even. Does he know that you know that he fucked the other person's sister? This is like an episode of Dallas. I say you do. Well, let me know. This is the last question I have. That kid you've known for 8 years, what is his martial art background? What if when he gets into fights in bars, does he have a tendency to bite somebody's ear off? Is he a maniac? Can you beat this guy if he jumps you in your own driveway? You know? You know what? I don't know why, because I usually give good advice. I'm telling you right now, this is a dumb thing to do, but I'm telling you to go out and go do it. Go out and go do it. Fuck him. He banged your other buddy's sister. Go ahead. Make it all right with your dick. Make the world right again with your dick. Please give me a follow-up email. I want to know how it goes down, all right? But this is the thing. You got to let her jump in the boat, all right? Make it be her fucking idea. This is the deal. The whole time you're doing it, just be like, I don't know about this, but blah, blah, blah. I feel guilty because of yada, yada, yada. Just let her be. No, it's okay. Let her fucking dive bomb down on your dick, and then you're all right, right? I'm going to tell you, all of that advice came with a giant fucking asterisk. Beyond that, I'm a moron and I'm not a therapist, but I'm telling you to step into the quicksand because I think that you have the ability to make it to the other side. I believe in you, sir. Good luck, and God bless. Anyways, here's something that somebody sent me. They're working on this microchip that will save your memory. Scientists set to implant device to preserve experiences into brains. A group of U.S. researchers believe that a microchip that will help create memories in damaged brains could be implemented into human volunteers in the next 2 years. The scientists from the University of Southern California, Wake Forest University, and others have been looking into the hippocampus, the part of the brain that is vital in forming long-term memories for around a decade. Okay, they've been doing this. So this is their way in. So these wonderful researchers at USC and Wake Forest, as always, their hearts are in the right place. But what kills me is it's like as they're creating this thing, I always wonder, do they sit around when they create something like this? And did they ever go, good Lord, what if this falls into the wrong hands? What if somebody like Dick Cheney or Donald Rumsfeld or any one of those other guys that looks like they don't even have a fucking heartbeat, what if it falls into their hands? What are they going to do with this shit? I'm telling you. We're all going to be... I might not be microchipped in my lifetime, but I will tell you this. At some point in my lifetime, and I figure they're going to do it through some sort of, like, they're going to scare the fuck out of people that their babies are going to get kidnapped. All right? And that what they're going to do is eventually they're going to pass a law that all babies born from this day on, for their own safety and their own protection, will be microchipped. All right? It's going to creep out a guy like me who isn't microchipped, but I'm going to die off. And then what's going to happen is just people from day one are going to have a microchip in them, and they're not going to question it. And occasionally, somebody will question it, and then they'll just be like, what are you, a fucking conspiracy theorist? Do you realize that if every human being was microchipped, do you realize the ability to revolt, how limited it is? If you ever were to be suddenly under an oppressive power, if everybody was microchipped, you know? And this is what kills me, is I know most of you are rolling your eyes going, this sounds like crazy talk. You know why? Because you would never do something like that. You know? Wife is getting heavy. Oh, Jesus. Dear Bildo. I didn't get that at first. Shit, I didn't get that. That's fucking hilarious. I read it, and it didn't make sense till it came out of my mouth. I saw Doe, D-O-E, like Doe, with deer. I was like, what is he calling me, a fucking Bambi or something? I didn't get it. Oh, my God, that's fucking funny. Love the podcast. You stand up. You're the best guest on Rogan, yada, yada. All right. I'm a 26-year-old feller from Maine. Due to tie the knot in October with my lady of 7 years, and we have a great relationship and are very happy. Well, congratulations, sir. You've hit the lottery. You're living in God's country. You know, you got yourself a great woman. You got a great start here. Where is the left turn coming, everybody? Let's continue reading. She's smart and didn't take shit from no one. She has stuck with me, supported me through my Oxycontin addiction, of course. Fucking Maine. You know what? I had a small part in a movie. I was going to do something called Blue Potato last September, and the dates didn't end up working out, and it was all about the Oxy problem up there in Maine. So look for that movie, because the fucking script was great. There you go. There's a little inside Hollywood shit. All right, here we go. She helped me get throughout when my mom died. All right, this guy did some Oxy. And when he was doing the Oxy, he did not take a spelling class. All right, let's back up here. Helped me get through when my mom died. She has stuck with me and helped me raise and support my niece from the time she was born till present. Oh, yeah, this girl's a champ. My niece is now almost 4. And now helping me support... You're jumping back and forth here, sir. So now this wonderful woman, I'm going to help you out here, is now helping me support my father, who can't work due to him dying with multiple melanoma marrow cancer. Bone marrow cancer. Jesus Christ. Not melanoma. Myeloma? Bone cancer? I don't know how to read that word, sir. Oh, Jesus. Bill, just get to the end of this fucking thing so we can all stop staring awkwardly down at our pen and pencil set. Okay, guys, here we go. All of this while holding a full-time job and going to college to be a psychological nurse. Psychological nurse, okay. Bill, she is an angel, and I don't know what I would do without her, but I have one little problem. Over the last few years, she's been putting on the pounds. She loves to eat. Dude, I read in the beginning of this, wife is getting heavy, and I'm like, where's the left turn? I have the memory of a fucking ant. Jesus Christ, Bill. Stop talking on the cell phone. Anyways, she's been putting on the pounds. She loves to eat. I guess she stresses out with everything, but she's gained a lot of weight in the last 3 years. I'm talking at least 80 pounds. No, you can't have that. Can't have that. 80 pounds, I mean, she's almost morbidly obese. 100 pounds is like morbidly obese. 30 pounds is obese. So she's going to fucking die. Anyways, he got to the point where she almost weighed more than me, and I'm not a small guy. 6 feet, 240, but in shape for the most part. I've got at least 5 inches height on her and only weigh 10 to 15 pounds more than her. It's not making me not want to tie the knot with her, but if we're going to do it for the long haul, I don't want her to have a heart attack at the age of 40. How do I bring this up? Because as all men know, you don't bring up a woman's weight. Help me, dollar bills. All right, I'll tell you. This is how you do it. You need to lose some weight, right? All right? How do you do this? What you got to do is you bring her in the fold by talking about your own shortcomings with you know, whatever weight problem you have. Because what are you? You're 6 feet, 240. You know? Dude, you could stand to lose a good 25, 30 yourself, you know? Get down to that 215, 210. You know? You guys are getting married. Just say, you know what? Let's fucking, watch one of those late night things. And just get her into it. You know what? This is what you do first. I got it. This is what I would do with her. You're living up there in Maine. It's absolutely gorgeous. Just say you want to take her on a picnic. She likes food. All right, but what you don't say is there's going to be a mile-long hike. And when she opens the picnic basket, you got Brussels sprouts in there, right? No, you can't do it like that. But I would start enjoying the outdoors more. And I would get into some activities. And what I would do is just slowly, if you guys are living together, just start introducing healthier fucking foods into the fridge and the cabinets and tossing other shit. And just see how that works. And if she calls you on it, you just got to come clean. Just say, honey, I love you to death. You're the woman of my dreams. I want to marry you, and the last thing I ever want to do is hurt you, and I just don't know how to bring up that I'm concerned that I'm going to lose you. And she'll be like, what are you talking about? And if you just bring it up with the fact that you're concerned that you're going to lose her someday, and you bring it into the weight thing, and then when she cries or whatever, blah, blah, hold her, tell her you love her, and just say, listen, I got to lose some weight too. You helped me through the oxy thing, all right? To the point I'm kind of paunchy right now. Let's get our weight down for these kids we don't have yet. You know? Just do that. Try that. I'll see how that fucker works. And if it blows up in your face, I apologize. But I got to tell you that hiking thing's a little sneaky. You know? Start going for walks. If you hold their hand, they don't notice that they're hiking. You know? That's what you do. Hold her hand, hold her hand, and then have a guitar a fucking acoustic guitar. You got it thrown around your back like you're going to serenade her. It should just be so blown away she won't notice that you walked 3 miles up a mountain. You know? And then when you get up there, you sing that, the bear went over the mountain, and all that he could see. I had a great time in Vegas, other than when I went down to the pool. Because I go down to the pool, I'm down there, it's me, it's fucking Jay Lawhead, who's been killing it in front of me, and the lovely Nia and her cousins, and we're hanging out down the pool, and they're doing the usual shit. You know, if you're a redhead and you go down to the pool, like, you're just asking for it. People all, look how white you are. You know, like, I never noticed. It's like, I'm fucking around myself. I've been around myself since the 60s, the late 60s. I know how white I am. And if I ever forget how white I am, there's always somebody there to remind me. Sir, I don't know if you've noticed your skin tone. What am I, meditating, floating up out of my body? All right, so these people I'm with go, come on in the pool. I'm like, I don't want to go in the pool. I don't want to go in the fucking pool. You know, they're like, why not? Why don't you want to go in the pool? You know why? Because the fucking, look at these people. Look at them. Look at them. And would you take a bath with any one of the people that you see here? These fucking just messes of human beings. There's not enough chlorine in a fucking pool to kill whatever the fuck they're dragging in the pool. You know what's like? I finally ended up going to the pool. Then everybody made fun of how white my fucking alabaster chest was. And then I had to stay in the shade of the fucking the lifeguard's chair. You know? You know, I had a show to do. I'm being a professional. I can't come out stage later, half in the bag, looking like a lobster. Right? I got to do my little song and dance later on that night. So anyway, I ended up getting in the fucking pool against what I wanted to do, you know. And then I get out of the pool. First of all, for my age, I am in absolutely phenomenal, top shelf shape. All right? I got to tell you, the fucking, just the humanity that I saw poolside in Las Vegas. The fucking humanity. Keyword manatee. Not to step on Jim Gaffigan. I just realized he used to use that reference, and I'm pretty sure he used it. I can't remember how the fuck he used it, but if he used it to describe a fat, pale torso, not really pale, but whatever the fucking shit I saw, the side of he was dead on that. Oh my God. Is there anything worse than seeing a tattoo come of age? You know? Jesus Christ. If you get a tattoo, you better just make the mental decision that you're going to P90X for the rest of your fucking life. Because when you don't... Dude, I saw this guy down at the pool. All right? He had, like, not only the worst tattoos you've ever seen in your life, like the worst placement. You know what I mean? Like you get one like on the side of your arm, up by your shoulder, that looks good. Right on the bicep, that looks good. You know? Do you know somebody gets one right over their voice box? Like, I don't give a fuck what you have surrounding that leads into that part of the work or the piece, whatever they call it. It looks fucking horrible. Leg tattoos, horrific. Horrific. So this fucking jerk-off, he has basically the exact sort of like tribal thing that The Rock has, except he doesn't look tribal. He looks like an accountant, you know? And he doesn't work out. So just imagine if The Rock was as pasty as I was. And it never worked out in his life. But he has that same tattoo that starts at the elbow, goes up the arm, over the shoulder, and covers one whole pec. But the way this guy had it done was it didn't cover his whole pec. It came swinging in and went right above his man nipple. So now all of that is like colored in. So because of the pastiness of his torso, your eye is just drawn to his right nipple. As he's standing in the fucking pool. My neck was sore from shaking my head at people. It was absolutely fucking horrific, right? So anyways, I go back up to the hotel room, right? You know, got to make sure that I'm all ship-shape for my goddamn show. And I put on the news, and what do they end up doing a story about? They start doing a story about the amount of fecal matter found in public pools. Right after I just got out of a goddamn pool. You know, and I know what people always think. Oh, stay away from where the kids are. Stay away from the kiddie pool, right? Stay away from that. They always blame the fucking kids. Well, you know something? After seeing what I saw poolside, you know, there weren't a lot of kids in there. But I guarantee you, somebody got E. coli. I know this is fucking disgusting, but people, you're basically bathing You know what's even more fucked up is Vegas is just like, you know, people fly in from all over the world. You're taking a fucking AIDS bath, you know, with a shot of fucking, what the hell was that shit that came out? But it killed people so fast that it just burned out. Everybody just ran into the woods. The fuck was that shit called? Ah, Christ, I can't remember. Ebola. That's it. With a shot of Ebola. Or whatever. Food poisoning. I don't know what it is. A salmonella shower. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm done with public pools. The only pool that I will ever swim in again is my pool, if I ever get one, or the pool of some hot chick that I want to fucking bang because I have Nia's permission. That's the only way it's going to go down. Other than that, you know, I'll just go take a bath. That way I'm out of the sun. You know, I'll take a couple of vitamin E pills, whatever the fuck it is you get from the sun. Other than skin cancer, I'm done with it. You know what America needs to implement after years and years of calling the French people smelly? You know, that's kind of like the thing when we went over to France and saved their ass for the second time last century. Oh, wait, did we do it once? We did it one time, right? I can't fucking remember. So anyways, we've always made fun of the French for how they smell. If you ever watched Bugs Bunny growing up and you saw Pepe Le Pew, if you noticed he had a French accent, you know, that's the kind of shit you couldn't get away with today because of political correctness, I guess. They were basically saying that, you know, that they stunk. But I'll tell you one thing that the French have when it comes to hygiene over Americans, all right, is the bidet. All right? I can guarantee you, if I ever go swimming in a public pool again, it's going to be in France. Unless there's a bunch of Americans. I know I've been over to England. I never saw a bidet over there. You know? A bidet is basically a car wash for your asshole. And, you know, it leaves you feeling refreshed. Puts a fucking smile on your face. And evidently in France, you're so fucking happy you forget to put on deodorant. But I'll tell you right now, you can jump in that pool. I bet they're not talking about that shit over there. Right? Real age. What's up, Bill? This is so-and-so in such and such city. Me and my fiance are getting married soon, and her fucking Wookiee of a mother or the rest of her family still don't know how old I am. Well, that's great, sir. That's a great way to start a relationship for the rest of your life. She is 23, and I'm 37. We've been making each other come for 3 years now. Any advice on how to break this info to these cunts? Yeah, I have some advice. Why don't you call off the fucking marriage? Why don't you do that? All right? Considering this is the woman that you love, and the way you describe your relationship is that you make each other come for the last 3 years, you're describing the mother of this woman you allegedly love as a fucking Wookiee. Yeah. But considering she's probably going to age like her, I guess she's eventually going to turn into a Wookiee too. I don't know, dude. You don't sound like you're mature enough. But you could also just be trying to make me laugh. So I have no idea. Wow, it's a little late for this, sir. You know, this is actually ruined because I went to a wedding. This is why I'm back here in Boston. I actually went to a wedding, one of the great weddings I ever. Is there anything fucking better than going to a wedding where the two people look like they should be getting married? You just see it. You feel the spark between the two of them. There's nothing better. You combine that with great food and an open bar and a great live band. I'll tell you, you got yourself a hell of an evening. I went to an awesome wedding this weekend. Me and the lovely Nia. We had a great time. And now I got to read this shit. Any advice on how to break this info to these cunts? Yeah, I'd write a poem. I'd figure out what rhymes with 37. Maybe you could sing it to them. I love your daughter. When I'm with her, it's heaven. Oh, by the way, I got great pubes. 'Cause I'm 37. Yeah. Sorry about that, you fucking Wookiee. How about that? Why don't Why don't you do something like that? I don't know how to do that, sir. I've never been involved in a lie that deep. That's some deep shit there, sir. Listen, you're going to have to fucking tell them soon, or the only way out of this is there's going to be a couple of body bags. All right? What's wrong with you? Why didn't you tell them out of the gate? You know why? Because you feel like a creep, don't you, sir? You feel like a creep. You know? When you make references to Britney Spears and she doesn't even know who that is. That's actually me. You know, the other night I used that reference because I needed a reference for a floozy, and I threw out Britney Spears, and like this younger crowd just sat there staring at me, and I actually did the math in my head, and I had to be like, wait a minute, Britney Spears is now a 31, 32-year-old divorced mother of two. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, I'm fucking old. Who is the floozy reference of the moment? You know, you can't even say Lady Gaga at this point. She's so fucking old now, she had to get a hip replacement. You know, like your grandmother. Taylor Swift, right? Maybe it's her. Taylor Swift looks like one of those cats that just fucking creeps you out. You know that voodoo shit? Like they sit on your chest and they suck the soul out of you? She is that. Like, you could never snuggle with her and not feel that she was slowly killing you. You know? Do you think she sleeps in a pod? Doesn't she have like that web toe look about her? That's really mean, but I don't know. I saw this thing on her 60 Minutes one time, and the crowd was cheering, and she looked up in the upper deck, and she just did the creepiest look to the upper deck and just went, oh my God. Like, really, like, this totally phony, like, I can't believe you guys are cheering at me like that. I don't know. Oh, Christ, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. All right, experience with a threesome. All right, firstly, congrats on the podcast. Love you, shit. All right. Anyways, in a recent podcast, you mentioned a guy who wants to bang another chick in front of his wife. Then you asked if someone's got some good stories. No. She wanted him to do it. Oh, by the way, somebody else gave me a great insight to that, which was that his wife or girlfriend did the same thing. Said she wanted to see him have sex with another woman, and it turned out that she was trying to lessen her guilt because she already fucked around on him. So, you know, it's a tangled web being weaved here. Out of the pussy hairs. After countless efforts of hitting on this chick in my class, I found out that she was engaged, so I gave it a rest. Not long after, she started hinting sexual stuff all the time, getting a little too comfortable with the touching. I've been a moron with shit like this and fucked myself over to bang some random chick who turns out to be a psycho at least a couple of times. Oh, so you're sitting there going, I think this girl's giving me sexual vibes, but I don't want to be an idiot and shit where I eat. Is that what you're saying? Well, you're not here to tell me either way, so that's what I'm going to think. So anyways, he goes, I started to question her about her man and what she really wants if she's just being a tease. She said she suggested to her fiancé to have a threesome with another chick from class. Now she wants the two-dude type of deal. Tag teaming, double penetration, or whatever else you want to call it. Dude, right there, that's not your wife. Okay? That is a free fucking spirit. Okay? You bang her, and then you hand her backpack, and you let her continue walking down the road with that little saucepan, clink, 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 the pots and pans clinking off the back. Anyways, he goes, I can't say it was comfortable, so I had to lay some ground rules. No eye contact between the guys, no sword crossing, etc., etc. Dude, I got to tell you something. What is in it as a guy to have a fucking 2-on-1 with another dude? Although I know one guy who I actually understood it because they would be doing the rotisserie with some girl, and they would, well, you know, she can't look at them, obviously, because she's busy. And what they would do is they would try to make each other laugh. Now, to me, that's fucking hilarious. And unless you're the woman. You never want to hear somebody just go in the middle of fucking having sex with you, I guess. Are you laughing at my ass? about a week later, let's get back to the thing here. About a week later, chick invited me to the house. I'm sorry I'm having more trouble than usual reading this. I keep touching this fucking tablet thing here, and shit just keeps popping up. I don't know how to get rid of it. All right, I think we're back to normal here. So he goes, about a week later, the chick invited me to the house to prepare a presentation and asked the dude if he was okay with everything that happened. He said, well, she let me have it with another chick, so it's totally fair. Oh, okay, so you guys haven't done it yet. So did you guys come in there and dressed in like power suits with like a fucking little briefcases? He's sitting at the end of a long table, you know, with his elbows on the table and all fingertips touching each other. And how do you plan to make my dick some money this week? Anyways, he goes, so I asked if he was okay with it. His eyes started getting all watery and face got red and that vein in the forehead starts popping. He says it fucks him up every time he thinks about it, but it also turned him on to a whole different level. I asked whether he still wanted to be married to her. He said he doesn't know and excused himself. I asked what her vision behind this whole shit was, and apparently she takes pleasure to see him jealous and can't do anything about it. She likes the whole watching her being fucked by a man or a woman. She doesn't want to hurt him, so she lets him in on the action, but she loves this swinging type of shit a lot more. Oh, my God. So wait a minute. So you did it. Right? Dude, you're leaving out words here, and you're making a dumb guy sound even worse here. Let me go back up. About a week later, a chick invited me to the house to prepare a presentation, and I asked the dude if he was okay with everything. That happened. Oh, my fault. I read it wrong. Or I wasn't listening as I was talking because I was so nervous about fucking up the next sentence. Oh, my God. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you that you went back? You know, like you're doing some follow-up survey. This whole thing is weird. So when he goes, well, let's just say things were awesome in my shoes, but I felt a little bad that they broke up. Dude, you know what you did? You just saved a fucking soul. The soul that the two of them were going to fucking make, okay? That soul will go into a fucking different person. I don't know how it works. I'm not a religious guy, but yeah, you just stopped a kid from being brought into the world by a couple of fucking people who need to go to therapy, I think. I guess I'm judging. I don't know what. Those aren't parents. Anyways, funny thing is, he still goes over to fuck her and another partner. Sometimes even another couple partners swapping thing. Basically swinger fuck buddies. Oh yeah, well you opened Pandora's box. Now, no pun intended, now it's no biggie to him. He goes, I wouldn't call them freaks. They're awesome people, but this type of shit doesn't usually work out for the best in relationships, let alone a marriage. Excuse my bad grammar and poor descriptive skills. Well, you know what? You should have started your email with that so everyone wouldn't think that it was me. Wow, man, I've never been involved in any shit like that. I never had a threesome or anything. I think I could have had two. I've said this before. One of them, I was so young and stupid. I was actually annoyed with the other girl going, why won't she fucking leave so I can bang her friend? You know, I didn't get that she was lingering around. That one kills me because they were both fucking great looking. And then the other one was a layup, but one was fucking gorgeous and the other one looked like a goddamn refrigerator. She was like fucking 6'2", one of those rich people refrigerators, you know what I mean? That's just built into the fucking wall. That's what she looked like. And it's just like, I would need one of those, like some rock climbing shit to fucking handle that one. So I gracefully bowed out of that. Yeah, that's an entire... Let me ask you this, sir. Do you live in Atlanta? I always get that fucking freak vibe in Atlanta. All right, hypodermics, hydrophonics. Dear Billy Baldo, the bollock brain. Bull, you prefer bull? I'm having a real problem in a startup I'm launching. I'm pitching that about hydrophonics to people who have no idea about it. Is this like a commercial that's disguised as a fucking question? How can I make it relatable to the common man? It's the best way to grow plants using the least land and water with much less chemicals. Oh, dude, you're fucking with blue blood money here. You better keep this under wraps, dude, or you'll just, I don't know, commit suicide somehow conveniently. I made an invention that slashes the costs to less than half of the current system, but pitching it and getting people interested is a big challenge. Any advice? Yeah, I would do what the Tesla guy did. You just do it yourself, because like the best case scenario is, if what you're doing is true, is you'll pitch it to a corporation, they will buy it and they will never use it, but they will own it and then no one else can use it. Like that's what they would do. So anyways, he said, any advice? Hydroponics can really change the global farming for the better. Saw your show in Bristol with my team and really enjoyed it. Thanks, and go fuck yourself. Yeah, I would try. You need to find, for something like that, I would say that you need to find people you need to find the rebels. All right? Those rare people who actually have money and aren't giving it to politicians, aren't best friends with all the fucking cops and just totally in the system. You got to find people outside of that who want to be like, yeah, this is bullshit. Come in here with an idea and let's try to fucking put it to work. I mean, you're probably going to have to give up part ownership of it. There's all of that. But, you know, if what you're saying is actually real and it does work, I would say even if you owned a piece of that, you're going to be fine financially. But now, how you find those types of people, I have no idea. But what I would try to do, I mean, can you literally Google the top 10 fucking people with money that, you know, Jesus Christ, this is all going off the rails. You know what I'm saying? I would not go the corporate route because, like I said, you're either going to fucking, you know, they'll put something in your eggs and you'll have a fucking coronary, or they're just going to buy the idea and take it. So you need to find some rebels, man. People with some fucking balls. And then I would try to go directly to local farmers, show them how it works. You might have to give it away at first, and then that guy will spread the word to other farmers. And, you know, this could be a way that they can compete with big-time farming. You know? Like, I would try to sell it that way. That's one of those things you got to do it like, you know, like how the rappers would make it back in the day. They'd make mixtapes and sell them out of the trunk of their car. Like, you have to do it that way. This is going to be the long road. You know what I mean? This is the comic who doesn't have a catchphrase, who doesn't wear the same silly fucking shirt every time, who fucking isn't like, oh, you know, I don't know, doesn't wrap their fucking act around a cause. You're just going to try to just be funny. You're going to have to take the long road with this. But, yeah, I think in there somewhere I gave you some good advice. Yeah, I would try to get to local farmers and have one of them use it and say how great it is and how much money they saved. I would go that way, and then you get enough of those farmers doing that shit, okay, using your system, and then you get them to show their results and what they were able to do and how much more money they made using less, and then you go to the guy. Then you start asking around, then you find the guy, then you get the money. Okay, now you got a little bit of momentum because you did some of the legwork. You can own more of it. And then you can create that fear like, hey, man, I got another guy coming down to check this out. You want to get in business with me or what? Then you get a better percentage. I would go that route. I just described like a Julia Roberts movie. But I think you could do it. All right. Anyways, good luck to you, sir. I hope what you're saying is true, and I hope you can make a difference because that would be tremendous. Bayer cunts. Hey, Copper Top, was wondering if you heard about these cunts Bayer. Yeah, the aspirin. Oh, yeah, I heard about this. These fuckers are buying Anthony Monsanto and changing their name to Bayer to avoid the negativity that comes with the Monsanto name, but not changing any of the fucked up practices like GMO seeds and hiding from the public how they are poisoning our food supply, etc. Yeah, how come this never comes up in the political debates? They never talk about it because these guys have so much. We will fucking murder you money if you talk to us, talk about us. If this wasn't bad enough, I read up on Bayer and come to find out a few years ago, these bastards supplied blood to hemophiliacs who needed blood transfusions and their products and had the AIDS virus in it and continued to sell it after they knew about it. They even admitted to it? Come on. Where did you read this? What in the fuck? How are these corporate fuckheads always allowed to get away with this unbelievable level of greed and soulless, inhuman behavior? These cunts should be tried and executed. Here's a link in case you wanted to read up on this. Bear admits it paid millions in HIV infection cases, just not in English. What? Thanks for the last. After reading shit like this, I can use a few. All right, I'll look that up. I hope that's a legitimate website and not some fucking lunatic. But that just says that they admitted that they fucked up and paid out. But God knows that corporations, they had those fucking police cruisers that if you got rear-ended, like there was a major problem with the gas tank igniting and these state troopers were fucking burning to death. And I heard they knew about that and they weighed the whole, the lawsuit, the class action suit versus changing the design, and the class action suit would be less, so they chose that. And they let these guys, these fucking cops, burn to death. So it wouldn't surprise me. This is getting really dark, people. All right.
Underrated. Uncle Billiam. This could be the underrated of the century. Keeping your dick in check. Flipping the script on the ladies. And refusing your woman's sex. I just told my girl no sex till she goes and applies for 10 jobs today. And the look on her face was priceless. Like she just had no clue what just happened. Looked like a little kid that had just had its teddy bear stolen. Love the podcast and go fuck yourself, you redheaded bastard. It's a great one. That's a great one. I mean, you're fucking with that. That's, you know what? You having your dick in check is like your woman fucking bench pressing more than you. That's basically it. I mean, the core thing a guy has over a woman is that he's physically stronger. Okay? Core thing a woman has is that we're run by our dicks. Well, I mean, they're also smarter. I think I do think women are smarter in a lot of areas just because they have to be. It's a nature thing. You know? We're stronger, so I think we just didn't use our brains as much. Back when you could fucking drag a woman around by her hair and beat her with a branch. I said, shut the fuck up, you know? You didn't have to grow as a human being. They had to sit there and be like, how do I get that big dumb oaf to do exactly what I want him to do? I can't grab him by the fucking throat. How can I make him do it and actually make him feel like it's his decision? You know?
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it is time for the Monday Morning Podcast for Monday, September 26th, 2016. What's going on? How are you? Yesterday, September 25th, was the 36th anniversary of the death of John Bonham. Why do I know that? Because I'm a nerd. All right, let's get into the podcast this week. Now, I don't have a lot of time to fucking sit here and try and brighten up your goddamn Monday. Okay? I've been doing these podcasts since 2007. All right? At some point, I have to kick you people out of the nest, and you have to learn how to find your own chuckles, your own happiness on a Monday. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, let's just get right into it. People, last Thursday evening, if you owned a television and you had it on, okay, if you're not one of those annoying readers, you know what I mean? You know how annoying readers are. They can't just go and do it. They got to let everybody know, I don't watch TV. Oh, good. Well, guess what? Now we have nothing to talk about because I don't give a fuck about, this is how little I read. I can't even name an author other than like Stephen King, and I know he's not one of the classics. You know, well, maybe he will be someday. Maybe The Dead Zone will be right up there with, what's the guy's Crispus Attucks? Is that the guy who started the Revolutionary War? Was he the first guy who was killed? Or did he write Scrooge? What the fuck was that guy's name? Now, I know it was Christopher. It was Christopher something. I read the fucking book. I read it. You know something? I read a bunch of classics because I was sick of people bringing them up and I didn't know what they were. You know, the Prince and the Pauper. I read that one. I read The Count of Monte Cristo, which was like a fucking 600-page book. I read the whole fucking thing with my ADD. I mean, it took forever. Great book. I give it a thumbs up. Moby Dick, I couldn't get through the fucking thing because they kept breaking down whaling like I had nothing better to do, right? Like there was no TV and internet and all that shit in my life. Like the books from back then, if you get like the original like copy of it, like how it was actually written, you understand the astounding level of fucking boredom. You know, you didn't have a car, you didn't have any money. You'd be lucky if you had fucking shoes. Okay, and if somebody was nice enough to actually teach you how to read, you had a book, like your heart was fucking racing. Oh my God, I have a book. Right? And you get excited. You know, what was that book? One of those Huck Finn, Tom Sawyer things. Like if you whitewash the whole fence, we'll give you an apple. And he was excited. There weren't any Snickers, right? It was a fucking apple. Nature's sugar, as they say, right? And he was all fucking, he painted a whole fucking fence for an apple. I love the apples are free. Just walk up to the goddamn tree and you take it, right? Just like how this country was taken, right? We just walked right up, we just took it. Hey, you guys are already here. Yeah, move out, clear it out. Keep moving, back it up, white people coming. Right? It's probably the nicest way genocide was ever described. Hey, could you guys just back it up a little bit? Yeah, but now, you know, now there's no reason to read. And pretty soon there's going to be no reason to even interact with other human beings. Now, when they make these, not only these sex suits that they're working on so vigorously, I believe in Asia, as far as the videos that I've seen. Now, none of this, believe it or not, has really been researched. I can't remember who the fuck, if it was one of you lunatics who sent me the thing, or if I saw it on TV. I never remember how I get information, but I distinctly remember seeing somebody laying down in a suit. Actually, it might have been the writer's room at F is for Family. I don't have any fucking short-term memory anymore, right? It's probably all the fucking GMOs in my food, according to the hippie people down there at the farmer's market, who go, look, man, this is how big a chicken's supposed to be, man. Those fucking GMOs, man. I don't know if there's GMOs in my food or not. You know why? Because they're flavorless. You can't taste them. You'd think if somebody was putting something in your food, you'd be like, oh, what is that? What is that? I don't know how they're flavorless. It's kind of weird. Anyways, the fuck was I talking about? Oh, yeah, so this fucking guy was laying down in it looked like he was wearing one of those, remember the gimp from that Tarantino movie, right? Fast Times at Ridgemont High. What the fuck was it? Pulp Fiction, right? They had the gimp. Well, he had a gimp suit on, except it was like white. And I don't know if they just covered up his face so he wouldn't know his identity. But he was like, he had this fucking mummy thing on. He had the virtual reality glasses. And then there was something on his dick. I don't know what it was doing. It was like the fleshlight, except it was the automatic version. No, the fleshlight is automatic. That's battery powered, right? That is the creepiest goddamn fucking thing in the history of man. I remember time I was doing a podcast and this person had one. And he goes, look at this thing. Check this thing out. It was like, you put your dick in that? Anyways, the dude was just laying there. What I'm trying to say is they're working on these fucking virtual reality sex suits, okay? So once these things, they get them to a fucking level, like, look how good they've made video games, okay? And I haven't played since Grand Theft Auto 3 because that game was so fucking great. It just took over my life. I can't imagine what they're like now. So what I'm saying is, once they have the sex suit things going on, like, you're gonna deal with your wife? Would you even have a wife? I don't want to hear that horse shit about companionship and blah, 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 and all of that crap. You get that all out of the way when you put on your mummy suit. You know what I mean? You lay down, you fucking dial up whatever you want. Hey, I want to be in a pizza parlor. I want to have fucking mozzarella sticks, right? And then this chick comes over and goes, here's your check. And then I say, I ain't got the money. And then for some reason she blows me. But can I dial up where I can actually also be eating the mozzarella sticks? And you know, Siri will be in there and be like, I don't think that'll be a problem. Ding. And then it's going to be happening. When you can fucking do that in the future, it's a wrap. It's fucking over. You know what I mean? I wonder if he gave like a sex offender, like one of those suits, would he stop fucking trying to snatch people? You know, be like, dude, dial up whatever you want, you fucking lunatic. Just stay away from us. Probably wouldn't, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, oh, you know something, you know what would be fucking hilarious? Is book readers would actually still be fucking real people. Be like, yeah, you know, I don't have a sex suit. I like the actual, you know, I thought the person was better. It's like, will you shut the fuck up? Wow, I don't know what the hell just happened. I don't know how I got on that. What was that, fucking 8 minutes of shit? All right, 52 to go. Hillary Health. Dear Billy Bilderberg, I've always known you to be an open-minded and unbiased. Really? That's not how I describe myself. And also an empathizer with conspiracy theories. Oh, yeah, I'll listen to it. Which is why I was somewhat upset about your unawareness last week when asked about Hillary's health. Unawareness? Is that a word? I'm not some guy, well, it didn't get underlined in red, so obviously it's got to be a word, right? I'm not some guy in support of either campaign or party. Yes, you are. We all are. But when I saw the shit I'm going to show you, I slowly became more unhinged. All I'm hoping for here is to react to a few videos that have received as limited media attention as possible, and I'll just try to give quick, unbiased descriptions before each one. But I want you to give your honest opinion. I'm sure you might have the same first thought that I had after seeing these things, but eventually the only reaction I had are, what the fuck is happening? Just put them in your URL, click on them. All right. Okay, oh, he's describing all this stuff. All right, seizure faces. Phlegm, faint, and green screen. All right, so I watch these videos. Let me see if I can find these things. These are all clips of Hillary Clinton allegedly, having major medical issues and nobody's talking about it. All right, did Hillary have a seizure? All right. I don't think she had a seizure in this first one. I think she is that uncomfortable in her own fucking skin. And that's her trying to act like she's fucking playful. And this is what all politicians do. And this is why Trump is killing it. Because Trump would have looked over and be like, where the fuck did you come from? She did not just have it. That's not a seizure. That's not what a seizure looks like. You don't have a seizure like fucking... They will jump on anything. There's no fucking way like the media is going to cover up. She had a fucking seizure. Look how much they made out of her having pneumonia. That's not a seizure. That's just an incredibly uncomfortable person in their own fucking skin trying to act like they're playful. All right, this next one's my favorite one. Close-up of Hillary's feet showing she was dragged into a van. Now, this one's completely eliminated because you never show me whose head belongs to those feet. It's somebody getting dragged. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't even see her. I don't even see that person's. Let me look at this again. See, they're getting dragged here. Yeah, I don't see anything there, and I don't even know that that's Hillary. This is why you can't present this as fucking news. Then Hillary disappearing. This looks like a 5th grade Photoshop to me. Yeah, I don't know. This is fucking hilarious. This looks like an Atari from... This is why this is not on national news, dude. This shit is ridiculous. And then the last one is simply her with her weird eyes normally in slow motion. With some silly music underneath it. Yeah, no, this is... You put anybody in slow motion, they're going to look demonic. This is why I haven't talked about it. Okay, yeah, she's on the campaign trail. She's worked herself to death, and she got pneumonia, like most people when they work themselves that hard. You catch pneumonia. It's completely fucking normal. Do I agree with her politics? Do I like her? Am I going to vote for her? No. Am I going to vote for Donald Trump? No. Is the other person that I'm going to fucking vote for going to win? No. All right? But I don't think that Hillary is like literally having seizures on TV and people are just completely fucking ignoring it. All right? There's plenty of fucking dopes that they can put in office that will do exactly what they say that don't have seizures. So why would they have her? Because it's too late, man. They're too far down the thing. Yeah, I don't buy it. I am all about the conspiracies. I'm all fucking about them. But I just don't buy into them. So what I think you have there, sir, is basically, those shows where people find old shit in their house. Like, this has been in our family for like 5 generations. I was wondering, is it worth anything? And sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You're that person who came in with something that you thought it was real, but it's a fake, and you thought it was worth thousands and thousands of dollars, but it's only worth $15. And then you just, in the awkward silence that follows, you just slowly pack up your shit and then you leave. I'm sorry, sir. I wanted to believe it so bad. I can't stand Hillary. I think she is one of the most dishonest people that has come along since her husband or the last Bush administration. I hate the Clintons. I hate the Bushes. I don't mind George Bush Sr., all right? George Bush Sr. was a fucking badass, okay? I don't know what the fuck the Warren Commission and being part of the CIA, I don't know what the fuck he did there. All I knew is that guy at like 19 years old fucking bombed an island where he had to fucking fly in, and what he was trying to take out was below the highest points. It was like he was flying into an old football stadium shaped like a horseshoe, and he flew in below the highest level of the mountains on the side of him, and there was people shooting at him down at his fucking plane. You got what the fuck was it? Flags of Our Fathers. You got to read that book. Now, that book I read.
Wife leaving. Oh, geez. Bill, quick question. I turned 42 years old today, and after 17 years of marriage, my wife announced she wants a divorce on your birthday. God damn it. You know what that is? That's some cold lotion right there. That is some cold lotion. Sorry, that's an inside joke between me and Nia. My gut has been telling me for months she's been cheating on me. I got to tell you what cold lotion is now. Cold lotion is when somebody is going to do something right and then they fuck it up. It basically started one day when Nia wanted me to put lotion on her back, and I didn't rub it in my hand, so it was cold, so I put it on her back. So I was doing this loving thing that was good for her skin, but I did it in a way that made it awful. All right? So the reason why that would, right here, this would be cold lotion is because she probably got him a birthday gift. Happy birthday to da 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 ba ba boop 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 boop. And then I want a divorce. She got him a fucking chainsaw, or a goddamn hockey jersey, whatever the fuck he wanted. Baked him a cake and then kicked him right in his fucking twat. All right. He said, my gut has been telling me that she's been cheating on me for months. She's packed up and left the house, but many of her things are still here. She's coming by next week to pick them up. Here's my dilemma. Her dildo/vibrator is amongst the items she's left behind and will be coming back to get. So do I coat it with hot sauce or not? Thanks. Shit. Do I have time to answer this one? All right. How do I fucking answer this? You know what? A woman would do that to a guy. Okay? But this is the thing. A guy would just take it. A woman would do something like that to a guy. Like, what the fuck would she do? She'd fucking, I don't know, pour water on your computer. What is the female equivalent to putting hot sauce on a fucking vibrator? I don't know. What do you jerk off with, sir? A woman would definitely do some shit like that. All right? If you were fucking cheating on her and you broke up with her on her birthday, I mean, you want to talk about hell hath no fury? Hey, women, you know what? Why don't you guys write in? Hey, ladies, write in and tell me what you would do to your fucking a guy who did that to you after you dedicated 17 years of your life to them. All right? You found out they were fucking cheating on you. Well, you didn't find out, but you had a good feeling. Then they broke up with you. on your birthday, what would you do? I don't know what they would do, but this is the thing. You don't want to do that shit. Don't do that shit because it's, I mean, you're going to go to divorce court. She's already probably going to try to take you to the fucking cleaners, provided, you know, she makes more money. If she doesn't make more money than you, don't do it. Just know this. Just know this, okay? Whoever she's going to is now shacking up with the cheating cunt, all right? And you sound like you're a good dude, you know? You're devastated, although, you know, it's a little crazy to want to put hot sauce on it. I don't know. The way I look at it, dude, the sooner she comes back and gets all of her shit out of your life, the better. You're 42 years old, dude. I'm telling you. Hit the gym, P90X, fucking insanity, whatever you got to do. Get yourself ripped up and look better than you ever fucking looked in your life. All right? And then what I would do if I was your age, I'd go to one of those fucking dating sites. All right? Go to one of those dating sites and get yourself fucking some hot, good girl, 10 fucking years younger than you. All right? Do that instead of putting hot sauce on a fucking dildo. All right, dude? You're above that. Please tell me you're better than that. All right? This fucking twat doesn't want to be with you. Fuck her. Fuck her. And letting some other fucking asshole who goes around banging somebody's fucking wife. Those two pieces of shit, they should get together. They should get married. They'll have a baby. You know what? It'll probably be a fucking banker. All right? Fuck her. Don't do that. Don't stoop to her level. Let her leave. You want to leave? Go ahead and leave. All right? And then one day she's going to see you and be like, what the fuck was I thinking? And you're going to be like, it's too late. It's too late for you. She's younger, she's hotter, she's a sweetheart, and she doesn't suck another dick in the relationship. You filthy pirate whore. All right? There you go. Okay.
I was saying, if you were near a television, if you were near a goddamn TV, do you have a TV in your life, okay? If you're not one of these fucking readers, these people who are informed, these people who know who their governor is, you know what I mean? They know all the words to the national anthem. You know, they've memorized all the flags around the world. You know those people? They just can't get enough of doing excruciatingly boring things. You know? They're the kinds of people that when they buy something, they like read the instructions, the whole fucking book. They know how their whole phone works. These are all the people that, you know, you don't really hate them, which you hate yourself because you know they're doing the right thing. There's nothing worse than when you're a fucking dope like me to be near somebody that is doing the right thing. Because when you see them doing the right thing, there's that voice in the back of your head that you really try to drown out, you know, that's saying like, Bill, that's what you should be doing. You know you should be doing that, right? You know if you did that, you know, you'd stop having these ridiculous rants about technology and how fucking stupid it is. The reality is you lack the focus to get through an 8-page pamphlet, most of which are pictures with arrows pointing at the shit that the words are talking about. You can't get through that. And this person reminds you of that. So rather than being a fucking adult and just sitting down and opening the fucking booklet, you start yelling at the thing like it's a person. This is really just sort of therapy. I tried to set up Apple TV the other day, and you know, I know how I am now. I just told my wife to do it. She's like, I have to do it? I said, yeah, you have to do it, right? She goes, why? I go, because you're wired, no pun intended, better than I am for these types of situations, right? So she fucking, I'll break down right here the difference between me and my wife, right? She fucking got in there. So I'm sitting out in the backyard, right? Drinking a Miller. And she's in there. And I'm just listening to her sort of talking out loud, figuring it out. And then she got to one point and it fucked up. And then she laughed and went, oh, no, or something like that. And I would never, ever emotionally be there. That right there was where I'd be like, oh, what the fuck? Fuck this fucking, you know, I would flip out. She just laughed, okay? Now, here's the difference between us. So last night I'm at a buddy's of my house, right? It's like 8 of us. And we're fucking smoking a cigar, or cigars, I should say. We're not passing around like a joint, which is why I never got into smoking weed. It's like, it was the most disgusting thing is that thing gets passed around and shit. You know, I was always sitting there like, can I have my own? No offense, fellas. You know, I really like you guys. But could I have my own that only my mouth touches? It's fucking dirty, hippie, fucking pot-smoking sons of bees. So we're over there, and we're fucking smoking, and somebody just points. He's got this big window in his house, and this light is on, and somebody points to the window and is like, dude, what the fuck? And we look, and there's this mouse, like, climbing up the fucking window. And ironically enough, we were just talking about working with monkeys, you know, in movies and shit, and like in wild animals and stuff. And I was talking how I would never fuck. That's a deal breaker. I don't give a fuck how much money. There's no fucking way I'm working with the monkey, because those things routinely fucking just, they snap. You know what I mean? Everybody looks at, oh, look, he's got a little hat on and a vest. Somehow it's not a chimpanzee anymore that has the ability to rip my foot off my body. Fuck that thing. Fuck that thing, all right? I'm not working with it. I just got done saying that. And then when we saw the mouse, it all went out the fucking window. Next thing you know, we're trying to corner this thing, right? This is when you really realize what people are like when you get into like a crisis like this. So I got this Tupperware thing. I don't know why I didn't grab like a mop handle or something, but I'm in shorts and shit, and all I'm thinking is that this fucking thing bites me. Do I got to get those 70 rabies shots to the stomach? And I'm sitting there, right, the fucking liberal, trying to capture this thing and shoo it out the window. And then my buddy, the conservative, he literally, the things went up the curtain and was way up on the curtain. This guy's got this fucking, it was like 12-foot fucking ceilings, this old house, you know. And it's all the way up there on the curtain. And the conservative dude goes, get some WD-40 and a match. It's like, and he was serious. It's like, dude, you want to burn this? You want to hear the sound of a mouse burning alive? You want that on your fucking hard drive? Not to mention, it's on curtains. You know, I don't know what sort of sniper you think I am with this fucking shit. I'm not doing that. So anyways, so the thing fucking like lightning quick. Like I threw the Tupperware at it to get it to crawl back down the curtain. We're like, where is it? Where is it, dude? And like fucking Barry Sanders zigzags between all of us, takes off down the hall and goes through the only open door into the bathroom. So then my buddy's in there, he's got it, and he's got like the fucking Tupperware thing, and I'm going, close the door, but he doesn't want to be, I don't know, close the door and be in there with the fucking mouse because it's still creepy. So I'm going, shut the fucking door, and he won't shut the door, and all of a sudden the thing starts running out, and I gave it the old fucking right pad save. Kicked it back into the room, right? It was like kicking a sock, too. I could barely feel it. I'm sure it felt different to the mouse. And it was hilarious. It fucking hit my buddy right in his knee. And he was wearing fucking shorts. And he fucking jumps up in the air. And then the fucking thing ran out again, got down on the stairs. And I'm fucking, like, with this Tupperware thing going, boom, 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 trying to get the fucking thing. And then finally, like, and where it ran, like there wasn't a good amount of light, and I fucking had it. I heard it squeal, and they turned the light on, and I got the thing down, and the thing's on its back looking up on me. Its whole body is in the Tupperware, and I'm right down on its neck, and it's just looking up at me. And I got to tell you something right now. The thing was fucking adorable. So I was able to, you know, quickly get its fucking head in there. And then the thing's in there, like, making this squealing noise. And I'm like, I'm sorry, buddy. We're almost there. And I just slid it across the floor as it was freaking out. So I get it all the way to the door. And then there's, you know, that piece of wood there between the door and outside. Now I got to fucking lift it up. I start to lift it up. Immediately its fucking gross tail is sticking out. And I'm like, fuck. If this thing runs back in the house, then we got to do this shit all over again. And then what if I get bit? So I just held it down. The Tupperware thing down, and I sort of stood up with my hand still on it, brought my foot back, closed the door as much as I could, and I just fucking booted the thing, and it just took off like a maniac down the driveway. And the mouse lived to tell another fucking tale. And that's what I'm good at. you get a fucking mouse in the house. I'll get out some Tupperware and I'll fucking get rid of it. All right. But if you want me to set up Apple TV, like, I actually enjoyed catching the mouse. I was never, like, even when I was running around, I wasn't frustrated. I never felt any anger. When I saw the mouse there, I didn't have any urge to kill it. I thought it was fucking adorable. And then I just let it go. And the mindset I was in that entire time during that moderately challenging point in my life, if I could just be in that mindset when, I'm trying to fucking download something or anything like that, I feel like my wife would have like 70% less shit to complain about when it comes to me. You know what I mean? If I could just somehow get in that mindset. It was fun. Running around, you get the blood going. Like when we all went back to smoking cigars. We were all laughing our balls off. Afterwards, guys go, hey, you fucking did this. You were scared and blah, blah, blah. And then we were like, dude, who the fuck said get WD-40 in a match? And we all just started laughing. We're like, dude, you're definitely voting for Trump. Get his coat. Get his coat. Take his coat, right?
All right. Wife not down with nose job. Wife not down with nose job. All right. Dear Billy Boy, love the podcast, love the stand-up. Thanks for that. Well, you're welcome. Thank you for typing that. He goes, I'm a 31-year-old guy. I'm happily married to a usually supportive wife. I've never been too much of a self-conscious person, but ever since I was a teenager, if there was one thing I could change about my physical appearance, it would be my nose. It's a little big and has a bump on the ridge. He said reference the profile on Nikolai Tesla or the ruler Constantine to get the idea. Obviously, a giant nose with severe acne was immediate fuel for insult through junior high school for the hordes of 14-year-olds. I vowed that one day... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just the fucking worst here. I vowed that one day I would get a nose job to boost my self-esteem. Well, I am now in a position where I can pay to have the surgery. I used to ask my wife a few years back what she thought about it, and she said that if it makes me happy, then do it. However, now that I am closer to having it done, she seems to have changed her mind. She says that she couldn't get used to seeing me look different and isn't sure if she'll like the way the remodeled me looks. I'm disappointed because I really want to have it done and wish she would be supportive. The thing is, my wife is a self-conscious person, and I'm worried that on a small level, she thinks that the new me will be more attractive and warrant the attention of more females. This is not why I'm doing this. I just want to feel better about myself. What should I do? Thanks for your help. All right, back up for a second. You said your wife is self-conscious and you're worried that on a small level she thinks the new me will be more attractive and warrant the attention of more females. As much as you say this isn't why you're doing this, I think that's why you're doing it subconsciously. I think that that's your thought and you're putting it on your wife. You have to understand. You got to understand this, all right? Your nose, all right? That's like that's the hub of your face. Okay? If you add or subtract to that, you're really changing what you look like. Okay? And every chick out there saw Dirty Dancing. And they all saw what the lead of that movie did. She got a nose job. And I thought she was fucking adorable in that movie. I thought she was beautiful. I could never get through the fucking movie. But I thought she was hot. And then she got her nose job. And it was like, what did you do? Look, dude, your fucking nose makes you unique. You should stick with it. Stay with it. I mean, I don't know. To get a nose job because people teased you when you were 14, you're better than that, all right? And you're with your wife. She loves you for who you are. Listen, dude. I mean, it's your call in the end. But they don't exactly have those things down to a science. You know what I mean? At this point, plastic surgery, it's like shooting threes. Most of them don't go in. But when they do, the crowd goes crazy. So there's a chance that you could come out with the nose you want, but more times than not, I think it's going to, you want your nose to fucking clang off the front of the rim? Or even worse, shoot a fucking air ball and splat on the fucking hardwood.
I would never recommend plastic surgery. But, dude, I know what you're going through. This shit about myself. I don't like that I'm fucking losing my hair. And believe me, every time those hair commercials come on, I fucking sit there and look at them and go, should I? Should I? And then I always say I'm not gonna. But I never rule it out that I wouldn't do it. I just keep waiting because every 5 years it gets better and better and better, like how it looks. At this point now, they can just vacuum the hair out of the back and just fucking plant it up front, as opposed to having the scars and the hair plugs and having that shit. But I still, for some reason, I'm not going to do it. I don't know why. And I don't know why. I think about it because I think, like, I can guarantee you this. If women went bald, they would all get fucking hair. They would all have hair plugs in one generation, and then they would all have that type of thing. And it always makes me laugh when women make fun of guys that get, like, a hair transplant. Like, oh, my God, as they sit there wearing makeup, you know, high heels on, and everything about them is to fucking enhance, you know, their looks. But then also I get why they don't like it. You know, because I think what they're attracted to is different. Obviously, they don't want to have some troll of a man. But I think that they may, sir, this might come back to you. They want you to be a fucking man and be comfortable with yourself. Go out there and swing a goddamn axe and bring some fucking lumber in for the fire. You know? They don't want to sit there watching you, looking at yourself in the mirror going, look at this, look at my nose. I just don't like how my ears look. You know? I don't know. My advice would be I would think long and fucking hard. All right? And you told me to look at that picture of, like, Tesla and Constantine, however the fuck you say their names. Why don't you go look up that chick before and after who was in Dirty Dancing, which is an asshole thing for me to do because I'm sure she had a lot of trauma over that. Now I'm going to fucking re-stir the pot. But, yeah. And then you'll probably be like, well, that was a nose job from fucking 23 years ago, and I feel like rolling the dice, then by all means, go for it. But why don't you do it before and after? Take a picture of your nose standing to the side, like the mugshot photo. Give me a forward and to the side, and then forward to the side in the end. And this is the deal. If you give me a before and I never get an after, then I know what happened. I'm trying to think. What was one of the songs from Dirty Dancing? Was that I had the time of my life, and I'm dancing with Patrick Swayze. He has really tight slacks, and his hair is done better than mine. Outros. How hardcore was Patrick Swayze? The guy had cancer. He's like, yeah, I'm still smoking. Go fuck yourself. That dude went out like a man. You know? He really did. So did Saddam Hussein, to take a total left-hand turn. All right? I can tell you right now, if people are about ready to hang me, all right, and I would definitely accept the hood. Please put the hood over my face so you can't see me blubbering inside of it. He said, no, I don't want the hood. He stared down everybody and was talking shit. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Your mother's a whore. And then they put the rope around his neck. And furthermore, I said, your grandmother's mother's a cunt. I spit on your... And that was it.
Okay, so last week I teased you guys, and I mentioned something about great white sharks. I was supposed to go on this fucking trip with a good buddy of mine, Dean Del Rey. I paid for the whole fucking trip. Well, my part of the trip, I should say. And I was going to go in a shark cage while I chummed the fucking water. And I was going to, with great white sharks swimming by me. I was all set to go. Everything was a go and all of this shit. And then this fucking business, you know, there was this edit and this fucking, I just couldn't get out of it. And I couldn't fucking go. And I was devastated, but I'm happy that I got done what needed to get done. And if you guys want to see what I missed out on, go to Dean Del Rey's. I'm sure he's already uploading pictures. He's getting back now. And he's the reason why I went, because he went years ago. And dude, like, the pictures look like Discovery Channel shit. And I'm terrified of fucking sharks. But I want to see a great white shark at some point in my life. And to the universe in a safe fucking way. I don't want to be on a sinking ship and be like, oh, I finally got to see one. right? So I wasn't able to do it. But so not only do I not get to do this, okay, and I end up having to edit all these fucking episodes and shit because even though the show isn't coming out until the spring of next year, we're still in crunch time because that's how doing a show works. There's never enough time. There's never enough money. They can't fucking, it's just, and you're always behind. Somehow we just have to fucking get this done now or we're going to be fucked. We're going to be fucked. It's just that 24/7, right? So I'm glad that I did that, but fucking blows. So anyway, so I'm back here. All right. And I'm driving around Los Angeles and at rush hour, I pull up to this fucking stoplight and it's like, there's 2 lanes of cars. All right. There's like 2 people in front of me. I stop and next to me, you know, there's 3 people and that's as far, you know, I don't even look in the rearview mirror and I'm just sitting there. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. And then I hear what sounds like a fucking explosion. Just boom. And I went, whoa. And then I don't even remember somebody hit my car. Right? I don't even remember feeling that. All I know is I just saw this fucking Prius just driving right down the fucking middle of all of the stopped cars. Just went right by me. Sorry about your ears right there. Just right? And just side view fucking mirrors just flying off every car right down the side of my car. And he just comes to, or he or she comes to a stop. All the airbags deployed in this person's car on the side. I couldn't even see who was in it. So all I'm thinking is like, oh my God, fucking obviously classic example of texting while driving. This motherfucker was looking down and at the last second was like, fuck, and just tried to shoot through the middle. So I hate when people get in the little fender benders like that and then they just get out of their car and they leave the car where it's at. It's like, will you just drive the fucking thing over? Get it out of the fucking way so people behind you can get out of there. So what I did was I pulled, there was like a street, a couple feet up and I just pulled into that street and pulled over. And the person still hasn't gotten out of the car. Everybody else that this person hit is out of their cars now. And we're waiting for this person to get out. And I'm thinking like, oh my God, like, are they unconscious? Did they hit their fucking head? I mean, that really sounded, the impact was unbelievable, right? I get out of my car and all I have is this on the side of my car. All the person got was the side view mirror, but it's bent all the way the fuck back. So like, basically you could pull up next to me and you could like brush your teeth in the mirror because it's pointed right at you if you were parallel to me. So finally the fucking car door opens and I actually felt bad for the person. I was like, oh my God, they're going to be so embarrassed. They're going to be fucking mortified or whatever. And it was the exact opposite. This dude gets out and he just starts cursing everybody out. He got out of the car yelling at us. This fucking guy just hit 5 people. And he's like, you motherfucking fuck you. And he's going, fuck you, you fucking bitch. And people, now of course people are videoing this person. All right? And he starts, you fucking bitch, this is the person you should be, get video of her. You fucking fuck all you guys. And well, I'm like, this guy was like, he was so fucking committed to yelling at us for half a second. I started thinking like, yeah, what did I do wrong when I was just sitting there at the traffic light, not hitting anybody? So the funniest thing ever, right? These people start to engage this person in the argument. It's like, why would you waste your time arguing? This guy just hit 5 people with the car and he's yelling at us. He's literally knee deep in side view fucking mirrors. Like, do you really think that you're gonna say anything to this guy and he's gonna stop mid screaming and be like, oh yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point. Didn't look at it that way. So I just start laughing. I mean, it was fucking hilarious. This guy just hit 5 fucking people and now he's yelling at us. It was fucking hilarious, right? So he gets into his car and he grabs like 3 backpacks and he puts them on himself. And he goes, get used to it. This is what LA is going to be like. And everybody's like, whoa, hey, post 9/11. What the fuck does that mean? He yells at the lady more.
calls her a bitch another couple times. And I don't know if they were both fucking jockeying for a position or he felt she cut him off. But I think this guy just went total fucking road rage. He just picked a spot and he's like, I'm fucking getting there before you and I don't give a shit. This guy just fucking snaps. So he grabs his fucking backpacks and then just walks away. Walks down the street like fucking, I was joking with my buddies, like Andy Griffith when he's taking Opie to go fishing. He just fucking walked away. And I was like, this guy's out of his fucking mind. He hit us. He's yelling at us and then he walks away. Like, I'm done with this shit. Like one of the greatest displays of entitlement I've ever seen in my fucking life. I mean, what if there was a pregnant lady he hit? I mean, this guy hit this fucking first person so hard. I looked down. I thought it was a hubcap. It was this chunk of a rim. I said to the cop, I go, is that plastic? He goes, no, that's metal. That's the rim. It's like, Jesus Christ. So by the time the cops get there, that guy's just gone. He is gone. That ball is gone. So I call up a buddy of mine because now I'm like fucking pissed, going like, Jesus, the arrogance of this guy. And then I'm thinking all that shit. What if I went up and I just said, no, buddy, you shut the fuck up. And then I knocked him out. And then, you go into your hero fucking thing. Yeah, what if I did that? Oh, wait, that's right. I'm a pussy, Oh, wait, I don't like getting punched in the face. Oh, that's why. I don't have even a white belt in any martial art. That's why. That's why I sat there and did nothing. Oh, I forgot. That's right. That's why I did nothing, right? So I call up a buddy of mine who's a lawyer. I remember a long time ago, I got into it with this woman. And we went up to the stoplight, and she was like, she beeped at me, so I beeped back at her. And she beeped at me, I beeped back at her. And then she just fucking hammered the horn all the way up to the light, like 400 yards. Stops and holds it down and is staring at me in the rearview mirror. What? And the second it stopped, she held her horn down for 30 seconds. And the second it stopped, I just went beep. And me and the woman I was with fucking started dying laughing at her. And then she all of a sudden put her car in reverse, backed into me really lightly, and then got out, reached into her glove box. And I sat there like going, oh my God, is she getting a gun? What the fuck? And she wrote down my license plate number and then drove away. And I, of course, thought nothing of it. I was a young man. And next thing you know, I'm on the road and I get this, I'm checking my voicemail. It's like the 90s. This is how long ago this was. And it was just like, yeah, Mr. Burr, this is Officer so-and-so from the El Segundo Police Department investigating a possible assault with a deadly weapon. Or whatever the fuck it is, because basically your car is a deadly weapon. Now, isn't it battery if you actually hit somebody? I thought assault was either threatening somebody or making them feel like you're going to hit them or something like that. That's assault in a battery, assault, and battery's actually doing it. So anyways, because of that fucking thing, I knew that, watching this guy leave, I'm like, okay, that's 5 counts of an assault, of assault with a deadly weapon. We got video of you screaming at everybody, so you can't say you were texting or listening to the radio. You've basically admitted that what you did, you kind of did on purpose. We have you on video. Everyone knows what you look like, and then you left the scene of the accident. So I call up a buddy of mine who's a lawyer, and I just left the message. I was like, I just want to know what kind of jail time is this guy looking at? How long is he going to go to jail? My buddy calls me back, and he just goes, I go, yeah. I go, can you fucking believe it? He goes, yeah, man, that's crazy. And I go, how long is this guy going to go to jail for? What's that, like 3 years? And he goes, if he's a first offender, I mean, the jails are crowded. He doesn't have any other priors or anything like that. He just has like a rage issue. They probably just suspend his license indefinitely. They send him some anger management things. And I was just like, no jail time? And he was like, when he got out of the car, like, what was he saying? And just, I couldn't believe, I was like, you can fucking hit people, 5 different people in a car. No concern for their well-being whatsoever. Get out, curse everybody out, leave, and not fucking go to jail. It's unbelievable. What the fuck do you have to do to go to jail? And he was just like, well, you're going to put him in jail, and nobody becomes a better person when they go to jail. He's going to be in there with a bunch of fucking maniacs. So I actually feel irresponsible to let people know out there that you can basically do what this guy just did, and you're not going to go to jail. I'm sure he's going to get arrested when they find him. I don't know. I was pretty blown away by that. So there you go. Instead of looking at sharks, I got rear-ended by this guy. But I got to admit, every time I think about that guy yelling, it was fucking hilarious. And I start thinking, like, was that just like a strategy for him to get the fuck out of there? And everybody goes like, it was probably a stolen car. It's like, who the fuck steals a Prius? How do you start a Prius? How do you steal one? Can you hotwire the fucking thing? I don't know. I have no idea. So I love how everybody becomes like a fucking sleuth, you know? Well, yeah, probably what was the circumstances? Oh, okay, let me listen to you with your complete lack of fucking... That's why I called a lawyer. I was like, I don't want to talk to other people. Because I mean, he'll probably get like 7 years, you know? I never even took a lawyer class. Lawyer class. I never went to law school. I'm a moron. All right. I'm also trying to type in my password, so I immediately become extra fucking stupid. Did I type it in right? Did I type it in right? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
How's the family? How's everything going?
Ah, great, man. Couldn't be better. Life is fantastic.
Yeah. That's
I
good.
like life, man.
You do, really?
Oh my God! People that complain about it. First of all, you're lucky enough to be alive. When you think about it, you know what I'm saying. Your mother had to have sex with your father. That your grandparents had to have sex. Great grandparents had to have sex. It's lucky you're alive. My God.
It's amazing.
And I'm so happy every day
You
that I'm
should
alive because it's just a fluke. There's so many more people that never got to be alive. You know? And,
That's an interesting point. I guess you're right. If you do the math.
So when people carp about it, I'm like, man, it's the greatest gig in the world, being alive.
Being alive.
You get to eat at Denny's, wear a hat, whatever you want.
Yeah, yeah. Get haircuts. It is. Well, good. I'm glad life is going well. I know.
Now, I've never asked you this before, and we've been good friends for many years. Okay, I made that up. But
No. We haven't?
No, we're friends. We're good friends. But I don't know what your... McDonald, is that Irish? Is that Scottish? What's your ethnic background?
My ethnic background is Polish.
Are you really Polish? Wow.
Polish people,
I didn't
yeah.
realize that.
Yeah.
McDonald, you don't...
Well, my parents changed their names. They
Right.
had to because of the constant ribbing they'd get for being Polish, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so they changed their name to McDonald. But, you know, it's one of the things that you can, you know, I mean, I get a little upset about it, you know, because, you know,
All
you
the
can't...
Polish jokes and
Yeah,
stuff.
you can't make jokes about other people, but for some reason you make jokes about Polish people, you know.
Right.
I don't like it.
Right. You shouldn't. That sounds bad, yeah.
I mean, I had an experience, you know. I go in and I order a Polish sausage, you know, from this guy, you know. And so the guy says to me, you must be Polish. And I said, come on, man. I mean, come on. Think about it, what you're saying. You know, I'm trying to knock some sense into this fellow's head, maybe give him a wider world view, you know.
Sure, yeah.
I said, you think because I order a Polish sausage, I'm Polish. I said, what if somebody came in here and ordered French toast? Would you think he was French, you know?
Right.
I mean, what if somebody came in here and ordered a Belgian waffle? Would you consider that guy a Belgian, you know? I mean, if a guy came in and ordered a German bratwurst, would you consider that fellow to be a German fella?
Right.
I said, what if a guy came in and ordered German potato salad? I suppose you'd think he was German too. Yeah?
Yeah.
You know, what if a guy...
Wow, you talked to this guy for a while.
I'm telling you, man. With racists, you have to get through
You have to
them.
really get it into their head. Right.
I said, if a guy came in and he ordered a Cuban hamburger, are you going to assume he's a Cuban?
Right.
I said, I think it is absolutely ridiculous that just because I come in here, I order a Polish sausage, why would you jump to the fact that I'm Polish?
Right.
And the guy says to me, well, first of all, it's a hardware store.
And you hate Polish jokes, don't you? You just hate them.
No, I think they're disgusting.
Let me ask you quickly. We haven't talked to you in so long. I want to ask you about your family.
My great family. I love them all.
How's your... we used to talk in the old days. You and I used to spin some yarns about Uncle Hector. How's Uncle Hector?
Oh, Uncle Hector. Uncle Hector...
He's Polish too, I'm guessing.
No, he wasn't Polish.
Oh, okay.
No, he was from my cousin's side of the family. And he was... He was a great man, my uncle, you know.
Right.
He was an old fella. He actually rode the rails during the Depression.
Oh.
You know, he was a hobo.
Hobo.
As you might call him. I don't like that term, but whatever.
Tramp or whatever,
Yeah,
what
he's a
have you.
tramp, Railroad bum. But he wasn't a bum. He was just out. He was a good, honest man during the Depression searching for work, you know. And, you know, he had no money, so he'd travel the country trying to find work, and he actually rode the rails, Uncle Hector. And he told me, it was an interesting story, he'd go through, this was in Canada, and there's a town called Kitchener in Canada, and the railroad cops were tough, boy. They were tougher than the real cops, you know. They had a law of their own, the railroad cops.
I feel like I should be tucked into bed listening to you. Anyway, a law of their own, those railroad cops.
But there was not a railroad cop tougher than Kitchener Leslie. Oh, boy. He was well known. he was well known for beating hobos to death.
Really?
Oh,
He'd
yeah.
find a hobo on his train, he'd beat him to death.
Beat him to death. And so what the railroad bums would all do is, as Kitchener approached, of course, oh, hey, hey, Norm, how you doing? So,
wow, such focus on these stories.
That wasn't a mirror, that was another guy.
Okay, oh, it was a guy named Norm.
Yeah. So the railroad bums would all hop off before they got to Kitchener,
right,
to avoid being beaten to death by Kitchener Leslie.
Yeah.
Anyways, my Uncle Hector, a good man, you know, and he walked into a mine one day. This is a story for that I think the young people could learn from.
Don't go mine hopping, kids.
During the height of the Depression, where there was absolutely no work, my Uncle Hector walked into I won't say the name of the mining company. It was McIntyre Mine, and he walked in. He had his lunchbox with him and his work boots, and he said, "Sir," he said, "I want a job." And they said, "We have no jobs." He said, "Well, 500 people work here at McIntyre Mine." He goes, "I don't think there are 500 men here better than I." He says, "As a matter of fact, I don't think there are 200 men better than I." He says, I think you'd be strapped to find 100 men better than I. And by golly, he got the job. What do you think of that?
That's a great story.
Now,
I'm sensing there's more. Now back to Kitchener Leslie.
Yeah.
The most dreaded.
No. Uncle Hector. Uncle Hector.
What?
No, you want to talk about
I'm trying to help you out.
No, Uncle Hector.
Dad, where's this story going?
Uncle Hector worked in a mine, and it's a hellish job, the mine, as you well know. You know, darkness, you know.
It's dank. It's
dank.
Yeah.
It's coaly. It's a lot of.
What?
Well, you're in a coal mine.
It's not coaly. It's coal-ridden.
It's
coal-infested. It's not coaly.
It's coal-infested. So he worked in the mine, and by God, he worked hard. And after a week of working hard, he said to the shift manager, he said, "By golly, I'd like to have a lady. I work hard, and where would I find a lady here in town?" Well, they said to Uncle Hector, they says, we have sex with animals here. By God, says Uncle Hector, I'm not going to do that. I'm a normal fella. Well, then be to your own devices then. So,
be to your own devices?
Yeah.
Wow.
Uncle Hector continued working in the mine. He worked hard, and he worked long, and he worked for a low wage. But he was a man. And Uncle Hector, after a couple of weeks passed, he started to get a little itch, you know, as you and I say.
Right.
You know,
Right. When we're thinking about the
ladies,
yeah.
And, but he kept it under control. He went again, and he said, "Are you sure there's no ladies here?" "No, we have sex with animals." Ah, my God. 6 months passed, and Uncle Hector couldn't take it any longer, he told me.
Right.
He said, "By God, I just had to, I'm just a man, I'm weak, you know. I'm not a saint, you know, and I was born in sin, I suppose, and I couldn't resist. I just needed it." So he said he walked by a pasture, and there was a pig.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. And so Uncle Hector said, well, he said, I walked up, and I began having sex with a pig. And he said, all of a sudden, he saw all the miners, like, around him, you know, looking at him. They go, "Uncle Hector, what the hell are you doing over there?" And Uncle Hector's like indignant. He's like, "What? Well, you're the guys that told me that you have sex with animals." They're like, "Uncle Hector, you damn fool. That's Kitchener Leslie's girlfriend." Of all the
animals to have sex with.
You don't want to have sex
and not with Kitchener Leslie's pig. No, that's terrible.
Not Kitchener Leslie's pig. Kitchener Leslie's lady.
Oh, yeah. You tell quite a yarn, man.
Well, I had shorter ones, but...
There's no other guest tonight. That pretty much...
I have one other funny anecdote, and it's very short.
I don't think we can.
Here he is, the always entertaining Norm Macdonald, ladies and gentlemen. I saw that show today, Norm. Very funny.
What show? The TV show?
Yeah, your TV show.
Oh, yeah,
congratulations. And by the way, you look very youthful. And how come we haven't seen you in 2 years?
Oh, how come I haven't been here in 2 years?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I've been busy. I got a kid, you know.
I know. How old
well, you got a kid?
Yeah, I do.
How old's Harry?
He's 7.
Yeah, man, they grow up so slow. You know, it's barely discernible. Isn't it?
Yes, how old is your son?
He's 18. They get far less cute.
Yeah.
They're not as cute when they're out on the lawn punching you in the chest.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's good to have you here.
Oh, it's good to be here,
and,
man.
in addition to the new show, the Norm Macdonald Sports Show, you have like your was it your first stand-up special?
Yes, I did a Comedy Central special.
Great.
One of 40 they did this year on Comedy Central. And but it was fun. But I got a weird time. They showed it at 11:30 and on Saturday, and it turned out that was during this thing called Earth Hour. I think some people know what it is.
Yeah.
On Earth Hour, you have to turn off your electricity. So.
Wow. That's horrible.
And as you know, and as I know, and as they apparently know, TVs are powered by electricity.
Yeah.
So, and furthermore, my key demographic is damn dirty hippies.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, you know, what are you going to do?
Took one on the chin there.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I'm very surprised and impressed about this, that you've built kind of like a Twitter following.
Yes, well, I'm an internet sensation.
Whoa. Now, I didn't take you for a guy that would know about that kind of
I know
stuff.
all about that stuff,
Really?
man.
When did you start Twitter?
2 weeks ago.
Really?
But this is what I did it for the Oscars. The guy told me how to do it, and I was watching the Oscars, and you know how horrible those were. And so it was pretty easy to do just jokes constantly on how horrible everyone was, you know. And you know, and some of the things were nice, like it was nice to see Kirk Douglas, of course, you know, and he had that terrible stroke, which didn't affect his comic timing at all. And but so I twittered, and I ended up twittering 190 tweets.
Whoa!
And it turns out it's way too much.
Really?
So people started telling me to stop. Anyways, get this, just earlier this happened, right before we came on the show. I walked out here.
Yeah.
I'm in some kind of Twitter feud with Steve Martin.
I know that Steve also actively Twitters.
Yeah. So this is what happened. Dig this. You know how to tweet?
No.
You don't know how to tweet?
No.
Where you been? So he writes a tweet. I misunderstand it. I reply.
Well, let's hear what he says.
What he said?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is what he said. I'm not really that great at it, but he said, "Has anybody seen my hat?" Now, I'm looked everywhere for it. I can't find my hat.
Right.
So I say, was it a brown fedora with a red hat band? But what I didn't know is he sent a twit pic.
Stop right there. Let me just say, if this is an example of Twitter communication, it's invaluable.
What do you think I should answer him? This is the last thing he said to me. He goes, this just came in 9 seconds ago. He goes, still mulling over this tweet from Norm to me. It's so enigmatic. Is it a put down?
I don't, honestly, I mean, he lost a hat, right?
Yeah.
And then you responded, is it with a red hat band?
Yeah.
None of this makes any sense.
Yeah, it's a generational thing.
Oh, that's what it is. I guess so. Well, what isn't?
Now, I will tell you what's cool about the internet and being an internet sensation and stuff. On the YouTube now, everybody, you know, I don't know if you remember but the famous, and did you ever hear the Andy Williams quote? In the future, everybody will be famous for 25 minutes?
Yes. I think it was Andy Warhol.
Huh?
Andy Williams was Moon River.
Oh.
Andy, it's a generational thing. Yeah, okay.
But here's the thing. Like, for instance, have you ever heard of Harrison Schmitt?
No.
Okay. He walked on the moon.
I didn't know that.
Right. An astronaut.
Right.
A guy who walked on the moon. There's very few people that have been in the position to go, hey, where's the moon? There it is.
Right. Well, you're right. That's a good point.
Right. Now, so 12 people have landed on the moon. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. Who else?
Right.
So this Harrison Schmitt fellow must be going, what the hell do I have to do to get famous?
Yeah.
Right? Meanwhile, the Kardashians, we know Khloe, we know...
It's awful.
Yeah, Lois.
Lois Kardashian.
All of them.
We'll be right back with Norm Macdonald, everybody. I don't know. You can tweet Steve Martin. Can you tweet him right now?
I can tweet him, yeah.
Or just tell him that I said hi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that you're on the show and we're talking about him. And
okay, awesome.
I said hi.
Awesome.
And add this. I'm sorry about the hat.
You know what's great also, while I do this, I'll tell you this. The great thing about the blogosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the great thing is this, that you have friends, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, on the computer, I have about 160,000 friends.
Whoa.
In real life, I have 2. But I actually like my friends on the blogosphere here, because this is the thing. Like they can go like in real life, right? Your friend will go, hey, my grandmother died this morning, and then you go, oh, good. Do you want to come over to my house and talk about it for 4 hours? Mm-hmm. And then on this thing, your friend can go, hey, my grandmother died today, and then you go, unfollow.
Mm-hmm. Now, Norm, are you? Do I remember that you were?
I'm talking to Steve Martin.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, if you just get that over to him by Labor Day, that'd be. Do you still gamble? Somebody told me that you did. Or did we know that?
Yeah, I used to gamble.
You don't gamble anymore.
Don't gamble anymore.
Was it a problem? Did it get to be a problem?
Yeah, it got to be a problem, man. And then I tried to do it smart. Every time I tried to do it smart, a bad thing would happen.
Like
you know?
What do you mean?
Well, one time I was trying to handicap baseball, you know, which you can actually beat baseball if you handicap it properly. So I was trying to handicap, and I figured it out for like 3 hours, and I went down to the book in Mirage, the sports book, went up to the fella, you know, and there was a guy beside me, big fat guy, you know, and he's dressed like real rich, you know. And he opened a big attaché case filled with $10,000 chips, pulls out like $750,000, and he's going to bet on this boxer, you know, a fighter, you know.
Yeah.
And it was a 4-to-1 underdog. So I said, I'm not going to bet my baseball bet. I'll just bet on this 4-to-1 underdog, you know?
He must know something.
Yeah, because this guy must know something. He's probably in the mafia. Mm-hmm. So I go and watch the boxing match, Dave, and the guy, my guy that I bet on, gets knocked out in 25 seconds.
Oh, no. Whoa.
So I go back to the book. I go, what, that guy from the mafia? What? He goes, that guy's not from the mafia. He goes, that's old long shot Louie. He goes, he's a rich guy, loves long shots.
Well, there's just no winning, is there?
No, there's no winning. Nobody ever wins.
Now, this sports show with Norm Macdonald premieres, you know, it's my birthday, April 12th.
That's your birthday?
I saw it this afternoon. Very funny show, and I think it's going to be a huge hit for you.
You want to hear a sports joke?
Yeah.
Oh, you like racing cars, right? Yeah. How about that Daytona 500? Yeah. How about that kid that won?
Right.
How old was he?
Like 20?
Yeah. He raced all around. You know why he went so fast, apparently? He was texting the whole time. It's generational.
The show premieres April 12th on Comedy Central. Sports show with Norm Macdonald. Great pleasure to see you.
It was great
I
to
hope
see you, man.
don't wait 2 years to come back. We'll be back with C.C. Sabathia, ladies and gentlemen.
I live at 56 between 8th and Broadway.
Okay, and what's your phone number? Just give me 7 digits. All right. What? Your neighbors nice people? The people that live around you?
Great people. Every day I meet somebody new. You know, this city's great because of the neighborly people. You know. I don't know. But I did meet one neighbor. Interesting story. You know, that this guy just moved in. You know, next door to me. So I'm always one to meet the neighbors.
You like to chat with the neighbors.
Yeah, because you know. So I went over to the guy, knocked on the door next door to where I live, and I say to the guy, I said, "Hey, I'm your new neighbor, you know," and I said, "Good to see you, you know, nice to run into you, you know, welcome to the neighborhood, you know." And so the guy, I said, "What do you do for a living there, sir? You know, if you don't mind me asking, you know, what do you do for a living?" I'm a nightclub comic, I tell the guy. So he says to me, he says, I work down at the University of Science there. He says,
That's a good school, by the way.
I can't remember the exact place.
Sure.
But he says, I'm a professor of logic. So he says, the guy says, logic. Now, what the hell is that? I never heard tell of that. He says, oh, well, he says it's a kind of a pattern of syllogistic. Well, he says it's hard to explain. He says, why don't I give you an example? So I said, fair enough. Why don't you do that? So the guy says, well, he says, let me ask you a question. He says, do you own a doghouse? So I go, yes, I do. He says, well, then that means you probably have a dog. I said, yes. He says, well, that means you're likely you have a family if you have a dog. I said, yes, I do. He said, well, then that means you got kids, you're married? I said, yes, I am. He says, well, then you're a heterosexual man. I said, yes, sir, I am. He says, well, you see, that's logic there. I asked if simply from finding out you had a doghouse, I made this series of inferences, and I found that you're a heterosexual man simply from the fact that you had a doghouse. Well, I said, good God, isn't that something?
Okay.
So I said, well, I won't waste any more of your time there, neighbor. And I said, I'll see you later.
See you around. Okay.
So I said, come by one day and have a chicken with me. So anyways, I left. So I left. So I go to get a bus, you know, to the bus stop. And I walk down to the bus stop, and I'm still thinking about this thing that happened to me, you know. And I'm standing at the bus, and no bus coming at all, you know, and 5 or 6 of us standing around, and one guy lights up a cigarette there, and he goes, as soon as you light up a cigarette, the bus comes. And he smokes the whole damn cigarette, no bus comes.
Right.
So I said to the guy, well, that theory really worked, huh? And the guy goes, well, sometimes it works. Anyways, the guy goes, what's new with you? I go, well, I had an interesting thing happen to me today. I said, I met my neighbor. And he goes, oh, yeah? I go, he had a hell of an interesting job. I said, he's a professor of logic down at the University of
Science.
And so the guy says, is that so? He says, professor of logic. He goes, what the hell is that, logic? I said, well, it's a series of something or other.
Right.
I said, I can't remember exactly, but I said, I'll give you an example if you want to hear an example. So the guy goes, all right, fair enough. So I said, let me ask you this. I said, let me ask you a question. Do you own a doghouse? And the guy goes, no, I don't own a doghouse. So the guy says, oh, yeah, you're one of them gays.
And it worked, right? What great stuff you can learn at that
it was nice.
University of Science there.
And then the guy, get this. Get this.
There's more?
This gay guy
yeah?
invites me to have a chicken at his place.
euphemism. Watch out. All right. Saturday Night Live. It's one coming up on October 19th. You guys got Bill Pullman and New Edition. That's going to be a good show.
That's going to be great.
That's going to rock and roll.
Oh.
All right. Norm Macdonald, God dang, one of my favorite guests. Thank you for coming. Norm Macdonald, everybody. Steve Buscemi. The Corinne'S are coming up. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the program. My guest tonight, a very funny comedian and actor, is on Saturday Night Live for many years. His new show is Fox's A Minute with Stan Hooper.
Hey, you don't just come in here uninvited. I knocked. Hey, Gary. What are you doing? I'm getting your bed ready. Well, we don't want roses on our bed. We don't live like this, Gary. Yes, you do.
Gary, it's lovely, but that'll be all for tonight.
Oh, okay, Mrs. H. Well, if you need me, I'll be in my quarters.
Oh, where are your quarters?
Why would we need him? They're right next door. The house has 5 bedrooms, Gary. Yes, and mine is next to yours.
Please welcome Norm Macdonald. Norm!
Hello! Hey, Johnny. That clip didn't seem that entertaining.
That's not the whole show, is it?
That's the best part.
You picked that out especially for
I
us?
miss you, Johnny.
I miss you. TV is
Congratulations.
better in my mind. Stop it.
On
TV
your
is better.
Academy Award.
Don't even talk about it. Just wait.
Ah, you won an Emmy.
Wait till the Blazers come out. We're going to be top notch. By the way, you are the first guest to sit in our new couch. Talk to me about
This is some couch, I'll tell you that, man.
What do you think?
I'd it. That's the highest compliment you can pay a couch.
It is a high compliment. It's just we have a minivan of nuns that is. Have you ever felt a couch that you felt that way before this couch?
No, this is the first one, man. I'm a normal fella, you know.
Uh-huh. Do you think it's the ultra suede?
It may be the. It has a alluring come hither look.
It has a bit of a nice slant to it, I believe.
It's a goddamn whore. Let's be honest. No, it's a nice couch. It's a nice couch. I don't mean to disparage the couch.
Now, we're talking backstage. You mentioned Arnold. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just telling that I love Arnold Schwarzenegger. You love Arnold Schwarzenegger? I can already see him turning the state around. And I thought it was very unfair when people said that he wasn't qualified for the office, you know,
Really?
because they said, you know, because he's a movie star, you know, an action hero, you know, that shouldn't qualify him to be governor of California.
Mm-hmm.
But what they don't remember is, and maybe I'm wrong with this, but wasn't he at one point in his life Mr. Universe?
That's right. Well, yeah. You bring up a cogent point.
I mean, this is a tiny state on a globe in the Milky Way.
Right. Right. Just to you see the big picture. Exactly. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
You know, you're a smart fella. You should think about running for office with that.
Well, I do feel that one day I might do that. In all humility, I think that I might have some ideas, you know.
Really? Yeah.
But you know, I'm not ready yet. I think you have to prepare for these things.
Yeah.
So I started weightlifting.
You're working out. You look good, I guess.
Yeah, I got my abs.
Yeah, are those abs? Are they supposed to stick out like that? I thought the abs went in. I didn't realize. So your abs are so powerful, they're actually coming forward. Wow, that's amazing.
And they're hairy.
Yeah, hairy abs. Yeah. I don't want to see it.
But I don't even know what I'm supposed to do when I get the abs, really. Do you just show them to people?
Did you injure yourself? Did you?
You know, I worked out, man. I went to this trainer. He was a personal trainer.
Yeah.
And this guy, man, I don't know if you've ever lifted weights. You look like you have, you know?
Yeah, I did.
But, no, he looks like a strong guy. But I went there, and I'd never lifted weights, you know, and I was new to it. And so the idea is you take the weight, you're like, ah, and you lift it up, and then you put it down.
Right, yeah.
And then right away, you lift it again. And you put it down. you do this 20 times, and then the weight's where it was when it started, you know, and then
so you don't really gain anything.
You gain the weight is the same place, and your muscles hurt. You're all sore and everything, and very repetitious. You know, it's the same problem I have with sex. I know it's too much of the same.
Too much of the
I mean?
same. Yeah.
You can't get into it, and so then this character, my trainer, finally after 2 weeks of like lifting these crazy amounts of weights, I go, geez, I think I finally it's getting a little easier. He goes, I'll put more weight on it. I go, what? And I'm like, it's the same thing again.
Just a never-ending cycle.
I know.
Did you hurt
It's not
yourself?
like
Did you slip a
like
disc
in
or something?
sex, if you finally figure that out, it's not like they bring a heavier lady in.
Right. Yeah, I guess that's true. Got a bigger girl? Look, we'll take a break. More with Norm right after this. Bigger the heavier lady.
He anchors the Weekend Update on Saturday Night Live, and he has recently quit the nasty habit of smoking. Norm Macdonald. Norm! Now, you're a young iconoclast, Norm. You know, the kids, they get you.
What? I was going to wear a suit, and
I don't need to. I like this whole D.B. Cooper look for you, man. This is... Now,
is he the guy that jumped out of the plane?
No. He's married to Alice Cooper. Now, the thing Remember you wrote for my first talk show?
Yeah, you gave me my first job.
And I used to come in the room, and you and Drake Sather had no lights on. It was like some fucking Anton LaVey Satan cult in there. And you guys used to turn out the sickest jokes ever. And everybody was always smoking. Then I see you on Saturday Night Live during the opening credits. And one of the things I like about you is you're completely unfiltered on that show. You'll say anything. And I saw in the picture you had a cigarette in your mouth. I thought, this guy just doesn't give a shit. So I asked you to come on. I find out you pussed out on me and quit smoking. What is that all about?
No, because it's bad for you. They have these fucking things on the side. You have to read the fine print where it says, it's bad.
Now, when did you first start smoking?
I started smoking as a kid, like when I was, I think I was like 14, and I thought, I'll look really cool, like if I start smoking, because I didn't get along with anybody. So I started smoking. Wouldn't you know it, I did look cool. All of a sudden, all these broads like me and everything. Not broads, but ladies, girls, women. And it was hard though, man, because I was guilty about it all the time I smoked, because I always thought, you know, I always knew it was bad for me, you know? Like, even though some guys will say that it's good because their uncle lived long or something and he smoked, you know, and they'll go, hey, what about, you know, that old guy, you know, Burt Mustin, what about that guy, you know? And then he just because he lived long, that doesn't mean anything, right? That's just one guy. You can't, just because Burt Mustin lived long, you're all of a sudden...
You did your master's thesis on this, didn't you? Now, did people bother you a lot when you're smoking? Were people pissed off when...
Yeah, people don't like when you smoke, you know. They're bothered. Like, I gotta admit, though, secondhand smoke is bad. Like, I don't like... When I smoked, I didn't like secondhand smoke. Yeah. You know? I like that first-hand smoke because you get to suck it right out of the cigarette, you know? And the secondhand... Any fucking thing that's already been ingested by someone is not as good, you know? You know what I mean? Like a pork sandwich is delicious, but after a digested pork sandwich, that's fucking shit. You know?
You can't fight that logic, Norman. You cannot? Do you think advertising brings kids to smoking? You know, there's a lot of fight with the Joe Camel thing. Do you think they really?
Yeah, definitely they got it. Because the thing is this, the advertisers, they got to go after kids because they're not going to get adults. Like, there's not going to be a 50-year-old guy going, hey, I should start smoking. That goddamn Camel. Look at him. They got to look at little children.
Joe Campbell.
Yeah.
That's a frightening looking beast.
He looks like a cock. I read that. I didn't make this up.
And I know you don't mind first-hand cock, but...
You don't know that. Don't say that. I know how this stuff happens, man. Because a buddy of mine worked on Saturday Night Live, and he said he was a fag once, as a joke. And then he said everybody comes up to him and saying, "Are you a fag?" Gay man, I mean.
Show about smoking. They thought you meant the British word for cigarette. All right.
Exactly. Can I bum a fag? That's what they say in England.
Where else? All right.
The thing about Joe Campbell looking like a cock, Dennis.
Oh, yeah. I lost my train of thought. Thanks for bringing me back.
Is this is what I've noticed. He doesn't even look like a fucking camel. He looks so much like a cock because you know how it's usually subliminal?
Yeah.
Where you have to find the cock, right? This character, you have to find the goddamn camel.
Yeah, believe me, when you only get 2 humps out of a cock, it's not worth smoking. All right, now, line 2, we got a phone call for you. Although I can't believe they'd still be on the line after this departure. Line 2, we've got Beverly from Middletown, Ohio. Beverly?
Yeah, hi, Dennis. Hi, Norm.
Hi, you didn't know my name, I don't think.
Yes, I did. I watched Saturday night.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
I liked it when Dennis was on it.
I watch Dennis every Friday.
Get out of here. You're great at that, man. You're great at this. You know why? Because you don't give a shit about Dennis. You know what I mean? It's like the best thing you can do. Whenever I'd go on, they'd go, "What's it like following Chevy?" And I like Chevy. He makes me laugh. What the fuck do I think about Chevy? I'm trying to make a living here.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I see you, I know you're thinking the same thing. Like, screw Dennis. I'm killing. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. What's your question?
Okay, since nicotine is such an addictive drug, do you think someday you'll have to have a prescription to buy a pack of cigarettes?
Well, you know, they always bring up the Constitution and talk about how we should still have the right to a militia and all that. But let's face facts, this country was built on tobacco growers. So, you know, if you're going to start changing... If you're not going to change one thing because it comes from way back then, you can't change this either. There are farmers out there who make a living. Tobacco is one of the crops that got this country going. So, no, I don't think they'll ever make it illegal.
Yeah, no, they shouldn't make it illegal. I know.
I think Norm's backing me up on that. What motivated you to quit?
Well, I guess I read this thing about how it was like a phallic symbol, and my doctor went in. He said, "You probably have an oral fixation," which you know what that means. Let's not kid ourselves, right? So that's why I always smoke like cigarettes instead of cigars, because if I'm gonna have I like a little white thin cock, you know.
Are we back to cocks again? I go away to Ohio, Middletown, the center of the universe, to take a nice clean call, and then I space out. I'm thinking I can't listen to Norm for a second. I gotta get a time cue here. I come back and you're talking about having a thin white cock in your
I don't have a thin white cock in my cock. You mean?
No.
In my mouth. No, you misunderstand. What I'm saying is this. I'm just saying.
Don't make the mistake of thinking I fucking listen to you.
I just want to make it clear about that cock thing. I was just saying, if I ever was gay, if they like suddenly made it mandatory or something, then I would choose the smallest cock, and I would like a guy that came fast. I don't know. I thought the subject was cock.
No, cocks is next week.
I'm sorry. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Norm Macdonald, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around.
Luckily, we have the good taste to bring tonight's guest back. Every season, he is as uncensored a wit as they come.
His new sitcom, The Norm Show, is on ABC Wednesdays at 9:30. Please welcome George Wendt, ladies and gentlemen.
They thought they were getting
Georgie Wendt.
Hey, how you doing, man?
How are you?
I'm all right. How's it going?
Year in, year out, my favorite guest.
All right, you're a good man.
Because you have no inner barometer of how far to go.
Well, no, because it's HBO. I like to be dirty, you know, and it's fun.
You know what you are? You're like a profane child. That's how I think of you, because you always say, I like to be dirty. Then you go up on this Pynchon-esque cock rant for like 3 minutes. Yeah, cocks are ugly, and Joe Campbell's a cock, and you're always shuffling your feet. What are you nervous about? You're a star, for Christ's sake. How's that sitcom world? Is that hell, or do you like that over there?
It's not a lot of fun, but, you know, it's good to do.
No, it's not on Ohlmeyer's. Has Ohlmeyer sent you a congratulatory telegram, or what word am I looking for there?
Ohlmeyer, I haven't heard any missive, I think.
Who's the Ohlmeyer at your network?
This lady, Jamie Tarsis.
She think you're funny?
Yeah.
Ohlmeyer's not even there anymore, isn't it?
No.
Isn't one of his last official duties to whack you?
Yeah. He took off, and they got this other guy, I think it's maybe Sammy Sosa.
Scott Sassa.
Scott Sassa.
All right, now I want to do a Rorschach thing. What flashes into your mind when I say bad taste? What do you find bad taste?
Well, there was this performance art guy, I remember in New York, that his whole big thing was he'd take a picture of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ of Nazareth, and then...
Oh, that's Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And then his whole act is he'd piss on it with his cock.
Wow, you know, at least he showed respect. He could have pissed with his, what, arm?
You're right. So I thought that was really and horribly bad
That's over
taste.
the line, as far as...
because Jesus Christ, you know, he died for the guy's sin, and then the guy pisses on his picture. And it was a picture of Jesus dying for his sins. Like he was on the cross going, oh, I'm dying for the guy's sins. And then this guy's like pissing all over it. But, you know, when Judgment Day comes, he's going to have to face Jesus Christ of Almighty of Nazareth, you know.
And Jesus is going to say, hey, asshole, what's with the peeing on my picture?
Yeah. That negates every other good thing he ever did, you know?
Yeah.
He's like, you don't piss on my picture.
Yeah. You don't want to come up to the gates of heaven, God's leaning there with a nunchuck strapped around his neck, you know. How do you
go, I'll have some performance art for you while the fucking devil shoves some coal up your ass.
As I said before, the childlike outro, but effective. How do you define bad taste? Is it like beauty? Is it in the eye of the beholder, or what?
Yeah, it kind of is. You know, it depends on what people... Some people, like, get all upset over certain words. Like, they think that... Like, girls all the time, man, when I'm talking to them, like, if I go, hey, how about you and I, like, fuck, you know? and then the girl always goes, like, I don't fuck, I make love. I make love. And I go, I don't care, whatever you want to call, as long as my dirty cock's involved, you know? I don't care. I'm not gonna get in a semantic argument. You know, you can go making a grilled cheese sandwich as long as there's a lot of me doing that
kind of. Now, what's the earliest into hitting on a woman that you've ever said, "I want to fuck you"? Like you give it a couple minutes, right?
I try to get into it pretty quick. You know?
So that trump card down. No, if you're in the game.
I don't, because I don't like. I don't ever ask them to. Would you like to have dinner? I don't really like having dinner with them, or having a drink with them, or anything like that.
No.
You know.
So that's your sort of exchange with women is.
Yeah, I say, hey, how about you and me fuck, and then they go, no. And then they go, how about we have dinner? And I go, I don't like dinner, you don't like fucking.
So it's a pretty basic thing you have with them. Kind of a basic exchange.
I'm not good with it.
Now, Norm, have you ever done anything in your long and storied career that you consider specifically to be in bad taste as you look back on it? Maybe at the time you thought it was a good play, but you look back on it and you think that was in bad taste.
Well, sometimes, like in stand-up, I'll do jokes that are like one time I was doing this thing in San Francisco, and they were all gay people in the audience. They told me, so I figured I'd
in San Francisco?
Yeah.
No.
So I figured I'd do stuff about gay people so that they could relate to it.
Yeah, it's more about. They love that.
And so I was talking about, because I went to this gay pride parade, and I saw in it there were these old men and old ladies like with these signs that said, "We are proud of our gay son," you know. And so I was saying that's an odd thing to be proud of, you know, because it's not an achievement, you know. It's not like something you work all your life to be gay or anything like that. And I just wondered. I had a hard time believing that these 50, 60-year-old men are actually bragging, you know, at work like they're, hey, Bill, you know, my kid, oh my God, we're proud of him, Johnny. He graduated from Harvard, you know, first in his class, you know what I mean? And now he's articling over at a law firm, and, oh yeah, he loves cock. You know? This kid, he can't get enough cock in his mouth, his ass, his kid's always cock. I got a picture of the boy here sucking another man's cock. I want to show it to you.
What do you do with your son?
I play with him.
You do. How old is he now?
this young man?
He's 15 years old.
15 years
You're
old.
still playing with him.
Right.
You know, it's a funny thing.
Yeah.
When he was a very young boy, you know, when he was like 3, 4, or something like that, I would play games with him. You know, like we'd play basketball or something.
Sure.
And I'd let him win.
Right.
You know. And now he can beat me at everything. And so he's like, hey, man, I always beat you at everything. I said, no, fuck, I used to let you win. You go, fuck, he doesn't believe it.
He always beat you.
Yeah, so he just thinks I'm some retard that can't beat a fucking infant. Well, it's
albeit a bad one, but nevertheless.
Just sad. It was all happening in Canada, you know.
Canada.
You know,
You can't talk about it because it happened in Canada.
No, I'm saying.
You know what happens in Canada stays in Canada. But seriously, what led to?
Hey, you want to hear a joke from my act?
Yes. I do.
He must have done something really bad.
No, it's about that whatever happened in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Go ahead. Yeah, I want to hear.
You know that fucking whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
So actually, it doesn't really stay. Like you can't. It's not like you can kill a person and then leave Vegas and everything's cool. You know what I mean? So what I did was I looked at that phrase. What it actually means is basically you can go to Vegas, fuck a prostitute, and then she will not tell your wife.
Right. That's exactly
what they're saying.
You're saying
not like those gossipy small town whores.
You're saying
back to where you come from. I'm saying back at home, they're blabbermouths.
You're saying, in other words,
they're sitting in the beauty parlor going, "Oh, you're married to Hank Johnson? I fucking shit on his face last night."
In other words,
it's a small world.
There are certain people who literally.
What did Gilbert do? I read in the computer that Gilbert said something back at Affleck or something.
Well, I don't. You know, Gilbert is not the type to apologize for anything he says, but I think it cost him a lot of money. The Affleck gig was easy. Once a year he goes in, acts like a duck, and he makes a ton of dough.
And he doesn't even have to say anything but Affleck.
Hey, you're right, Affleck. So you know, he didn't know Affleck, I guess, has 75% of their business in Japan. And they got a bit offended by what was going on. So
I did an audition for it.
Did you really?
Did you?
It seems like everyone is being auditioned
now,
for the
what
Affleck
did you do? Did you try to sound like Gilbert, or did you try to change the duck?
They said I went. I have only been on like 5 auditions in my life, and everyone's been a fucking nightmare.
You don't strike me as an auditioning kind of guy.
I'm the worst fucking ever. So I go in, and then the woman goes like, I just thought I'd have to say Affleck once.
Right, that's easy.
So she goes, listen. I want you to create a story. Like, that's what I want you to do. Like, you just think of the duck quizzical and funny, and then sarcastic, and then serious, and then sexy. And she goes, just create a story, have fun. They all say, fucking have fun with it.
No, this is my work. There's no fun here.
So then, like 3 seconds in, I'm like, I want to get the fuck out of here. I ain't gonna be the fucking duck. So she left, and then there's just me and a guy with a hat. So I said, listen, man, I'll just say Affleck and get the fuck out of here, because I only got so many fucking moments in my life.
Right. You got a life to live.
Yeah. So have you ever been in that situation? You've never have been, because you have complete freedom. But it's me, a guy with a hat. He's telling me how to say Affleck. I'm saying Affleck. I'm going, I don't have that many years left.
It dawned on you that this is actual.
This is time.
Like if a doctor told you had 3 weeks to live, you'd say, God, I'm spending too much time here.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you go to psychiatrist?
Yeah. Do you go to psychiatrist?
I went for 4 times.
I could see you'd be difficult.
I started making up shit.
Right.
And it was like
routines. Did you feel
not
you had to be
routines, but I'd exaggerate things, and then I go, well, no, it wasn't that bad.
So it was hard for you to take yourself seriously in therapy.
The first time I went was here in New York, man. I went to a fucking apartment. It was in an apartment.
Is this during Saturday Night Live years?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was fucking addicted to gambling and shit, so that's why I went. But anyways, I go to this.
You're not addicted anymore to that?
You went and got cured?
I got cured.
Yeah, look at him. He's cured. He's only gambling $100,000 a hand now.
So the lady. So it's a lady. It was a lady.
Yeah.
A lady psychiatrist.
Yes.
Attractive?
No.
Thank God.
Man. It was
You're
like
such a seductress. I could see you.
Like the things at the bottom of the fish tank?
Yeah.
Like
the
that.
sucking fish?
Yeah, she looked like that. But she was a nice lady.
Like a flounder.
And smart from the universities and shit, right?
Right. Did someone recommend you? Someone from Lorne Michaels say this
Somebody
is...
said go to this lady. So I go in, right? And I never been to no psychiatrist. So she starts asking me questions. And I'm making little jokes and shit, right? Everything she's asking. So she says, enough with the fucking jokes. What's that shit, right? Don't do jokes.
Right, take it seriously.
You're talking about your father and stuff, and you're making jokes.
Right.
Like, say really what it is. So I go, I never did that in my life, right? So I'm like, all right. So then I'm talking. So then cut to fucking 25 minutes later, tears streaming down my eyes. I'm fucking like a fucking little fag baby, right? I don't know if babies are fags. I don't know. But I'm crying and shit, right? And then she's like, okay, time's up. Beat it. Yeah. So I'm like, whoa. I go, no, please. I go, I'll pay you more. Just I have to stay here, right? And she's like, there's another lady. Get out, So I'm like, ah. So then I walk out in the cold New York, with the hot dog vendors. They don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah.
Tears. And I go through Central Park shaking. And here's a story about Rodney, man. He was fucking guy. Kept doing coke and shit, even when you get scared at some point. You stop doing drugs.
Yeah.
Right.
Most humans.
Not him.
This fucker, 80, whatever he was, doing all kinds of shit. Saga told me the story, right? So he's in the hospital, and he's got a fucking brain tumor that's going to cause a heart attack. All this crazy shit, right?
Right.
So everybody's worried about him. Just leaves the hospital 2 days later, right?
Walks out on his own.
Yeah, so he's in the comedy store with 2 hookers, and he's waiting for Ron Jeremy to show up.
Oh my goodness!
So this is 2 days later.
Yeah.
So Saget told me he walked in, he was like completely shocked. He said, "Rodney, how you doing, man? Well, what's going on?" He goes, "How are you doing?" And Rodney goes, "How am I doing?" He goes, "I'm sitting here with 2 whores waiting for a guy who can suck his own dick. How you doing?"
Still very quick.
Yeah.
He was a genuine character. I know guys who went into meetings with him about a movie.
Yeah.
He'd show up late in a bathrobe with his balls hanging out. And like legendary stories of it. You talk about not giving a fuck. You worship that. You want to be that guy who doesn't give a fuck, right?
I met Rodney, man, when I was fucking. I made the worst mistake ever, which I was in the fucking hotel, and I loved Rodney and shit. I didn't know him. And I was coming down in the casino. I was coming down the fucking elevator, and Rodney was in the elevator. I'm like, oh my God, it's Rodney. I gotta say something to him. So anyways, I'd worked on some stupid fucking thing with this director who said he worked with Rodney.
Yeah.
So I used that as a thing, right? So I go, hey, Rodney. I go, we have a common friend. He goes, who's that? I go, Paul Johnson. He goes, that cocksucker. He goes, that fucker's no friend. And there's a full elevator. That fucker's no friend of mine. You tell him he can suck my dick. I'm like, oh, I'm not his friend. I'm not his friend.
And you hear these stories that Rodney was sort of a bitter guy because he made it late in life and all that. But yet he was a sweet guy because
he helped everybody.
I mean, he did something for me that I'll never forget. Like I appeared on the Tonight Show with Jay Leno back when I would work with that scumbag.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking. He's a great guy. Anyway, I went on the Tonight Show and Rodney called me at my house. Now I didn't know Rodney. He just says, "Hey, Howard, I just want to tell you, when I used to do shows, no one ever called me. No one ever said I did good. I knew what you were doing up there. You were great. You were doing a great job."
Cool.
And I was like, wow, Rodney Dangerous. I mean, because he's the guy. If he thinks you did okay, I must have done okay.
Yeah.
So what a tremendous, nice thing to do for somebody.
Unbelievable. Well, I met him on Saturday Night Live because he came and did, when I did Update, he came and did some jokes on his 75th birthday. So we have to do dress first at 8:30 and then at 11:30 the show,
Right.
So he comes and he's like, "Hey, Norm, I got to fucking talk to you, So I go in and I'm like, "Mr. Dangerfield, it's great to meet you." That's the first time I ever met him. He goes, "Listen, man." He goes, "What the fuck, man? Why am I doing it at 8:30? I know my fucking jokes. I'll just come back at 11:30. I go, "I don't know how it works, Rodney. You got to do it." He goes, "God damn." He goes, "Let me tell you something, kid." This was his advice to me.
Kid.
He goes, "Let me tell you something, kid." He goes, "This fucking TV shit, He goes, "This waiting around all the fucking time. It's a bunch of all shit. It's shit." He goes, "It's the same with fucking movies, You're in the movie, and then you're in the fucking trailer all the time. That's all you're doing is fucking jerking off in the trailer, He goes, "It's all shit, kid." He goes, "Remember this and remember it. Remember it forever. Stand up, man. That's all there is. Stand up."
And he meant it.
Then there's a fucking 5-minute pause. He's looking me right in the eyes. He goes, "Stand up, shit."
He forgot. It's all shit.
Okay, well.
A negative guy. Yeah.
I'll tell you the time I went to fucking, this guy Milos Forman.
Yeah, he's a big director.
So he saw me on Saturday Night Live, so he got the idea I was smart.
I always thought that.
Everybody always thought that.
Because I'm reading the news and shit like that. So he's come to we go out to eat at Nobu and shit, right? And so I go with him. So it's me, him, and two guys from two foreigners.
Right.
And so these guys know everything, And so they're like, "What about the situation in the Balkans or something like that?"
Yeah, you're the newsman.
Yeah, so I'm just sitting there like a retard. They know everything, right?
Right. They're concerned.
Yeah.
Right.
So he thought, and I just kind of play along like by repeating what they'd said 3 sentences ago.
Right, yeah.
And so anyways, he goes, "I put you in the movie, man. I need a guy to..." And he was going to give me a big part.
Right.
So I was like, no, don't do that. Like, I can't act. And he's like, don't worry about it. I go, "Seriously, Milos, I don't want you to give me a big part." So he's like, "What do you want?" I go, "Just give me a small part. That'd be cool." So he made me a reporter, right, in this People versus Larry Flint.
Right,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. I played one of the people.
Right.
So
originally, I think it sounds like you were about to be Larry Flint. Right.
Oh my God.
Bam, Larry Flint.
I have stories about that fucker
Right.
too.
Yeah.
But we go to we do the movie, right? And I'm a reporter, So he goes, "You drive up and get out of the car and run in." I go, "Well, I can't drive." He goes, "Oh." So he goes, "Okay, a cab will drive you." So it doesn't make sense. Like a reporter's in a cab. So I get to so we do the scene. It's me and Larry Flint, and me and Woody Harrelson.
Yeah.
So. He has all these cameras. He goes, "Okay," he goes, "You don't have to worry too much about the script. Just, he's a really cool guy." And he goes, "Just whenever you're ready, do it, So then, anyways, Woody Harrelson's really cool. And fucking actors, man, when they're really good, it's like something different.
Right.
And because I'm just waiting for the other fucker to stop talking and hope to God I remember
You're
my
not even
line.
paying attention.
No, I'm just hoping to remember my words. So anyways, fucking what's his name? Woody Harrelson asked me if I want a beer,
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "You want a beer?" I go, "No, it's cool. I don't drink, He goes, "You don't want a beer?" I go, "No, I don't drink, but thanks, man." And then I go, "You drink? Like, I thought you just smoked weed and all that shit." And then all of a sudden, Milos Forman goes, "Cut! What the fuck is going on?" Like we were in the movie.
You didn't know.
No.
You thought he was talking to you.
Because he was looking at me and talking like a regular person.
Oy vey.
There was nothing fake about it.
You got caught up in the movie.
He was such a good actor.
You said you'd rather play Frogger than have sex.
Oh yeah, well you have to know Frogger, it's a game. It's an arcade game where a little frog has to go across the river.
Yeah.
And they have like little logs that he has to, and sometimes the log's a crocodile and tries to eat him.
You're like totally into that?
Yeah, well, I like a lot of things better than sex. I don't care for sex that much.
See, that's the thing with me, too, because I'm totally bored. I don't have any, what's the matter?
Yeah. It hasn't, like, gotten better over the centuries, you know? It's always the same thing. It's very, like, I had sex when I was a young man, and then I had it for a while, and then I realized it's kind of always the same thing, you know? There's only a few things you can do. You can go like this and then over, you know what I mean? You go, I'll do this for a while, and then...
Do you think that we're being drugged by the government to lose interest in sex?
Oh, no, I just think it's a thing that... like, you know, when people go, hey, you know, that guy's he's good in bed, you know? And to me, like, how hard is it? You know? It's not like if you're good in badminton or something, you know, that's a hard thing, badminton. You gotta, and Frogger, you know? But sex, you can figure it out in like 10 minutes, you know?
Yeah, and like goats do it and stuff. You know, like goats and pigs and stuff all do it, so how special can it be?
Exactly. Show me a goat that can get past the 3rd level of frog.
That's right, Nora. That's right.
The writers write it, and then you say it, so then if it's not funny, the audience hates you, you know?
Right, that's exactly why you have to be so mean to writers.
Right. Like the audience is going to watch the Roseanne show and go, oh, that dirty Bruce Rasmussen, he's not funny at all. Right?
They don't get that. Yeah. The writers don't get that. It's your ass out there. They go like, no, it is funny. I'd be like, I don't think it's funny.
Yeah.
Well, I wrote it, and I say it's funny. Well, then you go out there and say it. They want they kind of want a robot that'll just say anything.
Yeah, but they're good people, the writers, you know. I have to go back and talk to them after the show.
Yeah, remember when I used to make y'all wear numbers?
Yeah. Yeah, Roseanne made us all wear numbers on our shirts so she wouldn't have to speak to us as human beings. So, you know, she'd say, hey, just number 9. And actually, we have some writers on this show that worked at Roseanne, your show.
Yeah, so...
We have 3 and 8.
Are they any good? I remember those guys. Are they any good now?
Oh, yeah, they're great. They're great.
So...
Yeah.
I know that the guy that used to write the, what do you call it, in Hustler magazine...
What?
He used to write the jokes, the captions under the comics in Hustler magazine.
Where is he?
He's the one that created your show.
He is?
He's the most talented. Yeah, he's the most talented of all of them. He also did Drew Carey. He's the most talented number I ever had on that show.
Yeah.
And I wish him the best.
Yeah,
and
he's Bruce Halford. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, he started out at Hustler magazine.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Those things were hysterical. He never told me that. You mean like the really dirty cartoons with the blood and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they have those captions. They were funny.
Yeah, they're hilarious.
That one time I had a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Like, and because they told me I should go see a psychiatrist. I didn't want to go see one or anything like that. But so I go to see this dude, the psychiatrist, and I'm talking to the guy, and I couldn't think of any problems or anything that I had. You know, I was just like, guy I'm working with is kind of a troublemaker, you know, and the boss is always... So I'm just like, I had nothing to say, and the guy's like sitting there, you know. So then I go to the guy twice, right? And then I'm reading the paper, the guy kills himself.
Really?
Yeah, he killed himself. And then I was reading his horrible life, like he was on all these drugs, and he was one of those guys that like to hang themselves there to have sex, and all this weird stuff. Anyway.
Oh, my God!
Yeah. And then I just kept thinking, good God, like the last week of his life, he was listening to my boring problems, you know? He's all troubled, and I'm going, anyways, the guy, you know, I don't think he respects me, my boss, you know?
That's kind of, did like that, how deeply did that frighten you? When you read it in the paper that he killed himself.
Yeah, I don't like hearing about guys killing themselves.
That's really scary, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially a psychiatrist, you figure they got it all going on in their head, right?
Yeah. And then, like, when you find out they're crazier than you.
Yeah. I don't like that. Because I don't like those psychiatrists, too. I'm always afraid, like, that, you know, they get you under their spell there.
Yeah,
and then,
they do.
And then you don't have anybody else. You only trust the guy.
Yeah.
And then, of course, first thing he does has sex with you.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah, the first, it's like a cult. It's a horrifying cult, I think.
Same with hypnotists. Like, I always think if a hypnotist is going to hypnotize you,
Yeah.
he should say right before, I promise I will not have sex with you, you know, while you're under, because, you know, I want to give up smoking, but at the same time. I brought some pizza.
Oh, boy. Oh, I love this pizza.
Yeah, it's pizza.
Very pizza. Oh, my God, look it.
It's kosher pizza.
It's so good, too.
Because you're Jewish.
That's right. I just want to be able to eat pepperoni that's made out of veal or something. I love that.
You'll go to hell.
What, if I eat pepperoni with pork?
Yeah, because you're Jewish.
Will that make me go to hell?
Yeah, isn't that the whole idea?
Go to hell?
You know, I'm Christian. I can eat any kind of pizza and not go to hell.
For eating it either.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't go to hell.
Well, they don't specifically mention pizza in the Old Testament, but it's,
But they do mention pepperoni.
Yeah. This pizza
But
here...
it doesn't say you'll go to hell. It just says, you never know where, you know.
You might want to avoid this piece. Actually has hooves on it. You want to eat that. And I said, listen, man, because I kept hearing these things about how old people always have sex.
Yeah.
So I said to my grandmother, grandfather, you still have sex with my grandmother? He was like, good Lord, no. And then he was explaining it to me. He was like, because in his own head, he thinks he's like a young dude.
Yeah.
You know? And so... He says, like, when you get old, it's not like all of a sudden your taste change where you go, hey, that wrinkly old lady looks good.
He told you that?
Yeah.
Wow. He said that people still look good when they're in their 20s to, like, real old guys?
Yeah, yeah. Because he said whenever he looked in the mirror, he was always shocked because he thought he was like a doughboy back in the First World War, you know? He thought he was a handsome dude, and even if he did know he was ugly, he still... was not attracted to the old bags.
Norm Macdonald is on the Adam Carolla Show.
Great to see you, Norm.
Hey, Adam. Hey,
Teresa.
Hi, Norm. How you doing?
Norm's going to be at the Bray Improv tomorrow. That is Thursday through Sunday. 2 shows on Friday and Saturday. Feels like a tall order for Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. It's gonna be a donkey ride to heaven.
I'm sure it will be. Hey, Norm, I don't know if you can remember this story, but somebody, I think, told it to me about you gambling, coming in late, and calling for a wake-up call that was probably just a few minutes after you went to bed. Do you remember that story?
Yes.
How did that story go? I remember laughing hysterically, but I don't remember all the details.
It was back when I was drinking, and I was really drinking a lot. And I was gambling and everything, and then I went up to the room, and I said, I phoned down to the... I'm trying to remember. I phoned back down to the front desk, and I said, listen, give me a wake-up call for 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, it's 5 to 6. And I said, I better let you go. You'll be dialing soon.
Norm, it's like Ty Pennington got to your head and made you over. The last time I saw you, you had a gray beard.
Oh, yeah.
You really...
Why did you say I was sober? I don't drink.
Wow. You don't drink?
I don't drink and I don't do drugs, but it's an odd thing.
Really?
Yeah, I don't do anything.
Hold on,
You've never been a drinker?
Oh, I have in the past when I was a young boy, but I get scared, like, when you're young, do anything, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you don't think you're going to die, so when I was young, people just hand me pills, I'd eat them, and then I got older, and I was like, God damn, man, I'm going to die, I'm not going to do nothing.
Right.
So,
but you still gamble. That's a vice, right?
It's a vice, but it's not life-threatening in any way.
Right, unless your bookie kills you.
Right. It's quality of life threatening, arguably.
I'll tell you something, bookies don't really kill you.
They don't. They want their money back.
They want to make a deal.
Norm,
I had a bookie take all my money, and because I won so much, and then my buddy's like, oh, man, you got to break his leg and stuff, right? And I'm like, what? I'm already out all this money. I'm not going to...
Yeah, you won a bet. What was it, like $100,000 or something?
Yeah,
and
it
just didn't pay off.
Now, what were you betting on? Were you betting on football? What was
football mostly, yeah. But it became crazy where it was like basketball every single day.
So, Norm, you have not had a drink in how long?
Well, first of all, I'm not an alcoholic.
Mm-hmm. That's
so I don't count
the first thing alcoholics say.
No, alcoholics count the days. They know how long it's been.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes I'll go to a party, a guy will go, hey, what do you want to drink? I go, just give me a water. And then they'll go, are you alcoholic? And I'm like, no, man, you're the guys that are drinking.
Right.
You know, I want a water. And they go, oh, yeah, no, we understand.
So you don't...
All right, I'll drink.
So you don't...
I'll get drunk out of my mind and barf all over myself if it'll take away the stigma of being an alcoholic. But I knew a friend, man, that some guys can get any women they want, you know? And I'm sure you know the type, you know. It's not like they're incredibly handsome or anything, but just somehow they have something about them. And my buddy Bill,
yeah,
this guy could get any lady. I'm telling you, literally had sex with a different woman every night. I asked him, I said, what's your secret, you know? He said, I'm a serial rapist. Stop.
Did you say that on The View the other day when you were on The View?
I didn't go on The View. They don't want me on there.
I thought you were on The View.
No, they don't like me anymore.
Why won't they have you?
Well, one time they wanted me to go on The View, right? So I was like up all night, like for a long time, because I was in my gambling days and stuff like that. And so the guy kept phoning me, the producer of The View, you know?
Yeah,
and,
Bill Geddes.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah. And so he kept having ideas, like funny ideas I could do, you know?
Right.
Like they have those guys. You know?
Right.
So
here's a funny idea. Let's not talk about rape. Like ideas like that.
Is that bad?
No, it's fine with me. It's just funny. It strikes me with Norm and with me sometimes. You talk to producers about funny ideas maybe you shouldn't be doing.
Oh,
more do-nots than do's.
Yeah, they do that. They go, hey, don't swear on The View like you're going to swear. Like
right.
That retarded.
Here's an idea for your segment. Don't use the N-word.
Yeah.
Well, what happened? How did you end up offending?
So anyways, the guy kept following me with these crazy ideas. He'd go like, hey, why don't you come out with like a red wig on? And I'm like, why would I do that? And he goes, the gals are teasing Barbara about her new hair tint. I'm like, yeah, that seems all right. Because I'm trying to be nice. I have a hard time saying no, you know. So yeah, maybe. He goes, and then so finally I go, I'll think of something, you know. So and I'm at a poker table the whole time talking to him, and, you know, because I used to play for like 70 hours straight. And so he keeps phone. He's like, I got it, man. He's like, you carry out a cell phone onto the show, right? And then he goes, halfway during the show, your cell phone rings, you know, and it's your agent Morty, you know. So you pick it up, you're like, hey, man, I'm on The View. This is no time to talk here, Morty. You know, he goes, Morty's not on the line. You just pretend, you know. Right. And, this is a terrible time, Morty. I'm on the TV, you know. So I go, oh, yeah, that sounds good, you know, with no intention of really doing it.
Right. Now, what time did you go to bed that night?
I didn't go to bed. So I'm driving to the stupid View, right? And I go, I had this story about Cosby. So I go, I'll do that story about meeting Bill Cosby, you know. So I show up and they put makeup on. I go, what are you going to talk about? I go, I'm cool, man. Just tell them, do you ever meet Bill Cosby? So as I'm walking in, the producer, unbeknownst to me, slips the cell phone in, you know. He goes, remember our bit? And I go, yeah.
You got out of the red wig, though.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have to do that. This is got to be a long story. But what happened was,
it's good, though.
I went on to The View. And, you know, they're supposed to just talk to you. Now, this was when, this was a long time, but this was when President Bush was, he wasn't the president, he was running for the presidency. Right?
Right.
So I don't know nothing about politics.
Right.
But Ben Stein had called me, and he said that, you know Ben Stein? So, you know, like, when Clinton came, like, there was like 10,000, like, Streisand and Schwarzenegger, everybody, you know, showed up. And then when Bush showed up, it was just me and Ben Stein.
He used to be a speechwriter for Nixon.
Yeah. That is a very sobering homecoming for Bush. Just Norm Macdonald and Ben Stein at the airport.
Good God. I got to talk to him for a half hour in the Air Force One. Anyway,
wow.
The story is I go on The View, and as soon as I get on The View, I'm all tired and everything. I'm like, all right, ladies, what's going on in the news? Bill Cosby? What's going on? And so all of a sudden, they show a picture of me standing next to George Bush, who's running for presidency, and they go, hey, check this out. Whoa, Norm, like, you know, as if it was a picture of Kurt Waldheim standing beside Hitler in the woods or something, you know? And I'm like, they're like, what's this all about? You know, like I'm crazy.
Right.
And I go, I don't know. So just to get on their nerves, I go, well, it's better than that last guy, Clinton. He murdered a guy. And so then Barbara Walters like went all crazy, and she's like, what did you say, young man, you know? And I'm like, oh, I thought it was a matter of public record. Like, I just try to get more. I go, didn't he murder a guy? I heard he murdered that Vince Foster guy, and they pretended it was a suicide or something. And I'm like, isn't that a matter of public record? She's like, listen, you're treading on thin ice, mister. He should come out and call me mister. And I'm like, no, I thought he murdered a guy. I said it about 6 times, you know. So, and she's like, what about Bill Cosby?
To be fair to her, she thought you were Tim Meadows. To be fair to her.
So anyways, and so the whole audience is all in shock and awe and everything. They don't know how to react to this, all craziness. And all of a sudden, like, my cell phone rings, right?
You got the bit, yeah.
The bit. Morty's on the phone.
I forgot about it. It was coming from the speakers. I didn't know what it was like that. And so then it occurred to me, and I pulled out the cell phone. I'm like, hey, Morty, hey, this is a terrible time to call, right? So then Barbara Walters goes, what are you doing, you know? And I go, I don't know. So that retard in the back told me to pretend that Morty was calling. And then she goes, she just stared at me for like 3 seconds. She goes, you are one piece of work, mister. Wow. And that was the end of that.
She just said it was Vince Foster calling from the beyond.
It's calling from hell. Says he'll see you soon. Norm's got a new CD out called Ridiculous. Norm, when we left off, we were talking about Bill Cosby and you never getting to tell your Bill Cosby story on The View, but you can certainly tell it here.
Oh, Bill Cosby? Well, I opened for Bill Cosby, and I was really excited, you know, because I'm a comedian, and he was like the first comedian I ever heard and everything, and I still love him, you know. And so I was real excited and everything, and and we're performing, oh my Lord, it was like an entire football field, right?
Well, where is it?
It was LSU. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, it was Tulsa. It doesn't matter.
Right. You didn't have to correct yourself.
And so I get there, and it's an entire football field in a little tiny stage, and I have no way of knowing how to, you know. So I'm like, you know, anyone have an answering machine? And then they're just talking to each other.
Right.
Know? I have no idea of how to talk to this many people, you know, so they completely ignore me for the whole thing. But, you know, they don't hate me or anything. They just don't notice me.
They're ambivalent.
So I'm like, how on earth, you know? So I was interested in seeing how Bill Cosby would do it. So Bill Cosby lands in a helicopter like 10 minutes before, and he's wearing a sweatshirt, and I'm in a suit and everything, you know? And he says, why are you wearing the suit? I said, oh, Bill Cosby. He goes, college. He talks like just in words. He doesn't use He goes, college sweatshirt. And I'm like, okay.
Doing a Mad Lib.
Yeah. So he gets up, and so he's a guy's a genius. Just stand beside the lady. He's not nervous at all, of course, you know. He says, anything going on in the school? She says, next week we play LSU, you know, we're Tulsa. He goes, it's okay, fine. And then they introduce me, walks out, and he goes, Tulsa! And everybody screams, right? And then he goes, LSU! And everybody boos. And then he goes, Tulsa! And everybody screams louder. And he goes, LSU! Exactly. So he says it about 5 times, every time slower. And now they're going up and down like they're in a lather, you know?
Right.
And then he goes, next week I will be performing LSU, and I'll be doing that bit backwards. They all laugh. That is amazing. But anyways, afterwards, so I talked to him, and I go, oh, man, you're the best. You know, I listened to you as a kid and everything with my dad, like, was racist. But he loved you know. And I
it's the ultimate compliment.
It is. It tempered, like, his racism and stuff.
Yeah, it's like telling a cow that your mom's vegan, but was willing to eat just you.
Cow.
Yes. That's how much she loves you.
Yeah, if you want to compare an African-American to a cow. That would be a good analogy.
Well, you don't want to pick another animal, one that may climb a tree and eat bananas.
This is getting ugly. Let's.
All right, Norm, come on, reel it in.
So Cosby says to me, so I said, yeah, my dad loves you. He goes, where does your dad live? I go, Ottawa. So he turns to his agent, whatever guy who was with him. He goes, Fred, am I not doing Ottawa? So he looks on his thing, and he says, oh, yes, so Mr. Cosby, you're doing Ottawa in August. And he goes, give me the man's father. He says, so now I'll get your father front row seat afterward. He'll come back to and talk with me, and I'll treat the man well. And I was like, oh, man, that's great. So he goes, give me a pen. The man needs a pen and a paper. Write down the phone number. And so I'm getting a pen and paper, and I realize my dad's dead, right? He's been dead like 10 years.
Well, 666 would be the area code.
He's a VIP.
Sorry, buddy.
So I go, oh, man, I don't want to now say my dad's dead and bring the whole conversation down.
Right, sure.
So I just write down 9 numbers, Is it 9, 10? I know
you gave him a fake number for your dad.
He's a mathematical genius. Norm Macdonald, everybody.
I know the area code of where my dad lived. So anyways, I go, here you go. He'll enjoy it. He's alive, The guy
he probably shouldn't have hit alive so hard.
Yeah, that's a tell.
So then, amazingly enough, first of all, this shows you how powerful people can find anybody, right? I was doing this. I was in this lame thing on the Drew Carey show, and as a little guest star, And the stage manager runs up. She goes, Bill Cosby's on the phone.
What? He tracked you down.
Yeah, he can find anybody.
How long after you'd seen him on the field at Tulsa?
3 months later. So I get on the phone, and it's Bill Cosby. He's like, I found the number. The man is not, it's different than the father. The man is different. And I phoned twice I phoned the same man. And so I'm like, keep lying. I go, I'm sure that's his number. I don't know what to do.
Norm, couldn't he have died in the interim? You could have said he just died.
Oh, man, that's
savvy.
That's fast. That was fast.
The more you know.
Proud to lie to Bill Cosby.
So anyways, I did actually tell that story, and I was at Saturday Night Live. I told that story on a talk show, and the next day, man, I went into my office at Saturday Night Live, and there was about 600, flowers, whole big things of flowers. The office was, packed with flowers. It was so, crazy. And finally, on one of the little flowers, there was a little note, and it said, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but your father has long since died, Bill Cosby.
Wow.
So he was funny. He went to all that trouble to make a joke.
Wow, what a guy.
Seems like a great guy.
Sweet, man.
Well, I'd be a bad pimp. You be my girl.
All right.
You two be my girls.
Yeah. All right.
I'll be a pimp. Okay, listen, girls, I got to talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Hey, Sir Magic Norm.
Listen, I don't you guys have had attitude against me.
Well, I just feel like you've been taking a lot of our money.
A lot of you have not been paying me.
What?
Huh? You know I have the knife. I know you guys have never seen it. But I'm the ones that found you at the bus stop and let you sleep on my couch.
Yeah, that wasn't much of an upgrade. Especially with your constant raping.
Futon.
Yeah.
Listen,
I haven't had a good night of
that was
sleep.
part of the deal. I thought that was the unspoken. But anyways, I want some of the money. Look, it doesn't have to be 90-10.
I don't know.
I understand the 90-10 was a little usurious on my part. But have a 50-50. You get to sleep here.
Cheryl, what do you think? I don't think so.
I don't know.
I really have a knife.
The cost of living for prostitutes
I'm starting to think you guys don't believe I have the knife.
I haven't seen your knife.
But you've heard stories.
Well, only from you.
That I cut that girl? That's a true story. I wasn't making that up.
I talked to Cindy.
Oh, you know you met Cindy?
Yeah, she said
she's a liar.
She said you never cut her.
She's a liar.
She got in a car accident. That's where the scar came from.
Yeah, she said you talked about the knife all the time, but she never saw the knife.
I could buy a knife.
That's what she said you said to her.
Yeah, I could buy a knife easy. I know people.
Oh, well, now you got to buy a knife?
I know people.
Hold on. You said you had a knife. You have a knife, but it's in a catalog?
I know people that could get me a knife illegally.
Well,
that couldn't even be traced. I'd stab you.
But it's like me saying I have a swimming pool, but it's at someone else's condo.
What, you used to be afraid of me.
I'm not. Well, you don't even have a knife. You just said you could buy a knife.
You used to be so afraid of me when I threatened you.
You said you'd beat me with a car antenna, but you don't even have a car. You drive a Geo Metro. That's not a pimp car.
You want to go to a bad guy?
I thought you were badass.
I've never hurt you.
But listen,
I've protected you from everybody.
Stepfather beat me, and
I've protected you. Haven't I protected you? Except for the two times. Except for the 2 times.
All right.
And those guys were big.
All right, but you promised to beat me, and that's why I was attracted to you, because of the history I have with my stepfather.
I know.
And the physical abuse.
I get uncomfortable, but I push you.
Yeah,
I don't treat
pushing.
you nice.
You pulling lint off my sweater's not a push.
I said the other night that your lasagna was undercooked.
Yeah, I know, but so I gave you, and then that's because I gave you a middle piece. When I gave you an end piece, you said it was delectable.
And that thing you do where you lick your
true.
finger to wipe the stains off our faces, we don't like that.
Yeah, we don't like the smudge thing.
I've become too close.
Look, we didn't get into this not to be beaten or threatened or to keep 90% of our booty.
How often do I mention the knife?
All right, and you reminding us to use condoms and to say thank you.
Mm-hmm. And you telling us we don't have to do what we don't want to do?
Yeah.
It's not helping our business.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to do any of this stuff. Listen, unless the guy's big, I'll protect you guys. If I can take the guy.
Remember
You
when
know
you
what I mean?
invited us
I'm
to
not going to
stay
stab a
with
guy.
your knife?
I'm not going to stab. No, I'm not going to stab a guy.
Well, you invited us to stay
you know what I mean?
at your.
Sometimes he's just doing weird stuff, but it's not that weird.
But let me say this: you working out of your mom's house is awkward for both of us. Okay.
Yeah.
And sure, she's a delight, and she makes a great
And
rum
nobody's
pudding.
mentioned anything, right? This is a complete secret.
Well, your mom, I mean, look, let's, first off, you wearing Dockers and flip-flops is no outfit for a pimp. We're going to have to get you, like, made over. You drive a Geo Metro. You keep threatening your pimp hand, but you never laid a hand on either one of us. You're not verbally abusive. You're not physically abusive. I laid, by the way, the first 2 nights I spent on your mom's sofa. I slept with no underpants on, presenting. I wasn't raped once. You came by 2 times. You offered me milk when you went to the kitchen, and then another time you offered me postum. I don't even know what that is. You're just a bad pimp. Thank you.
The bad
pimp. And scene.
You know, Zuckerberg says he's only eating his own meat that he kills now. Have you read that?
With his bare hands.
Yeah.
Zuckerberg?
The kid's a monster.
He tries to do one thing to alter his modern lifestyle every year. And this year he says he's only going to eat meat that he's actually killed. And I was wondering, what are you adhering to
I'm a
lately?
vegetarian, a strict vegetarian.
No. Have you done that?
Well, I eat chicken.
Well, it's not all that
That's not
strict.
vegetarian. That's
I'm not. I said I'm not strict. I eat chicken and
steaks.
beef. Pork. I ate raw game. Did you ever eat? It's not
Here we go.
dead yet.
No, you're
And
over
you
there.
eat it, and as you're eating it, their death throes are making you hungry.
There's nothing.
That's better than a soybean.
Yeah, you're right.
Which sounds better, that or soybean?
Listen, some of the best meals I've had is that Mongolian thing over at Dahmer's on Wednesday night. Literally, we ate a Mongolian.
Did I tell you I ate a live fish in real life?
No.
Yeah, I was at a sushi restaurant, and the guy's like Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go, I eat just sashimi, like raw fish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't eat with rice or anything like that.
Yeah.
Am I trying to impress him? So he goes, eat raw, you eat live fish? I go, yeah. Even though I don't. And he goes,
Never think he's going to call you on it.
yeah, and I go, plus it sounds kind of cool. Mm-hmm. And he goes, I get you live fish. I go, thanks, man. Like I was an inside guy, and then he brought out a fish and hit it and knocked it out and put it on a stick. It was live. And that clears out a sushi bar. A lot of people, the girl I was in was barfing in a bathroom. And the only people interested was the guy, the Japanese sociopath guy. And all the Mexican help, they were all like looking like I'd eat it. And so I had to cut it, and then they leave the fish that's on the skeleton that looks like the one Sylvester found on a garbage thing. Mm-hmm. To move. It's moving and like a dead bobblehead, and you had to put water in its mouth to keep it alive so you could watch it die as you ate. It was a nice meal.
Jesus, I'm living such a pale life compared. I mean,
But anyways, here I am, a young lad auditioning for the Joan Rivers show when it was on.
Yeah.
It's the first time I ever came to the United States. Me and Howard Busgang.
Yeah.
And so me and Howard Busgang and Mario Cantone, Joan Rivers likes us all, you know. So we're at the Hyatt Regency, which is across from the Comedy Store, where we auditioned for Joan Rivers.
Yeah.
And it's me and Howard Busgang are in the room, you know, and Howard Busgang smoked marijuana at the time, you know.
Sure.
I don't.
Yeah.
You know? But he smoked marijuana, and I was watching.
Yeah.
And so I said, Howard, man, it's weird. You're just smoking marijuana all by yourself. Why don't you invite old Mario Cantone over, right? So he phones Mario Cantone's room. Mario Cantone goes, yeah, I'll come over. So he comes over like a minute later, all red-faced with his lover, right?
Yeah, okay.
Who's
yeah,
also
sure.
red-faced. They're
Yeah.
drenched in sweat.
Okay, yeah. They've just been
Yeah,
fornicating.
Yeah, they've been fornicating.
Yeah.
And so they're like, yeah, we'll take some. So they take a quick, smoke this joint so that they'll enhance their orgasm later, right?
Right, sure, okay.
Then they give it back to poor Howard Busgang. And he's sitting there with this joint that has God knows what on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, yeah.
Yeah, so Howard Busgang, in an effort to be politically correct, even though they're gone,
Yeah.
Smokes the joint and gets full-blown AIDS. No. No, I just made up that last part. No, Howard Busgang's a great guy. He's doing a show right now.
Wow, yeah.
In Canada.
Well, it's why are we talking about me here?
If I asked you, Tom, would you give me $1 million if I cut off your leg? What would you say?
Wait, say that again.
If I offered you $1 million to cut off your leg, would you accept?
You offered me $1 million
to cut off your right leg?
No, I would not accept that.
If I offered you $1 million to cut off your left leg, would you accept?
No, but
what about if I offered you $1 million to cut off both of your arms?
No.
Would you
absolutely.
accept? You
No.
would not accept?
No.
So you're admitting to me that your arms and legs are worth more than $3 million. Then treat them like that. Treat them like that, for God's sakes. Treat them like that.
I would get $1 million each for each limb?
No.
Oh, because I would take that. I'd take $3 million for 2 arms and a leg. I'd do that. I'd take $3 million for 2 arms and a leg, but not $1 million for 1 leg. No, I could use $3 million. I'd sit around and watch TV all day. Tap my fingers on my one good hand. I'd have the remote, right? Yeah. No, I don't.
You lose your cock too.
Yeah. What? How much for chopping the cock off? You never mentioned that.
That was implied.
I actually have questions here. I actually have some questions.
Oh, you got some questions?
Yeah,
I said no questions.
Really?
No. This is what I saw after the trial. This is how stupid jurors are. After the OJ trial, I see this big fat woman that was on there. Because you tend to think of jurors as wise or something. I don't know why, but you tend to think of them as wise people, jurors.
Right.
But afterwards, they interviewed this one woman that was a juror, big fat woman. Doesn't have anything to do with anything. I
Right.
guess. Her weight, but she was huge.
Right.
And so
she was smart. She probably would have known to not eat so many cheeseburgers.
Exactly. So this fat pig. No. So they're interviewing her, and they're asking her about the blood evidence because Darden talked about the blood evidence for 6 straight days.
Yeah.
He introduced all this blood evidence that showed that, it was 1 trillion to 1 that it wasn't OJ. So they say, well, say this woman, they say, wait, what about the blood evidence? Yeah. So she goes, everybody got blood. She goes, if it don't fit, you must quit.
Yep.
She remembered the rhyme.
Sure, the rhyming was what did it, I think.
A guy was telling me that Do you know the lawyer Jerry Spence? Are you familiar with that lawyer? He's from Colorado, and he wears a cowboy hat.
Cowboy hats all the time.
Fringe. He wears fringe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently, in the closing arguments, you can say anything. You know, you're not bound by anything. So, I know this guy who worked at a law firm, and he said every time Jerry Spence would be the defense, you know, he'd always get everybody off. And this is what he'd do. He'd say, no matter what the facts of the case were, he'd say, he'd talk about the case, and he'd go, "That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, before I go, I'd like to tell you a story." And then the prosecution would go, "Objection!" Then the judge would go, "Let him tell the fucking story." So then he'd tell the story, and this was the story. He would go, "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to tell you a story about a young boy, a precocious young boy, that went up to a very wise old man. And the boy held in his hand a bird. And he said to the wise old man, he said, 'You are the wisest man that I know. I have a bird in my hand, and I'm going to give you a puzzle. If you say A, you can say A or you can say B. If you say A, I will let the bird go, or I will crush the bird. If you say B, I will let the bird go, or I will crush the bird. What do you say, old man? A or B?' And the old man thought about it, and the old man looked at the boy, and he said, 'Son, the bird is in your hands. Ladies and gentlemen, the bird is in your hands.'" And he said, like 20 minutes later, they come back, "Innocent!"
Sort of like a multi-purpose closing comment.
Yeah, it worked for everything.
Works every time.
Yeah.
That's good.
And so then
It's a
the woman
formula.
that drowned her 14 children should get off because of the bird story.
Yeah.
All right. Is Norm back? No, he went to the bathroom. We finally get hold of Norm.
Maybe he's in Minneapolis.
You mean with the Anglo-Nicholas brother, Larry Craig?
Just saying.
All right, well, let's go to our expert on the subject. This is Norm MacDonald.
What?
I kid. I know you're the world's most active hetero.
I'm not. I'm very. As a matter of fact, I'm very asexual.
Why is that? What drove you to that? Is it fear of germs or what?
Just people. Even having a meal with them's hard enough, you know. Let alone all that filthy stuff that goes on afterwards.
So you're literally talking about watching a grilled cheese go into the oral orifice repulses you. You can't
But
even.
I know how about that Larry Craig guy, man. There's nothing to understand about that. I mean, what do you need a psychiatrist for? You know it, and I know it. I mean, if there was co-ed bathrooms, we're heterosexual, if there were co-ed bathrooms,
Yeah.
and this kind of stuff was going on, man, I'd be there all the time. Let's not kid ourselves.
All right, I'm not kidding myself, Norm. You've nailed me. Where are you at today, brother? Where are you calling me from?
I'm calling you. I just woke up, and Christian just woke me up.
Ah, Jesus. Why did you do that, Christian? You know Norm needs his sleep.
Christian's becoming the bane of my precious last few moments of life.
What don't we know, my friend? What have you got the Epstein bar or what?
I just mean in the sense that we all only have a precious few moments of life left. I was talking in the broader.
No.
But listen, you know what I think about that Senator Craig thing now is that what I want to know is those codes, man, because you know there's these things that happen in life that I think I'm kind of cynical, you know.
Yes.
And then they happen, and I go, man, I didn't know that existed in life, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And one was the pit bull thing.
Sure. Who would have thought that people were that monstrous? I agree with you.
Right. But when I talk to people, they go, oh yeah, that happens. Like I knew about that, you know. And I go, you did? Like I never knew that. But not that I compare the two. But I had no idea there was this bathroom thing going on that was so. You know, it wasn't just a small thing because they had a sting operation, they had a code, you know, in the Minneapolis airport. bathroom was apparently famous.
It's the Tigris and Euphrates of the code tapping.
Exactly. So for you or me, we would just be a hopefully. I can't speak for you, but for me, you would just be a place we quickly run in. You know, these guys, they're going. Have you been to the Minneapolis airport bathroom? Place is the hottest joint in town. Talk about your mind-blowing sex.
There's like a velvet rope, like outside Studio 54.
That'd be great. With an all-black gentleman allowing you in.
Are you on the list?
Exactly.
You know, my feeling, Norm, is they ought to put in, like Grauman's Chinese Theater, put how wide Craig's footprints were in soft cement in there, so people can come in for photo ops and see how absolutely. Yeah, that's.
I think they should put a list of what the code is, because I don't know codes, you know, and I don't want to do the code by mistake, because a lot of times I'll be listening to my iPod.
Well, you know, the thing about the code is if you don't know it and you miss.
What if I was tapping my toes to listening to my Billy Joe Shaver CD,
right?
And my toe tapped against an old dude's or a dude's police officer, and then he knocked on the thing, and I took off my clothes. I go, what? He goes, what time is it? I go, 7 o'clock. I look at my watch. He goes, are you sure? I go, absolutely. Next thing, he's clambering under or something. I go, no, I don't know.
Misreading the whole thing.
You need the code at all? Couldn't you, like, if I was doing it, I would just stand in the center of the bathroom thing and just, you know, peer at guys.
I know you give off the wrong vibe. All of a sudden you got Sam Drucker. You know when you go to get your car re-lubed and they lay on that thing that has wheels on it? You look down, you got Sam Drucker coming under the stall into yours. Or if you misdo the code, the Carpathia shows up in an effort to pull people out of the lifeboats.
The anonymous thing to me has always been, because I find it like it would take me probably a year before I was comfortable enough with a person, you know.
Right.
Show them my back of my hair on my back. But the anonymous part, like here's a guy, he's never met a guy ever, you know, in his whole life. And he's in an airport, and he's like, come on in, sir, we don't have much time. You know, I hope you like the place. I was just defecating in it. You didn't want to do that. Anyways, I got an 8:40 to Chicago. I don't have much time to disrobe and get to this filthy business. I'm going to grab a slice of Sbarro and...
All right, Norman, I got a rock, baby. I'm up against a hard break, as was Larry Craig. This is the Dennis Miller Show. All right, folks, we are about to be joined by a comedy genius, legitimate, 4 stars, my highest approval rating, if I am to be the David Horowitz of comedy, give the ratings. I've always thought he was a genius. I met him when he was younger, but I remember the true moment where I thought this guy is an absolute genius. He used to do a parody of Letterman, which was so side-splittingly insightful and funny on Saturday Night Live, and my favorite moment was he had somehow gleaned that Letterman was so ill at ease with being Letterman that immediately, he might not do it now, but way back when, the millisecond the show was over, Letterman would take his jacket off and almost fling it and flee the stage. And that was Norm's payoff on the bit. And I remember seeing it and thinking, that is one of the most brilliant comedy moments that I had seen in a long time. Norm!
Man, I found out you and I like the same guy.
Why is that?
It's like two girls talking.
So we're the same guy because we're like two girls talking.
No, you know, they would say you and I like the same guy, like, you know.
Exactly.
It's Dennis, Brian Regan, I mean.
Oh, yeah, Jesus.
Isn't that guy amazing? I've been talking about him forever, and like, all these other bad guys get TV shows.
Right.
And he's the funniest guy ever, and he's on the road, but now he's like, he's doing big arenas and stuff.
Yeah, something's going to happen there, Norm, because it's like Tim Allen. Remember, Tim used to fill the arenas, then the next thing you know, he got his payoff. That's going to happen with Regan. Does anybody make you laugh hard? I mean, I'm in danger when I watch him.
I know, it's crazy. Like, and he's the kind of guy you want to bring people to, you know.
Well, you know, Norm, you have that in you.
It's impossible to be so funny and not dirty, so...
Well, you have that in you. You were the most booked guest I had on my 9-year run on HBO because you used to just kill me, man. You have that ability to waste me. So.
Oh my God.
Well, you remember you were on the last show actually. You played
I remember.
a swearing man of the future.
No, that show was funny, man. That Dennis Miller show. Remember that show? You remember, of course.
Just a young kid with a dream. I was there for most of them.
You had the coolest jobs ever, like a half hour a week.
I know.
Where you just got to be yourself and talk. And
I know. They got on to me eventually. Now I'm doing 3 hours.
Night football, all of a sudden, like some crazy dream happened. Oh, my God. Meanwhile, I'm on the Norm show.
A fever dream.
Meanwhile, I'm over on A Minute with Stan Hopper.
You know what show I would like to see you host, Norm? And this is the God's truth. I would like to see you host To Catch a Predator. I see that as being a good medium for you. What's your thoughts on the To Catch a Predator show?
Oh, no, you just brought that up because I was telling that guy earlier I was thinking of that show To Catch a Predator.
Well, thank you for unfolding my conceit here. I was trying to get you into the area you wanted to talk about.
That was like a crazy coincidence because I just talked to that Christian dude about that.
Jesus, Norm, could you diffuse this anymore?
Okay, I'm sorry.
It was a setup. I was putting the ball on the tee. I'm Cheech Marin.
No, you were nice. No, nice.
Now go ahead, knock it off.
You're like Ed McMahon.
Yeah, exactly. Until you exposed me.
Remember when Ed would go, this is the funniest thing, is when Johnny would have all the periodicals, you know?
Right.
They'd show all the periodicals. Unbelievable that there could be so many, you know, they have one on hunting and one on fishing. And then Ed McMahon would go, I'm glad you brought those. Because you brought every magazine that there could be on this subject. Every magazine on the subject of hunting is here in this pile. There's not a magazine that isn't.
And then Carson would come in with some sort of rejoinder and take it back.
He would use like if it was a hunting thing, he'd go, you were wrong.
Yes.
You know,
you were wrong, Elmer Fudd.
Elmer Fudd breath. I thought it'd be funny if it was a 911 tape. Remember when Carson had the heart attack?
Right.
This seemed funnier to me when he was still alive, you know. But he had that heart attack if there was like a 911 tape, because they have them on everywhere now, you know.
Yes.
And it was Johnny Carson phoning, and he was like, "How do you feel, sir?" And he's like, "I feel like I have a yak on my chest."
You are correct, sir. Tell me about.
Funny about Dana and Johnny doing those guys, because that was before I was in show business. I just watched you guys on TV do it.
Right.
When they did the Carson, I love that they do them different than they really are. You know what I mean? Like that they'd play Ed McMahon like a very in control guy. You know that talked back to Carson. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And mocked him.
Right.
That was really funny.
Phil, well, that was Phil's instinct to do that, and you know who was funnier than Phil? No, so you don't want to talk about the Predator thing?
Oh yeah, man, to catch a predator. No, I was just.
They told me they said Norm wants to talk about Predator, and all of a sudden I'm at a Carson Wake here. Are you sad about Johnny's loss?
That's misrepresenting it too, because then people will think, you know, Norm's phoning and going, "Hey, can I talk at all about the Predator thing?"
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It wasn't on your mind. I kind of put it there. Do you have any ad-lib thoughts on it?
It's not going to be funny now.
All right. You know what I've done to you? It's like Jerry Lewis with Charlie Callis with the Duck Hunter.
Exactly.
Joke.
I have to come.
All right, then let me throw you a curve and see what else you go. What about OJ or Mike Vick? You got anything on either of them?
Okay, then this is complete coincidence. This is the most insane coincidence of all.
These are two big topics in the news. I thought I'd just throw them out there and see if you had any observations.
No, I'm just kidding. What were the ones? Michael Vick was. No, I was just saying that. You know, obviously I'm against. I do stand-up. You know, stand-up comedy.
Sure, you do.
And by the way, I'll be at. Can I plug something?
Go. You can use the rest of the segment for plugs.
Because I'm not doing any stand-up. But anyway. But when I go to the club, I went to the club and I thought of the idea about that Michael Vick. First of all, you love football, obviously, right?
Yeah, sure. Well, you know, sure. I go way back with football and cockfighting, you know.
Exactly. So you'll say that, you know, and Michael Vick was the most exciting player in football. He could change a team by himself.
Yes.
You know.
Well, that's a solid observation.
That's what's so sad, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The dogfighting's sad too, but if it was just some guy, you know, that was played in football like a third-string quarterback, it wouldn't be that sad. So, but Michael Vick, obviously it hurt him, it hurt his fans, it hurt the whole sport of dogfighting.
So you think it's brought dogfighting down?
I tried to say that like Drake.
It's kind of
dogfighting.
Can we talk about Drake?
But listen, man, Vic, can you imagine? Here's something to think about. Imagine if you were a dog living in a dog kennel. You ever been in those? A pound?
Sure.
That's your house?
Right.
So they suck, right? They're the worst houses ever.
Bad.
So the dog will go anywhere, you know, and dogs love everyone. So they're just sitting in their horrible place, and, you know, the guy, an old bald guy comes in and wants to bring you home, and you're all happy. Normally you're not, right?
Yeah, sure.
So imagine you're sitting there and you're like, hey, guys, man, you're not going to believe this, but we got adopted, all of us got adopted, and you were not going to believe for a second who it was. They're like, who? Was it that bald guy from earlier today? No, it wasn't no bald guy. Think left-hander, Atlanta. It was Michael Vick. That's who it was. Now, get out of here. That's who's our new owner. They're excited, you see?
Very pumped up, the dog.
They're pumped up. They're like, you're kidding me. I'm trying to be clean. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And then they go and, you know, they go, wow, they're in the house, you know, everything's exciting. They were just in a pound. Now they're at Michael Vick's house. They couldn't be more excited. They hit the jackpot. And they're walking through the house going, man, I've never seen so many TVs. And then, you know, later it's not so good. When the other guys tell them, you know.
Right.
When the other guys go, listen, he's a good, you know, Michael Vick's a complicated character. And I love Michael Vick. Ralph will tell you. But, yeah.
Ralph is the other dog.
The other dog. He's talking, you know how you know how the dogs talk and they have names?
Sure, and they go.
Ralph will tell you, you know, I said Vic is the best thing to happen to football in forever. But on the other hand, you know, he electrocuted me last week. So I have mixed feelings with Vic. This is one thing about the Michael Vick thing. He electrocuted them, which was awful, and shot them, right?
Right.
And then in one of them, he strangled them.
Yeah, it's hard.
So I was saying, as heinous as this seems, that one part, him strangling a pit bull dog,
yes,
seems not so heinous. It seems kind of brave, if that's all he ever did. And, you know, I'm sure Michael Vick's hands are really strong with a pit bull's neck.
Well, Norm, when I see the nuances you've peeled back on the Vick story, I could only send you a big, hearty hail thank you that you dodged the To Catch a Predator question.
Well, that's the one I wanted to talk
because I have no idea where that was.
So you have no time on the show anymore, so you can't talk about it?
Well, do you want to stay for a segment?
What?
I'm going to take a commercial. Can you stay?
I wouldn't mind telling you that To Catch a Predator and see if you'll laugh. Like I know you didn't laugh at all at that one.
Norm, listen. When I'm in the presence of greatness, I simply sit and I listen. Hang on to the Predator story till after this. Dennis Miller Show. Two things. I was wondering where Sal was during that thing. Sabes made the miscalculation of turning his mic off. He was laughing so hard, and he didn't think anybody would be able to hear Norm. I was wondering, where's old Sal? Secondly, if I seem a little halting with Norm. Now, Sal, you hear me do a lot of interviews. I'm always usually forceful, but I find Norm such a genius. I don't want to interject and get in the way of the story.
You got to let him run.
I mean, it's as good as it gets. Let's go back to Norm. Norm. I'm sorry, my friend. I've got around 3 minutes left. Can you codify your thoughts on To Catch a Predator and unspool a little tale?
My thoughts on To Catch a Predator cannot be captured in your sound bite. Now, I know the first I don't know what the word is in radio. In TV, on talk shows, when I'm booked, we call it the next segment.
Right.
The last segment bombed. Let's not kid ourselves.
No, it didn't bomb. What are you kidding me? It was gold. It was just about. Yeah, I was listening to you unspool the gold.
I mean, sometimes when you're on radio, you know, you go, ah, man, maybe people are just laughing in the studio because that's their job.
Mm-hmm.
But people at home are not enjoying it at all, so you feel bad about yourself.
Well, the bit was
But then
volatile.
when the guys in the studio also clearly not responding to anything, and then they go, no, the funniest was in the commercial, I said, so, he goes, you got to wrap it up in a minute, the Predator thing, you know, like I'm... So I said, I don't know, it's not really a thing. I don't know if I can wrap it up. Like, so he said, I said, I don't think it's going well.
Christian, you didn't say that to him, did you?
I didn't say that. I said it was going great, and we were all laughing so hard we couldn't breathe.
We're ill-serving Norm today. You know, the next time we have Norm on, I'm going to say, this is Norm, and let him go.
No, this is it, Dennis. I said, how long's your show run generally, you know, because I listen to it on the Internet and stuff like that.
Right.
And he said 3 hours. And he goes, your second segment's up. And I go, what was my first segment, by the way? He goes, that was like 6 minutes. That was your big one. So it's a 3-hour show.
Well, we've been gaslighting you, Norm. We brought you in here in a deliberate effort to drive you crazy. You sound suitably perplexed now, but might I tell you, you're simply the most insightful, perplexed man I've ever met. We'll have you back. Let's have Norm back and give him a full half hour.
No,
because
that'd be great.
Well, will you come back at this point? Are you so angry?
Man, you're a great interviewer and stuff, right?
Yeah, but I was a little intimidated by you.
But here's a weird thing when you're interviewing somebody, because I've seen them all, man. I've seen Parr, you know?
Yeah, sure.
I've seen mostly I watch Parr. But I've seen them all, you know?
Sure, you go way back.
And rarely, Merv Griffin, one of the greatest ever, you know? He's just fast. You know, who was a greater interviewer than that dude?
Nobody.
But Merv Griffin would never say, Norm, I understand you want to talk about To Catch a Predator. What else does it say here? Michael Vick. And something else. So go ahead.
It was my fault. I gagged it. I'm sorry, Norm. We'll have you back and I'll do it better. This is the Dennis Miller Show. He is a regular weekly correspondent here on the show now. I'm touched that he's up and out of bed and ready to chat. This, of course, my field, man, the great Norm Macdonald. Norman.
Hi, Dennis. Wait, I didn't know something happened in the news, though. No one told me that.
You haven't been following it.
No, when did this happen, this Drew Carey thing?
Drew just said that he came out and did a little advocacy for medical marijuana. Might be seeing a couple trails on that Plinko board. You know what I'm saying, Normie.
I never try to do interviews with. One time I actually at the Improv, they phoned me. They said, "Do you want to come? There's a big. They're doing a big thing for High Times magazine." I'm like, "No, that's cool." There's a benefit for High Times.
You have to do some charitable work, Norm.
Hey, I thought since the writer's strike.
Yes.
This is a bit I just came up with like 10 minutes ago in my head. But you know how the writer's strike happened, right?
Yes.
Did you already do this bit?
No, we were just about to get to it, but you beat us to it.
No, I knew that everybody was doing this lame bit.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I went into my vault. And I got some of the older jokes, you know. Because I was thinking sometimes maybe a writer's strike is good. Maybe if there was a writer's strike now, people would have to read Shakespeare instead of James Patterson. You know what I mean? So anyways, boy, how about Christmas just ended? I can hardly read what I'm writing. Christmas just ended, and I dragged out my Christmas tree. I found a great way, Dennis, to get rid of it. I just put a price tag on it on the corner, and I wait for Winona Ryder to steal it.
These are gold.
This is gold. This amnesty bill was spearheaded by Teddy Kennedy. It died in Congress, and apparently, out of sheer habit, Teddy Kennedy didn't report it dead for 10 hours. I think. But no, Winona Ryder is in trouble though, and took the stand today. This is a couple of days later, I think. I think this is a couple of weeks later. Winona Ryder got in trouble. We all remember that. She took the stand today. Now the stand is missing. And then there's something about, John Ehrlichman. This is a really old one.
President Nixon's aide-de-camp.
It says, John Ehrlichman, this guy I would not buy a used car from, and then it's like ... It's just the start of a joke, I think, that I never got to. Doesn't finish, but what's going on there? Drew Carey has decided at this time in his career, when he's becoming a game show host, to talk about marijuana. Illegal.
He's going to talk about a little pot, but you know Drew, he's a good-hearted guy. He's his own man.
Guy. He's a very sweet guy.
Does the right thing. What else is up in your life, Normie? And if you want to continue with the stuff from the vault, I just broke a rib on a couple. The Ehrlichman thing, that is the joke. The ... It's like the Larry King column. That used to be my favorite part. ... I love going down to get the mail in the morning. ... I liked Ethel Rosenberg better than Julia.
This is a really sad story, kind of, because I had a chance to meet Johnny Carson, because on Saturday Night Live I just do those ... things for what's his name? For Larry King.
Yeah, Larry King.
And then it turned out Johnny Carson, he would wake up like every day, right, and get that USA Today and just phone his friends and go, hey, listen to this one, like how retarded they were,
Right.
And then when he heard mine, like he was all excited, so he wanted to meet me, and then I didn't meet him. I was afraid. ... Oh, no.
Norm, I love having you on,
but
I
last
never...
show, Dennis, that was against Johnny?
Huh?
Remember you were the last show that was against Johnny Carson?
Oh, do I? They took me to the guillotine in 6 months. I remember going against.
That was pretty cool.
Well, he was good to me. I remember Carson called me when I was ramping up to do the show. And, I'm in my office. You remember we were over in, where were we? On the KTLA lot? Yeah, I get a call, and my secretary comes in. She's almost like passed out, fainting. She says, Johnny Carson's on the phone. And he was actually quite, Carson was a class act, man.
Yeah.
And he was a class act because he knew he was about to bludgeon you to death in the ratings. But he was always a cool guy. Now, what do you think about this dog, the bounty hunter? Have you been following that at all, Norm?
Oh, that guy, I mean, to me that sounds racist. But like you gotta remember that even though that is a racist comment, listen, man, we've all known bounty hunters in our time, and they have that thing like curse like a sailor. Well, that could go for bounty hunters just as well. They just chose sailor. Those guys, I mean, they're not like you or me,
No, they're bounty hunters.
If you choose that as your career, you're a bounty hunter. Listen, some salty language is not going to be as... You may as well just be a longshoreman. No, there's nothing worse than bounty hunting.
Norm, you're a genius. All right, we got a couple minutes left. Anything else you want to lay on the listeners before we leave today?
That was funny, that bounty hunting thing. Seems like he's going to get a pass on it, right?
I don't think so, Norm. I think he's in trouble.
Are his bounty hunting days over?
Where's he go from that?
We can't keep you on. I'm sorry, but you have to. you know, you have a public image of hunting down criminals in their hotel rooms, diving at them in the middle of the night and beating them up. We can't have you saying racist things. I don't know.
All right, Norm, I'm going to put some oxygen on my face here and recover. You're going to be on every Friday now?
Yeah, that'll be fun, right?
Oh, are you kidding me?
I'll feel like you're Pete Barbuti.
No, stop. Chuck Mangione references be far behind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Storm and Norman. We'll talk at you down the road. This is the Dennis Miller Show. Folks, welcome back to the Dennis Miller Show. And time for his weekly segment. Christian tells me that he's a sense memory guy, Norm is, and we had a request to do Letterman earlier, and evidently Norm was listening on his computer to the podcast, and he heard that request, but he has to go right to the Letterman right off the bat because he cannot summon it up instantly. He has to go back and, well, ramp up to it. So he will join us, I believe, now as David Letterman, Norm Macdonald.
As David Letterman, you want me to do it?
Christian just told me that you wanted to do it right off the bat.
So, because I did David Letterman on Saturday Night Live, even though the O.J. Simpson trial started yesterday, and I was also famous for, I think, much more famous for the O.J. stuff.
All right.
This seems wrong-headed. But how about this? How about I compromise? Look, I'm a big believer in compromise. You know that, Dennis.
Sure I do. You're a mediator.
Yeah, man. I like to think of myself that way. And how about if I do my Joe Piscopo doing David Letterman?
Perfect.
Okay, here it is. How does it go? Okay, it goes my, phone the neighbors, wake the children, you won't want to make this one. Something like that.
Well, it's absolute gold.
Letterman phoned me after I did that impression, right?
I had somebody earlier call in and say they wanted to hear your Letterman, and I forgot that half of it was the look. It's not like you're Fred Travalena.
That's the problem is, like Dane is a good impressionist and everything like that, right?
Right.
And
you more capture the essence.
Yeah, he's great on stage doing it, and then so when I'm on stage, like they go, "Hey man, dude, Bob Dole." I go, "No, a guy puts a Bob Dole mask on you backstage."
Right.
So that helps, suspend the disbelief.
Yes. So what's up in your life today, Norman? What would you like to chat about, my friend? Anything
What
on
do
your
I want to chat about? I want to chat about O.J.
All right, go ahead, my friend.
Story.
Big story.
Good
Big
Lord.
story. Evidently, somebody had a couple of his bobbleheads. He wanted to collect them, so he got the DEA ram and came in through the door to collect.
Oh, hey, I got a good joke, man, for it, but it wouldn't work for me. But another dude could do it.
Yes.
If he's listening.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "Hey, Heisman winner O.J. Simpson's." I wrote this down somewhere. Here. First day in court provided a surreal experience. I just have one question. Am I really expected to believe that O.J. Simpson could be capable of armed robbery? A guy could do that. Let me hear him.
Why couldn't you do that? That's a perfect Norm joke.
Man, I should have just done it without that stupid thing.
Yeah, the qualifier, because that eats into the edifice of the joke.
I know. I'm like, hey, this joke would work, except not by me. Here I goes.
All right.
But what I was thinking about O.J. is when he goes to prison, when he goes to the Gray Bar Hotel, as Letterman calls it, when I first went to New York,
yeah.
All the guys at all the clubs, the MCs, would all shake my hand and talk like David Letterman.
Yeah.
All the time. Anyway, I was thinking if O.J. is going to jail, let's say he goes to jail for life, which they said at first was possible. Now it doesn't seem that possible.
No, but
even if he goes to jail for 5 years,
right?
But let's say he did go to jail for life. That would be the worst possible scenario for O.J. on account of he goes to jail for life, right, which would have happened to him anyways if he'd been found guilty, like, earlier.
Legitimately.
And plus, he's lower on the pecking order. Because he's an armed robber.
Right.
And then he's like, no, guys, man.
I killed 2 people.
I did it. And they're like, yeah, if I did it. If I did it. Frank got the book. Frank squirreled in the book, man. So they all read it before he even hit the joint, man. Hey, so listen, the big story here in Hollywood is the writers' strike.
Right.
I went on. I went to support the picketers.
Yeah. Are you a member of the Writers Guild, Norm?
Yes, I am.
All right. So you went down strong. Do you have some penny candy to hand out to them?
No, I'm a striker. You know, I want better things. But it's like you're 8 people, right? There's about 8 people walking around.
Right.
Outside of The Price is Right. So, and of course, you know, like the cars honk at you once in a while, and but it's not like anybody in the places are looking out like all worried like Nixon, you know.
Right.
With the fires out in the street, you know.
Right. It's not that threatening where the park, you know, we want the world and we want it now. Kids are across the street threatening their life.
And then they were saying like the shows that it affected, like on TV last night.
Yes.
Like all the sitcoms it affected, and it was like 5. And then I guess there are only 5 sitcoms on the television now.
Right.
So, and then I went there, and then I was like, so I'm like, yeah, solidarity with these writers. And then I'd see this guy, and I go, oh, that guy sucks. That guy's not a good writer at all.
Salmon, what do you have to say to that?
He should be a scab. That guy's so awful.
Not a showrunner, but rather a scab.
Yeah.
The only job he could get is picketer.
So how much time did you log on the picket line, Norm, and how were you received by the other 8 people? Were they starstruck that you were there, or did they embrace you as a fellow scribe?
Oh, no. Many of them didn't recognize me.
Really? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, I don't know if it's, I figure it could be a couple things.
What's that?
Maybe they're just such a younger generation now, you know, these young wonks, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe my career has fizzled into oblivion.
No. What are you?
Hey, listen, man, since the writers' strike, though, it makes even more sense to go to the vault. You heard
I love when you go into the vault. Give me a couple
nuggets.
Well, this
makes perfect sense because I can't, since I'm a member of the Writers Guild, I can't write jokes.
No, but you can take stuff that was written prior to the strike and tell us it.
And was also, I'd like to make a note about the vault.
Yes.
These jokes have never been done anywhere else.
No.
They were placed in the vault just in such a case. I'm like Ed McMahon.
In a pristine condition.
Wasn't it the funniest when Ed McMahon he'd have all the magazines, you know?
Right. And these questions have never been seen before.
I'm glad you brought all those magazines. Because you brought every magazine there is on nature and wildlife is in this.
It was a perfect setup.
I'm like, no, you are wrong, feeling stream breath or whatever. How great were those guys? Whenever people would go like, oh, Ed McMahon sucked, I go, no, he was great, man.
They completely missed the point. Ed was a freaking genius.
Yeah, of course.
He used to kill me.
He knew what he was there for.
Well, give me a nugget from the vault. Give me a circa 19. I don't know. What do you have? A joke from the 90s, the early part of this?
What the hell is this one?
Okay, let's see.
Oh man, that doesn't seem like a good one from the vault to start on.
No, well, put it away then. Put
Good
it back
Lord.
in the vault. Mm-hmm. What about that next one in front of you?
What?
What about the next joke in front of you?
I'm starting to. I don't know. I'm losing. I'm quit, man. I am quickly losing faith in this bit, the vault. I hate to say it.
There's got to be one.
Yeah, well, let's last night I tried to take my mind off things. I went to see that new Hugh Grant movie, 3 Weddings and a Black Hooker. Some joke should stay in vault. Hey, listen, man, what about that? How about that Rick James? He's in trouble. He's in a lot of hot water for assaulting a girlfriend. Here's a little note to the ladies. Getting branded on the thigh with a cigarette, not foreplay. And a little tip to the ladies.
This is
oh, no, actually, I found
gold.
something in the vault. I forgot. I found something in the vault that's sort of topical because it was just Halloween, and my pumpkin is sitting out on the stoop.
Yes.
A week after Halloween, you know.
Uh-huh.
It's
So
all
it's still
shriveled
applicable.
and wrinkled. And today, Anna Nicole Smith dated it. So, but Anna Nicole Smith, she's a great gal.
Yes.
But she does like the older fellas.
Uh-huh.
And you know, Anna, where there's a will, there's a wake. I don't know. This now that one seems tasteless because it's what we know now of Anna. That was a bad mistake from the vault.
Yeah, sometimes the situation changes, Norman. You know, you have to reevaluate the gold that's coming out of the vault. But I think the pumpkin joke is an evergreen or an ever orange.
Really?
You can yeah, I think I would pull that out yearly.
That's a good idea. Yeah, you got to have your evergreens.
Now, are you going over to the strike line today? By the way,
I'm going to go over there. I'm going to meet a couple of guys there that are my friends.
Right.
Very mediocre writers. Deserve really whatever they were offered, you know. They should take. Most of these guys, I know them personally, you know.
And they're gaming the system to begin with in your
they're getting
eyes.
very, very well remunerated. If we're talking remuneration, these guys are way above their heads. They came here.
All right, well, go over and fight the good fight, Norm. You're the new Eugene Debs. Go. We'll talk to you next week, my friend. Always good to chat at you. The great Norm Macdonald. This is the Dennis.
Joining me now is the genius that is comedian Norm Macdonald. Norm, we have a phone call for you from Dan in Boise. Dan, what is your question?
Well, Norm, everybody's bringing up these licenses for illegals and that they need to have them. And my question is, where are they getting the license plates? Obviously, we're letting them register vehicles without licenses. And in this day of car bombs and stuff, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Thank you, Dan from Boise. Norm, what's your feeling?
Well, I know that the New York Governor Spitzer, I'm trying to get to learn things, but he doesn't want to issue licenses to illegal immigrants, you know, and I don't know how the hell you're going to get a cab in New York City anymore. I mean, it's hard enough, you know, for me especially as a black man.
I'm sorry, Normie. I just dropped that question into your lap because I knew that you would handle it and volley it back seamlessly.
Oh, man. Dennis, this morning, I had a bad idea.
Yeah.
I got a trainer.
Right.
I decided to work out. Hey, by the way, I heard your news thing right before. You know?
Yes.
And they were talking about that telecommunications thing.
Yeah.
And that, you know, because people are all freaked out that their phones are being tapped all the time, you know?
Right.
People are so self-involved that they think anybody cares about them.
Right.
But, you know, nobody wants their phone tapped. But I do a little trick, you know, during my conversations with my friends.
What is it?
I'll be talking because, you know, sometimes I might say something that I might not want, you know, around or something. So I'll throw this in during the conversation. I'll say to my friend, I'll say, hey, Bill, you know who's one hot piece of ass? Dick Cheney. But anyways, I went to my trainer. God. I don't work out. I'm a weak man. You know that, Dennis.
Well, listen, you and I were on the Mount Olympus of weakness.
And not just physically.
Oh, no, in every way.
In every single way. So I told the guy that, and he said he couldn't do anything except for the physical part. But I don't know if he was the best trainer anyway. He was smoking a butt the whole time.
No, that's not good.
That's just a joke. He was a big guy. And but I told him, I said, look, I don't want be big like you. You know, I don't want veins. I have no use for that in my arms, you know, or abs. I don't want abs. I don't even know quite what they are. All I know is they were invented around the 80s. And I don't even know what you do when you get them. You know what I mean? Because you got to wear a shirt. You know. You just go to work and go, hey, you want to see these things on my belly? Everybody's like, no. But so I told the guy, I said that I'm here for one reason and one reason only. I want to have one hot ass. But this guy explained to me, it was horrible. First he puts me on a treadmill, and they really should give that a better name to a treadmill. You know, it's so. And it's exactly what it is. You're just
Yeah, you're like a beast of burden at that point.
Yeah, just trudging. You get real tired and you go nowhere, you know? I get enough of that in my real life, you know?
Me too.
Yeah, sure. Then he puts me on one of those weight machines, you know?
Yeah. Which weight machine exactly? Free weights or some sort of...
No, it's a real modern gym.
Oh, I see.
With the machines. I can't explain all of this because I've only been to
It's just your first day, right?
But it was a thing where I had to push up, you know, real hard with my arms, you know, these weights, plates, you know.
Who needs it?
And so I hit the wall after about one, right? And the guy wanted me to do 20, you know. So he's like, you can do it, you know. So I proved him wrong. So my arm hurts. That's the long and the short of it, Dennis, is that my arm hurts. So I'm not.
Why only one? Why only one arm?
I don't know. That's an interesting question. But it's the back. It's not the bicep. You know.
No.
It's the opposite one. And as they said in the Friends of Eddie Coyle, it hurts like a bastard.
Now, do you feel comfortable jumping into the common shower after a workout at a health club, Norman? Is that something you'd be comfortable with, or no?
No. You know,
No.
Listen, if I go to a gym, I go to a gym to work out. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then I don't like that thing where you go into the thing and everybody's naked, you know? Because I go there, I just want to get in, towel off, and go out. You know, the last thing I want to do is stare at some guy's beautiful ass for 20 minutes, you know?
We've got a theme here today.
I know,
Some sense
it is leaning heavily on that word.
There's a narrative. There's a through line.
Oh, the OJ thing's going on trial.
What do you make OJ's about?
I don't know. I think it's going to be disappointing.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's like the last one was so great, you know, that this one. I mean, TV people do that all the time. You know, they take a guy. Like, remember they gave Mary Tyler Moore another show?
Yeah, it didn't work.
And it sucked, you know. And I know that Mary Tyler Moore is not the perfect example. And I thought maybe you had one.
Let me see. They did Rhoda with Valerie Harper. She asked for too much money. They whacked her, and all of a sudden Rhoda was Sandy Duncan. I remember that one.
Right. Remember when they watched this E! True Hollywood Story on Three's Company, and they decided to make a sequel to Ropers, right?
Right.
So then Norman fell. And this guy's savvy. He says no, he doesn't want it, you know, because he could see that it wouldn't be a good idea, you know, that he was a secondary character, right? So he says to them, he says, I'll do it, but only if I can return if it bombs. And they go, yeah, sure. Then they put Don Knotts in.
Right. And you can't budge Fife out with a crowbar. I mean, once Fife establishes turf underneath the basket, he's like Shaq in the low post. You can't budge him. No.
Yeah, you got that right.
So what do you make
know
of
what?
that?
I got my. Do you have a computer, right? You're
I've heard of these machines from the future. Yes.
So I have. All I do is play poker on my computer, but I have my emails, and I have every day. It's like 200 or something, and I'd say fully about a fourth of every one is some doctor trying to get me to lengthen my penis. Now I don't know how I got on this mailing list, Dennis, but I'm at the point where doctors are actually fighting for to get me as a client.
The ability to lengthen your genitalia is in play, as they say in the
Exactly.
stock market.
I don't know how. I guess my GP might be a bit of a blabbermouth. Besides, I consider that part of my anatomy to be filthy and shameful. So, last thing I want is more. More stuff to hide from everyone.
The bad penis.
I'm sorry, I snorted there.
What are you doing today, Norm? What are you going to do after this?
I'm going. Well, I'm going to see my son tonight, which is always my favorite thing.
Oh, beautiful.
And
what do you guys like to do?
My son goes to school with your nephew.
With Sammy.
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, you told everyone where my son goes to school.
Oh, that's okay, Norman. God, they've seen you in the shower.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Big game this week, my friend. Big game. Are you going up to it?
What game?
Big football game between.
Oh, I thought you meant real football. Sammy will be playing that.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I mean it's real football. It's fun with children. Fun watching children play. When I was a kid, I had my kid in soccer.
Yeah.
And he was like 4 or 5 years old. No, I think he was older. He was about 8. But like that matters, right?
So twice the original age. No, the story's built on the age. So dial it in correctly, or I can't listen.
So here in L.A., in Hollywood, Holly Weird as you call it.
Oh yeah.
We play soccer. We have all the parents go to the soccer games. And nobody cares about soccer at all, right? Except the foreigners.
They're too
the foreigners. They know everything about soccer. They're like corner kick. They're yelling and. Like you can see how riots start, in places because soccer is so important to them. And this one time, it was kind of the funniest thing. There's this guy on my team, the father, he's pacing all the time, yelling at the ref, and these two kids just collide head on, and one kid falls. It looks like he's dead or something. Everyone rushes on the field, and they pick up this child from the other team, and they take him off. And then the guy beside me goes, I know that kid, he's a faker.
Oh, foreigners are funny.
Speaking of my boy,
yeah,
people are always debating whether movies cause kids to act out what they see on the screen.
Right.
And I never really knew if that was true or not, but
never prescribed to that.
It actually happened in my case. I showed my youngest boy, Dagwood, he's a little boy. I showed him the film. I don't know if you've ever seen it, Cool Hand Luke.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried to eat 50 eggs.
Dagwood did.
Yeah, Dagwood tried to eat 50 eggs, and like an idiot, I'm there like helping him out. I'm like, get mad at them damn eggs. Come on now. But he's a good boy, Dagwood.
You were playing the George Kennedy role.
I was, yeah.
All right.
He's a regular class world beater.
That Luke. That Luke.
All right. Luke.
Hey, Walking Boss, I got a roll. I got a commercial. Thanks for checking in, Normie. Beautiful as always. This is Dennis. Welcome back, folks. We've got Norm. Next time you call in from another Island. Maybe you can use a cheerleader megaphone so I can get a worse connection.
Now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What are you doing?
Excellent.
Beautiful. What's happening?
Listen, I was listening to that last lady,
Yeah.
and I only got one thing to say about that. There's Indians, and then there's Injuns.
And we're underway.
Look, no Indian ever scalped me, but you can't trust them Injuns.
All right, Normie. And we're off and running.
I got a list of things that I'm thankful for. Every year I make them on the day before Thanksgiving.
Right.
So I can make a little speech,
Right.
And I like if you'll have me to read my list.
Yeah, I'm going to not even interrupt you. You take your time.
Well, firstly, I'm thankful for the fine ladies who live across this country and leave pies on their windowsills, so an old chunk of coal like me might have a meal from time to time. I'm thankful for all of my 5 children, especially the one that I like. I'm thankful for the simple things in life, like bread. Although I've never tried it myself, I hear it's quite good. I'm very thankful for the brave man who pulled me from a burning building last April and unfortunately perished in the process. I'll never forget him, I don't remember his name, but I think he had a mustache.
Oh, Jesus, Lord.
Of course, I'm thankful for being able to do stand-up comedy for a living, There's nothing more gratifying than to step on a stage before a quiet crowd and with my comedy slowly turn them into an unruly mob. I'm thankful for women, the greatest creatures on earth, because without women, Dennis, there would be no cookies. I'm glad that this year the police finally solved the baffling murder of Margot Hemingway. And finally, what I'm most thankful for, of course, is serious, is friends. Yes, friends. Especially that one where Joey buys Chandler a duck. That's the one I like the best.
Norm, I don't even think we punctuate that. I think it is such a beautiful list that we appreciate you calling in. We are thankful for your continued patronage here, and you have a good time in Hawaii. Happy Thanksgiving, my friend.
Yeah, give my love to your family, buddy.
All right, we'll talk at you down the road. The lovely Norm Macdonald. This is the Dennis. Is Norm ready? How is Norm this morning?
Norm's good. He sounded a little groggy. I asked him if I had woken him up, and he said, no, I had to wake up to answer the phone. And he also mentioned that he wrote a poem last night. He had to find it, but I'm informed that he has found it, so Norm has a poem for us.
Is Norm ready to go?
Hey, Dennis, how you doing, man?
What's up, E. Cummings? How are you today?
Hey, I want to say hi to Sal, too. I forgot I never say hi to him.
Hey, Norm.
How you doing, pal?
Good, man.
That didn't go so well.
No, we're ripping out of the gate. You're Cha-Cha Meldowney.
This is your bit, man. I'm not going to step on it.
You just jumped the tree. Go ahead. What do you got today, Normie? I like to give you free reign. What do you want to talk about?
Well, did you see that Packers game last night?
Oh, great game. Great game. Who's the second-string quarterback? I'm blanking on his name for the Packers. Huh?
Aaron Rodgers.
He looked great, didn't he?
Yeah, I don't know if there'll ever be a quarterback controversy there or not, but yeah, he was amazing.
Yeah, the kid looked pretty prepped. I think it augurs well for the Pack if Favre moves on. Because
I don't know if Favre will ever move on. I mean, it's like being Conan O'Brien waiting for Leno. That guy ain't going nowhere.
No, Jay, they're going to have to go in there with a Buford pusser stick and knock him out and drag him out.
But yeah, that was a great game, man. I was going for Green Bay, but
did you bet the game?
No, I no longer bet.
Oh, you're off the stuff.
Yeah, although I was so tempted this week to bet against the Pats with the largest spread in NFL history.
Right.
And you can't cover that kind of line the way the clock moves so fast.
25 points, right? Well, I'm glad you stayed off the stuff there, Norm.
Yeah,
I didn't know I had opened a Pandora's box there, but
Yeah, but I start doing that before you know it, man. I'll be betting my fingers against Chinamen. No, not Chinamen. But I mean
no Pacific Rim denizens.
Asian American. No, but I will tell you one thing. As ethnic slurs go,
yes.
Chinaman has to be one of the least offensive.
It literally says a man from China.
Yeah, I mean, because on Kung Fu, that's what they're, you Chinaman, he'd go, wah!
And he was only half a Chinaman.
That's right, he was.
It's like the difference between the Cleveland Indians and the Washington Redskins. I can see where Redskin might upset somebody just a little. I don't think you're ever going to get a change, but at least it is a bit denigrating. But Indians, isn't that? Yeah, I never understand that.
Oh, you don't understand that?
No.
Well, here's the thing, man.
Or Braves.
I have no formal education, and as a matter of fact, I don't have any informal education. It's not like I'm hanging out with professors on the weekend, right?
Yes.
But this is the way I understand it. Old Chris Columbus, he sailed over here, and then he got here, and he thought it was India.
Jesus, what a dolt! And that's the source of us all.
Yeah, so he goes, hey, man, look at all those Indians.
All right. Oh, that's it.
And then one of his buddies goes, hey, man, we took a wrong turn at the middle of the Pacific Ocean. This is America. And then he goes, hey, you Indians better get the hell out of here. You're not even in the right country.
Well, once you're about to take a country from somebody, you cannot refer to them as Native Americans. It only makes your task harder. They will fight harder because you've already told them you assume that it is their property. But my feeling is at some point there were an ice people, a horde of, almost Piltdown men-like creatures who the Indians or whatever, the Native Americans came in and took this from. Isn't that the way of the world, Norm? That eventually everybody takes something.
What's a Piltdown, man? You talking about the old days?
I'm sorry to throw you off the scent of the conversation. I'm talking about in Paleolithic times. I assume that the Native Americans were not native here either, but came down and took this from somebody else. That's just the way of the world.
Yeah, everybody takes everything. Listen, Mother Nature is a brutal bitch. A red-clawed,
paint the picture.
Machine that eats and
shrieking harridan.
Yeah.
What's your poem about, buddy?
Hey, man, here's a little joke I thought of.
All right, set up the poem with a joke. Get our palette ready.
No, it's just coming across the customs,
Yeah.
And they asked to see my ID, and it occurred to me that ID is a very odd short form for that word, because I stands for I, and then D stands for identification.
So they've asked the D to carry the main crux of the word.
Exactly.
It seems like an inequitous split of the foot-pounds needed to convey that word. I always thought that I am Pei, the architect, had the easiest autograph, because literally it was simultaneously his name and a proclamation. I am Pei.
I am Pei?
Do you know I am Pei?
Yeah, but I don't get the Pei part.
His last name is Pei.
No, I know.
So when people would say, can I have your autograph, he would write I am Pei, which was his name, and also his proclamation to the world who he was. I am Pei.
Oh, cool. You think that up?
Nah, I probably wish I hadn't, but I did.
Oh, man, that's cool.
He did the CAA building.
I am paid at CAA? This is like
that the poem you've heard?
Johnny Carson, Jack Webb bit.
Jack Webb. I used to love Jack because he would... He gave no allowance to the audience for them putting anything together. He would always break the show down in 2-minute increments on Dragnet. 8:48, my partner Bill Gannon and I entered the coffee lounge. 8:49, we had a cup of coffee. He kept everybody on the same page because he knew the crowd would get unruly and Day of the Locust like if left to their own devices. Yeah, we laughed.
Yeah, it's not easy being a cop, though.
No.
You walk into a room and everybody looks at you. You're the fuzz, John Law. That's what he told. That's what he told Kent McCord.
Young Kent McCord on Adam 12.
Yeah. Now, as the poem goes, it's not a happy poem, Dennis.
I didn't ask for a happy poem. I asked for your feelings conveyed through rhyming couplets.
Hey, listen, man. I hear you're having more trouble with your cans than Mamie Van Doren.
Cans being inside radio business for my headphones. I love it when you talk hip, Norm. You're like Wolfman Jack. Hey, Bobby,
man.
get in here. My cans aren't working. This is Starship.
Hey, you ever hear that story about Blake? You know Blake Clark, the comedian.
Great comedian.
Yeah, he's a great comedian, but he does a perfect Wolfman Jack. So he was telling me, like, one time he was in this movie theater, and he was sitting there, and he was, right before the movie starts, Wolfman Jack walks in with his wife, right? He's got a big fur coat on and everything, so everyone in the theater's like, oh my God, it's Wolfman Jack, They're all, like, impressed and everything, so then when the movie starts, Blake Clark starts going, oh, man, I like this movie. I can't do Blake Clark.
Everybody thought it was the wolf.
Yeah, everyone thought that the Wolfman was just going to yell the whole movie.
Do you know the science fiction writer Harlan Ellison? Have you ever heard of him?
Oh, yeah, Boy and His Dog.
Yes. Well, he was sitting in a movie theater once when he had no money. He used to go to Manhattan matinees and sit there and watch 8 hours worth of movies just to stay warm. He said he was sitting in the second row of the balcony, and in the first row was this shrieking idiot who would scream at the screen. It was a bit nuts. And behind him, around 4 rows back, halfway through the second movie, like 3 hours in, he heard the guy say, shut the F up. And the guy in front just kept yapping and yapping, and he said, one more time, I'm telling you, shut up. And the guy keeps yapping and yapping, and all of a sudden, Ellison said, I'm sitting on the aisle, and I feel this whoosh go by my right shoulder, pick the man up in the front row and throw him over his head, over the side of the railing. I hear a savage crunch downstairs. There's nobody else down there. And the seat goes back. He said, for the next 4 hours, I'm just frozen looking at the screen. He said, I finally had some of the courage to turn around, and the guy is gone. Now, that'll make you a science fiction writer right there.
Yeah, man. I love that Harlan Ellison. I'll tell you, though, something about that Harlan Ellison.
Tell me about him.
I mean, he's won more Hugos than anybody, but I hear he's fruitier than Carmen Miranda's hat.
I did not know that. Does that color his art for you?
No, not at all, man. It makes it better. It makes it a lot better. Makes it a lot better, actually.
Sure it does. What about the poem?
No, I'm not outing him or anything.
No, of course not.
No, he's
No, nobody would misinterpret you saying he's fruitier than Carmen Miranda's hat as some effort to out him.
No, he said it himself.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, so everything's cool.
All right.
Now, that guy's a great writer, man.
Are you gay?
Interview him?
Norm, are you gay?
Am I gay?
Yeah.
Well, listen, let me put it to you this way. No, I'm not gay. Sometimes I make a joke and then...
But in a perfect world, Norm, would you be gay?
All things being considered. Give me the damn poem, Norm. You're making me take it out of your mouth like Olivier in Marathon. Give me the damn poem.
No, the poem. Here's the thing is, my dog died last Thursday.
No, are you serious?
Yeah, man. And so I've spent many a sleepless night, and then last night I decided to put pen to paper.
Right, as a catharsis.
And get my thoughts out about my dog, my old dog, Bo. So, you want to hear the poem?
Yes.
Okay, here it is. He never came to me when I would call, unless I had a tennis ball or he felt like it. But mostly he didn't come at all. I mean, there were problems when he was young. He never learned to heel or sit or stay. He did things his way. As the young folks say, Dennis, I guess discipline was not his bag. But when you were with him, things sure didn't drag. He'd dig up a rose bush just to spite me. And then when I'd grab him, he'd turn and bite me. I mean, I was scared. Ah, man, he bit a lot of folks from day to day. The delivery boy was his favorite prey. Man, he tore the hell out of that kid. The gas man wouldn't even read our meter. He said I owned a real man-eater. God, how I wish I'd listened to that gas man. You're not going to believe this, but he set the house on fire. Look, the story's too long to tell. Suffice to say that he survived, but the house was a smoldering hell. On the evening walks, and Gloria took him. That's my wife. That's my wife, Dennis, Gloria. He was always the first out the door. The old one and I brought up the rear. That's what I call my wife, the old one. Why I married an old woman, I have no idea. But anyways, the old one and I brought up the rear because our bones were sore. Probably because that dog would chew on the bones of our legs every cursed day. He would charge up the street with Mom hanging on. Boy, what a beautiful pair they made. And if it was still light and the tourists were out, they created a bit of a stir. And by stir, I mean countless lawsuits. But every once in a while, he'd stop in his tracks and with a frown on his face, look around. It was just to make sure that the old one, that's my wife, was there and would follow where he was bound. And we knew damn well enough to follow, I'll tell you that. We're early to bedders at our house, Dennis. I guess I'm the first to retire. I like to get to sleep before the old one clambers into bed. And as I'd leave the room, he'd look at me and get up from his place by the fire. God, he loved that fire. He'd stare at it for hours. It was like he was getting messages from it. He knew where the tennis balls were upstairs, and I'd give him one for a while. He'd push it under the bed and with his nose, and I'd fish it out with a smile, a nervous smile. And before very long, he'd tire of the ball and be asleep in his corner in no time at all. By the fire! And there were nights when I'd feel him climb on our bed and lie between us. And I don't know what to do.
All right, I wanted to come back with Norm, but I guess we didn't.
I'm here, man.
Oh, I thought you were going to come back and wrap the poem up.
I'm wrapping it up right now.
Christian, come on.
Ready?
Go ahead.
And now, God forgive me for saying this, he's finally dead. But there are nights when I swear I feel him climb on our bed and lie between us. And there are nights when I think I feel that god-awful stare, and I reach out my hand to stroke his hair, but he's not there. The old one thinks he lives in the fire and comes out at dark. Oh, I wish that wasn't so. I'll always fear a dog named Bo.
Norm, that was beautiful. Now let me ask you this. Was there ever really a dog named Bo?
No, I stole it off Jimmy Stewart.
This is the Dennis. All right, Christian, do we have...
Norm is with us, yes.
Norm, and what anything you want to tell me about Norm's segment this week? Is there anything he wants to talk about?
What he said to me is, what we're not going to do is, I'm not going to read a poem.
I love that poem, by the way.
Me too.
Norman.
Hey, Dennis, how you doing?
How you doing?
I'm all right. I have to apologize for that fiasco last week.
I liked the poem. Why would you apologize? I liked you more existential.
Oh, man. I guess it was just too long. It was like, turned out to be...
No. Just forget the fact that Alfred Lord Tennyson called halfway through and said, is this ever going to end? Forget that.
Exactly. I'm going to leave the rhyming to the Lily Sobieski from now on.
It's funny.
And we're off.
I don't even know what that means.
What's up, Normie?
But I remember, I realized something. My problem with the segment is I've been waking up about 5 seconds before I go on the air.
Mm-hmm.
So today I got up a couple hours ago, made myself a big healthy breakfast.
What'd you have?
What I have?
Yeah,
I
what
had
was it?
6 farm fresh eggs, half a rasher of bacon, and a pot of piping hot coffee.
So you're kind of drowsy.
Hey Sal, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
A
Norm.
half a rasher. God, you make me laugh, Norm. And what is the healthy breakfast yielded you in the way of insights into the world?
Oh, I was just listening to that. You were talking about Mitt Romney
Mm-hmm.
and that speech he gave.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, like he got a really good response from the crowd, but apparently 10,000 of them were his wives.
All right, just flicking the jab here. We're getting out of the blocks.
Yeah, that's all it is. No, I've been scouring the newspaper trying to be more of a more topical.
Sure, up to the moment.
And so I've come up with a couple of things.
Boy, I can't wait.
Well, they mentioned that Oprah Winfrey, is crisscrossing the country with, she's making personal appearances to raise money for Barack.
All right.
And she says if that doesn't work out, she'll just give him $1 billion.
And still have a little left over for a nice healthy breakfast, the 6 farm fresh eggs and a half a rasher.
Oh, Osama bin Laden?
What's up with him? How's he doing in the polls?
The guy released another tape to recruit young Muslims to fight and die for Islam, and I don't know, I think he's serious this time because apparently he's tossing in a pair of tickets to Hannah, Montana.
Which is a big enticement to the kids today.
Yeah, for the young
the young crazy Islamicist who has access to the Disney Channel.
I don't know what else.
No, you don't have to hit jokes.
Ted Kennedy is getting $8 million for writing his life story.
I saw that.
I hope this doesn't give him a big head. He has that giant, big red head.
I know his head is second only to Will Durst's in total cubic space.
You've been great. I've been Durst.
We're talking about a comedian in the Bay Area, quite a actually perceptive political observer, but he did have a big Macy's balloon type dome, and that was how he ended his act. You've been great. I've been Seacrest.
I haven't seen a melon that big since I can't think of anything.
I haven't seen a melon that big since the 4-H fair at Chernobyl.
Yeah.
How's that?
Man.
I'm just knocking it off.
I don't know how you do that.
It's easy when it's not funny.
Oh, they did ask Kennedy in that book. They said if he was going to address the subject of Chappaquiddick,
right?
Because that's obviously a big part of his life, and he said we'll crash off that bridge when we come.
Oh, I love Chappaquiddick.
Hey, now, Norm.
Yeah.
I was watching a commercial over the weekend for a phone company, and there's these little creatures. And is it you and Steve Buscemi voicing the creatures?
Yeah. I always wanted to work with a serious actor.
What do you play in that commercial? It's a little.
I don't know why they got it, but I play like a child gingerbread man, and Steve Buscemi plays my father.
Mm-hmm. It's sort of like a confectionery at close range. Where you...
Yes, exactly. The coolest commercial was that one you did, where it was for Miller beer, and all you had to do was go like, just a matter of time, right?
Yeah, they had this. It was a very glassy floor, and there was something in the background that was blacked out. I walk out very slowly. It was a 30-second commercial. I saunter across the stage. I've got a nice suit on. You hear clip, clop, clip, clop, clip, clop. I stand there in the middle. I hit a button in my hand, and this huge marquee-like lighting lights up behind me that says Miller, Genuine Draft. And then I look at the camera and go, Oh, I knew they'd call. That was an easy one.
That's an easy one. I had one funny commercial that I did for beer, and it was really funny. It was for Miller. I don't know what it was for. Let's suppose it was for Miller Lite.
Yes.
And then, so I'm at a party, and a guy comes to the door, and I go, "Hey, man, did you get the beer?" And he goes, "Yeah, I got Budweiser." And then I go, "Budweiser sucks." So that was really funny. So then we go to shoot it, and there's all these executives around, that, like the guys that own the beer company. And then they freak out the last second. They're like, "We can't say that about Budweiser, you know? You're going to have to change the copy." So they say to this kid that, so he has to change it like immediately, you know? So anyways, it turned out to be the guy comes, he goes, "I got some Budweiser." And I go, he goes, I got some Miller Lite." And I go, "Great, come on in," you know, like that
was the option.
Yeah, that's the option. And then so they never aired it, but they cut me a giant check.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Norm? That's the whole thing about ads that I've noticed, that you have a lot of creative people who want to run right up to the shoreline of naughtiness and put their toe in. But then at the end of the day, they're being paid by some town elder somewhere out in the Midwest who owns the company. So they do one for themselves, then they do the actual one, and the funny, cranky one never makes the air. Never, ever makes the air. But you're right, at the end of the day, more zeros than the Japanese Air Force on the end of that check, my friend. And I bring that up only because it's Pearl Harbor Day. You were just in Hawaii. Have any particular reflections on Pearl or Hawaii or anything other than that?
Well, Hawaii, I don't know. I've noticed one thing, because I was there with a large group of people, and boy...
Wait a second. What's that about? Mary Kay reps? What were you doing there with a large group of people?
Well, I brought my... I brought my son,
right.
Simon, who was known as Peter. And, I brought the wife Gertrude, and then a whole.
The old one, as you say.
What?
In the poem, you referred to your wife as the old one. Have you forgotten the poem?
Oh yeah, well she is a little long in the tooth. I mean, good Lord. The problem is, when I was a young man, I had a thing for older women.
Right.
I happened to marry Gertrude, and you know, now as I reach my mid-40s, good Lord, I'm not one to break vows, but I'm waiting for that till death do us part.
So you go over with a group of people to Hawaii. What did you notice in Hawaii? What was your perception?
Well, I noticed first of all, that Gertrude loves sunsets. And all the group of us would go and watch a sunset every evening, and I just don't like them.
No.
Like, to me, a beauty is like the nape of a young girl's neck.
Right.
But you know, I don't want to bring that up to Gertrude.
No, you don't want to ask your wife and the group to go out at 6:30 at night and look at the nape
Good
of a
God!
neck.
And one time I woke up in the middle of the night in Hawaii beside this ghastly woman, you know, and I swear to God, it looked like in the light, it looked like I was sleeping with Burt Mustin. I mean, she's
Burt Mustin, by the way, made Hume Cronin look like somebody Cher was dating. He was the oldest man on the planet Earth, one of Johnny Carson's favorite guests. Norm, I'm up against the commercial break. I could listen to you recount all day, but I've got to pay some bills. Thank you, my friend. This is the Dennis Miller.
Hey, Dad, I really want a Go phone this year.
Oh, I want people to stop eating my house, but that ain't gonna happen. Besides, you're going up a huge bill.
No, I won't. It has unlimited talk and unlimited text.
I'm just yanking your chain, son. Ho, ho, ho.
Sweet.
Oh, come on, man. It's the holidays.
Norman Buscemi as gingerbread men in the commercial.
Gold.
Did you hear Norm's voice? He sounded like it was like one of those POWs where they have a gun to your head and they say, "Read this."
I don't want to read this.
No, I'm not going to get Norm in that trouble. I think Spade went on the Tonight Show one night and deliberately, as part of a joke, was vague about which phone company he worked for.
Right.
I think it cost him some large coins, so I don't want to put Norm in that same corner. Norm loved doing the commercial. What was the commercial for, as a matter of fact?
Oh, it's for Go phone. I'm on one right now. How do I sound?
Oh, this sounds unbelievable. This is the Go phone?
Yeah, it's crystal clear.
Do I do a phone commercial, Christian, in any way?
Not yet, but hopefully starting now.
It's as clear as Lake Tahoe.
Storm and Norman, good to hear from you. You all pumped up for the holidays, friend?
Oh yeah, man! I got my tree up.
You like Christmas?
Christmas?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's the birthday of my Lord and Savior. I guess I like it.
I didn't mean to pry. It was just more of a conversation.
That was kind of testy.
Oh, by the way, Mitt Romney, not Mitt Romney, but Huckabee this week got the endorsement of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So that'll bump him up in the polls a little.
Well, that'll give him a few points. Sure. Who you voting for, Normie? Who do you like?
I like Giuliani because I always liked him when I was in New York.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he ran a nice ship, right?
Yeah, I liked... a lot of people were like... he took the character out of Times Square, but I remember that Times Square, man. The character was a bunch of junkies and whores, and then serial killers prowling around arcades. I mean, that ain't exactly Hooterville. But then he did those quality of life laws that reduced the crime like crazy.
Look at you, Norm. You know stuff. You always play like you don't know, but you're pretty
I
smart.
just remember Giuliani came to host, and I was like, I just want to thank you for what you did for the city, and everyone else hated me there.
Nah, you were a popular cast. Hey, by the way, I was out on the road the other day, and I mentioned that somebody asked me from the crowd who my favorite host was of Weekend Update, and I brought you up, and you got a nice huzzah from the crowd. So people, well, you know what was important up there, Norm. I don't know if you thought this, but I always thought some sort of vaguely inferred indifference to what you were doing mattered up there. They didn't want you to be too eager a beaver. They wanted you to sort of look like it was a throwaway, and that's the vibe I always got from you. You were great at it, but it wasn't the end of the world, was it?
No, I kind of patterned myself after you.
Beyond insouciant into downright derelict of duty at some point. Now, what do you got? You got any joke? The writer strike's still on. You've been going into the joke vault, or what are you doing? What do you want to talk about today? I leave it up to you.
Well, a fellow broadcaster has come back, Mr. Don Imus, and I saw a picture of his. He's got a black female sidekick.
Yes.
And I saw a picture of her. He could be in a little trouble. The Iron could be a little trouble.
Why is that?
She has really odd-looking hair, and she's a prostitute.
There might be a built-in problem there.
And Isaiah Thomas got in trouble.
Yeah.
And he had to pay $11 million to this lady, who I also saw a picture of. And she wasn't easy on the eyes. Let's put it that way. But in layman's terms, I mean, all this things, all this legal mumbo-jumbo, it comes down to he has to pay $11 million for not having sex with an ugly bride.
Boy, that is draconian, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
The very definition of draconian.
I mean, I think Magic Johnson could sue him if he used to kiss him.
You can get a little piece of that. You're right. I would get in there early.
Yeah.
What else have you been noticing? What else has caught your attention?
What else is going on in the news?
I don't know. They've had these debates. What'd you make of that woman holding the debates, the schoolmarm chick? Did you see her at all?
What did she do?
Yeah, they had some woman who was moderating both debates the last couple of days, little Iowa woman, little strident, reminded me of Edie McClurg's character in Many a Flick. I was wondering if you had seen her. Did you watch any of the debates?
No, I didn't watch, and that's when Rhoda's on.
What was Rhoda's boyfriend's name? Joe something or other.
Joe, yeah.
Yeah, he was Barry Newman look-alike. I forget.
Oh, man. That guy was great. You're talking about old David Grohl.
David Grohl.
Yeah,
no, Dave Grohl was the rocker. We're talking about David Grohl.
Yeah, Groh.
Yeah. Well, all of a sudden, Sal's, Boswell to his Sam Johnson. If I'd asked you a few seconds ago, you had no idea until Norm bailed us out and put us on the trail. All of a sudden, you're his official biographer.
That'd be a short biography.
Oh, what? Hey.
Don't come down on Norm's guy. What did you like about David Groh? His arms?
That guy had bigger guns than Jesse James. I don't know if Jesse James had big guns, but yeah, I know he carried a couple of guns. I just saw that movie, The Assassination of Jesse James. That was incredible.
By the coward something or other,
By
right?
the coward Robert Ford.
And how was Brad Pitt? Was he good?
He was fantastic. I mean, I can't believe that movie's not going to win an Oscar.
Wow, the title's too long for them to put on the nomination form. But listen, I got to tell you this real quickly. You know how they send DVDs out if you're in one of the guilds to vote on?
Yeah.
Very clever thing that I think it's Paramount, or I'm trying to remember who made that film. They sent me out one of those little pickles that you stick in the side of your computer, whatever they're called, information things, and it had 4 films on it. So I've got this little thing I'm carrying around in my pocket. One of them is that The Assassination of Jesse James. One's called The Bucket Club. One's Michael Clayton, and there's a 4th film on it. They send you 4 films on this little keychain. Isn't that a cool idea?
Oh, that's really cool, yeah. It's all on a pickle?
Well, I don't know what to call it. When I bought one, what are they called, Chris?
Flash drive.
Flash drive. You know, a little flash drive?
Oh, you're talking about a pickle.
Well, I didn't mean to say the actual format was the Gherkin-esque. I was saying that it was... you forget what I was saying. I forgot. You either do the ethereal or the literal. There's no mid-ground with you.
No, I know the flash drive, yeah. You put it in your computer,
right,
and you can see 4 motion pictures. So, what? But that's not nominated, is it? Or they haven't announced them yet? Or they can announce them because they have a writer's strike.
Why don't we just concede we've reached an impasse here? Is there anything to be wrenched out of this chamois at this point? What are you doing today now? What do you got planned today? I always like to hear about your day because it's sort of... You're like Doctor Strange, the old Marvel comic character. You just levitate through your day and see all.
Well, I'm on a fitness kick. I was in Santa Barbara. Actually, I was in Santa Barbara.
Yeah, you were up here doing my sports show.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Thank you, Norm. That was nice of you to come up, and the people loved you.
And I loved that place. And the hotel that you kindly got me was right on the beach. So I was running on the beach in my bare feet, and now I'm into a complete running in my bare feet thing.
Mm-hmm. It only works at the beach, though. Where else have you tried it?
I tried on my track, but I hurt my foot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the track is rougher than the sand. You understand.
Yeah.
No, if you live near a landfill, also don't try it there. Because I know you like things in one medium. You like the feel of the ped on the sand, and you try to translate to other areas. But say, for instance, you're going near Haleakala in the next few days. Also, don't try it there. It'll hurt your feet. You're like my older son. I feel like I have to caution you.
Man, I was talking to one of the writers yesterday on that stupid picket line.
Yeah.
And,
you were picking it.
By the way, that thing's very close to never ending.
right on the cusp of being eternal.
Yeah. General Electric ain't losing any sleep.
No, and what this writer on the line
I was talking to him. He's a former comedian. We were talking about gigs, when we started out doing comedy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure we've all had them, But I was remembering this one that maybe I'd share with you.
Tell me.
Well, there was this booker that remained nameless, but when I first got to L.A., he'd send me out on these gigs, and he had one that was paid like $50, and it was a hospital, So I'm like, I don't really want to play a hospital, but I guess it's a good thing to do in life,
Right.
Even it's something that my Lord and Savior might do, if he was a stand-up.
Sure.
I always ask, what would Jesus Christ do?
Exactly.
In my situation, and I try to do that.
Well, Jesus would have done it, and he would have stayed to his time.
So I go there, and I get the directions and everything, and this guy drives me up there, and when I get close to the hospital, there's all this barbed wire and stuff, and there's security guards with guns.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyways, it turns out it's a hospital for the criminally insane. So I'm like, oh,
but
God.
your core demo.
So I was like, oh God, like I had to, because I was thinking about my jokes were kind of geared towards the terminally ill, you know.
You put together that chunk,
Yeah.
the euthanasia chunk, and here you were dealing with the actively psychotic.
Exactly. So the hospice set wasn't going to work. I knew that. So I get in, and then also I'm going like, I don't even know if these people deserve a show, you know? They're criminally insane. And so I go, well, where do I perform, you know? They have a theater. It's in the hospital. So
Where every single seat looks like the booth where Lincoln was shot. So anyway, you commence the
guy
set.
says to me backstage, he goes, last week we had the Gatlin brothers.
All the locals thought they invented the gun of the same name.
So I get out there, and it's only about 80 people, you know.
Right.
And this is like I didn't even draw the whole joint, you know. And so I get out there, and they're muttering to each other, and a couple of them are shambling down the aisles from time to time, you know. And so I'm walking towards the mic, and as I'm walking towards the mic, before I even say a word, I just hear, "Nice shoes, faggot."
Oh, Norman. How much more is the story? I'm up against a break here. What do you got?
It's over. I just went out on stage. I said like 2 words, and another guy said, "Leon's right. That's a faggot ass shoe." And then I left because I was the only guy that could leave.
Oh, Norm, you are a beautiful piece of work, my friend. You blow out my complete psyche every week. I feel like I've taken a good nose blow or something because you shake my frontal lobes up. We appreciate it, brother. Have a merry. Well, I'll talk to you before Christmas, but God, you're a funny man, Dennis. And I am lucky to have a gift under my audio tree right now. My soulmate, Stormin' Norman McDonald. Welcome back to the show, my friend.
Oh, hey, Dennis. I like that book that you were talking about.
What's that? The Tasha's book.
Dino.
Yeah, it's a great book. Great book. What are your Christmas plans, my friend? You want to talk holidays?
My Christmas plans?
Yeah.
Well, I'm scrambling to get presents for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing. No, I got. Let me think for a second. Oh, I got my Mexican gardener. I didn't know what to get him, so I think I'm going to let him steal my identity.
Norm, that's the single funniest thing you've ever said on the show. Well, that's nice.
I try to get like cooler kind of presents, you know, like I think I got my youngest son D'Artagnan. I've been looking for a present for him, and everybody's trying to get the Madden 08, you know.
Right.
But I don't want to be like everybody else. I went to my favorite place, eBay,
Mm-hmm.
and I got a nice little collectible, very valuable. It's a Miller 01.
My first year of Monday Night Football.
Yeah, man, you're great.
But they're hard to find now.
They're hard. It says that Testaverde game. Over and over.
That's it. Well, I had a smaller arc than John did, but I was in there plugging.
Hey, it was one of the greatest games ever.
Uh-huh.
I don't have any Christmas plans, man.
All right, we can get off that. What do you want to talk about today? It's your segment.
What?
We don't have to talk Christmas. What's on your mind today? It's your
Nothing.
segment.
I got nothing. I actually forgot
That we were on today.
I forgot it was Friday.
Well, would you like? We don't have to do it. I mean, I don't know. I can query you about specific topics, or.
Yeah, man, hit me.
All right. Who are you voting for the presidency at this point?
Seriously?
Nor, you know those paddles they use in ER where they try to get the patient revived?
Yeah.
Think of me as using them on the interview right now.
No, I didn't know if you wanted me to do a joke or not.
No, I'm just trying to get some flow going.
I'm going to vote for Rudy Giuliani because even though I'm kind of, the only real issue I used to care about was abortion.